Chapter 1. The Neighbor's Wife, Luo. Brain Storage Facility. Luo Tian, thank you so much for letting me use your bathroom. The bathroom door swung open, steam billowing out, and a pair of fair, delicate feet stepped onto the floor. Luo smiled, wrapped in nothing but a bath towel, her long, graceful legs exposed to the air. At that moment, however, Luo Tian did not respond to her gratitude. His head throbbed painfully, as if a power drill were viciously grinding away at his brain. Ah, you bunch of beasts! Luo Tian suddenly opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the green tea girl Su Ling, who had betrayed him after 2.5 years of devotion during the apocalypse. It was not the fierce neighbors armed with axes who had come to kill him for soup either. You are Luo? Luo Tian gasped, rising from the sofa. The painful experiences of the apocalypse made him instinctively wary of everyone. What was going on? Wasn't Luo the wife of Yu Lin, who lived next door? He clearly remembered that Luo had been sold by her husband for 3 bags of instant noodles in the 3rd month after the Ice Age apocalypse began, completely unaware of her fate. That night, 5 men had come. Humiliated, Luo had seized the opportunity to leap from the 23rd floor when they charged at her. But now, she was standing right in front of him. Could it be that I died too? And this is heaven? Luo Tian looked around the room and found that everything was exactly as it had been before the apocalypse. The furniture he had burned for warmth was all intact. The temperature in the room was comfortable, not the -70 degrees of the Ice Age. Looking at the calendar on the wall, it read May 1st, 2055. This was, I've been reborn. Luo Tian trembled all over, initially in disbelief. Then his eyes sparkled with joy. Great! This time, I will never be a saint again. I won't have even a shred of pity for those beasts. I want them to die in a pain 100 times worse than mine. He clenched his teeth and vowed in his heart. With this chance to start over, Luo Tian decided he would no longer be kind to anyone. Before his death in the previous life, the ugly faces of green tea girl Su Ling and the evil neighbors were still vividly etched in his mind. Why? Luo Tian fell to the ground, a cold dagger deeply piercing his chest. In his final moments, he saw his goddess, Su Ling, greedily snatching the supplies that rightfully belonged to him, shouting, I killed him, so I get to choose the food first. This woman, whom he had devoted himself to for 2.5 years without even holding hands, had tricked him into opening the door so they could kill him. Fine, you deserve the credit. You go first. Don't waste any of the meat on him. It's all good meat. In this cold weather, a pot of meat soup would be great. With axes in hand, the bearded neighbors rushed in, their faces twisted in beastly grins, having long since shed the humanity of the civilized world during the apocalypse. They raised their axes toward him. Are you okay? At that moment, Luo, standing nearby, was startled by his appearance and worriedly asked, covering her chest. Luotian's reedy look was indeed somewhat frightening. Ha! He exhaled a long breath. Luo Tian quickly adjusted his demeanor, smiling faintly. I'm fine, just had a nightmare. Now, he had plenty of time to prepare for revenge and stockpile enough supplies to build an impregnable safe house for the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse struck, he must be careful not to reveal any weaknesses. Though Luo hadn't directly participated in his murder, Luo Tian knew that the information about the surplus food in his house had leaked out when her husband had asked her to borrow food from him. Even though Luo had been sold by her husband later and had died. But you promised to keep your mouth shut, yet you still leaked the information. You must bear the consequences. Luo Tian assessed the neighbor's wife before him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Previously, facing this mature beauty, he would blush and feel embarrassed to even look at her. But now, all he could think of were 5 words. Supermarket, shopping spree. That's good. They'll be leaving now, Luo said as she walked toward the door. Ah! Suddenly, her foot slipped and she fell sideways. Imagine pain didn't occur, she was caught. Thank you. Luo hadn't finished her sentence. She widened her beautiful eyes, feeling a chill in her body. Ah! Luo panically shouted, quickly breaking free from Luotian's embrace, picking up the towel from the floor and wrapping it around herself again. You shameless guy! How could you take advantage of me? Luo blushed and scolded through clenched teeth. She blamed her fall on him. Having been neighbors with Luo Tian for several years, she thought she knew his character well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten herself all soapy while borrowing his bathroom during a water outage. Luo felt that even if she got drunk and lost consciousness, Luo Tian wouldn't do anything to her. But she didn't know that Luo Tian was no longer the same person he used to be. He was now a vengeful spirit returned from a brutal apocalypse. His heart was as cold as a fish that had been killed with a knife for 10 years in a supermarket. Madam, no need to thank me, it was just a small favor. Luo Tian said indifferently. The coldness on his face made Li Ro momentarily surprised, wondering if he had changed. I don't care, I want to report. Madam, you wouldn't want this matter to be known, would you? Before she could finish, Luo Tian took out his phone, opened the album, and presented it to her. On the screen, the towel had fallen to the ground, and Li Ro was closing her eyes. If others saw this, they would definitely think she had some unspeakable secret with Luo Tian. In the end, Li Ro fled in embarrassment, not even having time to take the clothes she had changed out of in the bathroom. Swish! The black stockings left on the washing machine instantly vanished. This spatial ability was something he had just felt. It seems I also have the benefits of being a reborn person. A personal space to store supplies. Luo Tian thought, his consciousness plunging into an endless white space. This space was unimaginably vast, and he felt that if he wanted, he could even fit the entire Earth in there. However, that was a bit far-fetched. Through experimentation, Luo Tian discovered that there were limitations to storing objects in this space. He could only store things he touched. Moreover, the items had to be separate, like a coffee table or a television in the living room. He couldn't just throw an entire building rooted to the ground into the space. However, this is already a fantastic start. Luo Tian smirked. In this city, there was a massive Walmart warehouse. If he could store the supplies in there, it would be enough for him to last 10 lifetimes. And because it was near the coast, there was also a dock. There were countless containers ready to be exported abroad, filled with food and daily necessities, a massive treasure trove. Before the apocalypse struck, he had to find a chance to store everything in his space. However, I'm a bit hungry. Luo Tian licked his lips. Having endured nearly a year in the apocalypse, eating only a bit of dry bread and gnawing on cold biscuits every day, he now just wanted a hot meal. Chapter 2. Indulgence at a state banquet-level hotel. Upon stepping outside, the sun shone brilliantly. The streets bustled with a cacophony of vehicles, while the shops and stalls along the road exuded an array of tantalizing aromas, enticing passers-by to halt and indulge in culinary delights and wares. In just a month's time, all of this will cease to exist, thought Luo Tian coldly to himself. A month later, a solar flare erupted, followed by an unprecedented dimming of the sun. The grim specter of an apocalyptic winter descended, with temperatures plummeting to a frigid -70 degrees. The outside world became devoid of life, revealing only frozen corpses. Hailing a taxi, Luo Tian made his way towards the city center. He had made a reservation at the largest state banquet-level hotel in the city, a lavish establishment capable of accommodating foreign dignitaries. Ordinary individuals were barred from entry, as the hotel imposed a minimum expenditure threshold of 100,000 yuan to gain access. In the past, Luo Tian would have hesitated to dine in such an extravagant venue. However, having been granted a second chance at life, money held little significance for him. His aim was to relish experiences he had previously missed. After all, in a month, opportunities for enjoyment would be non-existent. With a resounding bang, he closed the taxi door and approached the roadside. The five-star hotel stood directly across from him. Yet, at that moment, he found his gaze drawn to the nearby lottery center, as if recalling a memory. I remember watching a winning video in my previous life, where someone won $1 million right here with a scratch card. Luo Tian's brows furrowed in contemplation. The winning date seemed to coincide with today. Although he could lavishly dine at the five-star hotel, it did not imply that his finances were ample. Aside from a luxurious property valued at 3 to 4 million left to him by his parents, he had a mere 300,000 yuan remaining. Originally, he had over 500,000, but a significant amount had been squandered on the flirtations with Su Ling, that green tea vixen, as he often treated her and her friends to lavish meals and gifted them numerous designer handbags and high-end cosmetics. What a wasteful expenditure! Luo Tian lamented inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. That was 200,000. Just imagine how much sustenance or essential supplies for the impending apocalypse could be procured with that sum. Even if he burned it, he could at least warm his hands. It was sheer folly to pursue a green tea girl. The most infuriating part was that after all that effort, he hadn't even managed to touch her hand. Had it been a small streamer, she likely would have descended from the heavens by now. Currently, my finances are limited. To stockpile sufficient supplies, I require at least several million as initial capital. Constructing a safe house with the nation's top security firm would demand astronomical sums, easily exceeding 10 million. After a brief moment of reflection, Luo Tian strode into the lottery center. $1 million wouldn't be an insignificant amount. He could use it for now, and ponder what to do with the remaining funds after dining. Before long, Luo Tian sauntered out, feeling leisurely. His card balance had increased by 1 million. Although he was uncertain which scratch card held the grand prize, he vividly recalled the date of the winning video and the attire of the fortunate winner. Just moments ago, that lucky individual had been hesitating to purchase a card that could transform his life, only to be thwarted by Luo Tian's sudden appearance. Wah wah wah, flashing ambulance screeched to a halt outside the lottery center. What's the situation with this patient? It seems they fainted from excitement after winning the lottery. Did they hit the jackpot? It appears the grand prize was snatched away. The doctors, who were carrying a stretcher, discussed among themselves as they soon emerged with an unconscious young man, placing him onto the ambulance. You go ahead. I shall take care of this million, Luo Tian mused as he diverted his gaze and headed towards the five-star hotel across the street. This money, in his hands, could realize its utmost potential. Otherwise, in a month's time, it would merely become worthless scraps of paper. Good day, sir. How many in your party? Upon reaching the entrance, a stunning woman clad in a cheapao and black stockings greeted him. I have a reservation under the surname Luo, he replied coolly. Ah, you must be Mr. Luo, please this way. The cheapao-clad beauty bowed respectfully in the serene and opulent private dining area. Luo Tian settled into a plush chair, observing the server in her black stocking cheapao as she meticulously arranged the dishes on the table. Sir, this is your order. 3 flowers compete for beauty, spring in full bloom, and ginseng royal nourishing soup. Truly, as expected of a 5-star hotel, each dish was exquisitely crafted, a veritable work of art. Though, the portions were somewhat modest. With just these, I could hardly be satiated. Thankfully, I ordered several additional dishes, he thought. Here are your orders. Abalone sauce sea cucumber with fried goose, pearl king crab, cod fish rolls, and 9 turned intestines. The server beamed with delight, her waist bending low, a captivating scene that allowed Luo Tian to fully grasp the meaning of a feast for the eyes. 100,000 well spent. Once all the dishes were served, Luo Tian dove into his meal with fervor. The price paid was evident in the unparalleled taste. After enduring nearly a year of a frigid apocalypse, the exquisite flavors brought him to the brink of tears. His voracious appetite drew the astonished stares of 2 nearby servers, who exchanged bewildered glances. Was this man a reincarnation of a starving ghost? The fleeting thoughts they harbored vanished in an instant. However, Luo Tian remained indifferent to their judgments. He well knew that in the face of the apocalypse, people would fight tooth and nail over a mere packet of instant noodles. When that time came, notions of civility and dignity would be rendered moot. After an hour of indulgence, Luo Tian contentedly rubbed his round belly, departing amidst the smiling countenance of the beautiful server. Having relished a delightful meal, he now intended to seek out a large supermarket to procure his first wave of supplies to stock his space. This was also to better familiarize himself with his spatial abilities, as well as to conduct a test on his capacity for storage. Ultimately, he aspired to empty the shelves of a Walmart and the entire port of supplies before the apocalypse struck. Any missteps would prove disastrous. He had endured the brutal realities of the end times, leaving no room for error. Chapter 3. The frenzied hoarding of supplies. A substantial stockpile of goods awaits at the nearby dock, set to be dispatched to the beautiful nation by the end of the month. This information was inadvertently gleaned by Luo Tian from a few merchants of the beautiful nation while at the hotel. A colossal cargo ship will be employed to transport this shipment, valued in the billions, which includes imported and exported foodstuffs and various essential supplies. It is rumored that there are hundreds of tons of bottled water alone, comprising dozens of containers. I must secure this batch of supplies, Luo Tian declared with unwavering confidence. This consignment seemed tailor-made for his spatial needs. Storing it as resources for the impending apocalypse could not be more advantageous. This vast trove of goods will arrive in the beautiful nation before the onset of the apocalypse, saving countless lives during the catastrophe. Thus, Luo Tian feels no moral qualms about acquiring it. In fact, he relishes the thought. The fate of the beautiful nation's populace is of no concern to him. He would welcome their demise. Coincidentally, on the eve of the apocalypse, a solar flare will incapacitate electronic devices worldwide for an entire day. Luo Tian mused internally. Even satellites in orbit would succumb to this disruption. It presents an exquisite opportunity for him to stealthily relocate thousands of tons of supplies from the dock without a trace. Of course, he must not neglect the Walmart superstore on the outskirts. Ah, is that not Luo Tian? A pretentious voice abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Luo Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing the speaker as Su Ling, the green tea girl who had betrayed him in his previous life, using her trust to orchestrate his demise. Not only had she caused his death, but she had also introduced a cadre of malicious neighbors into his life, eager to feast upon his very essence. A surge of uncontrollable murderous intent welled up within him. I truly wish to eliminate this repugnant individual right now. Luo Tian's gaze turned icy. Luo Tian, you are quite terrifying. Su Ling feigned a vulnerable demeanor. In the past, had Luo Tian dared to address her with such coldness, she would have erupted in fury. However, the circumstances have shifted. She seems to have discerned that Luo Tian is, in fact, a hidden scion of wealth. Otherwise, how could he be dining at such a luxurious establishment? It is well known that numerous diplomats frequent this elite venue, a domain exclusive to the upper echelons of society. What do you want? Luo Tian suppressed his murderous intent, responding in a nonchalant manner. The time for her demise was not yet ripe. To eliminate her before the apocalypse would be far too lenient. He must ensure Su Ling experiences the brutal reality of a frigid end times, forcing her to perish in despair, cold, and helplessness. After all, with his spatial storage, he has ample time for thorough preparation. When the time comes, he can construct a fortified refuge, storing infinite supplies, and exact whatever revenge he desires. Su Ling, upon hearing his question, quickly brushed aside her discomfort. She paid no mind to his suddenly aloof demeanor. Instead, she had an epiphany. Luo Tian was a wealthy individual, and her thoughts raced with schemes on how to entice him to spend money on her. Everything else was inconsequential. Luo Tian, I just saw you dining inside. Su Ling pointed to the opulent entrance of the hotel, her tone laced with eagerness. Her expression resembled that of someone who had discovered a lucrative target. Luo Tian regarded Su Ling's expectant gaze with cold indifference. He had no desire to engage with her. Did she truly believe she could capitalize on his extravagant dinner at a state banquet-level hotel, seeking to siphon his wealth? Dream on. Do not expect to extract another cent from me. Luo Tian, I waited for you outside for ages. My legs are exhausted from standing. Shouldn't you be a gentleman and treat me to a cup of milk tea? Su Ling pouted in mock complaint. She deliberately showcased her fair legs, lightly pressing her hands against them, seemingly attempting to seduce him with her allure. First milk tea, then shopping, and perhaps a lavish dinner tonight. While Su Ling feigned grievances, her heart danced with delight. Today, she intended to spend a fortune on herself, no less than 100,000, before she would allow him to leave. Little did she know, the Luo Tian of today was no longer the infatuated fool of the past. The mere sight of this green tea girl filled him with revulsion. Su Ling had always claimed she had never dated. Yet Luo Tian only learned before his demise that she had cycled through numerous boyfriends. A certain wealthy heir had openly mocked her, revealing that Su Ling had been a mere fling in their circle, easily entertained for just a few thousand. To others, she was a cheap ride, while she presented herself as the epitome of purity. Recently, I have pressing matters and cannot be available. Perhaps another time, Luo Tian declined, leaving a hint of hope for her to cling to. However, the prospect of him becoming her personal ATM was utterly out of the question. All right, next time it is. Su Ling exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her into the air. Her imagination ran wild with visions of lavish shopping sprees and sumptuous feasts at five-star hotels, indulging in exquisite dishes fit for a banquet. Yet, blissfully unaware, she did not realize that in a month, a frigid apocalypse would descend upon them. Would she still be able to revel in such luxury then? The very notion of survival would become a question mark. With that, Luo Tian lost interest in Su Ling and headed directly towards the nearest large supermarket. Upon entering, he pushed a shopping cart, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, I must stock up on provisions. My peace of mind depends on it. Soon, he began amassing his first wave of supplies. 10 boxes of 95 compressed biscuits. Canned meats and sausages filled half of his cart. A generous quantity of instant noodles and self-heating hot pot made their way into the cart with gusto. Before long, one cart was piled high like a small mountain. This is insufficient. One cart filled was not enough to satisfy him. He procured 2 more carts and filled them to the brim. Luo Tian's conspicuous actions immediately caught the attention of other shoppers, leaving them in awe. Even a child accompanying a parent stood frozen in disbelief, unable to move. Ultimately, the supermarket's female sales associates were stirred into action, assisting him in pushing carts and loading supplies. Sir, our supermarket offers free delivery service. The amiable manager stated, personally assisting with the checkout and enlisting employees to carry the goods to his vehicle. To them, Luo Tian was a valued customer, deserving of exceptional service. Embracing the supermarket's enthusiasm, Luo Tian graciously accepted their offer, directing delivery to an underground storage facility in his neighborhood. When faced with a bill exceeding 10,000, he paid without hesitation. In the apocalypse, the prices of these provisions would soar 100-fold. and even wealth would not guarantee their availability. Such a situation could easily spark a widespread struggle for survival. With the manager's warm invitation, Luo Tian climbed aboard the supermarket's transport, heading home to delve deeper into his spatial abilities. Chapter 4. Liro's shyness in the elevator. Upon returning to the community, Luo Tian encountered numerous residents along the way. Many could not suppress their astonishment, their expressions revealing their surprise. However, Luo Tian paid them no heed, unperturbed by the possibility of his stockpiling supplies becoming common knowledge. Before the apocalypse descended, he had already fortified his safe house. Once inside, as long as he refrained from opening the door, no one could gain entry. Reflecting on his previous life, where these very individuals had barged into his abode, wielding axes against him, Luo Tian felt a profound resentment swell within him. Should they dare to approach this time, it would conveniently serve his revenge plans. All right, place the items here, Luo Tian instructed as he opened the door to his warehouse. The staff moved with agility, for the substantial order Luo Tian had placed promised them a generous commission for this supermarket run. Ah, is that not Luo Tian? You've purchased quite a haul. An elderly lady, her hands clasped behind her back, approached, her gaze lingering on the warehouse brimming with snacks, a glimmer of opportunism igniting in her heart. Luo Tian turned to see it was Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. Wang Xiaofeng was notoriously unpleasant, meddling in others' affairs and taking advantage of small favors. With a modicum of power, she frequently dictated tasks to others, as if she were not merely a member of the committee but a higher authority. After the onset of the apocalypse, she had successfully swindled a considerable amount of food from Luo Tian by playing the victim, and when others had invaded, she had not hesitated to cheer them on, completely disregarding the assistance he had once offered her. "Excuse me, madam, please refrain from touching others' belongings," one of the supermarket employees exclaimed, noticing Aunt Wang stealthily lifting a large bag of provisions from the vehicle. This bag of snacks was quite pricey, easily worth over 1,000 yuan. "What do you mean by stealing? I am merely borrowing, do you understand?" Aunt Wang, realizing she had been caught, erupted into a tantrum. Oh dear, the younger generation today lacks respect for their elders. "I am not well, and my home is devoid of food. What harm is there in borrowing a little food for emergency purposes? I can pay for it. Must you let an old woman starve?" True to her committee roots, she was adept at creating a scene, positioning herself as a vulnerable victim while occupying the moral high ground. The young employee, unaccustomed to such confrontations, was thoroughly bewildered by her antics and instinctively retreated several paces, fearful that she might collapse dramatically, costing him a year's salary in the process. "Put the items down," Luo Tian, irritated by her incessant whining, strode over and snatched the bag of snacks from her grasp, disregarding her wails of protest. Fine, fine." Seeing her sob story had fallen on deaf ears, Aunt Wang dropped the facade, her teeth clenched as she threatened, "Luo Tian, you better be careful. Do not let anything fall into my hands in the future." Her heart brimmed with fury. As a member of the committee, she believed Luo Tian, residing in the community, would inevitably require her assistance. At that moment, she vowed to make his life miserable. "Leave now, or I will call the police to report your theft," Luo Tian threatened coldly. His words were not empty. The warehouse was equipped with several cameras, and Aunt Wang's little stunt had undoubtedly been recorded. When the police arrived, although they could not arrest her, they would certainly reprimand her sternly. For someone like Aunt Wang, who relished her authority in the community, the humiliation would be unbearable and could lead to long-lasting ridicule. You. Aunt Wang, indeed frightened, glanced at the camera on the wall, muttering curses as she stormed off. Luo Tian paid her no mind. In his previous life, he had provided her with ample sustenance, allowing her to weather the storm. Without his aid this time, she would likely struggle to survive in the apocalypse. There was no need to argue with someone on the brink of demise. With the troublesome presents gone, the items were swiftly moved. After bidding farewell to the supermarket employees, Luo Tian closed the warehouse door and began experimenting with his spatial storage. After a thorough exploration, he made significant discoveries. The space was indeed infinite, and the ease of storing and retrieving items was remarkable. He could even draw an entire row of shelves filled with food into the space. The most crucial revelation was that time within the space flowed uniformly. When he opened a bowl of self-heating rice and placed it inside, regardless of how long it remained, its temperature remained unchanged, just as it had been when first stored. This indicated that he could store tons of fresh vegetables and fruits without concern for expiration dates. Perhaps I could pre-order some barbecues, burgers, and banquet dishes, placing them all in the space, so that once the apocalypse arrives, I can enjoy ready-made, warm meals every day. Luo Tian clapped his hands, applauding his brilliant idea. Alas, the space could not accommodate living beings. However, with the current boundless capacity and the powerful functionality for storing and retrieving items, Luo Tian felt immense satisfaction. As long as he had sufficient supplies, he was confident he could lead a life 1,000 times more comfortable than others once the apocalypse struck. After transferring all the supplies from the supermarket into the space, Luo Tian left and headed home. While waiting for the elevator, he fortuitously ran into Li Ro. She appeared to have just finished work, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, her long, slender legs elegantly encased in black stockings. The black heels elevated her stature, but perhaps due to the embarrassment of the morning's events, she dared not meet his gaze, retreating to a corner of the elevator with her head lowered. However, as the elevator filled with people, Li Ro found herself inevitably pushed closer to Luo Tian, her chest pressed firmly against him. What a coincidence! Luo Tian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, tempted to jest. Is this a test for the officials? Why you? Don't move. Li Ro's face flushed crimson, and in a soft voice tinged with annoyance, she warned him. With the elevator crowded, she found herself unable to budge, and even a slight tilt of her head brought her eye to eye with Luo Tian. In truth, shortly after their marriage, Li Ro's husband had encountered health issues. Now, being so close to Luo Tian was evidently unsettling for her. Observing the bashful demeanor and her efforts to maintain composure, Luo Tian merely smiled faintly. Once the apocalypse descended, Li Ro's family would soon face the dire predicament of food scarcity. At that time, her husband would undoubtedly send her to Luo Tian's home in search of provisions. In his previous life, she had successfully borrowed a considerable amount of food, and this time, a smile crept onto Luo Tian's lips. Chapter 5. Exploiting bank loans. Upon returning home, Luo Tian felt a tinge of fatigue. However, he did not succumb to immediate rest. Instead, he began to reflect upon the preparations he had undertaken over the past month. The foremost concern was food. This issue was relatively easy to resolve. In the coming days, he could procure a substantial supply from the night market or local hotels. The perfect opportunity to take action would arise the night before the apocalypse, coinciding with the solar flare. Qinshui City is situated near a colossal dock, where countless supplies enter and exit daily, with containers piled high like mountains. In addition to the dock, there exists a sizable Walmart warehouse. Under the cover of darkness, he could seize all their resources. With the supplies from the dock and Walmart, food will not be a problem. Luo Tian nodded affirmatively. Having addressed the supply issue, the next priority was security. I must contemplate how to transform my house into an impregnable safe haven, thereby avoiding the tragedies of my past life. Luo Tian quickly devised a plan. The requirements for his comprehensive home renovation could not be met by an ordinary renovation company. Fortunately, there exists a renowned security firm in Qinshui City, specializing in security installations and safe house construction. It is said that the safe houses they create utilize special alloy materials, impervious to typical artillery fire, unless struck by a nuclear blast. Wealthy celebrities from across the nation are their regular clientele. Yet, having a safe house alone is insufficient. The issue of warmth must also be prioritized. For when the frigid apocalypse descends, external temperatures could plummet to over 70 degrees Celsius below zero. Snow accumulation could reach depths of 10 meters. Without adequate heat sources indoors, survival would be in jeopardy. Luo Tian contemplated choosing between a fireplace and a kong, a traditional heated bed. Each has its own merits and drawbacks, making the decision rather challenging. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, desire both. Luo Tian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. In truth, there was no need for indecision. He could easily commission the security company to customize a fireplace, preserving its aesthetic appeal while incorporating the practicality of a kong. With slight modifications, the entire room could be infused with warmth. At that point, the house would undergo a thorough renovation, including enhancements to insulation and heat retention, effectively blocking the intrusion of frigid air. The next matter to address is medication, Luo Tian remarked, raising an eyebrow. This too is an essential resource. He did not wish to find himself in a situation where, despite ample food and a sturdy shelter, he succumbed to illness without access to treatment. No one knows how long the extreme cold apocalypse will endure, so comprehensive preparations are imperative. Conventional purchases from pharmacies would certainly be insufficient. He required an extensive array of supplies, necessitating alternative channels. Coincidentally, after the onset of the apocalypse, Luo Tian acquired a lead on a black market from others. This market had existed even before the cataclysm. As long as one possesses money, any quantity of medication can be procured. Not only medications, but also certain prohibited weapons could be found in abundance at the proprietor's establishment. For instance, crossbows. While bows are legal, crossbows are not. This is due to the fact that bows require extensive practice to wield effectively. Most individuals may struggle even to draw one. However, a crossbow is different. Theoretically, if one loads the crossbow and hands it to a 5-year-old, the damage inflicted would be equivalent to that of an adult. Even formidable beasts like bears and tigers would meet their demise before a crossbow. Now, the issues of medication and weaponry are resolved. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction. The significance of weaponry in the apocalypse is self-evident. Possessing food alone would render one merely a target for others. Hiding in a fortified shelter without means to retaliate would only result in perpetual victimization. One must possess fearsome weapons to instill caution in other survivors contemplating ill intentions. In truth, what Luo Tian desired most was an equality device. Such items are readily available abroad, especially in the United States, where nearly every household possesses a few for self-defense. However, acquiring such items in his homeland is exceedingly difficult. Even in the black market he knows of, no amount of money will persuade the owner to procure them. Traveling abroad is not a viable option either. Even in the United States, one cannot purchase from a weapons store without a firearm permit. Nevertheless, time is on his side, and solutions will inevitably present themselves. For now, preparing crossbows, acquiring several thousand arrows, and purchasing a couple of compound bows would suffice for self-defense needs. As for cold weapons, items such as crowbars and knives must also be prepared. At long last, everything is resolved. I am utterly exhausted. Luo Tian yawned and decided it was time to rest. He had been busy all day. The following morning, Luo Tian awoke early. After freshening up, he began searching for a grand hotel to arrange a banquet. The quantity he required was substantial, far beyond what a small establishment could manage. "Hello, this is Hoarding Grand Restaurant. How may I assist you?" A sweet voice greeted him. "I would like to book 1,000 banquet tables, with delivery required within 2 days, Luo Tian stated. "Are you joking? 1,000 tables?" The voice expressed astonishment. Preparing such a vast number of tables would take considerable time and cost upwards of 1 million. After all, each table costs several thousand yuan, given that they are a 5-star establishment. "I am quite serious. I need you to begin preparations today," Luo Tian replied with unwavering determination. The front desk staff, lacking the requisite authority, ultimately summoned the restaurant manager. After Luo Tian deposited a 40,000 yuan advance, they assured him with delight that they would fulfill the order within 2 days. Glancing at his bank balance, he noted it had dwindled to just over 800,000. "I am running low on funds. I must devise a plan to acquire more money," Luo Tian sighed. The funds for the banquet were drawn from the 1 million yuan he had won from a scratch-off lottery ticket. Now, he not only needed to purchase medication and weapons from the black market, but also sought to engage a top-tier security company to construct a safe house. A mere 800,000 would undoubtedly be insufficient. Luo Tian retrieved his phone and downloaded several lending apps. Through various money-saving strategies, he managed to add another million to his bank account, setting all repayment dates for 2 months hence. Exploiting the system feels so good, Luo Tian proclaimed with immense satisfaction. With the extreme cold apocalypse looming just a month away, he would likely never face a repayment deadline. Next, he turned his attention to his own home. The property his parents left him, situated within the second ring of Qinshui City, had cost over 3 million at the time of purchase. However, with property values continually rising, it was now estimated to be worth around 6 million. Could he not leverage the house for a bank loan and acquire some cash? Time to exploit this opportunity, Luo Tian mused triumphantly, grabbing the property deed and promptly leaving his home. While in the community, he encountered a neighbor, elegantly clad in black stockings, seemingly on her way to work. However, upon spotting him, she blushed and quickened her pace to escape. Luo Tian paid her no mind. He had far more pressing matters at hand. Hailing a cab, he made his way to the bank. The bank staff greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. Given the prime location of his property and its significant appreciation in value over recent years, the bank readily approved a loan of 5 million yuan. With some negotiation, he might have secured 6 million, but Luo Tian was disinterested in haggling with the bank. It would be a waste of time. He promptly signed the documents and received the hefty sum of 5 million yuan. The funds were swiftly deposited into his account. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the bank lobby. "Everyone, shut up. Hands in the air." Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out in succession. What the hell is happening? Luo Tian's eyes widened, his mind racing with questions. Was there a robbery in progress? A memory from the pre-apocalypse era surged into his mind. There had indeed been news of a bank robbery, but it had not been reported on television, and online information had been swiftly suppressed by authorities. He recalled only that a bank robbery occurred in Qinshui City, but the specific time and location remained unknown. Could it be that today is the day? And in the very bank where he had taken out a loan? What a bizarre twist of fate. The heightened vigilance he had developed during the apocalypse now came into play. As everyone around him froze in shock, Luo Tian quickly retreated to the back of the crowd. Chapter 6. The equalizer of all beings. In the midst of the fearful gazes of the crowd, two robbers escorted a balding, middle-aged man out of the VIP room. Luo Tian recognized this individual. He was a renowned real estate magnate from Qingshui City. From what he had gleaned in his previous life, it appeared that the man had committed a transgression and sought to abscond abroad with his ill-gotten gains. Regrettably, the information was leaked by those close to him, resulting in a meticulously planned robbery. The authorities took over half a month to unravel the case. Luo Tian knew that the magnate had not suffered any harm, and all the robbers were apprehended, one of whom was the magnate's longtime bodyguard. The stolen wealth was eventually recovered after a fortnight, found in an abandoned factory. "Struck gold!" exclaimed a burly robber, laboriously hauling two black briefcases, his excitement palpable. These cases were brimming with U.S. dollars, worth at least 6 to 7 million RMB. Together, they amounted to over 10 million. With this haul, they could flee abroad and live a life of leisure without financial worries. "Withdraw!" commanded the leader of the robbers with a wave of his hand, and the group swiftly made their escape. Amidst the terrified onlookers, the robbers vanished with the two briefcases. "Quick, call the police!" someone shouted, snapping the others out of their stupor, and they hastily began to retrieve their phones. However, by the time the police arrived, the robbers had long since disappeared without a trace. "Everyone, remain calm. The police will be here shortly. Anyone injured?" The bank manager stepped forward to stabilize the situation, his foremost concern being to mitigate the impact. If news of this incident spread, who would dare deposit their money here in the future? "Let's leave," Luo Tian thought, having already received the loan from the bank and unwilling to linger any longer. Remaining might entail giving a statement to the police, which would be a waste of time. Exiting the tumultuous crowd, Luo Tian hailed a taxi on the street. "Where to, handsome?" the driver inquired with a slight accent. Luo Tian initially intended to visit Qingshui City's top-tier security company to discuss the construction of a safe house. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to change his plans. With over 5 million in his account, he could afford the deposit for the safe house, but it would not suffice for the most premium option. That simply would not do. For someone who had been reborn, the importance of security ranked paramount. He had no desire to endure the harrowing experience of being dismembered again. To Dongli Park, Luo Tian stated calmly as he settled into the vehicle. "Understood. Please fasten your seatbelt." The driver beamed, recognizing that this fare would be quite profitable. Dongli Park was not particularly close, and the surrounding area was dotted with abandoned factories, resulting in minimal traffic, thus making the journey smoother. Indeed, Luo Tian's objective was the immense fortune stolen by the robbers. Although this robbery had not garnered much media attention in his previous life, he had inadvertently overheard details from the neighborhood aunties. One particular aunt, eager to boast in front of others, vividly recounted the incident, completely disregarding her nephew's request for confidentiality. According to her, during interrogations, the robbers revealed that after robbing the bank, they had not taken the money with them. Instead, they secreted it away in an abandoned factory near Dongli Park. After hiding the loot, they promptly left to establish their alibi. They had intended to return once the commotion subsided, but before they could do so, they were all apprehended. Most significantly, everyone believed that the magnate's briefcases contained cash. It was not until the police discovered the two briefcases in the factory that they realized one was filled to the brim with gold bars. This fact was unbeknownst even to the robbers, as the cases were custom-made, both weighing nearly the same. Only the magnate was privy to this information. Due to the substantial amount involved, the magnate was sentenced to life imprisonment and ultimately perished from the cold in prison after the apocalypse descended. This situation afforded Luo Tian ample opportunity for maneuvering. As long as he merely took the briefcase filled with gold and left the one with cash untouched, no one would associate the sudden influx of gold with the bank heist. Moreover, selling the gold would not attract attention, as everyone, barring the magnate, believed that only cash had been stolen. Furthermore, to avoid exacerbating his legal troubles, the magnate would certainly refrain from disclosing the loss of a gold briefcase to the police, considering it was not his to begin with. Luo Tian was uncertain when the thieves might return to the factory or check on their stash. The only certainty was that this group would not return on the day of the incident. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to retrieve the gold. Once he secured the gold, he could sell it on the black market, effectively alleviating his financial concerns. Though this plan entailed certain risks, he had endured far graver perils in the brutal, icy apocalypse and would not be daunted by such minor threats. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, the timid perish. Luo Tian did not rush into the factory to ensure his safety. Upon reaching the park, he began to survey the surroundings, he discovered that this secluded area lacked even a single surveillance camera, which would facilitate his forthcoming actions. Occasionally, he encountered individuals strolling in the park, and he did not appear out of place. After an hour had passed, Luo Tian commenced his operation. Ensuring that the vicinity was deserted, he turned and slipped down a narrow path leading to the abandoned factory, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen developments. Fortunately, the factory was deserted. Drawing upon his knowledge from his previous life, Luo Tian easily located 2 heavy briefcases in a concealed room within the factory. Beside the cases lay a large black plastic bag. Could this contain the 100+ pounds of gold? Luo Tian's breath quickened with anticipation as he steadied himself to open one of the large cases. Rows of gold bars, heavy and neatly arranged, gleamed before his eyes, radiating a dazzling brilliance that delivered a striking visual impact. My goodness, this must be worth at least 30 to 40 million. Luo Tian mused, calculating the current market price of gold, which stood at around 600 yuan per gram. He swallowed hard. This was the first time he had encountered such wealth. It far surpassed the long string of digits in his bank account, offering a far more exhilarating sight. Notably, these gold bars bore no serial numbers. They were pristine, unmarked, a convenience the magnate had intended for himself, which now serendipitously benefited Luo Tian. Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, merely possessing this gold would have sufficed for him to achieve financial freedom, allowing him to live as a playboy in his later years. Alas, a month hence, neither cash nor gold would hold more value than a packet of instant noodles. Without hesitation, he stowed the gold away in his spatial pocket. This was the advantage of having such a space. For anyone else, attempting to discreetly transport such a substantial quantity of gold would prove challenging, but for him, it was a trivial matter. Even if the police came knocking, they would be unable to uncover a single gold bar. As for the nearby briefcase filled with US dollars, Luo Tian chose not to disturb it. The banknotes were all numbered, and should they surface in the market, they would be easily traced, and being in US dollars, they were practically useless. A mere few million in cash paled in comparison to the tens of millions worth of gold bars. What could possibly be in this black bag? Luo Tian wondered, shifting his attention to the bag beside the cases. Curiosity piqued, he opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside lay 3 handguns, their sleek black bodies radiating a chilling aura, quietly resting within the bag. The robbers had carelessly discarded their firearms here. What a delightful surprise. This is simply fantastic. Luo Tian exclaimed with glee. His primary objective had merely been the gold, yet this unexpected bounty alleviated his concerns regarding firearms. Gripping the icy cold weapon, a profound sense of security enveloped him. With this formidable tool, his safety in the aftermath of the apocalypse would be assured. It was far superior to bows or crossbows. A single bullet could easily claim a life. The intimidation factor it wielded over other survivors far surpassed that of a mere bow. This would become his trump card. There are quite a few bullets as well, 30 magazines, approximately 450 rounds. Luo Tian inspected the bag further and discovered a total of 30 magazines. The handguns appeared to be Glocks, though he could not discern the model. They utilized 9mm ammunition, with each handgun capable of holding 15 rounds. With a sweeping motion, he stowed all the magazines into his spatial pocket. Without lingering any longer, Luo Tian carefully departed the premises, erasing all traces of his presence. The layers of plastic bags he had worn on his hands and shoes were also tucked away into his spatial pocket. To avoid leaving any DNA, he even wrapped his head securely in a bag. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of surveillance, who could possibly know he had been there? 10 minutes later, Luo Tian found himself seated in a taxi, undetected. I could consider selling the gold on the black market. With the proceeds, I can consult with the security company regarding the safe house, he mused contentedly. The thought of no longer worrying about firearms and finances brought him immense joy. With over 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, the construction of the safe house needed to be expedited. Ideally, work would commence tomorrow and be completed within 20 days. The surplus funds could also be used to order an additional stock of food, barbecue, hamburgers, hot pot base. He wanted it all. Chapter 7. Black Market Transactions, Welcome. The server greeted politely with a courteous bow. The Black Swan Bar, ostensibly a luxurious and elegant establishment, covertly served as a hub for underground dealings. The proprietor of this bar wielded considerable influence. As long as one had the funds, one could procure an array of items that were unavailable in the mainstream market. Here, the cleanliness of the goods was of no concern, nor was the purpose behind acquiring illicit items questioned. It merely provided a platform for transactions between parties. Due to its favorable reputation, incidents of treachery were rare. Naturally, Luo Tian felt reassured as he possessed a device of universal equality. "Good day, what would you like to drink?" the bartender inquired with a cheerful smile. "When will the bright moon appear?" Luo Tian replied abruptly. The bartender's expression faltered momentarily as he responded, "Look up and see for yourself." "Withered vines, old trees, and a dim crow," the bartender continued. "Put on a pair of long johns and head home." Luo Tian completed the exchange, nearly choking on his words. Goodness, who on earth devised such a ludicrous code? Surely, even elementary school children wouldn't concoct something so juvenile. Were it not for the apocalyptic context in which he had heard it, he would never have recited it with such conviction. "Right this way." The bartender's demeanor shifted to one of greater respect as he gestured with a bow. Luo Tian followed him into a discreet chamber, perfectly soundproof, shielding them from the thumping music of the dance floor outside. Before a cabinet displaying an array of rare collectibles sat a man with slicked-back hair. In the corner of the room, two indifferent enforcers stood ready for action. "You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" Wu Nan inquired, holding a cigar between his lips, his legs casually draped over the table as he exhaled clouds of smoke. He was the overseer of this black market, with all transactions passing through his hands. "I've come to make a deal," Luo Tian replied, eschewing a direct answer. Instead, he placed the heavy briefcase on the table with a resounding thud. The icy aura he emanated caused Wu Nan to glance at him askance. "What's in it?" "If it's too cheap, I'm not interested," Wu Nan remarked dismissively, flicking the ash from his cigar. The briefcase was substantial and weighty, yet he paid it little mind. Most items traded here were of dubious origin, with values often reaching millions. With a decisive click, the briefcase opened, and a glimmer of gold emerged. Wu Nan cast a casual glance, only to be seized by a tremor that nearly toppled him from his chair. Holy hell! He realized he could hardly remember the last time he felt such excitement. Not even when he acquired a genuine masterpiece had he experienced such a thrill. "Did you rob a bank vault?" Wu Nan's hand was scorched by the cigar, but he paid no heed to the pain. A full briefcase of gold bars, 24K pure gold, estimated at over £100. Its value exceeded 30 million. The black market had dealt in gold before, with transactions in the hundreds of thousands not being uncommon. But to see such a substantial quantity produced at once was unprecedented, bright and resplendent. He even entertained the thought of a double cross, though he barely restrained it. After all, someone capable of producing such a fortune was hardly a benign character. "Don't concern yourself with the details," Luo Tian said coolly, closing the briefcase. Less is more when it comes to words. It was best to say little, as few items traded in the black market had a legitimate provenance. He simply needed to maintain an air of aloofness. "Well, it seems Old Nan, misjudged the situation this time." Wu Nan finally regained his composure and summoned two associates to begin measuring the goods with professional equipment. If this transaction went through, the profits would be anything but trivial. The gold content of this box of gold bars reaches an impressive 99.6, with a weight of 135.3 gene, and is valued at approximately 40 million according to market prices. Wu Nan tapped his fingers on the table, keenly observing Luo Tian's expression. However, Luo Tian remained remarkably composed, displaying no signs of excitement, which left Wu Nan somewhat perplexed. From his astute perspective, it was evident that Luo Tian was not a seasoned trader in this realm. Yet, there was an elusive aura of menace surrounding him, a presence Wu Nan had only encountered in the most desperate of individuals. Little did he know that Luo Tian had witnessed countless harrowing and brutal events during the apocalypse, instilling a sense of trepidation in Wu Nan. If an ordinary person were in possession of such a substantial quantity of gold bars, they would have already been dragged away and disposed of. "State your price," Luo Tian remarked, fully aware that the other party would not adhere to market rates. "Otherwise, what would be the purpose of a black market?" "I can offer you 30 million. The funds will be transferred immediately," Wu Nan said, extending 3 fingers earnestly. "That is insufficient. You must add at least 500,000 more," Luo Tian replied, shaking his head to indicate the offer was too low. This was 40 million worth of gold. They would net a 10 million profit after reselling. Although the gold was acquired without any initial investment, losing 10 million was inconsequential to him. He simply did not wish to allow the other party to profit excessively at his expense. "In all my years of business, you are the first to dare to raise the price on me so brazenly." Wu Nan narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous snake ready to strike. He could not ascertain whether the other party was merely naive, daring to increase the price by 500,000 in one go, without considering the implications of this being their black market stronghold. With so much at stake, could one safely carry away the money? What? Their black market is reputable and has never engaged in underhanded dealings. A laughable notion. They would leave you with nothing but bones, and who would know if your body was encased in cement and sunk into the sea? Upon hearing this, the two henchmen lurking in the corner immediately stirred, flexing their muscular arms adorned with wolf tattoos as they slowly encroached upon Luo Tian. Their gazes were akin to that of hunters eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. If not, then so be it. Luo Tian seemed oblivious to the approaching thugs, casually adjusting his clothing. The bulge at his waist revealed a segment of black metallic structure. In an instant, Wu Nan's expression shifted dramatically. Ha ha ha, my dear brother. I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? Wu Nan exclaimed, rising to his feet and shoving the bewildered henchman aside, his face adorned with a sincere smile. I shall not take advantage of you. How about we meet halfway? Add 250,000. Wu Nan raised two fingers, proposing a more reasonable price. Although they would still make a considerable profit, it was at least not as outrageous as before. Agreed, Luo Tian replied, not wishing to further complicate matters. He nodded in affirmation. After all, they needed to grease the wheels, and their expenses were far from trivial. 325 million. I want to see the money immediately. To this request, Wu Nan promptly arranged for the transaction. The funds will be transferred shortly, he assured. Before long, Luo Tian received a text message on his phone. Your bank card ending in 0786 has received a transfer of 32,500,000 yuan. The current balance is 34,350,086 yuan. A gasp escaped my lips. Such a considerable sum. Luo Tian endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, stifling the urge to smile. After confirming that everything was in order, he nodded to the other party and pushed the box forward. Suddenly, Luo Tian recalled that he required a batch of crossbows. Thus, he spoke, I also need 3 compound bows and 3 crossbows, along with 1,000 arrows. Not a problem. Consider it a gift from me. No charge. Wu Nan remarked, playfully toying with the hefty gold bars in his hands, a broad smile adorning his face. Upon hearing this request, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was a complimentary offering in the grand scheme of a multi-million yuan transaction. A few broken bows were inconsequential, merely worth around 100,000. It was better to forge a good relationship. Who knows, next time there might be lucrative opportunities for both parties. After providing his delivery address, Luo Tian took his leave. Observing his retreating figure, one of the two henchmen standing beside Wu Nan could not suppress his curiosity. Brother Nan, why not take care of this kid? That's a guaranteed profit of 40 million. At this remark, Wu Nan delivered a sharp slap to the back of the man's head. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind? He glared, a tremor of fear in his voice as he admonished. Do you know what he has strapped to his waist? A handgun. Do you think you can handle a desperate criminal like that? I've told you time and again to keep your eyes peeled, yet you remain oblivious. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, you would have met your maker. At these words, the two burly henchmen broke out in a cold sweat, truly relieved that they had not acted hastily. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. They resolved to burn incense at the temple another day. Meanwhile, Luo Tian was unaware of the events unfolding in the bar. After a half-hour journey, he arrived at the lobby of the Shield Security Group. Shield Security Group is a premier security firm in the country, providing services that encompass private security and shelter facility renovations. If anyone were to possess the capability to construct a doomsday safe house, it would undoubtedly be them. Are you Mr. Luo? What a pleasure it is to meet you. I am Zhao Xiao, the head of this company. As he stepped into the lobby, a robust man wearing sunglasses approached, extending a warm greeting. During his journey, Luo Tian had made a prior phone call. Although meetings typically required appointments, upon hearing of the billion-yuan deal, the representative promptly came to welcome him personally. Company protocols were secondary. The primary concern was the urgency of this esteemed client. After all, our mission is to alleviate our client's worries. Zhao Xiao, with a radiant smile, invited Luo Tian to proceed to his office. Chapter 8. Constructing an Apocalyptic Safe Haven. Mr. Luo, I overheard your conversation on the phone about your desire to create a robust apocalyptic safe house. Am I correct? Zhao Xiao poured 2 cups of Tiguanyin tea, smiling as he handed one to him. An apocalyptic safe house represents an enormous order. Previously, they had undertaken a similar project for a wealthy doomsday enthusiast in the country, with costs exceeding 10 million, a record-breaking commission for the Shield Group. For the average person, the notion of an apocalyptic safe house may seem far-fetched. However, for Zhao Xiao, who frequently provides security measures for the affluent and celebrities, it is quite the norm. The wealthier the individual, the greater their fear of mortality, in his view. Luo Tian likely offended someone and ordered the safe house out of concern for potential retribution. An apocalyptic safe house, by its very definition, I need you to undertake a comprehensive renovation of a property within my community, Luo Tian replied, taking a delicate sip of tea. If he intended to exact vengeance upon that group of beasts, he must remain within the community to witness their agonizing demise. As long as his safe house is sufficiently fortified, he will be absolutely secure. He had contemplated whether those individuals might attempt to compromise the load-bearing walls should they fail, yet he felt entirely at ease. Setting aside the 4 to 5 meters of snow outside, the frigid temperature of -70 degrees would render high-intensity demolition work unfeasible. Typically, a hammer could deliver dozens of blows, but under such extreme cold and with scarce sustenance, they would tire rapidly. As for explosives, they are generally inaccessible to the average person. Furthermore, a 20-plus story building's load-bearing walls are not easily compromised. Upon hearing Luo Tian's specifications, Zhao Xiao was somewhat perplexed. Most wealthy clients typically request the construction of a new safe house or the excavation of a large underground chamber. This was his first encounter with a request for renovation at such height. Nevertheless, he dismissed his curiosity, recognizing that fulfilling the client's needs was paramount. After all, who would turn down financial gain? Mr. Luo, here is a list of our available project services for your review. Zhao Xiao gestured towards the colossal LCD screen in the office, which promptly displayed a detailed list of services along with their corresponding prices. This undoubtedly provided significant convenience. True to form for a leading security firm, Luo Tian even spotted a service for constructing a mushroom-proof safe house 80 meters underground. However, the lengthy construction period was impractical for him, as time was not on his side. With scarcely a month remaining, he began filtering through the offerings to select those that met his needs. Firstly, the entrance, walls, and even the floors and ceilings required replacement. Luo Tian chose a heavy-duty bank-grade security door equipped with triple locks, impervious even to small explosives. The windows would be replaced with domestically produced, purportedly the world's finest bulletproof glass, renowned for its use in the vehicles of heads of state, impervious to sniper fire. As for the walls and flooring, the materials selected were of an extraordinarily advanced military-grade alloy, utilized in aerospace and aircraft carrier applications, boasting a strength several times that of stainless steel, while weighing merely 1/5 of the original material. Integrating it into the walls eliminated any concerns regarding structural integrity. Only the Shield Security Group possessed the capability to procure such military-grade materials in bulk. Additionally, Luo Tian custom-ordered a fireplace, as well as insulation and ventilation systems for the rooms. After addressing these necessities, he contemplated an exceedingly extreme scenario. To prevent potential damage to the load-bearing walls in certain situations, he designated a small room and incorporated a state-of-the-art safety pod device, newly developed globally. Utilizing advanced shock absorption and energy-absorbing technologies, this safety pod guaranteed the security of occupants, irrespective of the level of destruction inflicted upon the building. Upon finalizing these selections, the total cost escalated to a staggering 245 million. However, this posed no issue, as he was only required to pay 1/10 as a deposit. The remaining balance could be settled within 3 months, by which time the frigid apocalypse would have long since arrived. Who would care whether he had settled the outstanding payment? With these renovation services, the premises underwent a complete metamorphosis, transforming from a mere residence into an impregnable bastion against the apocalypse. Ah, what is this AI intelligence service? Luo Tian inquired with curiosity. Just as he was about to hit the finish button, his gaze was drawn to an intriguing feature. This is quite the gem. Zhao Xiao replied, wearing a mysterious expression. Noting Luo Tian's keen interest, he began to elaborate. This function was a collaboration between their company and the nation's foremost intelligence firm, resulting in a super AI system capable of 24-hour monitoring and analysis of the premises. It required high-tech wristbands and ankle bands for operation. Should the AI detect any threats posed by individuals within the premises against the owner, it would immediately activate the protective mechanisms of the wristbands and ankle bands, employing a surge of high-voltage electricity to incapacitate the assailant. Whether one attempted to administer poison or concealed a weapon, the AI would monitor and analyze in real time. Any perceived threat would be swiftly neutralized. The electronic wristbands featured long-range wireless charging technology, eliminating worries about battery life, and the wearer could not forcibly remove them. This feature is highly sought after by numerous top-tier billionaires, especially following several recent assassination incidents abroad, Zhao Xiao explained in a hushed tone. The perpetrators were often women maintained by powerful figures, with one victim being the 10th wealthiest individual in the United States. This functionality had recently been developed and had successfully passed countless safety tests. Many affluent individuals had expressed intentions to order a set once time permitted in the coming months. Should Luo Tian wish to acquire it, he would become the company's first client to experience the AI intelligence system. That sounds promising, Luo Tian mused, feeling intrigued. This feature seemed tailor-made for him. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to betrayal within his own home, and now, with this system in place, he could prevent such occurrences. As the apocalyptic winter descended, he need not worry about external threats, but the dangers lurking within his sanctuary could not be overlooked. After all, during the bleak winter of the apocalypse, who wouldn't desire the company of a few lovely companions to stave off loneliness? With this in mind, the AI intelligence system would perfectly address any concerns regarding loyalty. Yet, I wonder how reliable it truly is, Luo Tian remarked, gently tapping his fingers on the table. After all, without first-hand experience, one cannot simply take words at face value. What if it were mere false advertising? Clap. Zhao Xiao understood his skepticism, clapping his hands to summon a secretary clad in black stockings and high heels. He retrieved a set of electronic wristbands from a cabinet and promptly fitted them onto her wrist and thigh. This is a simplified version of the AI system, but it contains all essential safety features, Zhao Xiao explained, setting Luo Tian as the designated person to be protected within the system. At his cue, the secretary positioned herself behind Luo Tian and lifted a heavy vase. Beep beep beep, the LCD screen displayed a threat level of 0 for Zhao Xiao, while the secretary's threat level began to rise. Before the vase could descend, the AI activated the electronic wristband, releasing a powerful surge of electricity that rendered her incapable of attacking. With a resounding crash, the valuable vase shattered into countless pieces, and the secretary collapsed, limp, into Luo Tian's arms. Just as she regained some strength, Zhao Xiao directed her to simulate various scenarios of drugging or ambush, showcasing the AI system's impeccable reliability. The unfortunate secretary became the unwitting subject of their experiment. Once the demonstration concluded, she lay on the floor, incapacitated. Thankfully, Zhao Xiao had reduced the power of the wristbands by half. Otherwise, the repeated shocks would have proven lethal. I'll take it, Luo Tian declared, thoroughly satisfied, without hesitation adding the service to his order. With these enhancements, he could enjoy peace of mind when the apocalypse arrived. After all, some household chores still required dedicated maids for cleaning, didn't they? At that moment, the price surged by an additional 10 million. This accompanying wristband has an original price of 100,000, but since you are our first client, I'll gift you a few, Zhao Xiao said, opening a row of safes and inquiring, how many would you like? Typically, a few would suffice, as one person's energy is inherently limited, so he presumed Luo Tian's needs would not be excessive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Tian decisively responded, give me 10. Zhao Xiao nearly collided with the safe upon hearing this. Are you planning to host an impromptu gathering at your home? He exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 9. The threat of the beautiful policewoman. A wristband and ankle bracelet cost 100,000. 10 of them amount to 1 million, however. Having already expressed the intention to gift them, Zhao Xiao could hardly retract his words. Fortunately, the sum involved was substantial. Otherwise, he would have incurred a loss. I also require a batch of special medication. Do you have any relevant channels? Luo Tian inquired, seemingly recalling something. Initially, he had intended to procure the pharmaceuticals through the black market, but that venue was fraught with danger and scrutiny. Securing a relatively safe channel through Zhao Xiao would be optimal. After all, such a large security firm provided safety services for various celebrities and affluent individuals, hence they must possess a considerable stock of emergency medical supplies. Well, I do have a channel, Zhao Xiao replied, his tone slightly hesitant. Since Luo Tian was not purchasing the medication from a hospital, it indicated either an overwhelming demand or difficulties in sourcing the drugs, potentially brushing against legal boundaries. Yet, who could refuse Luo Tian, a superlative client? He had already placed an order worth 200 million, and Zhao Xiao could hardly deny him even minor requests. Moreover, a significant portion of their weapons and pharmaceuticals did not strictly adhere to conventional routes. If it were anyone else, I might not assist, but since it's you, my dear brother Luo, I shall certainly lend a hand. Zhao Xiao rummaged through a drawer and produced a business card, handing it to Luo Tian. As long as the payment is sufficient, I can procure most of the medications for you. Just mention that I referred you. Upon examining the card, Luo Tian discovered it belonged to the deputy directorshire of the Central Hospital of Qinshui City. Impressive. A deputy director from the premier hospital in Qinshui City. This channel was indeed formidable. Satisfied, Luo Tian tucked the card into his pocket. The two then proceeded to finalize the contract concerning the safe house. He paid a deposit of 26 million, and the Shield Security Company would complete the transformation of his room within 20 days. The remaining balance would be settled within 3 months. With a swift stroke, Luo Tian signed the contract without a glance, knowing that in a month's time, it would merely be a scrap of paper. As for the final payment, it was unlikely he would have the chance to fulfill At Luo Tian's request. Zhao Xiao confidently promised to commence renovations the following day. Upon leaving the shield company, Luo Tian dialed the number on the business card belonging to the deputy director. "Hello, who is this?" A voice, seasoned and authoritative, responded. "I was referred by Boss Zhao. I wish to purchase a batch of special medication from Director Shi," Luo Tian stated, articulating his intent. "Oh, Zhao Xiao, is it? Very well." Deputy Director Shi's voice paused briefly before he asked, "How much do you need?" "I require 3 million worth," Luo Tian replied, having no intention of exhausting his finances entirely. He opted to retain approximately half. After all, there was still some time before the apocalypse, allowing him to stockpile additional food supplies. After a brief silence on the other end, a delicate voice interjected, "Director, why did you stop?" "Continue. Get out of the way. Don't disturb me while I conduct business." Following a brief commotion, Luo Tian and the director proceeded to discuss specific details, including the required medications and other medical supplies. Ultimately, they agreed on a purchase of 10 boxes of special medication and a substantial quantity of bandages, disinfectants, and other medical essentials, successfully concluding the transaction. With the issues concerning the safe house and medications, even weaponry, largely resolved, Luo Tian felt elated as he whistled his way home, preparing to order takeout as a treat for himself. Mate 1. Activate. However, before the food could arrive, the police showed up first. "Good day. We are from the Qinshui City Public Security Bureau, here to inquire about certain matters," announced the male officer, displaying his credentials. Beside him stood a tall, striking female officer clad in a form-fitting skirt. Upon seeing the two at his door, Luo Tian instantly broke out in a cold sweat, fearing he had been discovered. Yet, he quickly composed himself. His actions had been discreet. Even with the assistance of the slumbering detective, the police would not arrive at his doorstep so swiftly. Likely, they were merely investigating the morning's bank robbery and seeking witnesses. "Luo Tian, is it? Where were you around 9:30 this morning, and what were you doing?" The female officer, Yin Shu, interjected, her tone somewhat brusque, as if addressing a suspect. "Please mind your tone. I am not a suspect," Luo Tian replied, his brow furrowing. He recognized the policewoman, Yin Shu, a figure of considerable renown within the police force, besieged by suitors from various affluent backgrounds. Rumor had it her family in Beijing held significant connections. She was also a national champion in police combat, possessing formidable combat skills, having single-handedly subdued 5 armed drug traffickers in a high-stakes case. Ordinary citizens would barely dare approach her. However, due to the severity of that incident, which resulted in the death of a trafficker, her family had leveraged their influence to transfer her from the Criminal Investigation Unit to community policing. After the onset of the apocalypse, she became trapped in the residential area where Luo Tian resided while assisting in caring for her colleague's child. Numerous would-be thieves targeting food supplies had been ruthlessly dealt with by her. Ultimately, due to a lack of food and her strict adherence to ethical boundaries, she found herself cornered by a group of thugs and, in a bid to avoid violation, leapt from a height. "I apologize." "She has a rather fiery temperament," the male officer quickly interjected, clearly exasperated by Yin Shu's demeanor. Given her stature, he dared not voice further objections. "Not a problem. Please come in," Luo Tian replied, opting for a more diplomatic approach to avoid unnecessary complications. As anticipated, the two were indeed investigating the bank robbery. As one of the witnesses, he was obliged to provide a statement. However, as a mere witness, their conversation did not linger for long. "Should you acquire any further information, please contact us promptly." The male officer extended his hand for a shake before preparing to leave. At that moment, Yin Shu, sitting on the couch, yawned impatiently, stretching languidly, accentuating her alluring S-curve figure, momentarily neglecting her decorum. "Black." Before Luo Tian could react, she yanked his collar violently. "Do you wish to lose your eyes? Where are you looking?" Yin Shu demanded coldly. She detested lecherous individuals, especially those who dared to take liberties. The wealthy young men who had previously attempted to flirt with her had all learned their lesson the hard way. With a fist capable of flooring a robust man, she intended to impart a stern lesson to Luo Tian. If that punch landed, it could potentially induce a mild concussion. "Stop, stop." The male officer, witnessing the escalation, hurriedly intervened. He was well aware of Yin Shu's formidable strength. A single blow could incapacitate an ordinary person, and those of weaker constitution might even lose consciousness. Furthermore, police aggression towards civilians was a grave offense. His intervention proved effective. Yin Shu's fist halted a mere centimeter from Luo Tian's cheek. "Officer, attacking civilians could lead to your dismissal," Luo Tian remarked, unflinching, maintaining a calm demeanor as he brushed aside her hand that gripped his collar, smoothing his disheveled attire. "Behave yourself." "I will remember you," Yin Shu replied coldly. Amidst the male officer's continuous apologies, the two swiftly exited Luo Tian's residence. On the way, the male officer voiced his frustration. "Sister Yin, please, rein in your temper. How could you dare lay hands on an innocent civilian?" "Innocent civilian?" Yin Shu scoffed. "That individual is nothing of the sort." Having engaged with countless criminals during her tenure in the Criminal Investigation Unit, she could effortlessly discern Luo Tian's aura, which was markedly different from that of an ordinary person. Despite his attempts at concealment, the fleeting intent to kill that emanated from him was unmistakable. This was not the demeanor of an average individual, but rather akin to a butcher who had spent a decade slaying pigs or a desperate outlaw with blood on his hands. Their presence was palpably distinct from that of ordinary folk. Yin Shu even suspected a connection between him and the recent bank robbery. The male officer, however, dismissed her assertion, attributing it to her monthly irritability. "Damn, he has quite the strength," Luo Tian grumbled as he sat on the couch, rubbing his sore neck. In just a short while, his neck was already flushed red, a testament to her considerable force. "Ah, Yin Shu, should the apocalypse descend, I hope not to cross paths with you. Otherwise, I shall ensure you wear an ankle bracelet." Chapter 10. A midnight encounter with Leroy. As dusk descended, Luo Tian arrived at a bustling street market. With over 3 million in his bank account, he intended to procure a substantial supply of barbecue delicacies to stock his space. In the frigid apocalypse, enjoying the warmth of a cozy, safe house while savoring barbecues by the fireplace is indeed a delightful prospect. "Good-looking fellow, what would you like to eat?" inquired the barbecue shop owner, clad in a white apron, with a beaming smile. The night was still young, not yet reaching the prime hour for late-night snacks, and Luo Tian was the first customer to enter the establishment. "I would like 1,000 servings of barbecue," Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, reaching for the menu resting on the table. Upon hearing this, the shop owner's face froze, momentarily believing he had misheard. "How much?" "1,000 servings." "1,000 servings," Luo Tian reiterated, adding, "1,000 servings of grilled gluten. 1,000 servings of sausages. 1,000 servings of lamb skewers. 1,000 servings of beef. 1,000 servings of chicken. 1,000 servings of enoki mushrooms." A lengthy list of items was proclaimed. One would expect the owner to be overjoyed at such a massive order, yet his expression darkened, and he erupted in anger. "Who the hell is this fool, making a mockery of me right after I open shop? Get lost." With such a colossal order, the total cost would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Moreover, it was implausible for one person to consume such a quantity, leading the owner to suspect it was merely a prank orchestrated by a rival. Ding! 10,000 yuan credited to Alipay. Luo Tian knew that nothing speaks louder than money. After listing his orders, he promptly scanned the QR code on the table to transfer the funds. Before the shop owner could finish his tirade, the sound of money arriving on his phone abruptly silenced him. In disbelief, he checked his device and confirmed the transaction. Indeed, it was real. "Father, I was wrong." The owner's demeanor transformed instantly. He hastily pulled a chair for Luo Tian and began wiping it down vigorously with his sleeve. "I'll get started right away. Please, make yourself comfortable." Given that the shop's daily profit barely reached 1,000, Luo Tian's expenditure was equivalent to 10 days' worth of earnings. The stock in the warehouse might as well be cleared out, and the owner could hardly contain his elation. Regretting his earlier indiscretion, he longed to slap himself for almost upsetting a valuable customer. This scene left his son, who had been diligently working on his homework at the table, utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why an additional grandfather had seemingly appeared out of thin air. "Son, forget about that wretched multiplication table. Go inside and call your mother. We have a significant order to prepare," the owner shouted, bustling to the freezer to select ingredients. With such a substantial order, they would likely be grilling well into the night. Luo Tian, however, chose not to linger and instead instructed the owner to prepare a batch for him to pick up later. The stock of any single establishment would not suffice. 10,000 yuan credited to Alipay. 10,000 yuan credited to Alipay. 10,000 yuan credited to Alipay. That night, he had placed orders at every barbecue shop along the street. In total, he had ordered nearly 100,000 servings of barbecue. Consuming 100 servings a day would sustain him for 3 years. This led to a peculiar phenomenon. Despite all shops being open and the owners diligently grilling, whenever a customer entered, they were met with a chorus of out of stock. This left many weary office workers, who had just finished their shifts, utterly frustrated, unable to comprehend the bizarre circumstances plaguing the street's eateries. Wait, how could I forget about hot pot? Luo Tian mused as he approached a Hadaleo restaurant. In the midst of the icy landscape, a steaming hot pot would be an absolute delight. Although he couldn't order 1,000 servings of hot pot directly, he could certainly purchase the ready-made broth base from Hadaleo. I would like 10,000 servings of hot pot base. Faced with such an enormous order, the manager of Hadaleo was initially incredulous, suspecting it to be a joke. Yet, maintaining his professionalism, he did not let his smile wane. After Luo Tian promptly completed the transaction, the manager's grin widened as he summoned staff to begin preparing the goods, generously adding an extra 500 servings. Large boxes of hot pot base were gradually loaded onto Luo Tian's newly acquired Porsche, which he had purchased for a mere 100,000 yuan due to the down payment structure. Financing? Not a consideration. After securing the hot pot base, Luo Tian drove to the largest agricultural market in the area. Having acquired the base, he now sought the necessary ingredients. Entering a sizable butcher shop, he began feverishly ordering supplies, using a deposit to facilitate his purchases. 100 tons of pork, 100 tons of chicken, 100 tons of beef, 100 tons of fish. The owner was utterly astounded by the sheer volume of orders. Their stock could not possibly meet such demand. With a 1,000,000 yuan deposit received, the owner hurriedly called suppliers, instructing them to prepare for a night of deliveries. Once the meat was secured, Luo Tian shifted his focus to vegetables. 100 tons of cabbage, 100 tons of potatoes, 100 tons of carrots. After his endeavors, the vegetable shop owner was grinning from ear to ear. Prosperity had arrived, as if the god of wealth had graced them with his presence. Employing the same strategy, Luo Tian then proceeded to order various fruits. Consequently, all the owners of meat, fish, and vegetable shops found themselves in a frenzy, rushing to fulfill orders that were to be delivered to a large cold storage warehouse on the outskirts, which Luo Tian had rented for several thousand yuan. Once the supplies were complete, he would store everything in his space, ensuring the utmost preservation of the meat and vegetables. After completing these tasks, Luo Tian returned to the barbecue shop, where he requested the owner to serve him 100 prepared servings of barbecue. As he sat down to feast, patrons at the night market gazed longingly at him, their mouths watering as they watched him indulge. When they approached to place their own orders, they were met with the same disappointing refrain, out of stock. What the hell? Why is it that when we order, we're told there's no stock, but he gets to eat? Exactly. I'm starving here. I can't take it anymore. I have to talk to that handsome guy and see if he can sell me a few skewers of barbecue. A crowd gathered, their mouths watering as they inhaled the tantalizing aroma, their stomachs rumbling in protest. Some children even rolled on the ground, pleading for barbecue, only to be met with chastisement from their embarrassed parents. Luo Tian relished his meal, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Despite numerous attempts from others to purchase barbecue from him, he turned them all down. Why would he need their meager money? As the clock struck midnight, all the barbecue shops finally completed their orders. The barbecues kept warm in insulated boxes were discreetly transported into his space, one batch after another. Just as he finished purchasing a cold drink from a vending machine and was savoring it, he suddenly heard someone call out his name. Luo Tian? Turning around, he was surprised to see his neighbor, Li Ro. She appeared somewhat fatigued, clearly having worked late at her company. Her swaying figure continued to draw the attention of passers-by. Her long legs, accentuated by high heels, suggested she had walked quite a distance, leaving her looking weary. Beside her was a man pushing an electric cart, her husband, Yulin. Luo Tian? Upon spotting Luo Tian, the pent-up frustration within Yulin ignited. You're the bastard trying to seduce my wife. Chapter 11. Our innocence. Although Luo Tian and Yulin were neighbors, they hardly exchanged words in daily life. Yulin had always looked down upon him, considering him nothing more than a brash young lad, and would not even bother to greet him if they chanced upon one another. It was only his wife who maintained a decent relationship with Luo Tian. What is going on? Luo Tian furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Ro beside him. Could it be that she had spoken ill of him to Yulin? Husband, please stop. We truly haven't done anything. Li Ro, sensing Luo Tian's rising anger, hastily intervened to silence Yulin, eager for him to cease his prattling. After years of enduring Yulin's temperament, she had come to understand that he would become obstinate and unreasonable when agitated. It was all the fault of those gossipy male residents in the elevator that day. They were the ones who, despite their insatiable desire to keep their eyes on her, pretended to be paragons of virtue while spreading rumors about her and Luo Tian. Nighttime was particularly crowded. With Yulin's loud outburst, a throng of onlookers quickly gathered around. What is happening? I heard someone was caught colluding with another's wife. Is that true? This could be quite the spectacle. Too bad there's a lack of barbecue. Otherwise, it would be delightful to enjoy some skewers while watching. Honestly, that woman is quite beautiful. I wouldn't mind trading 10 years of my life for a chance with her. Listening to the whispers of the crowd was nothing short of torment for the bashful Li Ro. Her fair complexion instantly flushed crimson. At this moment, Luo Tian began to piece together the situation. It was merely that day in the elevator when they had stood a little too close, and now the other residents had exaggerated the tale, which Yulin had heard. Ha! Luo Tian scoffed disdainfully. Why, Yulin was no saint himself in his past life. He had been too proud to ask for help, instead sending his wife to borrow food from Luo Tian. Later, not only did he fail to express gratitude for Luo Tian's assistance, but he also joined those thugs in storming into Luo Tian's home to seize food, demanding a piece of him simply because they were neighbors. As for Li Ro, she had been sold by him for 3 packets of instant noodles, leading her to leap from a building. For such a scoundrel, Luo Tian had no obligation to be cordial. Speak only if you possess evidence. Otherwise, be wary of the trouble you may invite upon yourself, Luo Tian said coolly. He was utterly indifferent to the crowd of spectators surrounding them. Is this the victim? Quite handsome, just like a leading man. That must be the male lead. The bald fellow beside him is the victim. Oh, now it makes sense. If it were me, I would stray too. The onlookers were animatedly discussing, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Are you threatening me? You little brat, do you believe I want to lay you out? Yulin, incensed by the crowd's disparaging comparisons, raised his fist, disregarding Li Ro's pleas to refrain from violence against Luo Tian. Get lost. Luo Tian shot him a frosty glance. Faced with those icy eyes, Yulin felt a sudden constriction in his breath. When had this lad become so audacious? If it came to blows, Yulin knew he stood no chance. His body had deteriorated over the years, and merely standing before Luo Tian made him feel the need to look up. Moreover, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Luo Tian seemed to harbor a murderous intent. Before the gathered crowd, he was reduced to a quivering mess, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Yulin could scarcely comprehend why this seemingly naive young man held such a ruthlessly cold side. Goodness, he was frightened into submission by a mere glance. How pitiful, what a coward! To think he wanted to strike, yet his legs gave way before his fists could move. Ha ha ha! Listening to the crowd's jeers, Li Ro, as Yulin's wife, wished fervently for a hole to hide in. She never imagined her husband could be so weak. It was utterly humiliating. She longed to divorce him on the spot. I express my sympathy for you, a cripple incapacitated in the bedroom, Luo Tian taunted, his gaze fixed on Yulin, who was now sitting on the ground, his face alternating between green and red. Although there is nothing between Li Ro and myself, should there be a need in the future, she is welcome to seek me out in my room. The revelation struck like a dagger, exposing Yulin's deepest wounds. He was rendered impotent. He no longer qualified as a man. The crowd erupted in astonishment, the intensity of their discussions escalating dramatically. All eyes turned to Yulin with pity. Furious, Yulin scrambled to his feet, eyes ablaze with rage, wishing nothing more than to reduce Luo Tian to ashes. Yet, he dared not act. He could only bury that seething hatred deep within his heart. Luo Tian, if I ever have the chance, I will make you pay dearly. Yulin seethed, fists clenched. However, the prospect of confronting Luo Tian filled him with dread. Seeing Yulin's pitiful state, Luo Tian lost interest in prolonging this encounter and simply drove away in the Porsche parked by the roadside, prompting another round of gasps from the crowd. The following day, Luo Tian was roused from his slumber by an early morning call from Zhao Xiao. Hello, brother Luo, it's me. Zhao Xiao informed him that 2 large trucks from their company had arrived, along with the design experts and construction crew, yet they were all being blocked at the community entrance. Though the security guard had initially opened the gate, a community committee lady had appeared out of nowhere, insisting that without Luo Tian's presence, the construction team could not enter. All right, I'll be down shortly, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Ha, that Aunt Wang is at it again, he chuckled coldly, freshening up before heading to the community entrance. I've told you, unless Luo Tian is here, I cannot verify your identities. For the safety of the residents, you cannot enter, Aunt Wang declared, hands on her hips, while the security guard beside her wore a pained expression as he attempted to reason with her. Outside, Zhao Xiao appeared equally troubled. Aunt Wang, since when did the community committee wield such power? Even the construction team requires your approval to enter. Luo Tian approached, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He understood that Aunt Wang was deliberately obstructing the construction team to annoy him. Oh, I'm merely considering the other residents. These people were hired by you, so let them in, Aunt Wang conceded, her demeanor shifting to one of smug satisfaction upon seeing Luo Tian in person. Zhao boss, it's all clear now. Luo Tian had no desire to indulge her petty antics. When the harsh realities of the world descended, he had ample means to make her regret her actions. Zhao Xiao nodded, directing the convoy to proceed into the community. Just then, the delivery team from a restaurant arrived. The impressive convoy immediately attracted the attention of several residents. Wait, is Luo Tian getting married? He has ordered so many banquet tables. There must be several hundred tables here. It's quite a spectacle. He has loaded. The bystanders chattered animatedly. There was no denying that anyone who could spend millions on such a lavish banquet displayed considerable means. Aunt Wang couldn't help but chuckle. What a waste, ordering so many banquet tables. In the end, they'll all go to waste. Chapter 12. Indecorous shooting instruction. Indeed, the youth of today possess no respect for food whatsoever. Aunt Wang's words elicited nods of agreement from the others. It was evident that everyone believed Luo Tian's extravagant booking of numerous banquets would ultimately lead to a lavish waste. Unbeknownst to them, when the apocalypse descends, these feasts would transform into the delectable delicacies they would yearn for. Unfazed by the ignorance of these simpletons, Luo Tian chose not to elaborate further and decisively sealed his lips. In the interlude of their discussions, the staff of the tavern busily transported the banquets to the underground storeroom. Although the quantity was substantial, with over 1,000 tables, the area of Luo Tian's storeroom was ample enough to accommodate it all with ease. The ingredients he had ordered were all of the highest caliber: abalone, lobster, caviar, black truffles, and an array of exquisite delights. The manager in charge of delivery expressed his eagerness for future orders, generously bestowing upon Luo Tian a VIP card, welcoming him at any time. After all, the sum of this order was monumental. Even major corporations had never reserved such an abundance for their annual gatherings. Once the tavern's employees departed, Luo Tian clandestinely ventured into the underground storeroom, swiftly transferring the neatly arranged food into his own space. Currently undergoing renovations by the Shield Company, he found himself without a place to reside. He greeted Zhao Xiao, instructing him to ensure quality during the construction before seeking refuge in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel for 20 days. This maneuver delighted the female manager, clad in black stockings, who coyly approached him, offering her assistance should he require anything during the night. However, Luo Tian found her lacking in comparison to his neighbor, dismissing her contact card into the trash without a second thought. Subsequently, he sought out a more professional shooting club and expended several thousand yuan to hire the most exceptional female coach to instruct him in the art of using a compound bow. In truth, Luo Tian intended to practice marksmanship. However, due to the absence of dedicated shooting ranges in Qingshui City, he had to settle for this alternative. Initially, he assumed that a higher price would guarantee superior instruction, yet he was mistaken. The alluring coach frequently used the guise of guidance to engage in flirtatious antics, often claiming the heat was unbearable mid-lesson, leading to her equipment's untimely failure. 2 days swiftly passed, and Luo Tian had yet to grasp the proper technique for drawing the compound bow. This was unacceptable. He had come to learn archery, not to partake in those frivolities. Without hesitation, he dismissed her amidst her forlorn gaze and replaced her with a youthful instructor of greater experience. This new tutorial proved to be far more reliable. Within a single day, Luo Tian mastered the ability to draw the compound bow freely and successfully release the arrows. Though his accuracy was still lacking, it was a start. Thus, in the days that followed, Luo Tian resided in the hotel's presidential suite by night, while immersing himself in the shooting club by day, diligently honing his archery skills. Through his relentless efforts, he gradually made headway with the compound bow, achieving an accuracy rate exceeding 80 within a range of over 20 meters. Within 10 meters, he could nearly hit the bullseye every time. Consequently, Luo Tian decided to take a day off for relaxation. While indulging in Avengers Alliance 12, he suddenly recalled that despite his ample food supplies for the impending apocalypse, he lacked entertainment. Without the support of the internet, popular films, television dramas, and AAA games would be inaccessible for download. Thus, he resolved to prepare in advance. With over 800,000 remaining in his bank account, Luo Tian promptly purchased a batch of Sony consoles as well as a Switch, along with numerous high-performance computer systems and a 34-inch ultra-wide monitor. The CPUs began at i20, and the graphics cards were the MTX 9080, Additionally, he acquired several high-end gaming laptops and commenced the downloading of resources. "I shall begin with the games," Luo Tian declared, opening Steam, and without a moment's hesitation, began a frenzied spree of purchases and downloads, including titles such as Give Him Love 13, The Heir of the Forest, Dying Light 8, The Resurrection of Harlan, Call of Duty 40, The Cybertron War. Oh no, I'm surrounded by Beauties 6, and Genshin Impact 2, Single-Player Edition. As for anime, he secured Rick and Morty Season 10, The Undead King's 8th Season, Goblin Slayer Season 5, Soul Land Episodes 1-1000, and Wulyochi Season 7. Furthermore, he could not leave the several hundred terabytes of hard drive space vacant, filling it with cinematic masterpieces featuring various beloved actors, be it from Asia, Sakura Country, the West, or tales of humanity's battles against the animal kingdom. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the day for the inspection of the safe house arrived. Chapter 13 Acceptance of the safe house. Time swiftly passed, and 2 weeks later, Luo Tian received a call from Zhao Xiao at the hotel, informing him that the safe house had been completed and was awaiting his inspection. Consequently, Luo Tian hopped into his Porsche and quickly returned to the community. Under Zhao Xiao's guidance, the two began touring the newly refurbished rooms. The Shield Security Company truly lived up to its reputation as one of the nation's premier firms. Upon stepping inside, Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. The quality of the safe house was beyond reproach. Not only had the entire space been renovated, but 300mm military-grade alloy plates had also been reinforced within the walls, and the rooms appeared even more aesthetically pleasing than before. The former LCD television had been replaced with an enormous screen exceeding 100 inches, equipped with the world's most advanced AI brain. Available exclusively through this company, in the living room, a magnificent grand fireplace was elegantly positioned. Noticing the satisfaction on Luo Tian's face, Zhao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and patiently began to introduce the various renovations. Let us start with the ventilation system, which is world-class, capable of purifying the air and filtering out all harmful gases. Per your specifications, the room's heating has also been upgraded. Coupled with the fireplace, it ensures that the temperature remains comfortable and warm at all times, 24/7. After sharing these details, Zhao Xiao finally began to discuss the most crucial aspect of the renovation. Now, on to this top-of-the-line Super AI brain. This is the Plus version. In addition to the features I demonstrated to you previously, it boasts numerous practical functionalities for you to explore at your leisure. I'll now explain one particularly useful feature, but since you are the highest authority for its settings, you'll need to initiate it with your voice, Zhao Xiao said with a smile. Anything can be said, right? Luo Tian replied eagerly, expressing his anticipation with, AI brain, activate? In an instant, the gigantic LCD screen illuminated, and a loading bar began to scroll. 5, 15, 55, 94, 99, 100. Welcome, Master. The AI brain greets you. A mechanical female voice resonated, displaying remarkable intelligence. After training on billions of database entries, it can nearly comprehend every word you utter perfectly. But first, let us examine the covert service you requested. With Zhao Xiao's guidance, Luo Tian commanded the AI brain to activate the surveillance system. Instantly, the enormous screen displayed an astonishing array of over 90 neatly arranged surveillance windows. Nearly 100 miniature cameras have been strategically placed in every corner of the building, allowing you to monitor any external movements at all times. Zhao Xiao whispered. Additionally, these cameras utilize the company's cutting-edge technology, capable of penetrating dozens of thick concrete walls within a 200-meter radius, recharging wirelessly through the room's power supply. There was no need to worry about battery life. Such a high-level covert service was only possible due to the substantial price tag of nearly 300 million yuan attached to Luo Tian's order. The world of the wealthy is utterly unimaginable to the ordinary person. After reviewing these features, Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction. Having spent such a significant sum, he felt it was entirely worth it. The value exceeded his expectations. He strolled to the balcony and noticed that the previously enormous floor-to-ceiling windows had been completely transformed. Zhao Xiao explained, the window material is bulletproof and blast-resistant, more robust than the 300mm titanium alloy plates within the walls. It also allows for ample natural light and unobstructed observation of the external environment. Following Zhao Xiao's lead, Luo Tian entered a small room resembling a server facility. This room houses the AI brain server, whose processing speed rivals that of the world's most advanced computers. It can also serve as a storage disk, with a storage capacity exceeding 100,000 TB. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, regretting not purchasing those hard drives sooner. With just a word, The AI brain could download all the cinematic masterpieces featuring his favorite actors directly onto the server. After listening to Zhao Xiao's introduction, Luo Tian felt immensely pleased with the safe house. It was equipped not only with the most advanced AI brain, capable of monitoring the owner's safety around the clock, but also with an extensive database to provide precise answers to any inquiry. The entire dwelling was constructed from military-grade alloy materials. Even a fully armed private squad would find it impossible to breach from the outside. Even if the entire building were to be demolished, the room would remain unscathed, not to mention the presence of a specialized buffer protection room. Your company's capabilities are indeed impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied with this service, Luo Tian remarked with a smile. Hearing this affirmation, Zhao Zhao's face lit up with joy. He then produced a document from his pocket, stating, "If there are no issues, you may sign here. Please settle the final payment within 3 months." Luo Tian cheerfully signed, patting his chest in assurance, "Absolutely, certainly." However, he secretly chuckled to himself, thinking that he might never have the opportunity to make that final payment. The thought of having constructed a doomsday safe house valued at nearly 300 million yuan for just over 20 million sent a wave of indescribable exhilaration through Luo Tian. Reclining on the living room sofa, he admired his nearly perfect safe house. The colossal LCD screen displayed the AI brain, patiently awaiting commands. AI brain, download and save the global map offline, and continuously monitor all messages regarding temperature fluctuations online. Luo Tian issued the command to the AI brain, which promptly began executing the tasks, activating its comprehensive network monitoring while simultaneously downloading the map to the server. Although heavy snowfall was expected to maintain a depth of 5 meters, with roads covered in thick ice, should the need arise to venture outside, he could still navigate by identifying landmark structures. Downloading the map was merely a precautionary measure. Tomorrow marked the day of the impending apocalypse. If his memory served him correctly, solar flares were anticipated to erupt this afternoon. The resulting electromagnetic pulses would incapacitate global communications, including satellites, for an entire night. This would present an opportune moment for action. Luo Tian had long been contemplating the Walmart warehouse, sprawling over 1 million square meters within Qingshui City and the nearby port, which exported goods worth billions daily. When the solar flares erupted, a solar eclipse would occur, plunging the daytime into darkness akin to night. This would provide an exceptional cover for his plans. At 5:05 p.m., Luo Tian stepped out. Chapter 14. Emptying the warehouse of billions in supplies. As Luo Tian stepped out of the residential building, numerous residents from the community caught sight of him and began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't that Luo Tian? It seems we've not seen him in quite a while. This fellow has been acting rather mysteriously of late. He recently booked a plethora of banquet arrangements and even reinforced his apartment. Could it be that he has lost his mind? Is he preparing for the apocalypse?" As the residents watched him walk away, their discussions grew increasingly audacious. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not the gradual fading of sunlight at dusk, but rather a swift transition from day to night. What on earth is happening? Why has it turned dark? The inhabitants curiously looked up, only to be astounded. Goodness, the sun has been devoured. However, they quickly realized that it was, in fact, a solar eclipse. How strange. The news didn't mention anything about a total solar eclipse today. The onlookers remarked in astonishment, many pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Yet, they soon discovered with dismay that their phones had lost all signal, the top left corner displaying no service. The videos they recorded were nothing but static. It seemed as if they were experiencing severe magnetic interference. Meanwhile, the rambunctious children continued to frolic and chase one another, blissfully unaware that they were on the brink of the most terrifying cataclysm in history. Just as Luo Tian exited the community, he collided with a woman at the corner. "Ouch!" Luo exclaimed, rubbing her head in pain, feeling as though her delicate nose had nearly been flattened. When she looked up, she realized the person who had knocked into her was none other than her neighbor, Luo Tian. The irritation she initially felt dissipated instantly, her cheeks flushing with a sudden warmth. Why was it that she kept having these accidents with Luo Tian? First in the living room, then in the elevator, and now this unexpected encounter in the dark. At least it wasn't someone else. Otherwise, I would have really been at a loss, Luo thought to herself, a peculiar notion suddenly surfacing in her mind. Her gaze shifted, and she found Luo Tian standing before her, seemingly oblivious to her presence. His eyes were fixated on the sky, silent and unmoving. Yet in the darkness, Luo felt she could clearly see the fervent gaze in Luo Tian's eyes. The ominous herald of an impending ice apocalypse had begun. Everything was undeniably real. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Despite having lived through a previous life, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. What was there to fear? In his past life, when solar flares erupted, he had foolishly assumed it was merely a natural phenomenon, failing to prepare. This time, however, he possessed boundless space. As long as he could empty the supplies from the Walmart warehouse and the docks, he would. Steeling himself, Luo Tian entered the Porsche parked in the lot, starting the engine and driving towards the Walmart warehouse. Is he just leaving like that? Li Ro, who had been ignored throughout the encounter, gazed in disbelief as Luo Tian's car gradually vanished from view. She looked down, weighing her thoughts, realizing that this was indeed genuine. Why did he not react at all? 20 minutes later, the car halted outside the warehouse. Luo Tian lowered his hat and walked through the entrance. Who are you? Walmart was a well-known corporation in the United States, and the central warehouse in Qingshui City was crucial to its operations, hence their reluctance to allow outsiders to oversee security. Why are you chasing me? Luo Tian sighed softly. Could he not simply pretend not to see? Such meddling would only bring trouble. Bang! A deep gash appeared on the forehead of the blond man, who then collapsed to the ground, lifeless and bewildered. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why an ordinary person would possess a firearm in a place like this. At such a close range, there was no concern about missing the target. Tomorrow, the ice apocalypse would descend, and Luo Tian no longer felt the need to play the Good Samaritan. Efficiency was paramount. Anyone who dared obstruct his path would meet their demise. There could be no errors in this operation to gather supplies. Thanks to the silencer, the gunfire did not alert the other security personnel. Upon entering the warehouse, the interior was as bright as day under the lights. He first ventured to the food section, where the stockpile was astonishing. Rows of shelves towering 6 to 7 meters high were crammed with various food items, resembling small mountains piled throughout the warehouse. It was a breathtaking sight with at least several tons of supplies. Canned goods, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, cakes, everything one might find in a supermarket was present in abundance. Luo Tian did not waste time. He needed to act swiftly. With this much food, I could hardly finish it all by the time the apocalypse is over. If he were to collect box by box, it would be far too slow. Even if it exhausted him, he would never finish the supplies in the warehouse. Fortunately, he could collect entire rows of shelves at once. With a mere touch, an entire row would vanish, along with all its contents, transported into his space. With just a single pass, the entire food section was completely emptied. The vast area of several 100,000 square meters was left desolate. He then proceeded to the beverage section, which housed several tons of mineral water, soft drink. He did not discriminate and quickly gathered entire shelves into his space. Before long, the beverage section was cleared out. Next came the living supplies area, stocked with everyday items such as towels, toothbrushes, and toilet paper. Luo Tian also discovered ample fuel supplies, including tons of barreled gasoline, smokeless coal, and solid alcohol. The quantities stored here were colossal. He could use them for hundreds of years without exhausting them. He left nothing behind. After all, once the ice apocalypse set in, this place would undoubtedly be buried under snow, and no one would venture into the wilderness to seek resources. Luo Tian organized everything neatly within his space, categorizing food in one area, supplies in another, and beverages in yet another. This way, he could easily locate the corresponding items when needed. After exploring for over an hour, he also found numerous other supplies, such as cooking spices, fitness equipment, and a variety of men's and women's clothing, including exquisite lace and high-end brands. To his astonishment, he discovered the latest professional-grade polar survival suits, developed in the United States in 2055. These suits could easily withstand temperatures plunging to 100 degrees below zero. They were likely the latest winter gear ordered for an Arctic expedition team, but fate had made them available to him. This is simply fantastic, Luo Tian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In the wake of the ice apocalypse, these would be the ultimate in cold weather gear, bar none. Without hesitation, he promptly stored this batch of polar survival suits along with tents and sleeping bags into his space. Additionally, he stumbled upon a fleet of snowmobiles, in the event of heavy snowfall blocking roads and transforming them into icy paths. These would be essential for swift movement outdoors. Luo Tian gleefully collected them all. After a thorough exploration that lasted a full hour, he had emptied the entirety of the Walmart warehouse, which spanned over 1,000,000 square meters. Gazing at the now desolate interior, Luo Tian felt an indescribable sense of pride and satisfaction. Now, even in the face of the most severe and frigid apocalyptic conditions, he was confident he could live comfortably. Chapter 15. The arrival of the frigid apocalypse. After gathering the supplies, Luo Tian prepared to depart. However, as he passed by the warehouse's duty room, he was startled by a cacophony of voices emanating from within. The speakers were evidently Americans, yet Luo Tian, proficient in English, found their conversation easily comprehensible. "Last night, I hooked up with a student girl at the bar. She just turned 18 and was quite the wild one, crying as I took her. Why didn't you call the brothers for this? Ha ha ha, I forced myself on her. Her boyfriend was as skinny as a stick, and I gave him a beating right in front of her. Damn, next time, I'll do the same. All the men here are spineless, and the women are just easy pickings." This was followed by the clinking of bottles and raucous laughter. Luo Tian, initially intent on leaving, found his footsteps halted. Damn it. This bunch seems to be living rather well. Bang. He kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Seizing the moment while the Americans were still reeling, he brandished his handgun and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. Several Americans collapsed lifelessly to the ground, their heads and chests riddled with bullet holes. Heh, consider yourselves fortunate. Luo Tian scoffed, stowing away his firearm. In less than 10 hours, before dawn, the frigid apocalypse would descend. To perish before that would be a form of merciful liberation. Exiting the Walmart warehouse, Luo Tian immediately drove towards the dock. The temperature is dropping. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. Compared to when he first arrived, he could now feel a chill in the wind seeping through the car window. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze. By tomorrow morning, people would awaken in terror, realizing that the warmth of the sun would no longer grace them. Upon arriving at the dock, Luo Tian stepped out of his vehicle, surveying the rows of enormous containers, painted in vibrant hues of red and green. These containers held not only millions of tons of grain and countless packaged foods, but also there were even luxury cars imported from overseas, BMWs, Mercedes, and Rolls-Royces, numbering in the hundreds. Luo Tian was not picky. He claimed every visible container into his storage space. Due to the astonishing volume of supplies stacked at the dock, he toiled for 4 to 5 hours to clear every last container. Even the nearby cargo ships, each boasting a capacity of 100,000 tons, were stripped bare. It must be said that the resources stored at the dock alone could sustain Luo Tian for a lifetime. With these provisions, even if the frigid apocalypse persisted for decades, he would have no cause for concern. With the sturdy safe house as his refuge, he was confident he would endure comfortably until the end. The temperature is dropping rather rapidly. Luo Tian exhaled, noticing that even in the heat of summer, his breath was visible as white vapor. It was likely that snow would begin to fall shortly. It was already past midnight. Aside from a few night owls, many had long succumbed to slumber, leaving few aware of the sudden temperature plunge. However, Luo Tian understood that he could no longer remain outside. Although he could continue to gather more supplies, he had experienced the horrors of the frigid apocalypse. His life was paramount. Vroom! Luo Tian suppressed a shiver as he pressed the accelerator, causing the car to shoot forward like an arrow. The icy night wind raised goosebumps on his arms. He sped towards the residential area. A half-hour journey was completed in less than 15 minutes. Bang! He secured the heavy vault-like door, meticulously locking 3 bolts, and finally, he secured the hefty alloy door latch. Phew! Only then did Luo Tian feel a sense of relief, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Thankfully, he had returned home before the snow began to fall. Welcome, Master. According to monitoring, the global temperature has plummeted rapidly in the past 5 hours. The current outdoor temperature is 2°C. The indoor temperature is 26.5°C. The AI intellect displayed a temperature graph on the screen, revealing a stark, precipitous decline. A temperature of 2°C, reminiscent of the winter chill in the southern regions, is astonishingly recorded for the month of June. It is time to start preparing, Luo Tian remarked as he rose from the sofa, meticulously checking all doors and windows to ensure they were securely shut. He then proceeded to the bathroom for a soothing hot shower, afterward donning a comfortable silk nightgown. The fireplace was already ablaze, emanating a comforting warmth. Observing his surroundings, a sense of reassurance washed over him. The reason for utilizing the fireplace lay in the fact that, following the advent of an extreme cold apocalypse, heating devices such as air conditioners and heaters had become nothing more than heaps of scrap metal. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Luo Tian found himself wide awake. Despite indulging in nearly all the mainstream console games on the oversized 100-inch LCD screen mounted on the wall, he remained distracted. Only he was aware of the impending terror. A chilling wave of frost would soon envelop the globe. Master, a severe meteorological fluctuation has been detected. The butler suddenly issued a warning. Here it comes. Luo Tian's senses heightened. He cast aside the controller and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, his expression grave as he gazed outside. The silent night sky bore an unsettling chill, with snowflakes gently descending. Suddenly, the heavens grew tumultuous, and the flurries intensified into a furious tempest. The howling winds, laden with ice and snow, nearly drowned out all other sounds, as the snow cascaded from the sky, enveloping the entire world in a silvery shroud. The blizzard raged on, swallowing everything in its wake. The city was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, the sky obscured by a dense flurry. Witnessing this extraordinary weather, Luo Tian clenched his fist, unable to suppress a slight exertion. This is the formidable power of nature. In the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, humanity appears as insignificant as a mere ant. Luo Tian returned to the living room, fetching a chair to sit before the fireplace. Crackle, crackle. As he gazed into the blazing flames, his previously tense demeanor began to ease. AI intellect, what is the current temperature outside and inside? Luo Tian inquired. However, he soon found the term AI intellect somewhat cumbersome and added, "From now on, you shall be referred to as butler, as it is more convenient." Understood, master. The butler responded. The current outdoor temperature is -35°C. The indoor temperature stands at a balmy 29.5. The contrast between the indoor and outdoor temperatures is astonishing. In a mere half hour, the temperature outside plummeted to a chilling -30 degrees and continues to decline. Luo Tian feels a sense of calm wash over him as he approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, only to discover that the outside world is nearly blanketed by a thick layer of snow. The snow on the balcony has accumulated into a substantial layer. Upon checking his phone, he finds that the signal has improved somewhat. 3G network. Browsing online, he discovers that the news of the sudden temperature drop and the heavy snowfall has surged to the top of trending topics, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. The online community is rife with lamentations. This winter has arrived far too swiftly. If I recall correctly, it is still June. This is unbelievable. The snow is falling heavily outside. The temperature is already below -20 or 30 degrees. Given the current situation, it seems tomorrow's snowfall will be quite substantial, rendering the roads impassable. Numerous netizens from the southern regions express their dismay, lamenting the abrupt onset of winter, as many have yet to procure winter coats, leaving them with only short sleeves and autumn jackets. Hooray! I don't have to go to work. Damn it, sons, get online. We re-pulling an all-nighter tonight. With such heavy snowfall, school is surely off tomorrow. Yet, there are those who revel in the joy of the snow. With such a heavy fall, tomorrow promises a day of rest. How delightful. Many even take to social media, exuberantly celebrating, with some venturing outside to roll in the snow late into the night. Luo Tian can't help but shake his head, promptly shutting off his phone, choosing not to witness this final revelry. Chapter 16. The external temperature is frigid, while the fireplace within the room crackles warmly against the howling winter winds. Outside, the relentless snowfall continues to blanket the world in white. Yet, Luo Tian reclines comfortably on the sofa, a half-eaten exquisite steak resting on the coffee table beside a bottle of 20-year-old Lafite. This serves as a midnight snack to satiate his slight hunger. Currently, the outdoor temperature continues to plummet, having already dipped below -50 degrees. A gentle reminder, venturing outside is ill-advised. Please remain indoors until the cold wave abates, ensuring you have sufficient supplies on hand. The current indoor temperature stands at 27.5. The intelligent assistant promptly issued a reminder. Has it already plummeted to -50 degrees? Luo Tian lazily rested his legs on the coffee table and yawned. At this rate of decline, it is estimated that by tomorrow morning, the temperature will plummet to -70 degrees. There is absolutely no issue whatsoever. However, he need not worry at all, for the temperature within the safe house is a comfortable 27.5 C. The optimal temperature for human comfort hovers around 26 C. This implies that he is not only warm but may even break a sweat after taking just a few steps. The space is stocked with timber procured from the docks, along with an abundance of fuel. Upon picking it up, Luo Tian discovered that the various groups he had joined were embroiled in fervent discussions. Class groups, colleague groups, and neighborhood owner groups. A glance revealed that most were lamenting the frigid temperatures. Oh no, it's far too cold tonight. I was abruptly awakened from my slumber. I'm bundled in 5 layers of clothing and still shivering beneath 2 blankets. The air conditioning is utterly useless. It's broken due to the low temperatures. Damn it, I didn't buy any winter clothes. Nonetheless, there were also many boasting about their winter supplies, flaunting their down jackets and several thick comforters. After a brief perusal, Luo Tian promptly silenced his phone. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. He rubbed his weary eyes and ambled towards the master bedroom. It was already 3:30 in the morning. For someone accustomed to staying up only until 1, this was quite a challenge. Housekeeper, activate sleep mode. Luo Tian murmured, then collapsed onto his soft, plush mattress. This mattress, discovered in a Walmart warehouse, was favored by numerous female celebrities. Its comfort and softness are unparalleled, resembling lying atop a mound of cotton, allowing Luo Tian to swiftly drift into slumber. Once he succumbed to sleep, the room's lights were automatically dimmed by the housekeeper, leaving only a few night lights in the corners, casting a gentle glow that would not disrupt his rest. Even the curtains were silently drawn, blocking out external light and rendering the interior more dim, thus enhancing the quality of his sleep. It could be said that this room was exceptionally intelligent. At night, Luo Tian enjoyed a deep and restful sleep. The following day, he awakened languidly as noon approached. Wow, that was a refreshing sleep, he exclaimed, stretching his body and sighing in contentment. Like most people, Luo Tian's first action was not to rise, but to grab his phone and check for notifications. To his surprise, he discovered several missed calls, all from that green tea girl, Su Ling. His phone had not been silenced before bed, and ordinarily, he would have been rudely awakened. However, connected to the housekeeper, it had analyzed that Luo Tian was still asleep and automatically hung up and silenced the phone upon receiving the calls. Luo Tian then made his way to the living room, standing before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily. The street and roadside grass were obscured, with many building entrances partially buried under snow. The sky was a dull gray, with the sun entirely hidden from view. Only faint outlines of the city and buildings could be discerned. The outside world was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual clamor. Good afternoon, master. Your sleep duration last night was 8 hours and 45 minutes. Average heart rate, 63 beats per minute. Sleep quality, excellent. Not to mention, it's been ages since I've slept so comfortably. This mattress is simply divine, Luo Tian remarked before heading to the bathroom to wash up. After freshening up, he retrieved a steak topped with truffle sauce from the pantry, accompanied by a selection of fresh seasonal vegetables and a fine bottle of French champagne, and began to dine. During his meal, in an effort to pass the time and stay informed about the outside world, he turned on the television. The cold snap had only just begun. Although the temperatures were low, they had yet to incapacitate the electrical infrastructure, allowing some appliances to function normally. Even if a power outage were to occur later, Luo Tian had already prepared an array of backup power sources and generators, with an abundance of gasoline stored away. The entertainment channel featured a performance by a popular female star. Luo Tian recognized her, Baya, one of the most celebrated idols in the country, boasting millions of fans. Whether it be elderly gentlemen in their 60s and 70s, middle-aged uncles in their 40s, or 20-something college students, all were utterly captivated by her. Most notably, Luo Tian was aware that she resided in the same neighborhood, and even the same building as him. Indeed, with that face and figure, it's no wonder she has enchanted so many, he mused as he admired her in a short skirt, revealing dazzlingly long legs, golden hair cascading in vibrant motion, exuding energy. Her slender waist could be grasped with ease. Even though it was a recorded broadcast, the audience below appeared eager to devour her with their gazes. The most captivating aspect was her melodious voice, both alluring and pure. Baya's remarkable physique was not the sole reason for her fame. Her exceptional vocal talent drew everyone in, irresistible to all who heard her. Rumor has it that her management agency even insured her voice for millions. After a moment of admiration, Luo Tian switched channels to the news. The two anchors, no longer their usual poised selves, were bundled in thick down jackets, thoroughly wrapped up. The female host addressed the camera, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she stated, "As you can see, a sudden and intense cold wave swept through last night. Reports indicate that this cold front has a vast reach, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, likely affecting all countries. Experts assert that this cold spell will not persist for long. Residents are advised not to panic and to remain indoors, ensuring warmth. The precise cause is still under investigation, and it is recommended that individuals refrain from venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. The authorities will address the situation appropriately, and we urge everyone not to believe or spread rumors, nor to hoard supplies. Trust us, This cold wave will soon pass. Chapter 17. No comparison, no harm. As he watched the news, with the host delivering a rather official statement, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Whoever believes it is a fool. Seizing the last opportunity, heading out to the supermarket to stock up on supplies was undoubtedly the wisest decision. How long could a cold wave possibly last? A few days. Perhaps not even decades would suffice. Anyone who heeded the expert's advice, remaining obediently at home hoarding provisions, would ultimately be left to await their demise. The quicker one believes, the swifter their end. Well, it has nothing to do with me, Luo Tian remarked with a shake of his head. His shelter had cost a staggering 300 million to construct. With its exceptional temperature control system and a constantly burning fireplace, regardless of the howling winds outside, the interior remained a veritable springtime. Thus, there was no need for excessive worry. Ding! Suddenly, his phone chimed. Luo Tian picked it up to find a message from Su Ling, that green tea girl. Luo Tian, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? You just hung up on me, boo-hoo. The snow outside is too heavy to go out, and I don't have much food at home. Could you lend me some? We're in the same unit, after all, closest to each other. Of course, Su Ling's apartment was a rental. She could hardly afford a multi-million-dollar home. Upon reading her message, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. That insufferable green tea girl. The snow was indeed heavy, but with a bit of layering, one could still make it to the nearby supermarket. She was unwilling to take action herself, instead hoping to mooch off him. In his previous life, it was his soft-heartedness that allowed this green tea girl into his home, resulting in his demise at the hands of a group of people, with Su Ling clamoring for a piece of him for soup. What a vile and nauseating woman she was. For such a green tea type, all he wanted was to toy with her before her miserable end, to let her comprehend the vast chasm between them. It should prove quite amusing. Having made up his mind, Luo Tian activated his camera, capturing a photo of the exquisite half-eaten steak and champagne before editing a post for his social media, visible solely to Su Ling. He accompanied the image with the caption, "Ah, it's so cold. I can only have a simple steak to fill my belly." Through the reflection in the glass, his silk nightwear was even discernible. Meanwhile, Su Ling, bundled in layers of clothing, nestled under her blankets, shivered with cold. The air conditioning unit had long since frozen to a halt, and the temperature within had plummeted to 0 degrees. Any exposed skin felt as frigid as the snow outside. What is this? As Su Ling awaited a reply, she suddenly noticed an update on her social media and, upon clicking, beheld the image Luo Tian had posted. My goodness! Su Ling's eyes widened in shock. Here she was, nearly freezing to death indoors, while he luxuriated in steak and champagne, and wearing nightwear? How warm could his home possibly be? Moreover, that appeared to be a limited edition champagne from Princess Louis, worth over 10,000 a bottle. How infuriating. Luo Tian truly knew how to indulge himself. No way, I must get Luo Tian to send some over. I want to enjoy steak and champagne too. Su Ling clenched her teeth and hurriedly typed. Living in the same unit, while she was freezing, Luo Tian was in absolute comfort, enjoying luxurious food, which only fueled her jealousy. Boo-hoo, how wonderful, brother Luo Tian. I'm so hungry. I want to taste the steak too. Upon seeing this message, Luo Tian couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle as he set his phone down. He easily discerned her intentions. It was nothing more than a ploy to feign vulnerability in hopes of receiving a delivery from him. Had this been his previous life, he might have succumbed to such tactics and played the role of the devoted suitor. Alas, times had changed. Want to eat? Well, think about it. You could learn from the wisdom of ancient sages. There's an old saying about quenching thirst by gazing at plums. You could gaze at the steak to quell your hunger, Luo Tian leisurely replied. Upon receiving his message, Su Ling gritted her teeth in frustration. What does he mean? If he doesn't want to give, he should just say so instead of making me learn some ancient wisdom. She was, after all, a delicate girl, now enduring hunger. Was it fair for him to treat her this way? Enraged, Su Ling decided to send a voice message. Luo Tian, are you even a man? I'm starving and you can act like this? If you bring me food, I might just be moved enough to agree to be your girlfriend. You like me, don't you? Following that, Su Ling forced a smile, pulling down the neckline of her clothing to take a selfie. Looking at her still attractive face in the photo, she felt a sense of satisfaction as she hit send. Although she was at a disadvantage, the thought of Luo Tian's immediate change in attitude upon seeing the photo, eagerly rushing to bring her food, filled her with pride. If selling a bit of charm could procure food, it was hardly a loss. After all, he was quite the handsome fellow. Ding, her phone chimed again. Luo Tian opened it to find, to his surprise, that Su Ling had sent over a selfie. Pfft, Gazing at her pale face, frozen and forcing a ghastly smile, Luo Tian couldn't suppress his laughter. As for other aspects, he didn't even want to glance. It was a sight for sore eyes. He grimaced in distaste. Speaking of which, I think I still have photos of Li Rou stored on my phone, Luo Tian suddenly recalled, opening his gallery to search. Sure enough, he found it was from the very first day of his rebirth, capturing a picture of her enchanting face, which was undoubtedly many times more beautiful than Su Ling's. Indeed, the disparity between the two was not merely slight. It was utterly incomparable. Forget it. Luo Tian closed the photo. The room was warm with the fireplace ablaze, and with sumptuous steak and champagne to indulge in, he had no desire to dwell on the figure of the neighbor's wife. Not a good idea. He then glanced back at the green tea girl's selfie. Truly unattractive. Utterly unappealing. If memory serves, it seems that in a few days, Li Rou's food supply will likely run out. A smile crept upon Luo Tian's lips. Chapter 18. Li Rou living next door. Su Ling gazed at her phone, which had gone unanswered for quite some time, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Humph. Luo Tian must be utterly captivated, perhaps even engaged in some mischievous antics with her photograph. After all, she harbored a profound confidence in her allure. She mused, in her self-congratulatory manner. To uphold her lofty goddess persona, she refrained from reaching out, eagerly awaiting Luo Tian to make the first move instead. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Tian's attention had already been ensnared by the neighborly matron. Suddenly, a flurry of messages flooded the group chat, capturing his interest. Upon opening it, he discovered that Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee was passionately lecturing everyone. Everyone, stay home and avoid creating unnecessary chaos for us and the authorities, especially those of you who wish to hoard supplies. Be mindful and behave yourselves. The snowstorm will soon pass. It's merely a brief chill. Just endure a few more days. Anyone who defies orders and hoards supplies, causing prices to soar, will find their names reported to higher authorities once the storm subsides. You will bear the consequences. Her words were weighty, cleverly intertwining the neighborhood committee with the official channels. Many timid souls were swayed by her rhetoric. However, a few dissenters voiced their objections. Aunt Wang, the snow is falling heavily outside, and it seems unlikely to cease anytime soon. None of us wish to venture out in such conditions, but how can we manage without food at home? Indeed, are we to starve? If we don't buy supplies, others certainly will. Seeing dissent, Aunt Wang immediately intensified her tone. The neighborhood committee will find ways to assist everyone through this tough time, so do not worry. By venturing out now, you are merely adding to our troubles and driving prices up, forcing everyone to spend more in the future. If anyone dares to sneak out for supplies and I catch wind of it, I will report them. Observing Aunt Wang's lengthy tirade, one could almost mistake her for a figure of great importance, commanding the other residents. In truth, she wielded only a minuscule amount of power as a neighborhood committee member. Luo Tian, reading the messages on his phone, couldn't suppress a disdainful smile. Though the snow falls heavily now, this marks merely the first day of the extreme cold apocalypse. The snow accumulation outside is not yet substantial. It is the golden opportunity to venture out. Moreover, supermarkets should still have unsold stock. Braving the snow could yield the last remnants of supplies. Delay any longer, and there may be nothing left to purchase. Aunt Wang's unilateral decisions and her veiled threats promptly coerced many opportunistic individuals to remain indoors, forgoing their shopping plans. Their eventual fate was, perhaps, a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, Aunt Wang tagged Luo Tian in the chat, directing her ire towards him. Luo Tian, I recall your family hoarded quite a bit of food not long ago. Given the current snowstorm situation, you must not be the first to breach the rules, understood? Stay home obediently. Do not venture out and risk my discovery, as Aunt Wang will not show you any leniency. Upon reading her message, Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. This old fool I haven't even spoken in the group, so why is she targeting me? It must be because of the last incident in the underground storage, where Aunt Wang attempted to pilfer my bag of snacks, only to be caught in the act, leaving her with a grudge that now manifests in her tagging me. However, Aunt Wang's moment of triumph was short-lived, for Luo Tian's retort swiftly followed. Aunt Wang, with the snow falling so heavily, none can predict when it will cease. What if it continues for weeks, and other families run out of food? Will you take responsibility for them? His words sparked a chorus of agreement among the residents. Aunt Wang, Luo Tian is right. I wholeheartedly support his stance. If we run out of food, can we come to your house? Aunt Wang, stop pretending to be oblivious and respond. With someone taking the lead, the residents began to regain their composure. But Aunt Wang started to panic. The number of those questioning her was alarmingly high, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. If this continued, her carefully cultivated image of authority would be irrevocably tarnished. All of this was Luo Tian's fault. Aunt Wang clenched her fists, her heart simmering with resentment towards Luo Tian for publicly contradicting her. Why could he not address his concerns privately? Instead, he chose to air them for all to see, humiliating her in front of the residents. This was a blatant affront to her dignity as a member of the neighborhood committee. Rest assured, I can firmly assure you on behalf of the neighborhood committee that there will be no shortage of food supplies. The snowstorm will soon pass. Trust in the neighborhood committee, trust in the authorities. Luo Tian, do not disseminate such misleading rumors in these circumstances. Your actions are unlawful, and I have taken screenshots. Shivering in her home from the cold, Aunt Wang typed furiously, her teeth clenched. Once she sent the message, she furiously muttered, "That Luo Tian is truly a wretched creature, daring to disregard the neighborhood committee. I will ensure he faces consequences. I remember Aunt Lin's nephew works in the system. Luo Tian, you will soon learn the repercussions of provoking me." Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh aloud. Aunt Wang was foolish enough to think she could intimidate him with screenshots. Did she intend to report him for slander? How absurd. If she had the guts, she should report him and see if anyone would come to apprehend him. At a time like this, she still clung to her minuscule authority, attempting to assert her dominance before everyone. Truly, it was a sign of madness. Oh dear, Aunt Wang, please do not say such things. I am quite timid and cannot withstand threats. Even with the snow so thick outside, even if you were to force me out, I would not budge. You need not concern yourselves with me. Do as you please. Luo Tian had stockpiled supplies for a lifetime. Only a fool would venture out in such heavy snow and sub-zero temperatures to fight over a few packets of instant noodles. Unfortunately, those who believed Aunt Wang's claims that the snowstorm would soon pass were in for a harsh reality. Luo Tian shook his head slightly. In the ongoing extreme cold apocalypse, countless individuals would perish from the cold and starvation each day. Yet, none of it concerned him. If those vile neighbors from his past life froze to death, he would undoubtedly celebrate with a feast. Ding, his phone buzzed again with a new message. Luo Tian felt a surge of impatience and was disinclined to check it, muttering, "Please don't let it be Su Ling, that green tea." A casual glance revealed the sender was not Su Ling, but someone noted as, "With tolerance comes greatness." Li Ro? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Had he misremembered? Surely, the food at her home could not have been depleted so quickly. Chapter 19. A private conversation with Li Ro outside. The snow fell in heavy flakes, and the cold wind howled fiercely. It's only June. Why is the weather so abnormal? Li Ro stood by the window, her delicate brows furrowed, wrapped snugly in a thick down jacket. It was evident that the temperature was exceptionally low, compelling her to don multiple layers even within the confines of her home. However, her primary concern was not the weather. The food supplies at home were dwindling. She had just checked the kitchen, which contained only a few bundles of noodles and some vegetables purchased yesterday. Originally, there were also 2 tubs of instant noodles and a few sausages she had prepared for those late nights when she didn't wish to cook. Yet, upon waking this morning, she discovered that her husband had devoured them all. Yu Lin had been unemployed for several months, failing to seek new employment, and had succumbed to a life of gaming at home. Perhaps out of hunger, he had consumed both tubs of noodles and all the sausages overnight, and now he was still fast asleep in their bedroom. Gazing at the other room where he resided alone, Li Ro couldn't help but clench her teeth in frustration. He ate all those snacks. Doesn't he realize the situation we're in? With food supplies running low and the snowstorm blocking the roads, the situation was dire. Moreover, Madame Wang from the neighborhood committee had been incessantly warning homeowners against venturing out to stock up on supplies, threatening to report anyone who did so for disrupting social stability. Initially, Li Ro had contemplated braving the thick snow to purchase some essentials. However, the intimidation from Madame Wang, with her lofty proclamations, left Li Ro, as a dutiful housewife, quite apprehensive. The notion of being charged with disrupting social stability could lead to a visit from the police. Lost in thought, she continued to stare out at the relentless snowfall, feeling increasingly troubled. What would happen if the snow continued for days and they ran out of food? Caught in a dilemma, Li Ro found herself unable to make a decision. Yu Lin was utterly unreliable. She had told him 2 days prior that they were out of rice and asked him to bring back a large bag, yet he remained cooped up at home, engrossed in his games, clearly ignoring her plea. Had he only bought the rice, she wouldn't feel so helpless now. This realization only deepened her disappointment in him. What was it that I saw in him? She sighed. Perhaps it was her youthful innocence that led her to agree when he had shown her a modicum of kindness. Reflecting on the years, ever since Yulin had become embroiled in extramarital affairs and his health had deteriorated, they had been sleeping in separate rooms. She had tirelessly worked to support the family, often toiling late into the night, leaving her with little time to cultivate friendships. Meanwhile, he had continued his downward spiral, frequently losing his temper. His disgraceful behavior during a recent altercation with Luo Tian had demonstrated his complete lack of responsibility as a man. The more she pondered, the more disillusioned she felt. What am I to do? A shadow of worry crossed her lovely features. At this moment, she wished for someone to consult, yet she found herself at a loss for whom to turn to. She pulled out her phone, scrolling through her contacts, when a name caught her eye. Luo Tian? It seems he might be my only option, Li Ro murmured hesitantly, her cheeks flushing slightly. After all, Yulin had clashed with Luo Tian previously. Yet, in this predicament, he was one of the few familiar faces she could rely on. She had witnessed Luo Tian's impressive remarks in the group chat earlier. He had managed to put Madame Wang, who often flaunted her authority over the neighborhood, in her place. It was enough to make her smile. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ro clicked on his profile. You are magnanimous. Are you there? Luo Tian chuckled at the message. Typically, it was the boys who sought to converse with their crushes, uncertain of whether she had the time. Yet, in this instance, the roles seemed reversed, with Li Ro taking the initiative to reach out. Nevertheless, he could easily surmise her motives. After half a minute, the 2.5-year trainee responded with a simple question mark. He maintained an air of aloofness. Li Ro bit her lip, a flicker of delight crossing her eyes. He had replied. Gathering her thoughts, she removed her gloves to reveal her delicate, pale fingers and continued typing. You are magnanimous. Our food supplies are running low, and with the snowstorm, I'm unsure how long it will last. I wanted to go out to buy some food, but Madame Wang insists we shouldn't go out. I was wondering, what do you think? Are you considering going out? If you are, perhaps we could go together. After hitting send, Li Ro quickly put her frozen fingers back into her gloves. Oh no, wouldn't he think my intentions are impure, would he? She fretted, her face warming, feeling almost as if she were preparing for a date. No, this is an exceptional circumstance. It doesn't count. She shook her head, reminding herself of the unique nature of the situation. Looking at her chat interface, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Under normal circumstances, he should have advised her to stock up immediately, urging her to go out and buy as much as she could. Ideally, she should spend all her savings on food supplies for a lifetime. Thus, he replied. The 2.5-year trainee, well, I have no intention of going out. It's June. I doubt the snowstorm will last long, so I'm not inclined to brave the elements. Once sent, a sly smile crept across Luo Tian's face. Was there anything wrong with his response? Not at all. He genuinely had no desire to go out, nor did he want it. He refrained from elaborating further. What a joke. If he revealed his true thoughts and Li Ro heeded his advice to venture out and buy a stockpile of food, how would he ever exact his vengeance for her previous disclosure about his food situation? Upon seeing his reply, Li Ro, who had been shivering under her blanket, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Right, it was summer. How long could the snow possibly last? And with that bothersome Madame Wang lurking about, if she were caught outside, she would undoubtedly face her wrath. If Luo Tian remained so composed, why should she be anxious? Little did Li Ro know that Luo Tian had already hoarded enough food to last several lifetimes, completely contrasting with her dire circumstances. Just as Luo Tian closed the chat window, he noticed someone mentioning him in the community chat. Upon checking, he discovered it was once again Madame Wang. Everyone, to ensure that the roads leading outside remain clear and not frozen by the snow, affecting homeowners' ability to commute, we need some individuals to take tools and go clear the roads. Luo Tian, Yu Dahi, Wang Ping. Those I have named, please head out immediately to clear the snow. Chapter 20. Confrontation with Aunt Wang. The snow outside has accumulated to a considerable depth, estimated to exceed 1 meter. An adult can barely protrude their head above the snowy veil, and the relentless snowfall shows no signs of abating. Under such circumstances, clearing the snow seems utterly futile. The pace of shoveling is outstripped by the incessant snowfall, and even if a pathway were to be cleared, it would soon be buried again within a few hours, essentially a fruitless endeavor. Luo Tian picked up his phone and resolutely declined, stating, with snow falling so heavily, wouldn't it be akin to madness to venture out and attempt to clear it? His words resonated with many disgruntled homeowners, who voiced their agreement. Exactly. With such heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures, venturing out would turn one into a popsicle. Perhaps we should wait until the snow ceases before attempting to clear it. Aunt Wang did not anticipate that her scheme for retribution would unravel so swiftly. Observing the supportive responses from others, her smug demeanor quickly morphed into fury as she bellowed in the group chat. What is wrong with you people? Why do you all heed Luo Tian's every word? Am I the community committee member, or is he? She then redirected her ire towards Luo Tian, declaring, Luo Tian, my request for you all to clear the snow is for the greater good, concerning the interests of all homeowners. Can you not be so selfish? Is it really so difficult to contribute to the community? At this, Luo Tian could not help but let out a cold laugh. Aunt Wang's ulterior motives were glaringly obvious. She sought to leverage the collective interests of the entire building to coerce him. If he refused to go out and clear the snow, even if the other homeowners recognized that Aunt Wang was deliberately targeting him, they would still harbor resentment towards him. To refuse to contribute to the community is to be seen as selfish, such as human nature. However, Luo Tian had no intention of falling into her trap. He promptly replied in the group chat, Aunt Wang, speaking of serving the community, as a cadre of the committee, shouldn't you set an example by embodying and promoting the spirit of the organization? Shouldn't you take the lead in clearing the snow? Without your seemingly trivial contributions, even if we all went out, we wouldn't be able to unite our efforts effectively. Who cannot throw accusations? I am merely an ordinary homeowner, while you are a committee member. Under these circumstances, it is clear who should take the lead in serving the community. A profound silence enveloped the chat. Everyone seemed eager to see how Aunt Wang would respond. Luo Tian, you despicable scoundrel. Aunt Wang seethed, her anger boiling to the surface. She had believed she could easily manipulate the situation, using the interests of the community as leverage, confident that Luo Tian would comply to avoid inciting the ire of others. She envisioned a scenario where they would be forced to clear the snow for hours, inevitably falling ill with colds or fevers. To her astonishment, Luo Tian countered her strategy with a deft maneuver, using his position as a committee member against her, placing her in a precarious position. After much contemplation, Aunt Wang found herself at a loss for words. In her fury, Aunt Wang could only resort to yelling in the group chat, Luo Tian, I command you in my capacity as a committee member to immediately gather your tools and go clear the snow. To refuse is to defy the organization's orders, and you will face consequences once the snow has passed. I warn you, the repercussions will be yours to bear. Do not make me repeat myself. Once again, Aunt Wang invoked her authority as a committee member. Many homeowners, though dissatisfied, dared not oppose her. With the snow having just fallen, societal order remained intact, and everyone believed the snowstorm would eventually subside. Thus, they remained wary of challenging the authority of the committee, especially given Aunt Wang's son, who was known for his connections with unsavory characters. As such, those named in her outburst fell silent, opting for a strategy of avoidance. Yet, they secretly hoped that Luo Tian would continue to confront Aunt Wang, as no one wished to brave the cold outdoors. It would be most favorable if someone else willingly took on the risk. Luo Tian could not contain his amusement. Aunt Wang truly seemed to be out of touch with reality, likely having grown accustomed to wielding her authority with undue arrogance, mistakenly believing her committee position to be of great significance. He silently scorned the homeowners who remained mute, knowing their thoughts but refusing to yield to her whims. He had already torn the facade of civility asunder. Aunt Wang, you seem to be deeply engrossed in your role. Since when did the community committee wield such power? If you truly possess such authority, why not call the police and have me arrested? I assure you, I will not be clearing the snow today. Consequences? You truly overestimate your importance. It is laughable. His sarcasm was unabashed, devoid of any pretense. The other homeowners, witnessing this exchange, were far too timid to express themselves so boldly. The group fell into a profound silence for several minutes, with neither Aunt Wang nor anyone else daring to speak. Just when it seemed the matter would fizzle out, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Luo Tian, do you wish for death? Immediately kneel and apologize to my mother, or I will come and kill you. Show me a video of you kneeling. The message sent shockwaves through the chat. Wang Fu, Aunt Wang's son, was known for his unsavory connections, having spent his days mingling with a rough crowd in various KTVs and bars, forming ties with notorious figures. Rumor had it that he was associated with a formidable criminal figure, known for serious offenses. This was why Aunt Wang could act with such bravado in the community. Many homeowners were too intimidated to speak up, fearing the consequences of drawing her son's ire. Though most homeowners were well off, with net worths exceeding $1 million, they were primarily respectable professionals and business people. When faced with a gang of thugs, they could only acquiesce. Only a select few, unafraid of confrontation, dared to stand their ground. Despite the fear permeating the group, Luo Tian remained unfazed. Seated in his fortified sanctuary, equipped with several firearms and crossbows, he felt invulnerable. Kneeling? Not a chance. After unleashing a tirade of curses, Luo Tian felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. The freedom to express oneself was intoxicating. With power came confidence. How dare that fool Luo Tian grow so brazen? I must go and deal with him today. Wang Fu seethed, slamming his phone down on the bed. He stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife, and marched menacingly toward the front door. Does he think he can treat me like a harmless kitten? Hey, Dafu, just give him a good beating. Don't get too worked up and accidentally stab him. That would land you in prison. Aunt Wang, though eager for Luo Tian to be dealt with, was frightened by her son's aggressive demeanor. She feared that if he acted impulsively, she would be left without support in her old age. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. Wang Fu replied impatiently, slamming the door behind him. Though he spoke confidently, a fierce determination simmered within him. He was resolved to make that fool bleed. Chapter 21. May you be childless. Damn it, it's so cold. As Wang Fu emerged, he was met by a biting wind that swept through the corridor, causing him to shudder violently. His grip on the kitchen knife faltered, and he hastily tightened his clothing, unable to maintain his earlier ferocity as he trembled and slipped into the elevator. It was only the second day of the apocalyptic cold, so there was still electricity and water, and the elevator was functioning normally. Before long, a message suddenly appeared in the group chat. Did you all see? I just caught a glimpse of Wang Fu entering the elevator with a kitchen knife. He wouldn't dare to. Oh my, is that true? Poor Luo Tian is finished. I hope no one gets hurt. Tisk. I've heard Wang Fu is quite ruthless in his dealings. The residents who saw the message felt that Luo Tian had truly provoked a formidable adversary. Not only had he offended Wang Fu's mother, but he had also unleashed a torrent of insults upon him. A beating would be the least of his worries. A couple of knife wounds could spell disaster. Many residents were urging Luo Tian in the chat, advising him to record a video and bow an apology before things escalated. People like Wang Fu, who thrived in the gritty underbelly of society, were not to be trifled with. Ha, Luo Tian has landed himself in big trouble. It seems like he'll be in for a rough time. Su Ling chuckled to herself upon reading the messages in the chat. Humph. Letting you act all high and mighty in front of me, luring me with steak, and neglecting to bring me food. Now you'll be getting a thorough beating. Meanwhile, curled up on the sofa, Li Ro wore a worried expression. Luo Tian was the person she knew best among these neighbors, and seeing the other residents discuss Wang Fu's intentions made her heart tighten. Why did it have to come to this? Would there really be bloodshed? Though she wanted to intervene, she was merely a fragile woman, and the emergency line was unreachable. As for persuading Luo Tian to back down, others in the chat had already gleefully suggested the same. But Luo Tian had not responded at all. Steward, pull up the surveillance footage of Wang Fu, Luo Tian said calmly. Thanks to the security services of the Shield Security Company, every corridor in the building, including the interior of the elevator, was equipped with discrete pinhole cameras. Every movement was under his control. According to the surveillance, Wang Fu is currently inside the elevator on the 20th floor, expected to arrive in half a minute. The individual is armed, and the threat level is extremely high. It is advised that the owner exercise caution and refrain from opening the door. Without needing the steward's reminder, Luo Tian had no intention of opening the door. With such an impregnable fortress, only a fool would invite a close-quarters confrontation. It's time for you to make your entrance, he declared as he retrieved an exquisitely crafted crossbow from his space, leisurely loading a bolt. This was a hunting tool. Even a raging boar would fall to the ground with a single shot, let alone a fragile human body. After weeks of practice, he had become quite proficient in its use. Luo Tian opened a pre-prepared shooting hole at the top of the security door, climbed onto a stool, and awaited his adversary from a vantage point. As Wang Fu stepped out of the elevator, a menacing gleam in his eyes, he charged towards the door, brandishing the kitchen knife. Luo Tian, come out here, you son of a bee, he bellowed, cursing as he swung the knife violently at the security door. Typically, security doors were made of iron, but this particular door was unlike any other. Comparable to a bank vault, its formidable thickness could withstand even a small explosive. Attacking it with a kitchen knife was akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Thud. Is this door made of iron? Wang Fu stared at the chipped blade of his knife, dumbfounded. It was far too sturdy. Undeterred, he began to kick the door. With a dull thud, it felt as though he had kicked a solid mass of iron, and the door remained unmoved, nearly fracturing his foot in the process. Damn it, that hurts. Luo Tian, you son of a bee, you cowardly turtle, hiding inside your house. I wonder how long you can keep this up, you son of a bee. In a fit of rage, Wang Fu continued to berate him, raising the kitchen knife to strike the door once more. In his fury, he failed to notice that he had already been targeted by a crossbow bolt. Luo Tian observed Wang Fu's ferocious demeanor, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. The cold arrow was aimed directly at his head, but after a moment's consideration, Luo Tian adjusted his aim downward, targeting his opponent's groin. In his previous life, when a group of thugs had broken in wielding axes, Wang Fu had been the first to charge forward. Those scoundrels should not be granted an easy demise. It would be too lenient to simply kill them. They must endure a thorough torment. Not only him, but many others too. They were all the same. If memory serves, Wang's mother has yet to cradle a grandchild, hasn't she? If I were to incapacitate her son, her reaction would surely be spectacular, Luo Tian sneered. Since they were so eager for grandchildren, he would ensure they were left barren, eliminating the notion at its root. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being pierced resonated as the sharp bolt shot through Wang Fu's legs, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Wang Fu was taken aback, feeling a sudden chill in his lower body, followed by a wave of excruciating pain that nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Oh! He unleashed a bone-chilling scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony, clutching his bleeding groin. In the frigid temperature of -70 degrees, such a grievous injury would undoubtedly render his manhood useless. Without prompt medical attention and proper blood-stopping treatment, he might even perish in extreme agony. As the pain surged, sweat dripped down his forehead, and he finally realized he had provoked someone far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Those ruffians, who thrived on numbers and brute force, often preyed upon the defenseless. But Luo Tian was different. He was a man willing to wield a crossbow, a true force to be reckoned with. Wang Fu, staring at the pool of blood around him, felt his soul leave his body, terrified that Luo Tian would reload and fire another shot. With gritted teeth, he bore the agony and hastily retreated to the elevator. Luo Tian made no effort to stop him. He chuckled to himself. After all, he wasn't a bad person. Letting Wang Fu live a little longer would only heighten the drama. By the time he returned home, Wang's mother would see her son bleeding profusely and might very well succumb to shock. Too bad he wouldn't witness that thrilling spectacle. Chapter 22. You might no longer be able to be a man. In the owners' group, the conversation buzzed with unease. It's been quite a while. Why is there no news at all? Could it be that they are still fighting? What are they fighting about? Luo Tian is merely on the receiving end of a beating. I think so too. Although Luo Tian has a decent physique, his opponent is a street thug. Fighting for them is as effortless as drinking water. He probably got beaten badly. Let's hope it doesn't result in a fatality. The owners were almost universally pessimistic about Luo Tian's situation, while many onlookers reveled in their grim speculations about the tragic fate awaiting him. How could an ordinary person contend with someone from the underworld? Their strikes are merciless, not to mention armed with knives. Humph, that Defu is really something. He has no other merits, just his filial piety. Hit him hard. Just leave him alive. Aunt Wang, observing the messages in the group, wore a pleased expression, as if all the resentment Luo Tian had caused her had finally been released in her eyes. Her son had connections with numerous thugs, and perhaps Luo Tian was already on his knees begging for mercy. Mom, help me. Suddenly, as Aunt Wang was lost in her thoughts about how Luo Tian might be pleading for his life, a frantic pounding on the door jolted her. Accompanied by her son's anguished wails, it sounded as if he were mourning the loss of his mother. Defu, he hasn't killed someone, has he? A chill ran through Aunt Wang, draining the color from her face. That cry was far too horrifying. Even when he had been arrested for fighting, her son had never displayed such terror. Upon opening the door, Aunt Wang intended to offer him some words of comfort, only to discover that he was doubled over in pain, clutching his lower body, which was stained crimson with blood. The corridor was smeared with blood, trailing from the elevator right to their doorstep. Quick, get some bandages. No, needles and thread. Help me stitch it up. Defu, resembling a man who had just lost his mother, howled in despair. It dawned on Aunt Wang that her son was the one injured. Get inside. What happened? Why is there so much blood? Aunt Wang yanked him into the house, her face turning a sickly green with fright. Hearing that the injury was severe and that he was losing feeling made her even more frantic, as she anxiously stomped her feet, wishing she could leap and bang her head against the ceiling. Oh my heavens! I haven't even held my grandchild yet, and you've gone and injured your manhood. Aunt Wang was in a frenzy, like a headless chicken, rummaging through the house for any supplies to staunch the bleeding. However, Her panic made it impossible to remember where anything was stored. Finally, it was her daughter-in-law, Yunana, who heard the commotion and dug out the medical kit from a drawer in the living room. Although neither Aunt Wang nor her daughter-in-law were doctors, the situation was dire. Defu's lower body was still profusely bleeding, and in mere moments, the floor was soaked. His complexion was paler than that of a vampire. If they did not stop the bleeding and stitch up the wound soon, he might not survive. Especially with the temperature plummeting to a frigid -70 degrees, Defu was not only shivering from the cold, but also racked with excruciating pain. The outside was already slick with ice. The pain was unbearable. Fortunately, Aunt Wang was experienced with needlework. Although lacking professional tools, she could manage with makeshift methods. Upon removing his clothing, the damage inflicted by the crossbow bolt was truly catastrophic. Defu resembled a eunuch from the imperial court, having suffered severe mutilation. The sight was ghastly, a horrific tableau of blood and flesh. Aunt Wang, who considered herself seasoned in life's tempests, nearly fainted at the sight. She steadied herself, though still shaken. "Mom, is the wound serious? That beast had a crossbow. I was ambushed." Defu lamented, unable to bear the sight of his injury, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope. That cursed Luo Tian. What a monster! Aunt Wang trembled with rage. It was over. The rooster had been slaughtered, the eggs shattered. Even if he were rushed to the best hospital in the country, equipped with a top-tier medical team, there would be no saving him. If a finger were severed, prompt medical attention might salvage it, but if it were completely mangled, even the greatest deity could not assist. "Son, you might never be able to be a man again." "Well, there's still one left. I could try to put it back, but who knows if it would work." Aunt Wang's tears flowed as she uttered this grim reality. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap erupted in his mind. I can't be," Defu stammered. For someone like him, who often boasted about his prowess with women and aspired to marry a virtuous wife, this was more terrifying than the sky falling. At that moment, he could no longer withstand the weight of this dreadful news. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Defu, what is wrong? Don't scare me." Aunt Wang shook him desperately. Breaking news. I just saw Defu clutching his stomach, rushing back home, leaving a trail of blood behind. A resident living on the same floor as Aunt Wang reported in the group chat. However, others expressed skepticism. How could that be? Are you sure it's not Luo Tian's blood? Exactly. I suspect it's Luo Tian who was injured. Defu is probably covered in his blood. What? Someone's dead? Is that true? Messages flooded the group, with everyone speculating about the outcome, but most leaned towards the belief that Luo Tian had been harmed, while Yunana's expression turned complicated as she closed the group chat. Once Aunt Wang finished stitching, she tidied the medical kit and numbly mopped up the blood that had already frozen. Perhaps I should find another man. A thought flickered through her mind. She had never shared a deep bond with Defu. Their relationship was merely a convenience, a means to secure a future in a larger house. "Yunana, you better not be thinking ill of my son. Even if he is injured, you are still his wife for life. I warn you, don't harbor any ulterior motives." Aunt Wang scolded, her eyes red with anger. Why Yunana was a woman Defu had met at a KTV. She had always looked down on her daughter-in-law. "Mom, I'm just worried about Defu's injury. You've misunderstood me." Yunana replied with a feigned smile. Seeing her relent, Aunt Wang chose to ignore her and instead fixated on Luo Tian, the source of all her rage. With a crossbow in hand, he was undoubtedly dangerous. Despite her fury, she dared not confront him directly. Instead, she could only wish malevolently for misfortune to befall him. Once the snowstorm passed, she would pull strings to ensure he spent a lifetime imprisoned. Breathing heavily in her agitation, Aunt Wang took out her phone and furiously typed out messages in the group. "Luo Tian, do you have no conscience? Defu merely intended to teach you a small lesson, yet you resorted to— Do you even deserve to be called human?" Upon sending this, the group erupted in chaos. Aunt Wang's words confirmed suspicions. Did this mean Luo Tian truly retaliated against Defu? The owners were stunned. Among them, Li, living next door, felt no surprise, even breathing a sigh of relief. She had heard Defu's horrific scream, as if he were mourning a dead mother. Although she did not know how Luo Tian had accomplished this, a strange sense of security washed over her. Sitting up from the sofa, she wrapped her arms around her plump thighs and cocooned herself in a heavy blanket. Luo Tian was truly remarkable. He could defeat even the toughest of street thugs. If it were her husband in that situation, she might have been the one suffering. She couldn't help but sigh deeply, comparing Yulin to Luo Tian, realizing he paled in comparison. What? Defu has been injured? Isn't he a thug? How could he be so weak? Su Ling lamented as she surveyed the messages in the group, feeling utterly disappointed. She had prepared herself to feign sympathy for Luo Tian, ready to bask in his gratitude, yet the outcome was entirely different from her expectations. All she could do was delete the pre-written, comforting messages from the chat. The banquet I looked forward to has vanished. Su Ling sighed heavily, wishing fervently that it had been Luo Tian who had been injured instead. Chapter 23. Why not borrow some food from Luo Tian? Ever since the last time when Wang Fu was left with a profound lesson, Aunt Wang had scolded for quite some time in the group chat, but eventually fell silent for an extended period. The group chat barely saw a message or two, a stark contrast to its previous vibrancy. 2 days passed once more. Today marked the 5th day since the arrival of the frigid apocalypse. Luo Tian lay comfortably in his safe house, relishing a few days of peaceful tranquility. Tio passed the time. He indulged in video games he had long wished to play but had previously lacked the opportunity. Not only did he level up several characters to their maximum in the single-player version of Genshin Impact 2, but he also completed the masterpiece Dying Light 8, the resurrection of the Harlan Fist King. Furthermore, he enjoyed a taste of the nationally acclaimed sci-fi epic Doomed. I am surrounded by beautiful women 6. Whenever he felt thirsty, he would take hearty gulps of soda, and when hunger struck, he feasted on exquisite Wagyu steak and French foie gras. Day and night lost their meaning. He played when he wished and ate when he desired, occasionally engaging in light exercise. It was truly a delightful existence. To his astonishment, the life of leisure he had yearned for was realized amidst the apocalypse. Guldong, clad in silk pajamas, Luo Tian sipped on a steaming hot beverage as he strolled contentedly to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. He intended to gaze into the distance and ease his mind. However, what met his eyes were several homeowners outside, wielding shovels, laboriously clearing the snow that blanketed the road. They seemed to harbor intentions of venturing outside, but the snow was far too deep, higher than they were. A few of the homeowners had been shoveling for an eternity, barely managing to clear a small patch of ground in the bone-chilling temperature of -70 degrees. Many shivered uncontrollably, even while clad in thick down jackets and wearing insulated gloves, unable to steady their shovels. What a futile effort, Luo Tian remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. In such harsh conditions, it was utterly impossible to forge a path to the outside world relying solely on human strength. Not only was the snow over 3 meters deep, but the flakes continued to fall incessantly from the sky. Even if a path were cleared, it would soon be covered again. And even if they managed to venture out, it would be of little use, as all the shops outside were shuttered, and the snow on the streets might be even deeper than in their community. Luo Tian could hardly be bothered to pay them any further mind. He settled back in the living room, picking up the controller to enjoy some games on his Sony console. When he grew tired, he summoned the butler to fetch a highly acclaimed film from the server to while away the time, continuously prompting the butler for commentary on the plot. With the presence of this formidable AI, Luo Tian did not feel as isolated as he had in his previous life. At least he had someone to engage in conversation with. In the safety of his abode, Luo Tian luxuriated in the film. Meanwhile, in the neighboring residence of the married woman, a dilemma arose due to the depletion of food. In the kitchen, is there truly nothing left? Li Ro rummaged through the drawers of the cabinet, her beautiful face reflecting shock. She distinctly remembered having a handful of noodles remaining. If she rationed it carefully, it could sustain her through the day. It had originally been intended for her dinner last night, but feeling that consuming it would leave the pantry utterly bare, she had suppressed her hunger and opted to let Yulin prepare something for himself instead. Over the past few days, she had been scrimping and saving, yet Yulin seemed oblivious to the situation, having devoured 2/3 of their supplies without a care. This morning, unable to endure her hunger any longer, she had intended to cook some noodles to fill her stomach. However, a thorough search of the kitchen revealed no trace of the leftover noodles from the previous day. Ultimately, she discovered an empty packaging bag in the trash bin, while the sink held Yulin's unwashed bowl, frozen solid with ice. Could any normal, with a cold expression, she demanded, "Did you not realize I was saving that to stave off hunger? You left not a single strand for me? Now, we have no food left in the house. With the snowstorm blocking the roads outside, what are we to do? Are we to starve to death at home?" Faced with Li Ro's fury, Yulin, engrossed in his single-player game, displayed an utter lack of concern. "Why are you yelling so loudly? Can't you see I'm busy?" he snapped, his fingers flying across the keyboard with impatience. On the screen, The game character was engaged in fierce combat, skill effects exploding across the display. Yulin barely glanced in her direction, his focus solely on the game. Li Rose stood silently, her body trembling slightly. She felt utterly disillusioned. Her partner spent his days playing games or drinking, returning home to lash out in tantrums. He was selfish and indifferent to her feelings. This life was more than she could bear. Li Rose was accustomed to being the center of attention among countless men. Wealthy suitors eager to spend lavishly on her upkeep would line up for a chance. Yet, she remained a traditional woman who upheld her integrity. What are you getting so worked up about? Weren't you just flirting with that guy across the street? Why not ask him for some food? Yulin said dismissively. What flirting? Our relationship is perfectly normal. Li Rose retorted through gritted teeth. Now that everyone is trapped by the snowstorm, food is impossible to procure. What if he doesn't have much to spare either? Upon hearing this, Yulin turned. I will ensure Luo Tian begs me for food, and we shall humiliate him thoroughly. Yulin chuckled coldly. The humiliation he suffered at the night market still lingered in his mind. Now, with this perfect opportunity, he could empty the other party's larder and finally deal a fatal blow to Luo Tian. Faced with her husband's outrageous suggestion, Li Rose trembled with rage. Yulin, have you lost your mind? How can you suggest using your own wife as bait to take revenge on someone else? She found it hard to believe that such an unconscionable thought could emerge from his lips. What did he take her for? What difference does it make? A little sacrifice could yield an abundance of food. It's a no-brainer. Yulin replied impatiently, donning a pair of headphones. Hurry up. I want to mind. Oh, and remember not to take it too seriously. Be quick about it. I'm hungry. With that, he immersed himself back into the game. Fine. Li Rose felt a bitter laugh rising. After years of marriage, she finally saw her husband's true nature. Even after losing his job and relying solely on her to manage all household expenses, she had remained silent. But now, he treated her like a mere commodity, carelessly pushing her towards other men. For Li Rose, this was a blatant affront to her moral integrity. Did he think she could be traded as if she were an object? Unbeknownst to Li Rose, in no more than 2 months, she would indeed be sold by Yulin for the paltry price of 3 bags of instant noodles. Since you've put it that way, Li Rose closed the door, leaning quietly against it. Initially, she had her reservations, however, none of it mattered anymore. You want to take revenge on him? Very well. A moment later, in the howling cold of the corridor, Li Rose tightened her coat and took a deep breath. She knocked on Luo Tian's door. Chapter 24. Donning the bracelet as noon approached, Luo Tian arrived at the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Glancing outside, he observed that the homeowners who had been shoveling snow had already departed, likely realizing the futility of their efforts. After 2 hours of relentless snowfall, the small patch of ground they had cleared that morning was once again blanketed by a thick layer of snow. Such is the formidable power of nature. With mere individual strength, one is utterly incapable of contending with the grandeur of the natural world. Greetings, esteemed master. The current outdoor temperature stands at -72.5 C. The indoor temperature stands at 27.6 C. The colossal LCD screen in the living room displays a comprehensive overview of both indoor and outdoor temperatures. I'm feeling quite famished. Let's have lunch, Luo Tian remarked, lightly patting his rumbling stomach, his consciousness drifting into the realm of possibilities. What should he indulge in? A seemingly endless expanse of the food area loomed before him, piled high with a veritable mountain of delicacies. Steaks, roasted fish, barbecued meats, lobsters, abalone. An array of exquisite feasts was at his fingertips. After a brief period of contemplation, he finally made his choice. For lunch, I shall have some charcoal grilled lamb chops, accompanied by a vegetable salad, he declared with a grand gesture, and before him appeared the golden, glistening lamb chops, dripping with juices, set elegantly on the dining table, alongside a plate of salad adorned with herbs and cheese. A harmonious balance of meat and greens, nutritious and wholesome. To stave off boredom and keep abreast of external developments, Luo Tian instructed the butler to tune into the official news channel. Following days of heavy snow and plummeting temperatures, all channels save the official news station had been silenced, and major online platforms had been shut down, perhaps an effort to curtail the spread of apocalyptic panic. On the screen, a host clad in a thick down jacket rallied the public, saying, "Do not be alarmed. The official rescue operations are being conducted in an orderly manner. All endeavors are proceeding exceptionally well, and we shall undoubtedly triumph over this snow disaster shortly. Trust in us. Trust in the power of the authorities. The government will not abandon any citizen." Watching the fervent oration of the host, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. Had he not lived through such a scenario before, he might have been deceived. In his previous life, the authorities had also arranged for individuals to make such proclamations on television. Yet, what was the outcome? Initially, there was exuberance, as everyone believed the government had commenced rescue efforts. However, months passed with no sign of aid. Instead, most were left with empty pantries, resorting to desperate measures to survive, leading to, as the months dragged on, the scarcity of food only intensified, with the famished turning their gaze towards the deceased, their bodies preserved by the frigid temperatures and heavy snowfall. The community group chat buzzed with new messages. Luo Tian clicked in to discover that the previously silent Aunt Wang was now incessantly proclaiming her faith in the government. Everyone, did you see what the official news channel said? The government will not abandon any of the populace. This snow disaster will surely pass. We must believe in the strength of the authorities. For those with limited supplies at home, if you have excess food, please assist them. Once the snow disaster is over, hoarding more food would be wasteful. Moreover, I urge everyone to foster a sense of unity within our building, as if we are one large family. We should not engage in petty schemes or actions that harm others, as this will earn the disdain of all. Once the snow disaster is over, such individuals will undoubtedly face just retribution. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Aunt Wang's impassioned discourse, while ostensibly comforting and encouraging mutual assistance, was in truth a rallying cry to ostracize Luo Tian. Despite her lengthy messages, most residents paid her little heed. It was now the 5th day of the snow disaster, and with no signs of life outside, anxiety began to grip many as their food supplies dwindled. How long would this accursed snow disaster continue? A mere buffoon, Luo Tian scoffed, shutting off the community group chat, disinterested in engaging further. After all, with her son rendered impotent, Aunt Wang would likely burst if she didn't find an outlet for her frustrations. Master, the lady next door is knocking at the door. The butler suddenly alerted, pulling up the surveillance footage from the security door. In the footage, Li Ro was bundled in a thick down coat, shivering against the biting wind. Her lovely face was mostly hidden within her collar, and judging by her trembling, she had likely been knocking for some time. The security door of Luo Tian's residence was as formidable as a bank vault, soundproof and heavily reinforced, rendering her knocks inaudible. Finally, she has arrived, Luo Tian mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In his previous life, around this same time, Li Ro had been sent by her husband to request food from him, and without hesitation, he had lent her a substantial amount, allowing her to comfortably endure for quite a while. However, the revelation of his ample food supplies had attracted the attention of Su Ling and those predatory neighbors, leading to his demise at their hands. Li Ro, it is time for you to repay me. Luo Tian stretched his limbs, preparing for the encounter. Outside, Li Ro murmured, is Luo Tian still asleep? I've been knocking for ages, yet there's been no response. She trembled from the cold, especially as she wore only 2 layers of thick thermal leggings. It was unbearably frigid. Just as she was about to give up on waiting, she heard Luo Tian's voice from behind the door. Li Ro, what brings you to my doorstep? Upon hearing his reply, Li Ro's heart leapt with joy. Luo Tian, could you please let me in? It's simply too cold in the corridor. Despite the windows being tightly shut, the biting wind continued to howl. If she stayed out much longer, she would surely freeze solid. You may enter, but I have one condition, Luo Tian replied, opening a small window to extend an electronic wristband toward her. As you know, I was nearly harmed by Wang Fu To gain entry, you must wear this. Even with someone like Li Ro, Luo Tian was unwilling to simply open the door. Who could say whether she might pull a knife from her coat at any moment? With the butler's 24-hour surveillance and the electrical wristband, he felt a modicum of reassurance. He had personally experienced the reliability of the butler and the wristband. He trusted them implicitly. After all, he had died once before. He needed to be exceedingly cautious that, of course, Li Ro was a familiar neighbor, posing little threat. Were it anyone else, Luo Tian would not have entertained the thought of letting them in. Do you want me to wear this? Li Ro hesitated upon taking the sci-fi styled wristband. Wearing a wristband was no issue, but for some reason, it felt rather strange. Why should it matter if he didn't trust her? Another gust of frigid wind swept through, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. It was freezing. What was just a wristband? She would wear it. At worst, she could remove it when she left. With this thought, Li Ro decisively fastened the electronic wristband onto her slender wrist. With a soft click, the wristband secured itself firmly around her wrist. The butler's screen in the living room displayed a prompt indicating a successful connection to the wristband. Without Luo Tian's consent, she would be unable to remove it. Moreover, the wristband possessed features such as video monitoring, audio surveillance, and location tracking. Its charging method was advanced, capable of wirelessly charging through thick concrete walls from a distance of up to 200 meters. Each second, the wearer remained under the butler's absolute scrutiny, rendering any harmful actions impossible. In essence, once the electronic wristband was donned, there was no need to worry about any threats. A faint electric tingle coursed through her body, causing Luo to shudder slightly. This was the butler's way of confirming the wristband's functionality. Once everything was in order, Luo Tian removed the heavy bolt, proceeding to unlock the 3 security locks within the door: facial recognition, fingerprint verification, and password confirmation. With a satisfying click, the heavy alloy doors swung open. At last, the fortress-like sanctuary welcomed its first guest. "Come in." Luo Tian leaned against the doorframe. His demeanor calm. Luo stood at the threshold, gazing in awe at the paradisiacal scene within, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 25. Surely, you do not wish to continue starving. A wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly dispelling the chill of the corridor. The living room was bright and inviting, adorned with opulent decor. On the coffee table lay a plate with a succulent, butter-drizzled golden lamb chop, accompanied by a vibrant vegetable salad and a bottle of aged red wine. The enticing aroma wafted from the living room all the way to the doorway. Furthermore, there was an exquisite fireplace at the center of the wall, ablaze with roaring flames. The fireplace radiated warmth continuously, maintaining an extraordinarily comfortable temperature within the room. In stark contrast to other homeowners, and even her own frigid abode, this place felt as warm as paradise. Luo's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mind consumed by a singular thought: how wonderful it would be to reside here. Wait. Luo Tian extended his hand, gently blocking her path. This sudden gesture left the eager Luo slightly flustered. What's the matter? Is there something else? Could it be that he was reconsidering and would not allow her to enter? Luo's mind raced with anxious thoughts, fervently hoping that Luo Tian would take their past neighborly bond into account and permit her to step inside for warmth. The cold wind howled, and a gust of frigid air left Luo Tian momentarily breathless. Damn, it's bitterly cold. He instinctively retreated a few steps into the warmth of the living room. Having remained in the cozy sanctuary for so long, he had nearly forgotten how terrifying the extreme cold of the apocalyptic world could be. It was the kind of cold that could freeze a person to death. Observing Luo, shivering in the corridor, he spoke slowly. There is one more thing. In order to ensure you are not concealing any weapons, I will need to conduct a search upon your entry. Luo quickly replied, all right. I consent to your terms. Excellent. Luo Tian nodded in satisfaction, allowing her to enter and promptly securing the triple locks on the door. Saved at last, Luo stood dazed in the living room. The room's warmth enveloped her, making her feel as though she had abruptly transitioned from the frigid hell outside to a spring-like paradise. How wonderfully warm and comfortable it was. She even felt a bit too warm. Just how cozy was Luo Tian's home? After a brief inspection with no issues found, Luo Tian nodded and remarked, very well, you are not carrying any weapons. In truth, Luo had undergone a security scan by the built-in device at the doorway the moment she stepped inside. It was impossible for her to be armed. Oh, Luo replied, averting her gaze. That moment, she found herself hesitant to meet his eyes. Now, tell me, what brings you here? Luo Tian calmly returned to the sofa. With elegance, he picked up a knife and fork, continuing to slice the steaming lamb chop he had left uneaten. As if nothing had transpired, Luo bit her lip and stammered, I came to borrow some food. Borrow food? You are well aware of the current situation. I need not elaborate on the scarcity of provisions. Luo Tian chewed on a delectable piece of roasted meat. I understand. Luo clenched her teeth and insisted, I can pay for it. I want to take it for free. Her mindset still lingered in the pre-apocalyptic era, believing that this global blizzard would eventually subside. In reality, it was far from possible. Money? Luo Tian chuckled as if he had heard the most amusing thing. Do you have any idea how much I spent to renovate this shelter? 300 million. He revealed a staggering figure that left her astonished. Do you truly think that what I desire is money? He remarked with a wry smile, lifting a glass of red wine and gently swirling it in his hand. Then, what is it that you want? Luo felt suddenly at a loss. Aside from money, what else could she possibly offer him? Chapter 26. The power and water have been cut off. An hour later, the living room was enveloped in an eerie silence, the only sound being the crackling of the burning logs in the fireplace. Luo lay exhausted on the sofa, her limbs languid and weak, a pair of black stockings fraying on her succulent thighs. Luo Tian stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes, feeling invigorated. This is far more comfortable than my previous life, he mused contentedly. In his past existence, he had cowered at home, shivering in the cold, subsisting on nothing but cold biscuits and lukewarm water, ultimately meeting a fate where not a trace remained of him. How could it compare to the indulgence he now experienced? The warm fireplace radiated heat, and an array of delectable dishes was at his disposal, rendering concerns about sustenance and warmth utterly unnecessary. Luo Tian had already disclosed the dire circumstances of the apocalypse and the supplies he had stockpiled to Luo, engaging her in a rather profound exchange. After all, it was futile to conceal their living arrangement for long. With the butler as a safeguard, there was no need to worry about ulterior motives from either party. Simultaneously, it effectively curtailed any inappropriate thoughts and ensured her willing presence. Ultimately, all the provisions resided within his space. Should he perish, everything would vanish, and Luo was well aware of this. The global snow disaster was poised to persist for an indeterminate number of years. For her own future sustenance, she would never entertain any foolish notion of harming Luo Tian. After all, in this apocalyptic world, he was her sole protector. I am hungry, Luo murmured shyly, dragging her weary body to Luo Tian's side. She had not eaten for several days, and her arrival at Luo Tian's home had primarily been to borrow food. Look at me. I completely forgot you were still hungry, Luo Tian replied, preparing to conjure some warm food from his space to replenish her strength. No need, I'll just eat what you have left. She gently shook her head in refusal, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. She returned to the sofa, elegantly bringing her black stocking legs together, and bent down to pick up a knife and fork to savor the leftover roasted lamb chops. She showed no signs of disdain, taking delicate bites, exuding grace even in her hunger. Luo Tian watched her with growing interest. She was simply exquisite. The contrast with her earlier demeanor was striking. Ding, the phone on the coffee table rang, likely yet another message from the homeowners group. My power is out, how about you? Our electricity is also gone, and the water in the kitchen has stopped. What is happening? Oh my goodness, to lose both water and power in this freezing weather, the electric heater is rendered useless, and the room is freezing. How are we supposed to survive? Not only the homeowners group, but numerous others were inundated with messages, all marked with 99 notifications. It was evident that the sudden loss of power and water had instilled a profound sense of unease among the residents. Is it already that time? Luo Tian remarked, shaking his head. He had been so engrossed in the moment that he had forgotten that this afternoon, on the 5th day of the extreme cold apocalypse, the entire neighborhood's electricity would fail. Moreover, with the power outage, the water supply had also ceased. Every household was without water. The authorities had been striving to resolve the crisis since the onset of the snow disaster, but as days passed, it became clear that human effort was no match for the wrath of nature. Due to a lack of maintenance personnel, various power plants had gradually ceased operations under the extreme cold. Unable to continue supplying electricity to the city, it was likely that only a few nuclear power stations could remain operational. But the cessation of water and electricity exacerbated the survivors' plight. Has the power really gone out? Luo said softly after swallowing a few bites of lamb chop, evidently having caught sight of the messages in the group. Concern washed over her. Without electricity and food, the surviving humans in such frigid temperatures would likely face mass death from freezing and starvation. Glancing around the cozy living room, which felt as secure as a fortress amid the apocalypse, and at Luo Tian, who possessed infinite space and supplies, a wave of profound reassurance surged within her. She couldn't help but admire her decision, which had proven to be remarkably astute. The atmosphere in the homeowners group was palpably tense. Without electricity, they were unable to use their phones, and even household appliances had become useless. This heavy snowfall has persisted for nearly a week. When will it cease? The house grows colder by the day. I'm going to freeze to death. Sob, sob, sob. What are we to do? There's no food or water, and we can't go to the supermarket to buy anything. Should we resort to eating snow? At that moment, someone recalled Aunt Wang's earlier remarks. Aunt Wang, didn't you say this snow disaster would soon pass? You advised us against going out to buy supplies. Exactly. We listened to your advice and didn't stock up, and now our food supplies are running low. What should we do? This morning you were still advocating for faith in the official rescue efforts. Now that the water and electricity have been cut, when will help arrive? Faced with the barrage of questions from the anxious homeowners, Aunt Wang felt a surge of panic and urgency. As a member of the neighborhood committee, she had access to more information than the average resident and was privy to some insider news. Not long ago, the neighborhood committee group had exploded with messages. It turned out that the dire situation was not confined to Qingshui City. The snowstorm was sweeping across the entire nation and even the world. According to official statements, this was a cataclysmic event comparable to prehistoric extinction. The apocalyptic scenarios depicted in novels and films had seemingly materialized into reality. Although the authorities were diligently working on rescue and recovery efforts, the sheer magnitude of the population, over 1 billion people, made it impossible to address every area. Even some key cities had succumbed to the chaos not long ago. If survival was to be ensured, amassing sufficient supplies, whether energy or food, was imperative. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Aunt Wang gazed at the messages in the neighborhood committee group, feeling as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. The severity of the situation had far exceeded anyone's expectations. "Mom, what is wrong? Why do you look so distressed?" Nana inquired, noticing Aunt Wang's dazed expression. Instead of answering her daughter-in-law's question, Aunt Wang pulled her into her son's bedroom, where she divulged everything she had learned to both of them. She insisted that they cooperate with her, just as the other committee members were doing, and go door to door to gather supplies, ensuring their household had an ample stock. "Mom, won't this be illegal?" Nana hesitated, struggling to accept the shocking revelations Aunt Wang had shared. "Illegal? When people are on the brink of starvation, who cares about that? If we don't gather more supplies, the little food we have at home won't last us long." Aunt Wang chastised her, especially considering her son Wang Fu was still recovering from his injuries and required a greater intake of protein for healing. "Mom, I support your plan. While the other homeowners are still reeling, let us take as much as we can." Wang Fu's face darkened with determination. After all, the survival of others was of no concern to him. If possible, he would relish the idea of leaving Luo Tian, who was practically a recluse, with nothing but his own food, allowing him to perish from cold and hunger. "Everyone, please rest assured, the power and water outages are merely temporary. Professional personnel have already begun repairs. The authorities have issued a new directive, requesting our neighborhood committee to manage the homeowners properly during this critical period and to collect all supplies for unified distribution. We hope everyone will cooperate with the work of the neighborhood committee. Anyone who dares to defy the orders or obstruct the progress of our operations will be arrested by the police." Chapter 27. Yulin's fury. Yulin was enraged and chose to ignore what Aunt Wang had to say. With the power and water supply already cut off, the room relied solely on backup energy, compelling him to start the generator as soon as possible. He made his way to a room designated for storing machinery and miscellaneous items. Luo Tian activated a high-capacity silent generator that had been meticulously set up beforehand and connected it to a tank brimming with gasoline via a pipe. The fuel supply was ample, and the generator, produced by a renowned company, was capable of maximizing every drop of gasoline, representing the latest advancements in domestic technology. It was estimated that it could function without issue for an entire month. "Luo Tian, your preparations are remarkably thorough. You must have anticipated the snow disaster, hadn't you?" Li Ro remarked with admiration, visibly astonished. Reflecting on the situation, it became evident that whether it was the 300 million spent on reinforcing the house or the foresight to stockpile resources due to his spatial abilities, Luo Tian had clearly foreseen the impending snow calamity. In stark contrast, she had failed to stockpile even the most basic of provisions. "Of course," Luo Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. Not only was he aware of the impending apocalypse, but he had also endured its trials firsthand. "Then, why didn't you inform me when others inquired?" Li Ro cautiously cast him a sidelong glance, her voice barely a whisper. In response to the wife's inquiry, Luo Tian wore a bemused expression. "Are you foolish? If you had hoarded supplies, you wouldn't be here begging me for help." At that moment, Li Ro lowered her gaze. Yet, compared to her previous life of anxiety and hunger, she could now reside in a warm, secure shelter, well-fed and free from the biting cold. For her, this was already a significant improvement. At the very least, Luo Tian was infinitely superior to that useless Yulin. Upon returning to the living room, Luo Tian sank into the sofa and pulled out his phone to access the homeowners group chat. "What's going on? Everyone is short on water and food, and with the power outage, instead of providing reassurance, the authorities are putting pressure on us." Numerous homeowners expressed their discontent. However, given the current unstable situation and Aunt Wang's constant references to the authorities, most homeowners refrained from opposing her. They were predominantly ordinary individuals, fearful of being labeled as non-compliant and subsequently apprehended by the police. Seeing no one contesting her, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk, uninterested in exposing her deceit. In his previous life, Aunt Wang had skillfully manipulated many homeowners into relinquishing their supplies. Some residents, already short on food, had been conned out of their last rations and ultimately perished from starvation within their homes. It could be said that many deaths were directly attributable to Aunt Wang. Yet, what did any of this concern Luo Tian? His neighbors and Aunt Wang were essentially two sides of the same coin. Neither party was virtuous, and he would not mind if more of them perished. After all, the supplies and fuel stored in his spatial realm would suffice for countless lifetimes. Without electricity or water, how will the others manage? Li Ro mused, curled up on the sofa, hugging her elegant, black-stockinged legs with a sigh. Had she not chosen to be Luo Tian's partner, she likely would be cowering at home in despair alongside the other residents. The electricity should return shortly. After all, the authorities do not wish for everyone to perish, Luo Tian interjected. Curiously, Li Ro inquired, in such frigid conditions, how will the authorities supply electricity? Nuclear power plants, Luo Tian replied, crossing his legs, his gaze becoming pensive as if recalling something. Once the majority of power facilities fell into disrepair, the only means of obtaining electricity in the extreme cold of the apocalypse would be through those few large nuclear power stations. However, relying on these limited facilities to provide power nationwide was utterly unrealistic. Without electricity, residents would be unable to melt snow for drinking water. Thus, the authorities devised a plan to supply electricity for half an hour each morning and evening to alleviate the residents' water and power needs. Although the supply duration was brief, it was sufficient for boiling a few kettles of water and charging mobile phones. Knock, knock, knock. Yulin, wrapped in his collar, stood at Luo Tian's door, rapping impatiently. It's infuriatingly sturdy, Yulin grumbled to himself. After waiting in the cold corridor for what felt like an eternity without a response, he found himself shivering, his nose running. Damn it! This fool Luo Tian isn't even going to open the door for me. Yulin could not suppress a surge of anger. Chapter 28. Li Ro's affection grows at this moment. It seemed that no one could endure the situation. Infuriated, Yulin disregarded the frigid temperatures of the corridor, seizing a stool and relentlessly pounding on the door. Alas, this door could withstand even the force of explosives. What a pitiable creature, Luo Tian remarked, observing the contorted visage of his adversary on the surveillance monitor, a twinge of sympathy escaping his lips. Pay him no mind. Li Ro merely cast a fleeting glance at the grotesque display on the screen, biting her lip to avert her gaze. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of how many years had passed since she last experienced such joys for Yulin. Well, she could not be bothered even if he met his demise. Do you know? In no more than 2 months' time, you will be sold by Yulin for the price of 3 bags of instant noodles, Luo Tian continued, unconcerned whether or not his words would be believed. Strangely, Li Ro found herself wholly convinced by his statement, harboring not a shred of doubt. It seemed entirely plausible that Yulin was capable of such treachery. Is that so? In his eyes, I am worth merely 3 bags of instant noodles? Li Ro scoffed coldly. If that were the case, her decision to distance herself from him might very well be the wisest choice of her life. That moment, the butler suddenly issued a notification. Master, Yulin departed from his residence at 8:15 a.m. According to surveillance footage, he entered Unit 1802 at 8:17 a.m. He left after a mere 15 minutes. The screen displayed 2 clips of surveillance video, a request made by Luo Tian to keep a close watch on the individual. In a previous life, he had been brutally slain by a group of neighbors, among whom was Yulin. If memory served him correctly, it was Li Ro whom he had sold to the occupant of Unit 1802. The trajectory of history often bears a striking resemblance, Luo Tian mused softly, sipping his tea as he approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the obscured night sky shrouded in smog, lost in thought. How curious. What could Yulin possibly want on the 18th floor? Li Ro, now clad in a white nightgown, her fair thighs exposed, curiously observed the central screen in the living room, struggling to comprehend the situation. What else could he be doing? He is undoubtedly seeking someone capable to exact revenge, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. He was not the least bit surprised by this outcome. It was merely that his intervention had hastened Yulin's visit to Unit 1802. The resident of Unit 1802 seems rather formidable. Li Ro's delicate features betrayed a hint of concern. She recalled that the man residing in 1802, named Deng Tu, was engaged in real estate, surrounded by a cadre of henchmen, and had a reputation for handling many unsavory matters. The community was rife with rumors that he had been involved in several homicides. As a result, the residents typically refrained from engaging with him, opting to avert their gaze and walk around him whenever encountered. At this juncture, Yulin's decision to seek him out could only be for his own purposes, could it not? Luo Tian, what if Deng Tu comes knocking? What shall we do? Li Ro voiced her concerns. Deng Tu was a man of considerable influence and connections within the underworld, his real estate business thriving, far beyond the capabilities of a mere street thug like Wang Fu. What is there to fear? I am here to handle everything, Luo Tian responded with indifference. With the impenetrable safety of this sanctuary, even if Deng Tu were to employ every possible means at his disposal, he would find it impossible to breach their defenses. Should Deng Tu dare to harbor ill intentions, the fate of Wang Fu served as a vivid lesson. No matter how formidable he seemed, he could not withstand arrows or bullets. The following day, ding, the phone indicated a new private message had arrived. Oh, that was quick, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. The sender of the message was none other than Deng Tu, the real estate tycoon residing in Unit 1802. Luo Tian, I hear you are quite impressive, even managing to meddle with another man's wife? Return her to me within 10 minutes and share half of your provisions, and I shall consider the matter resolved. Should you fail to comply or attempt any tricks, be wary of the consequences. Do not think that a mere change of door will deter me. True to form, Deng Tu wasted no time in issuing threats. Accustomed to his brazen demeanor, he was relentless in his methods, believing that anyone who defied him would meet a dire fate, confident that he had protection above him. Most ordinary individuals, when confronted by such a notorious figure, would have knelt in fear, begging for mercy. You think you matter? Do you truly believe yourself to be anything of significance? Luo Tian typed back with an air of nonchalance. In my eyes, you are nothing but a pitiful societal misfit. What a pathetic creature you are. After delivering his scathing retort, Luo Tian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, dealing with such scum was most gratifying when met with equal ferocity. On the other end of the exchange, Deng Tu could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to insult him so brazenly. The last individual to speak so defiantly had long since ceased to exist. Luo Tian, UMLGB, it seems you are tired of living. Just wait. Deng Tu seethed with rage, his murderous intent boiling over. Initially, he had planned to abduct Yulin's wife for a few days and then seize Luo Tian's provisions, but the audacity of the latter was beyond his expectations. Given the heavy snowfall and the near collapse of societal order, he believed a murder would go unnoticed. The thick blanket of snow served as a natural cover. Once he disposed of Luo Tian, the woman would be his, along with all the food, especially since his own supplies were dwindling amidst the snowstorm. Luo Tian retorted, I could not care less about you. Go play in the mud somewhere. You think you can scare me with your petty gangster tactics? You are nothing but a coward. With that, he promptly blocked Deng Tu's day. Nothing was more infuriating than being insulted and subsequently blocked. The thought of Deng Tu's impotent fury, wishing he could smash his phone, brought a sense of exhilaration to Luo Tian's heart. Butler, bring up the surveillance footage from the 18th floor, Luo Tian said, reclining on the sofa, his tone calm. Cameras, meticulously placed in every corner of the building, ensured that no movement escaped his notice. Indeed, it wasn't long before the door to Unit 1802 creaked open. Deng Tu emerged, clad in a thick coat and wielding a hammer, his face a mask of fury. However, he was unprepared for the biting cold of the corridor, which was far more frigid than he had anticipated. Despite his heavy outerwear, the chill seeped through, piercing to his very bones. Hastening his pace, Deng Tu made his way toward the elevator in the center of the corridor. It was likely that Yulin had informed him. Rather than opting for more sophisticated tools, he had taken the hammer directly, foolishly believing he could smash through Luo Tian's fortified door. Yet, disappointment awaited him. Chapter 29. You have the ability to open the door. Damn it. I forgot the elevator is out of power. This wretched contraption. Deng Tu exclaimed, pounding the elevator button with increasing frustration. When the elevator remained unresponsive, he struck it with a hammer, leaving a dent in the metal. For someone as arrogant and domineering as him, vandalizing public property was of little consequence, especially since the surveillance cameras were rendered useless during the power outage. Fortunately, the emergency lights were operational, sparing him the ordeal of navigating the dark stairwell with the hammer in hand. Deng Tu huffed and puffed his way up the staircase. Although 5 floors were not particularly daunting, ascending them all at once proved quite taxing, especially in the biting cold of sub-zero temperatures. By the time he reached the 23rd floor, he was utterly exhausted. Thus, Yu Lin, who had been hiding in his home, was reluctantly summoned, wielding the hammer to strike at Luo Tian's door. He had no choice. If he disobeyed, Deng Tu would surely smash down his own door first. Wearing a hat, Yu Lin swung the hammer with all his might, as if he were hammering not on a security door, but on Luo Tian himself. Bang! The reverberating impact sent shockwaves through Yu Lin's hands, leaving his palms tingling. In stark contrast, the security doors stood firm, unyielding to the assault, not even a scratch remaining. Bloody hell, Yu Lin, are you a weakling? Put some muscle into it. Deng Tu barked, incensed at the door's resilience. Brother Tu, I'm starving. I haven't eaten in over a day. I really don't have any strength left. Yu Lin lamented, grimacing as he lifted the hammer and struck twice more, nearly losing grip and striking Deng Tu on the head instead. Damn it, you useless fool. Get out of the way and let me handle it. Deng Tu shouted in fury, slapping Yu Lin on the back of the head and snatching the hammer from him. These homeowners were pitifully weak, accustomed to lives of luxury and pampering, unfit to compare with someone like him, who was no stranger to violence. With a fierce glint in his eye, Deng Tu raised the hammer and swung with all his strength at the door. Bang. His blow was significantly more forceful than Yu Lin's, yet the security door remained unscathed. The recoil nearly shattered Deng Tu's grip, leaving his hands trembling in pain for what felt like an eternity. Just what kind of door is this? It's not a bloody bank vault, is it? Deng Tu fumed. The door was astonishingly tough. Get out of your shell, Luo Tian. If you've got the guts, come out. I swear I'll make you wish you hadn't tea. Under his influence, Yu Lin also began to shout, Damn you, Luo Tian. You have the audacity to mess with my wife, but you can't even open the door. Hurry up and open it. In their frenzied tirade, they were blissfully unaware of the sharp crossbow bolt that had silently aimed at them from above. Where should I aim? A direct shot to the head? Luo Tian mused, standing on a stool, a finely crafted crossbow in hand, the arrowhead poised and ready, targeting Deng Tu's body as he moved back and forth. He had no intention of showing mercy to such lowly scum. Perhaps I should treat them equally. I can't show favoritism. A smirk crept across Luo Tian's lips. Killing them outright would be too merciful and devoid of entertainment. He envisioned their suffering, devoid of medicine, as they succumbed to the dual torment of the frigid cold and excruciating pain, which would bring him the greatest enjoyment. The bolt slowly descended, aiming for Deng Tu's thigh, who was still shouting vehemently. Whoosh! A faint sound tore through the air, followed by Deng Tu's ear-splitting scream. Under the might of a bolt capable of felling wild boars, the human body proved alarmingly fragile, akin to stabbing a sheet of paper. Ah! It hurts like hell. Deng Tu felt a chill in his thigh, quickly followed by a surge of agonizing pain flooding his brain. Looking down, he saw that his thigh had been pierced by a remarkably sharp arrow. An arrow? The moment Yu Lin realized the gravity of the situation, panic surged through him. Without a second thought, he abandoned the injured Deng Tu and dashed to his front door, scrambling inside, fearful that he might be struck by a bolt himself. In such frigid temperatures with a lack of medicine, he could already predict that Deng Tu's severe injury would claim his life within days. Infection, inflammation, any of these could prove fatal. Deng Tu writhed in agony, finally recognizing that Yu Lin had deceived him. This was no defenseless brat, but a ruthless predator. However, his past deeds had forged a resilience in him that few could match. Struggling to discard the hammer, he gritted his teeth and limped toward the staircase, dragging his injured Elijah in the bitter cold. With his mobility severely compromised and the elevator out of order, Deng Tu had no choice but to grit his teeth and use the railing to descend one agonizing step at a time. In the process, his wound was numbed by the extreme temperatures, rendering him oblivious to the presence of his leg. His mind felt overwhelmingly fatigued, as if he could fall asleep at any moment, utterly devoid of the will to struggle any longer. Yet, Deng Tu understood that if he succumbed to slumber, he would never awaken again. Dragging his blood-soaked leg, he leaned against the wall, limping until he finally reached his home. Sitting on the sofa, he finally saw the full extent of his injury. His thigh had been completely pierced, blood staining his pants and crystallizing into a layer of bloody ice. The temperatures were so low that his pain was dulled, but rather than feeling relieved, terror gripped him. Deng Tu knew full well that if this injury went untreated, he would likely lose his leg by nightfall. Even worse, if the wound became infected, he would not survive. Finally, Deng Tu was gripped by fear. In a panic, he grabbed his phone, ready to call for an ambulance. Yet, he quickly realized that the blizzard had blocked the roads. Outside, the snow piled up to 4 or 5 meters high, and the hospitals had long since closed due to the bitter cold. Even if there were on-duty personnel, they would not dare send an ambulance in such wretched weather. Fortunately, as a real estate mogul, Deng Tu didn't lack resources. At the very least, he had a loyal cadre of subordinates at his disposal. Tio managed the occasional unsightly injuries. He had even hired a private doctor to be on standby. His subordinates' residences were nearby, with the closest being just next door in Building 7. Everyone, get your gear and come over immediately. Especially the doctor. Make sure he brings the surgical tools. Do you hear me? Deng Tu initiated a group chat, barking orders at his subordinates with a fierce tone. Hurry the hell up. I'm going to lose my leg. Chapter 30. The superstar Baya in the depths of night. A dozen shadowy figures emerged from all directions, laboriously traversing the thick blanket of snow that lay several meters deep. Although they moved in different directions, they ultimately converged upon the same building with an unspoken understanding. Damn it, I heard that Brother Tu's leg is completely ruined. Stop dawdling and pick up the pace. That bastard, Luo Tian, isn't he? I'm going to make sure to cripple him and torture him all night long. Despite the bitter cold that left them shivering, the underlings cursed with fervor, each trying to outdo the other in their expressions of loyalty. From the moment they entered the building, they continued their tirade from the second floor all the way to the 18th. Their raucous commotion naturally startled the residents, who believed a riot had erupted outside. They huddled in their homes, trembling with fear, some even barricading their doors with furniture. After listening intently, they soon realized that it was Luo Tian on the 23rd floor who had somehow incapacitated Brother Tu's leg, prompting the latter to rally his men for revenge in the dead of night. The corridor is packed with people. Did you hear that noise? It's terrifying. I heard it. They seem to be saying they want to kill Luo Tian. What the hell? How can Luo Tian be so ruthless? Just a few days ago he beat Wang Fu, and now he's gone and crippled Brother Tu. Brother Tu is known as a ruthless figure. His net worth must be over 100 million, and he has a crew of fierce subordinates. Luo Tian is in serious trouble now. Well, I didn't hear anything. I know nothing. Within moments, the group chat was flooded with messages, quickly surpassing 99 unread notifications. Mom, look at the group chat. That idiot Luo Tian is finished. How dare he provoke Brother Tu? Wang Fu exclaimed, laughing maniacally, a hint of color returning to his pale face. Having lost his manhood, he had likely also lost some of his masculine hormones, rendering his voice slightly effeminate. For the past few days, Wang Fu had been engulfed in torment, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Luo Tian. Seeing that he had crossed paths with a formidable figure in the underworld only intensified his excitement, making him eager to leap out of bed. Luo Tian, you're doomed. That bastard Luo Tian. How come I never realized he was so vicious, daring to provoke Brother Tu? But now he's finished. There are at least a dozen of them. His body will probably be dismembered. Aunt Wang evidently understood the formidable reputation of Brother Tu. As she spoke, a hint of satisfaction tinged her voice, seemingly envisioning Luo Tian's grim fate. This is bad. Luo Tian is likely to meet his end. Su Ling anxiously remarked as she scanned the messages in the group chat. Her concern was not for Luo Tian's safety, but rather for the pile of groceries she had just bought from the supermarket, fearing they might be snatched away by Brother Tu's gang. In her eyes, the food at Luo Tian's home rightfully belonged to her. Room 2001 on the 20th floor in the elegantly decorated pink room, Baya, clad in a luxurious wool sweater, cocooned herself in a thick velvet blanket, gazing at her phone with a look of astonishment on her lovely, vibrant face. Indeed, she was Baya, the beloved national star whose popularity had reached an almost ubiquitous level, with fans spanning all age groups. Not only was she stunningly beautiful with an impeccable figure, but her voice was also extraordinarily sweet and captivating, ensnaring anyone who heard it. This Luo Tian seems remarkably formidable. The discussions in the group chat have been centered around him these past few days. Now that so many people are after him, could he be in danger? Baya furrowed her beautifully shaped brows as her angelic voice, akin to a lark in the mountains, filled the air, though sadly, no one else was there to hear it. Having recently purchased the apartment discreetly, she was unfamiliar with her neighbors, yet the frequency with which Luo Tian's name appeared in the chat had etched it into her memory. Listening to the chaotic sounds from the corridor, she couldn't help but throw off the blanket, stepping lightly on her long legs to peer through the peephole, closing one captivating eye. Her golden, flowing hair danced in the air, adorned with an adorable cat-shaped hairpin. So many people. Brother Tu, hang in there. I'm about to pull that arrow out. The plump, bespectacled man looked nervously at the sharp arrow lodged in Brother Tu's thigh, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just do it, damn it. Pull it out. I've already lost feeling in my leg from the cold. Brother 2 cursed vehemently. The surrounding underlings fell silent, too terrified to utter a word. The bespectacled doctor cut the pants open to reveal a gruesome, frozen wound, the flesh beneath marred and blackened. The low temperatures had damaged the muscles and nerves, rendering anesthesia unnecessary. Under immense pressure, the bespectacled doctor took half an hour to finally complete the procedure. The sight was too gruesome for the underlings, all of whom turned away. Brother 2 endured excruciating pain, nearly fainting from the agony. With veins bulging and panting heavily, Brother 2's hatred for Luo Tian, the one who shot him with the crossbow, reached a boiling point. Luo Tian, you bastard, I will kill you. Brother 2 roared, filled with murderous intent. He was resolute in his determination to eliminate Luo Tian. How could he continue to survive in Qingshui City otherwise? He would lose face before his subordinates, and his old adversaries would mock him mercilessly. Not only did he despise Luo Tian, but he also harbored a grudge against Yulin, who had deceived him. As soon as the snow melts in a couple of days, I'll recuperate at the best hospital. But I must avenge this arrow. If I don't kill him, how can I maintain my reputation as Brother 2? He declared fiercely. The underlings in the room immediately thumped their chests in agreement. Brother 2, we know where that little bastard Luo Tian lives. We'll go kill him for you right now. Brother 2 nodded in satisfaction. He is on the top floor, the left apartment. As soon as you ascend the stairs, be careful. That brat has a crossbow, and the security door is tough. Bring a couple of sledgehammers and take turns smashing the door. The bespectacled doctor fumed. What a scoundrel to play dirty. Don't worry about the noise. I'll keep watch and ensure he doesn't dare show his face. Brother 2 sneered. Once we break down his door, everything will be straightforward. He has a beautiful wife hidden inside. Those ample breasts could crush a man. If we get the door open, everyone gets a share. Upon hearing there was a beautiful wife involved, the group of desperate men suddenly became exhilarated. With the blizzards blocking all routes, they believed the law could not touch them. Even if they killed a few people, it would hardly matter. At that moment, the darkness within human nature erupted in them. Armed with knives, hammers, and even using chairs as shields, they surged toward the 23rd floor. Watching his underlings' fierce backs, Brother 2 sat comfortably on the sofa, wrapped in a thick blanket, his injured leg propped up, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Luo Tian, I'm eager to see whether you live or die. Chapter 31. The little Karami are freezing like dogs from the surveillance footage. It was abundantly clear that a group of fierce little minions was relentlessly ascending the stairs, brandishing their implements. This time was unlike any before, as there were more than 10 of them. Each individual appeared well prepared, wielding either hammers, machetes, or baseball bats, exhibiting a resolute determination to break in and dismantle him piece by piece. While a couple of individuals might not pose much of a problem, could a door withstand such a tenfold increase in numbers? Panic was evident on Li Ro's beautiful face. Luo Tian, what should we do? So many of them are coming. Should we escape? Typically gentle in demeanor, Li Ro had seldom clashed with others. Now, confronted by over 10 ruthless outlaws at her doorstep, she was utterly terrified. Escape? Where would we flee? The only route is the staircase, and venturing outside would only lead to a quicker demise. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of calmness that seemed unfazed by the imminent threat. While he remained composed, Li Ro was in a state of distress. Luo Tian, there are more than 10 of them. No matter how sturdy the door is, it can't hold forever against such a crowd, can it? What if they break it down? Li Ro hesitated, her complexion devoid of color. She could scarcely bear to contemplate the tortures they might endure should the door give way. Gripping his arm tightly, her delicate hand felt icy, devoid of warmth. Observing her state of extreme anxiety, as if she were about to face the guillotine, Luo Tian couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Even if 100 people were to come against this door, crafted with 300 millimeters of alloy at a cost of several million, akin to a bank vault, such numbers would be utterly inconsequential. No matter how they attacked, the door would remain unscathed, while they would exhaust themselves in vain. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed Luo Tian's mind. What do you think would happen if they managed to break in? He sighed. I could plead for mercy, asking them to spare you while you make a swift escape. I would rather end my own life. Li Ro seemed to have resolved herself to a grave determination. For her, facing such a fate was less desirable than a swift self-termination. If her sacrifice could save Luo Tian, then her death would hold some semblance of value. It was only then that Luo realized she might already be in the same predicament as him. Rest assured, this door cannot be breached even with explosives. A mere handful of little karami are nothing to worry about, Luo Tian assured, surprised by Luo's willingness to sacrifice herself for his sake. It appeared she had completely devoted herself to him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Luo, upon seeing the calm smile on Luo Tian's face, suddenly understood. After all, he had invested 300 million in hiring a security firm to construct this safe house. How could a band of small-time thugs easily break down such a robust door? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she wished to vanish into a crevice in the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, you little brat. If you're sensible, we might leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, once we break the door down, you'll wish you were never born. Why waste time with that fool? There's no point in begging for mercy. We must avenge Brother 2 tonight. Outside, the minions had begun to pound on the door. Unfortunately, after a prolonged assault, not a single chip of paint had been dislodged. Unhurriedly, Luo Tian retrieved a high-pressure water gun from his space, aiming the nozzle at the unsuspecting thugs. Whoosh! What is it like to be doused in ice-cold water at a temperature of -70 degrees? A relentless stream of frigid water instantly drenched the gangsters, leaving them thoroughly chilled to the bone. The extreme cold caused the water to freeze into solid ice in an instant. I can't take it. It's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death. Help! Spare me! Please stop! Run away. Their faces turned purple with the cold. They felt as if they were trapped in a freezer, and some nearly fainted from the freezing temperatures. The minions wailed and scattered like startled birds, hastily fleeing from Luo Tian's doorstep. They vowed to endure bruises and beatings rather than experience such a frigid torture again. Due to the power outage preventing the use of elevators, the group was forced. Once they had vanished from sight, Luo Tian finally stowed the high-pressure water gun back into his space. With so many adversaries, employing a water gun for widespread area damage was far more effective than targeting individuals with a crossbow. Under the apocalyptic conditions of extreme cold, an ordinarily harmless water gun could yield terrifying consequences. Additionally, it would lead to a series of ailments such as colds, fevers, and other debilitating effects. Deng Tu, initially smugly awaiting good news, was taken aback when a horde of shivering, frost-bitten minions, their faces purple and wailing, stormed into the room. Upon entering, they immediately began shedding their clothing and scrambling for towels and thick blankets. Ah, I'm freezing to death. Move aside. Let me use the blanket first. Get lost. I grabbed it first. You, step aside. Give me a piece, you bastard. The minions who failed to secure blankets were on the verge of coming to blows. Deng Tu was infuriated by this scene, his forehead throbbing with anger. Everyone, stop this nonsense. Why are you all in such disarray? Where's that little brat Luo Tian? A few minions, huddled under a shared blanket, began to stutter their explanation. Brother 2, that little rascal Luo Tian is something else. His door is extraordinary. No matter how we hammered, it wouldn't budge. It's like a solid iron block. Indeed. And he even drilled a hole in the door to spray us with a high-pressure water gun. Upon hearing this, Deng Tu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Luo Tian's door would be so impenetrable, leaving a dozen men utterly helpless. Damn it. What material was that door made of? Why had he installed such a thing in his home? Had he foreseen the current predicament? Impossible. Deng Tu shook his head violently. Fine, since we can't break it down, we'll wait for him outside. Food is ultimately finite. I refuse to believe he can hide inside forever. Starting tomorrow, if we see Luo Tian dare to come out, make sure to kill him on the spot. Deng Tu declared through gritted teeth, slamming his fist onto the coffee table. He was determined. Once their food and water ran out, there was no way Luo Tian could remain holed up at home indefinitely. In the living room, with slightly red eyes from crying, Luo gazed at Luo Tian with admiration. To have driven off so many adversaries so effortlessly was simply spectacular. Stop staring and go take a shower. Tonight, we shall explore a new realm of knowledge, Luo Tian said with a smirk. Luo replied softly, her cheeks aflame. Chapter 32. Aunt Wang aims to consolidate supplies. As noon approached, Luo Tian blissfully emerged from his warm cocoon of blankets. I feel the need to replenish my strength, he mused, stroking his chin. If he delayed any longer, he feared that his nourishment would fall short. Are you awake? I've prepared some egg and meat porridge. Come and eat once you've freshened up, Luo cheerfully announced as she pushed open the bedroom door. At that moment, She radiated an aura of rebirth, exuding a captivating charm that epitomized a mature woman. Her face bloomed like a peach blossom, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with vitality. Understood, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Regardless of the allure presented by the enchanting lady before him, to him, who was currently in a state of contemplation, everything else seemed trivial. After a brief wash with hot water, Luo Tian settled in the dining area, savoring the steaming porridge that Li Ro had lovingly prepared. She chose not to join him at the table, instead sitting across from him, her delicate chin resting on her fair hands, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Ding! A new message chimed in the homeowners group chat. News of the previous night's incident, where a group of small-time delinquents had been drenched by Luo Tian, nearly freezing to death, had spread among the homeowners. However, out of respect for the presence of Ding Tu in the group, no one dared to discuss it openly. The homeowners could only engage in private chats, feigning ignorance in the group. Everyone, the neighborhood committee has received an official notice. The snow disaster will persist for a while longer. In order to assist those homeowners whose food supplies have been depleted, the authorities require us to collect food from each household and redistribute it collectively to help everyone weather this crisis. This is a directive from above, and no one is permitted to defy it. The consequences of disobedience will fall squarely on your shoulders. Trust Aunt Wang. The authorities are taking this snow disaster very seriously. Anyone who acts selfishly and disregards the organization's orders will be regarded as committing a crime. Do not harbor any delusions about opposing the state. Aunt Wang unleashed several messages. Perhaps having learned of Ding Tu and his associates being drenched and possibly bedridden, she seized this opportunity to intimidate and deceive the homeowners. Its, just like in my past life, Luo Tian scoffed as he viewed the messages in the group. In his previous existence, around this same time, Aunt Wang had begun disseminating official-sounding rumors in the group, attempting to frighten some timid homeowners into surrendering their food supplies. It seemed she had gained some. Although her intimidation tactics lacked sophistication, the dire circumstances had rendered the residents vulnerable after being snowbound for nearly a week. In a building of around 70 or 80 households, not everyone could maintain their composure. A mere hint of intimidation from Aunt Wang would compel many timid homeowners to obediently relinquish their supplies. Luo Tian had no intention of intervening in the fates of others, he merely intended to enjoy the spectacle. After all, entertainment options were scarce at the moment. Aunt Wang, you must be aware of how dire our situation is. Our food supplies are already minimal, and we are starving daily. How can you expect us to part with what little we have? As anticipated, some homeowners were pushed to their limits upon realizing Aunt Wang was serious about enforcing her demands for food. A direct confrontation ensued, with Dong Yin from the 13th floor, who owned a supermarket and typically stocked up on snacks, voicing her opposition. Many neighbors were aware of her situation. If supplies were to be collected, her household would undoubtedly be the first target. Desperate to avoid significant losses, Dong Yin wasted no time and became the first to challenge Aunt Wang's actions in the group chat. Her remarks garnered support from other homeowners. Exactly. We barely have enough food as it is. Where do you expect us to find extra to surrender? Perhaps we should just let it be. Aunt Wang could not permit this. After all, the authorities had never mandated such a collection. It was her unilateral decision. Seizing the opportunity before matters spiraled further out of control, and while the homeowners remained oblivious to the impending crisis, she had to deceive as many as possible into surrendering their supplies. With a fierce determination, Aunt Wang typed furiously and hit send. I have made myself clear. This is a requirement from the authorities. It is not a unilateral action by our neighborhood committee. In special circumstances, we must employ special measures. The authorities have assured us that the snow disaster will not last long, so there is no need for concern regarding the future. Once the disaster passes, you'll be free to purchase as much food as you wish. Many families are already struggling to find food. Without the neighborhood committee's coordinated distribution, they won't last much longer. So please, do not be selfish. Are you truly so heartless as to watch your neighbors starve to death? Among homeowners like Dong Yin, who had stockpiled food, they were in the minority. The majority typically purchased just enough groceries for a day or two, at most a week's worth. Those whose supplies were dwindling naturally stepped forward, firmly expressing their support for Aunt Wang's initiative. Dong Yin, I never realized how selfish you were. We're all neighbors. So what is the harm in sharing a little of your abundant food? Exactly. It's just a bit of your snacks. How much could it possibly cost? I've supported your supermarket on numerous occasions. I advise those who hoard food and refuse to comply. This is an official order. If you defy it, beware of the consequences once the snow disaster is over. Instantly, a chaotic argument erupted in the group chat, dividing those with opposing views. Luo Tian, do you think Aunt Wang is lying? Leroy inquired, having noticed the messages in the group. However, since Luo Tian had already enlightened her about many aspects, she quickly discerned the numerous flaws in Aunt Wang's statements. How could the authorities possibly allow a mere neighborhood committee to collect and redistribute resources from all homeowners? Indeed, this Aunt Wang possesses no other talents, but she wields the power of intimidation with remarkable skill. Luo Tian remarked with a cold chuckle. A mere neighborhood committee, not even a civil servant, and yet she had manipulated her position to such an extent. It's no wonder the adage rings true. Good people seldom live long, while the wicked thrive for a millennium. In his previous life, Aunt Wang had relied on this very tactic to sustain her household until the end. Luo Tian had originally intended merely to observe the unfolding drama. Yet, to his surprise, Aunt Wang soon sent him a private message. Chapter 33 The allure of a celebrity in a community where resources were scarce, those with limited supplies held the upper hand. The residents, hoarding food at home, expressed their outrage towards those unwilling to contribute, adopting a moral high ground and vociferously voicing their discontent. Under the relentless pressure of public opinion, Dong Yin and her group dared not show their faces. They were thoroughly assailed with curses directed at their ancestors. Ultimately, they had no choice but to agree to surrender their provisions. Aunt Wang, feeling quite pleased with herself, recalled that Luo Tian's household was well stocked with food, and thus she sought to exploit this situation, emboldened by the support of other residents, to privately The residents harbor a deep-seated resentment towards you hoarders. I, as a representative of all the homeowners, have a word to say, Aunt Wang stated, exuding an air of confidence. If you know what's good for you, you should voluntarily hand over some of those supplies you bought from the supermarket. Otherwise, if I make a statement in the group, those furious homeowners will drown you in their spittle. Ah, how delightful. Previously, you wouldn't even part with a bag of snacks, and now it seems all your food must be surrendered. Aunt Wang remarked with a triumphant tone. She presumed that Luo Tian would respond to the public outcry as Dong Yin did, for public sentiment could indeed be quite fearsome. The few individuals would inevitably submit to the majority. This time, her backing was the entire building of homeowners. How could he, a solitary individual, dare to oppose so many? Luo Tian merely scoffed, responding with disdain. Are you out of your mind? What others say is of no concern to me. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to take a single packet of instant noodles from me. Would he care about such petty threats? How absurd. He had no fear even when confronted by Deng Tu and his gang. Would he be intimidated by a mere handful of disgruntled residents? What did it matter if the entire building's residents were involved? Even if the entire community condemned him in the group, he would remain unfazed. You, do not be so arrogant. Aunt Wang typed furiously, gritting her teeth. She had not anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to oppose her, who represented the will of the homeowners. This was entirely different from what she had initially envisioned. What of your arrogance, old woman? If you have the guts, come and demand it from me. Reading this line in the chat, Aunt Wang trembled with rage, for even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to confront him in person. The tragic incident involving her son and Deng Tu's gang was a harrowing experience she had no desire to relive. Aunt Wang resolved to disclose Luo Tian's remarks in the group. Even if she could not extract food from him, she could incite hatred, turning the other homeowners against him, ensuring that his reputation would be tarnished. He must not be allowed to have it easy. However, just as Aunt Wang prepared to hit send, she noticed a new message from Luo Tian. Instantly, her malicious expression turned pale. Aunt Wang, did you think I was unaware of your intentions to wave the official banner and intimidate the homeowners in the group to extract food from them? What's the matter? Has the news in the residents group exploded, confirming the arrival of the apocalypse, and you are now in a panic? I'll tell you this. I can't be bothered with the sordid deeds you've been up to. But if you persist in being a nuisance and try to make me unhappy, how could this be? Her scheme had been completely unraveled. Even in the freezing temperatures of her room, Aunt Wang was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. This is uncanny. Her body trembled slightly, and she struggled to steady her phone. This was internal information from the residence committee. How on earth did Luo Tian find out? That the members of the committee were all familiar faces. It was impossible for any secrets to leak. No matter how she speculated, she would never know that Luo Tian was a reincarnated individual. In his previous life, he had succumbed to his soft-heartedness, mistakenly believing that the heavy snow would not last long, and thus he donated a portion of his hoarded food. As a result, those greedy neighbors not only expressed dissatisfaction but also conspired together to eliminate him. Having been given a second chance, Luo Tian was thoroughly aware of Aunt Wang's every move. After all, neither the neighbors nor Aunt Wang were virtuous individuals. He could not care less if they were starved to death after being deceived out of their food. It would be far more entertaining to watch them turn against each other. After much contemplation, Aunt Wang ultimately deleted all the prepared messages targeting Luo Tian from the chat. If news of her deceitful actions regarding the resources were to leak, regardless of whether the homeowners believed it, suspicions would undoubtedly arise in their minds. If they were to learn that Luo Tian was resolute in refusing to surrender his food, it would complicate her subsequent efforts to extract food from the other homeowners. Luo Tian, consider yourself fortunate this time. Aunt Wang admits defeat. Aunt Wang gritted her teeth in frustration, but she could only swallow her anger. She had to endure and keep her eyes on the ultimate goal, extracting food from the homeowners. Otherwise, her household would not be able to last much longer. Little did she know, food was not so easily deceived. If the residents were pushed to their limits, whatever she took would need to be repaid in double. Thus, Aunt Wang refrained from provoking Luo Tian further, instead returning to the group to feign gratitude towards those homeowners willing to contribute food, claiming that once the snow disaster was over, the authorities would reward them with banners and bonuses in appreciation. The other homeowners shifted from outrage to praise, which provided some comfort to Dong Yin and her group. Ridiculous, Luo Tian scoffed. It appeared that there were not many wise individuals among this group. Aunt Wang's juvenile scheme had them all spinning in circles. He had even anticipated that in the coming days, Aunt Wang would frantically visit and extort supplies from the timid and gullible homeowners, while she would undoubtedly bypass the fierce ones like Deng Tu, who had a gang of followers at home. However, once the homeowners realized they had been duped, whatever Aunt Wang had taken would eventually have to be returned. 2 days passed, and indeed, under Aunt Wang's relentless threats and intimidation, while simultaneously spreading official rumors in the group, she managed to individually coerce many homeowners into surrendering their food. However, several residents remained cautious, only handing over a portion while secretly retaining some supplies at home. A few astute homeowners prioritized their own food security, ignoring Aunt Wang's threats altogether. Even so, Aunt Wang still succeeded in acquiring a considerable amount of resources. Notably, Dong Yan's family, who owned a supermarket, contributed 3 large boxes of instant noodles and 2 large bags of assorted snacks. Throughout the entire affair, Luo Tian observed everything clearly through the surveillance cameras lining the corridors. A small incident even occurred when Baya, a renowned celebrity residing on the 20th floor in room 2001, kindly opened her door to donate her food. She sweetly told Aunt Wang, the fraud, that her efforts were appreciated, requesting that her identity be kept confidential. Aunt Wang, taken aback, had not expected that Baya, a beloved national goddess, lived in the same complex as herself. However, she treated her no differently, for the current circumstances, unlike the previous harmonious society, rendered celebrity status irrelevant in the apocalyptic world. Thus, she unceremoniously took all of Baya's provisions. Through the built-in microphones of the corridor surveillance, Luo Tian even overheard Wang Fu and Aunt Wang plotting how to lure Baya to their home after her visit. A celebrity. A person of such stature that ordinary individuals could never hope to encounter. Yet in this apocalypse, everyone was equal. Though Wang Fu had lost the confidence that came with being a man, he still sought other means to relish the experience of mingling with a superstar. Aunt Wang was equally eager to find a celebrity daughter-in-law for her son. Large-breasted and brainless, Luo Tian remarked with disdain, unimpressed by Baya's intelligence. She was likely well shielded by her manager, completely oblivious to the darker sides of human nature. In an apocalypse, playing the role of a saint would surely lead to a dire fate. Nevertheless, he continued with his own activities, indulging in video games, watching movies, savoring culinary delights from around the world, or learning new knowledge alongside Luo. Life was exceedingly comfortable that a week had passed since the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse. For an average person, the food stored at home would last at most a week. However, due to the frigid temperatures, not only was daily sustenance necessary, but fuel for heating was also required to avoid freezing to death, causing supplies to deplete at an alarming rate. As the days progressed, an unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the homeowners group. Having been trapped indoors for a week or two due to the heavy snowfall, with official rescue efforts lagging, the constant fear of food and resource shortages began to alter everyone's mindset. Chapter 34. Aunt Wong provokes public outrage. A multitude of residents, having been deceived by Aunt Wong and deprived of their provisions, grew increasingly restless as they awaited the promised distribution of supplies. After an interminable wait, their patience finally wore thin. Aunt Wong, what is going on? Was it not agreed that the supplies would be collected and distributed uniformly? It has been 2 days, and there has not been a whisper of activity. Indeed, the efficiency of this operation is utterly abysmal. Or perhaps you are simply lining your own pockets with no intention of sharing with us. I have nothing left to eat. I am on the brink of starvation. Aunt Wong, please bring us some food. The residents' tempers flared. Regardless of whether they had contributed supplies, they surged forth, clamoring for priority in the food distribution. Yet, no matter how loudly they protested, Aunt Wong remained conspicuously absent, as if she had vanished into thin air. Before long, an hour had elapsed, and the residents' dissatisfaction reached a boiling point. They seemed to realize that Aunt Wong was nothing but a fraud, and they had fallen victim to her deceit. Damn it, Aunt Wong never intended to distribute food. She swindled us to hoard it for herself. How can this be? Come out and explain yourself, Aunt Wong. Aunt Wong, I curse you. We entrusted you with our food, and the moment you took it, you hid away as if dead. Soon, the group chat was inundated with profanities, most directed towards Aunt Wong's family and relatives. Yet, for someone as brazen and well-prepared as Aunt Wong, such trivial insults were but a mere drizzle. Even if they cursed her entire lineage, she would never relinquish the food. Meanwhile, in Su Ling's home, the temperature had plummeted so low that she could only cocoon herself in a thick blanket, shivering on the sofa. As she scrolled through the messages in the group chat, Su Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Thank goodness I was wise enough not to heed Aunt Wong's deceitful words. Otherwise, my food would have been squandered as well. When Aunt Wong had initially proposed the collection of provisions, she had come to solicit food from Su Ling, but the inherently selfish Su Ling had chosen to feign ignorance, entirely ignoring her. In retrospect, this decision proved to be astute. Watching the other residents lamenting their losses in the chat, Su Ling felt an even greater sense of self-satisfaction. However, despite her avoidance of deception, her own food supplies were nearly depleted. Su Ling had managed to survive thus far solely on a few snack gift packs from some sycophants. Her own provisions had long since been consumed. The coffee table bore witness to a package of cookies that had been entirely devoured. Ironically, prior to the apocalypse, she would have scorned such inexpensive wholesale cookies, even contemplating tossing the box of treats from her impoverished admirers into the trash. Yet, with the snowstorm trapping residents within the confines of their community, it was these dry and unpalatable cookies that had allowed her to scrape by. Only a few bags of cookies remain, Su Ling murmured, tightly clutching her blanket, a bitter expression crossing her gaunt face due to the lack of food. In the past, she would have never considered eating such inferior cookies. Now, however, she found herself meticulously scraping every crumb clean, even contemplating consuming the packaging itself. This situation is dire. If I cannot procure new food soon, I may very well starve to death in my own home. The relentless snow shows no signs of abating. Fear gripped her heart as she widened her eyes. Outside, through the frost-laden window panes, the world had been completely buried beneath a blanket of snow, an endless expanse of white. To make matters worse, the cursed snowflakes continued to fall relentlessly. It had been over a week already. The water supply had ceased, and the electricity had been cut off. Yet, the snow persisted without mercy. When would this nightmare come to an end? The first floor had been entirely obscured by the snowfall, rendering the entrance invisible. Residents on the ground floor were said to be living in complete darkness, with reports of their mental states deteriorating rapidly. In such circumstances, venturing outside was utterly impossible. Official rescue efforts had yet to materialize, and even the television broadcast had been halted for several days. Every channel displayed nothing but static. All signs seemed to indicate that this relentless snowstorm would continue ad infinitum. Humanity was facing its apocalypse. How long would this snow disaster endure? Or would it ever come to an end? Grumble. Su Ling's stomach growled once more. I am so hungry. What can I do? This is all the food I have left, and if this continues, I will surely starve. After contemplating her predicament, she begrudgingly muttered, Must I truly lower myself to beg that sycophant Luo Tian for help? No, I cannot. I sought him out last time. His attitude. It had been utterly infuriating. Not only did he flaunt his delectable steak on social media, tempting her, but he also deliberately withheld food from her. Incensed, Su Ling had resolved to ignore Luo Tian for a while, determined to make him come crawling back in remorse. If she were to now abandon her lofty fade and approach him, would that not render her previous efforts futile? She was, after all, a goddess in her own right. Such sycophantic behavior should rightfully compel Luo Tian to come to her. Yet, after some consideration, Su Ling's resolve wavered. I am a goddess. How can I allow myself to starve? If I simply reach out to Luo Tian, showing a little charm and affection, would that not yield an abundance of food? Once she was satiated, she could easily maintain her goddess status. With this thought in mind, Su Ling eagerly grabbed her phone and exclaimed, "All right, I shall do just that." Recalling the delectable images Luo Tian had posted, those sumptuous steaks paired with fine champagne, she could not help but swallow in anticipation. Chapter 35. The green tea approaches. Upon the mention of delectable cuisine, Su Ling was immediately invigorated. She promptly clicked on Luo Tian's avatar and pressed the voice message button to send, "Oh dear, brother Luo Tian, it's been so long since we last connected. I've missed you so much. Why haven't you made the effort to reach out to me?" It must be said that Su Ling, in her art of seducing men, was exceedingly adept. Who is this woman, Luo Tian? Li Ro, delicately plucking a glistening grape from a platter brimming with fresh fruits, inquired with a hint of jealousy as she peeled the grape with her slender fingers. Just a shameless green tea, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, oblivious to Su Ling's intentions. Yet, it was apparent to him that her motives for reaching out were likely driven by a desire for his culinary delights. These past few days, the pigeon has been preoccupied, Luo Tian mused, considering that since he had some leisure time, he might as well extract some amusement from the situation, taking the opportunity to tease the green tea once more. "Oh, is that so? What has brother Luo Tian been busy with? Would you mind sharing with me?" Su Ling inquired with feigned curiosity. "Nothing much, merely indulging in the culinary treasures of other nations. I intended to discern which country's cuisine reigns supreme, but alas, I overindulged and can no longer eat," Luo Tian leisurely replied. Upon reading this message, Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Indulging in gourmet food? From other countries? To the point of being unable to consume more. "You're pulling my leg," Su Ling exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. She herself could barely fill her stomach and felt as if she were on the brink of starvation. Even a mere cup of instant noodles would seem like the most exquisite delicacy to her. How could she dare to wish for lavish feasts from foreign lands? "Oh, brother Luo Tian, please don't tease me. You must be eating canned meat and instant noodles, right? I would love to have some." Su Ling sent another voice message, her tone dripping with sweetness. Even a simple cup of instant noodles would be a rare delight for her at this moment. As for canned meat, if only she could simmer a pot of warm soup and savor a taste, it would be a heavenly experience. Seeing her skepticism, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk, activating the camera function to capture the sumptuous dishes laid out on the dining table. Caviar, lasagna, roasted duck, fruit platters. He then sent the images. Ding, as Su Ling received the pictures, her eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched across her face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Luo Tian's home have such an abundance of gourmet food? Su Ling shook her head, incredulous. She knew he had stockpiled food in advance, but it was mostly supermarket snacks. How could he possess such an array of exquisite delicacies? Fake. It must be a picture from the internet. Those are certainly old images saved on his phone. Su Ling gasped, vehemently dismissing the notion. In such dire circumstances, how could Luo Tian possibly have so much food? Even official departments would struggle to prepare such a lavish feast amidst a snowstorm, with roads blocked and just the delectable Russian ham filled an entire shelf. On the kitchen cabinets, renowned wines like French Louis, Martini, and Remy were displayed in abundance as if they were free. Moreover, from another image sent by Luo Tian, it was evident that a grand fireplace was ablaze in the center of the living room. Not only that, but the enormous LCD screen in the living room was also playing a movie. This indicated that Luo Tian's home had electricity. Su Ling couldn't help but inhale sharply. What kind of heavenly existence was Luo Tian leading? Not only was there an abundance of food and international delicacies, but the house was also equipped with a fireplace for warmth and a generator for electricity. Setting aside everything else, Su Ling was acutely aware of the fireplace's heating capabilities. In the cold winters of northern Europe, as long as the fireplace was lit, the room would maintain a pleasantly comfortable temperature throughout the season. I want to move in. I absolutely must move in. Su Ling, who had previously felt a twinge of envy, could no longer contain herself upon seeing these luxuries. She clenched her teeth, her eyes ablaze with jealousy, wishing she could immediately step into that cozy abode. Why was it that everyone else was suffering while Luo Tian lounged comfortably at home, surrounded by food and warmth? She had been cooped up at home, freezing like a dog, despite wrapping herself in thick blankets. Her hands and feet remained icy and numb. The furniture had all been dismantled for warmth, but the scant firewood was barely enough to stave off the chill for a moment. Once the flames died down, she was plunged back into the bone-chilling cold. That brief flicker of warmth lingered in Su Ling's memory, far too enticing. Yet, that warmth, so distant for her, was something Luo Tian enjoyed daily. Su Ling was nearly driven to madness by jealousy. At that moment, reflecting on the distorted expression on her face brought a sense of satisfaction to Luo Tian, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Let her envy and resent, alas, no matter how much she longed for it, she could only stare longingly at her screen. He had posted those images solely to flaunt. Are you on a diet? It's been over a week since we last met, and you've slimmed down considerably. I envy your discipline. Unlike me, who indulges in a plethora of abalone and seafood daily, yet hardly exercises, Luo Tian remarked, feigning ignorance as he observed Su Ling's gaunt visage, a result of her food scarcity. For Su Ling, this was nothing short of blatant ostentation, infuriating. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Su Ling promptly initiated a video call, declaring, "Brother Luo Tian, I'm hungry too. This time, I'll grant you the opportunity to treat me to a meal. You must seize this chance. After dining, we can engage in some post-meal activities." In her eagerness to savor gourmet food, she even proactively extended this invitation. Observing her demeanor in the video, exuding an almost submissive charm, Luo Tian couldn't help but stifle a cold chuckle. How charmingly she spoke, offering him the chance to treat her to a meal, but in truth, she merely sought to mooch off his generosity. If she truly wished to offer him an opportunity, why not do so before the cataclysm began, instead of waiting until the roads were blocked by snow? Should I invite Su Ling over, equip her with a tracking device, and teach her a lesson? Luo Tian contemplated internally. Although he currently held no interest in her, seeing her as merely a bus, he had once pursued her for quite some time in his previous life. Now that he had the chance to indulge, it could serve as a means to fulfill past desires. Never mind, it might not end well. Luo Tian quickly dismissed the idea. He found her unappealing. Presently, he had the exquisitely Ro by his side, whose beauty and figure could easily overshadow Su Ling even without makeup. She would easily score a 9. In contrast, Su Ling's made-up face would barely earn a 7, and in her natural state, he wouldn't rate her above a 6. Chapter 36. Do not be deceived by a fox spirit. No need, Luo Tian replied curtly, dismissing the other party. Su Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered something utterly inconceivable. I offered myself for free, and yet you still refuse? Luo Tian, are you serious? I understand now. You must be angry with me, right? I haven't paid you any attention for so long. You must feel quite lonely. I'll make an effort from now on, okay? For the first time, the green tea type experienced the sting of rejection, leaving her somewhat incoherent. Who's angry with you? Do you think you're worthy of it? Luo Tian replied, speechless, and then abruptly pulled over Li Ro, who was wearing a modest dress. As Luo Tian tugged her, she stumbled forward, shyly resting her head on his shoulder without uttering a word, casting a provocative glance at the phone's camera. I'm not lonely at all. I have someone keeping me company, Luo Tian stated with a tone of satisfaction, seemingly intent on flaunting it. He positioned Li Ro's beautiful face towards the camera, and she allowed his playful gestures without protest. See? I have a lovely girl by my side. You, a wretched shoe, should just stay where it's comfortable for you. I'm not interested. Indeed, upon noticing that another woman had already taken residence in Luo Tian's warm abode and was indulging in the delectable treats that made Su Ling envious, she immediately became incensed. Luo Tian. Who is she? How can you allow someone else into your home? I despise having other women around. Make her leave this instant. Su Ling commanded through gritted teeth, as if she were the rightful mistress of the room. This statement irked Luo Tian, who coldly retorted, Who I let in is none of your business. Upon hearing this, Su Ling was taken aback. Had she just been scolded, and by someone she thought of as a mere sycophant? Luo Tian. You dare to scold me? What on earth is wrong with you? Su Ling exclaimed in disbelief. In the past, whenever she was in a foul mood and vented her frustrations on him for no reason, Luo Tian would always respond with a smile, showering her with gifts and meals, never once showing anger. He wouldn't even let out a sigh in her presence. Now, it seemed he was completely indifferent to her feelings. She merely raised her voice slightly and was met with a tirade of insults. This was unfathomable compared to their previous interactions. Could it be that the fox spirit had ensnared Luo Tian? No wonder his demeanor towards her had suddenly turned cold. Su Ling clinched. For someone like her, the most intolerable thing was witnessing her sycophant being lured away by another woman. For her, it was akin to admitting her own lack of allure. In truth, as Su Ling scrutinized Li Ro, she sorrowfully realized her own charm paled in comparison. Whether it was Li Ro's enchanting visage or her long, shapely legs, her figure was worthy of a top goddess. Su Ling's beauty was merely a product of makeup and false lashes, leaving her feeling utterly diminished. Even cosmetic surgery would likely not grant her the same level of beauty. Luo Tian, do not be deceived by that fox spirit. Is it not I who you love most? Physical attraction is fleeting, but the affection of the soul endures. Su Ling squeezed out a few tears, her eyes glistening as she spoke. As a master of the green tea persona, slipping into character and showcasing her acting skills was an essential skill. Previously, she had successfully manipulated numerous men with this very act of feigned vulnerability. Luo Tian regarded her with a puzzled expression. Su Ling, you don't actually think I ever liked you, do you? He scoffed. You might be misunderstanding. I've gifted others and treated them to meals as well. He said nonchalantly, do not flatter yourself. I was merely casting a wide net. You are but one of many reserves. What? That is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Luo Tian, you must be speaking nonsense. You're trying to provoke me. Su Ling's expression darkened instantly. Previously, she had always viewed Luo Tian as a mere sycophant at her beck and call. Now, he was telling her that she was merely a backup option. This was a tremendous blow to Su Ling, the tea arts master. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less, Luo Tian replied indifferently, disdain evident in his. Word has spread in the circles of wealthy heirs. A bit of cash can easily secure you a night in a hotel. You're nothing more than a bus anyone can board, pretending to be a pure maiden. Sorry, but I have no interest in broken shoes. With that, Luo Tian hung up without giving her a chance to respond. His words were intended to humiliate her, and his scathing remarks laid bare Su Ling's true nature, striking at the very core of her being. Though Su Ling had played with the emotions of many men, she still considered herself a good girl, believing those men willingly bestowed their kindness upon her, and that she had done nothing wrong. However, Luo Tian's words ripped apart her facade, simultaneously delivering a severe blow to her self-esteem and making her deeply question her allure. Luo Tian had always catered to her whims, yet he saw through her true character. Did the other sycophants she manipulated think the same way? Soon, several voice messages of 60 seconds each appeared in the chat window. Luo Tian didn't even need to glance at them to know they were unlikely to be flattering. After having just berated Su Ling, she wouldn't send voice messages praising herself, would she? So easily rattled. How boring, Luo Tian chuckled, tossing his phone aside. The satisfaction of chastising a green tea type was exhilarating. He should have done this long ago. You did well just now. What reward do you wish for? I can oblige, Luo Tian said cheerfully to Li Ro. Really? Li Ro leaned closer to Luo Tian. Luo Tian is thrust into the spotlight. After being humiliated by Luo Tian, Su Ling nearly succumbed to her fury upon hanging up the phone. Luo Tian, you are nothing but a pathetic sycophant. How dare you speak to me like that? I will eventually storm into your home and make you weep as you kneel and lick my feet. Su Ling flung aside the blanket and seized a vase, shattering it violently against the floor. She swept the photo frames and miscellaneous items from the table, reducing them to mere fragments and clearing the surface entirely. However, after this outburst, she managed to suppress her rage and muttered, No, I must be more rational. Yet, recalling Luo Tian's earlier words, public bus, loose woman, she could not help but explode. How can I possibly remain rational after that? Su Ling gritted her teeth, her face flushed with indignation. Luo Tian had dared to call her a public bus. One may insult a woman's appearance, weight, or intellect, but to label her as a loose woman is the utmost degradation. Fortunately, the temperature was low, and after only breaking a few items, she found herself shivering and reluctantly wrapped herself in the blanket once more. crouched in a ball. After calming down, she recalled who the woman beside Luo Tian was, none other than Li Ro, the married lady living across the hall. If this information were to leak in the homeowners group, it would surely lead to public condemnation. An extramarital affair, a topic that has always ignited fervent discussion across all eras and societies. Heh, Luo Tian, you never saw this coming, did you? I've captured screenshots of our conversation. Just wait. I will turn you into the object of scorn for everyone in this building. Su Ling thought coldly, swiftly. She composed a message detailing the couple's shamelessness, accompanied by a screenshot of Li Ro reclining in Luo Tian's embrace, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair thigh, and sent it to the group. Isn't Li Ro the wife of Yulin from the 23rd floor? How did she get entangled with Luo Tian? I remember that woman. She is notoriously promiscuous. Luo Tian is truly a scoundrel. As anticipated, the homeowners, drawn in by the image, quickly engaged in a fervent discussion. Soon, messages flooded in like a torrent. Before long, Yulin was bombarded with tags from the homeowners. Unable to withstand the pressure, he finally spoke up, claiming, Luo Tian has forcefully detained my wife. He hoarded a mountain of food and promised to share with us, but once my wife entered his home, he refused to let her go. His outrageous claims thrust Luo Tian into the eye of the storm. In truth, the homeowners cared little about the specifics of right or wrong. Most were starving and strained under the pressures of hunger, making them easily prone to impulsive and irritable emotions. Confined at home, conflicts with family were inevitable. Su Ling's revelations became a legitimate outlet for their frustrations. Regardless of the truth, blaming others provided a perverse sense of satisfaction. This was the darker side of human nature. Luo Tian appears so honest, yet he engages in such abominable acts. Indeed, unlawfully detaining another's personal freedom is a crime. Once the snow disaster passes, I will report this scoundrel to the authorities. He is not human. Poor Li Ro, she must be suffering unimaginable torment. I hope she is unharmed. Damn that thief. How could he enjoy my goddess? I'm so envious, no. I'm furious. The homeowners began their tirade. A deluge of vile insults flooded the group, quickly dominating the conversation. Watching the enraged homeowners, Su Ling hid behind her phone, unable to suppress her triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you deserve it. You dared to insult me as a public bus. Now your reputation is in tatters. The homeowners' accusations grew increasingly ludicrous, even speculating that Li Ro had been forcibly abducted by Luo Tian. In the living room, Li Ro, dressed in a revealing short skirt, could not help but respond to the messages in the group, defending Luo Tian. She was living quite well, enjoying endless delicacies in a warm room, and had not suffered any abuse. Her explanations, however, only stirred the hornet's nest. The homeowners not only condemned Luo Tian but also targeted her with insults. Terms such as slut, shameless, and public bus flew around, cutting deeply. The barrage of online harassment brought Li Ro to tears. The potency of cyberbullying is well known. Even in peaceful times, many have been driven to despair, let alone in such a volatile situation. Seeing Li Ro reduced to silence only fueled the homeowners' frenzy. Bullying a beautiful married woman they desired but could not possess gave them a twisted sense of pleasure. Damn it, I always knew your true nature. If you were starving, why not tell me? 5 bags of instant noodles would have sufficed. I could have made you enjoy a night of comfort. TSK. I've had my eye on Li Ro for 3 years. If I could just have her for one night, I would gladly give up 10 years of my life. Too bad Yulin is a washed-up loser. I can't have her, haha. More and more homeowners joined the fray, unabashedly spewing vulgarities, knowing that in this climate, attacking Li Ro and Luo Tian would earn them approval while leaving them unscathed. The moral fabric of society seemed to have vanished entirely. Despite the relentless insults, Luo Tian had yet to show himself. They began to believe he was afraid. Emboldened by their numbers, they escalated their attacks. Previously, they had made a fool of Deng Tu, and now he seemed less fearsome. Perhaps those underlings were not as intimidating as they had imagined. United, they thought, Deng Tu would dare not provoke them. The homeowners reveled in their hubris, even looking down upon Deng Tu, who usually avoided them. In the living room, Luo Tian chuckled as he pinched Li Ro's tear-streaked face and said, "Is it really that serious? Crying over a few insults. If it's too much, don't look. I'm furious. They don't know anything. Yet they insult me so cruelly." Li Ro sobbed, her face resembling a little weeping cat. Little did anyone know, had Luo Tian not taken her in, she would have been driven to suicide by Yulin's threats. "Butler, are the materials ready?" Luo Tian inquired leisurely. "Master, Everything is prepared and can be sent at any time. Excellent. It is time to strike back. Luo Tian scoffed. They may think I can't reach them just because I'm indoors. His delay in responding to the group chat was merely to collaborate with the butler in gathering some compelling evidence. If I unleash my fury, I will annihilate you all. Soon, Luo Tian unleashed a barrage of shocking revelations, silencing the enraged homeowners as if they had been doused with cold water. Chapter 38. The Chaos of the Gilded Circle, 14th floor, room 1403. Zhanda, 15th floor, room 1501. Hao Xiao, the two male proprietors engage in clandestine debauchery, utilizing an array of implements. Photo. JPG, 11th floor 1102 Yu Dahai, in a clandestine meeting with 13th floor 1301 Zhongli. A story of a young lad and an older woman that must be told. Video. MP4, 15th floor 1502 owner exchanges with 15th floor 1501. These videos and photographs were primarily obtained by the butler through the building's network and routers, infiltrating the private devices of others. For the astute butler, this was merely a trifling matter. Under the vigilant surveillance of Luo Tian, the residents of the entire building were unwittingly exposed. Their clandestine activities were laid bare. Perhaps due to the snowstorm that had blocked roads, many found themselves under immense, prolonged pressure, leading them to abandon their inhibitions and engage in reprehensible actions. For instance, the aforementioned scandalous materials emerged from those who had just been the most vociferous in their condemnation within the group chat. Likely haunted by their own misdeeds, upon seeing Su Ling's message, they unleashed a torrent of vitriol, blissfully unaware that retribution was swift in its arrival. Take, for instance, the affair between Yu Dahai and Zhongli. Once revealed, it incited an uncontrollable fury in Zhongli's husband. You shameless harlot, at your age, how can you stoop to seducing younger men? Have you no dignity? He exclaimed, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Stunned, Zhongli, cradling her face, glimpsed her son beside her, his disappointed gaze piercing through. Mom, that man is barely older than me. How could you? Why yes, he seduced me first. Zhongli stammered, her complexion drained of color, regret coursing through her veins. She had been one of the most vocal critics moments ago, yet never anticipated that the video capturing her infidelity with Yu Dahai would fall into Luo Tian's hands. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would have never dared to partake. Damn it, Zhanda, you're a bloody homosexual. I always wondered why you kept coming over for meals and groping my backside. Stay away from me, you gay. Hao Xiao, I never suspected you. You two seem to be quite the playful pair, utilizing an array of props. I wouldn't have guessed you all were so open behind closed doors. Is it not called silver play if I'm not invited? Am I the only honest one here? Observing the messages, Zhanda and Hao Xiao were consumed by despair. Their neighbors, with whom they shared a daily existence, were now privy to their indiscretions, rendering them the subject of ridicule. Believing the photos had been leaked by one another, Zhanda and Hao Xiao could no longer contain their ire, engaging in a heated exchange of insults over voice messages. As for the two owners engaged in wife-swapping, their households descended into chaos. Witnessing their relatives in such a disarray nearly shattered the composure of the children and elders involved. Those who had remained passive spectators, merely enjoying the unfolding drama, now gleefully joined the discourse. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why your insults were so vicious. Turns out you were the ones with guilty consciences. Incredible, this has truly opened my eyes. What a scandalous circle. Thought the farce soon subsided. Regardless of the uproar online, once they set aside their devices, they were met with the biting cold and dwindling food supplies. After all, typing in such frigid weather left their fingers numb. The residents merely considered it a spectacle, yet Su Ling, the architect of this uproar, was far from pleased. She had intended to witness Luo Tian being publicly shamed, but to her dismay, the scandals of the homeowners had all been laid bare. How did Luo Tian acquire these videos? Reflecting on her previous thoughts of negotiating with one of the male participants, Su Ling felt a wave of nausea. I cannot allow this to go unchallenged. Luo Tian, I shall ensure you do not enjoy peace. Su Ling clenched her phone, her teeth gritted in determination. On the 18th floor, Brother 2, this Luo Tian fellow possesses remarkable abilities. He has swiftly dismantled those who dared to insult him. A subordinate scrolled through the sensational revelations, engrossed in the scenes from a particular gathering. Surprisingly thrilling, 2 was seething, striking the young man's head with a swift slap, declaring vehemently, "What of it? Luo Tian is indeed formidable. However, since he has crossed me, he shall find no respite. This Luo Tian is quite the man." The celebrated actress Baya, nestled beneath her covers, murmured to herself as she perused the messages on her phone. Luo Tian's splendid retaliation ignited a spark in her beautiful eyes. Truly, a source of security. Regardless of her past glories, she was merely a young woman in her 20s, having spent over a week alone in her apartment. While other residents had their families for support, she found herself devoid of any acquaintances. Outside, the relentless snow continued to fall, and just days prior, she had been duped by Aunt Wang into relinquishing more than half of her food supplies, instilling a creeping fear within Bai Ya's heart. How she longed for a pillar of support. In the living room, Luo Tian set down his phone, evidently satisfied with the butler's revelations. You relish in criticism, do you? Now, reflect upon your own actions. My conduct, reminiscent of Wei Wu, is fundamentally aimed at rescuing Li Ro, who would otherwise be driven to despair, thereby accruing merit. Luo Tian mused internally. His motives diverged significantly from those of the other homeowners. Tio articulated in legal terminology, he was facilitating an urgent escape from peril for another. Luo Tian, you are truly impressive, Li Ro exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. What kind of man can capture a woman's heart? One who treats her well, a man who can step up in times of crisis, possessing the strength to protect her. Li Ro could not help but sigh, wishing she had met Luo Tian a decade earlier. She would have unhesitatingly married him. It's all trivial, Luo Tian replied with a light chuckle. Dealing with these individuals is hardly a challenge, verging on effortless. Chapter 39. The inevitable downfall of the saintly. What is it? Hurry up and grab your chopsticks, Luo Tian urged, as he deftly picked up a piece of kidney and savored it with delight. Indeed, the culinary creations of the five-star restaurant's chef were truly exquisite. Golden brown and tender, the texture was delightfully soft. With each bite, succulent juices burst forth, leaving an endless aftertaste of rich flavors. This was a selection he had made when booking a banquet prior to the apocalypse, having spotted these nourishing delicacies on the menu. It seemed he had quite the foresight. Oh, Li Ro nodded, pulling out a chair beside him to sit down, also picking up her chopsticks to indulge in the feast. Delicious. The moment the food touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. The flavors were fragrant yet not overly rich, with a lingering aftertaste that made her yearn for an additional 5 bowls of rice. Li Ro was well aware of the adage that one should eat to replenish what they lack. Thus she continuously served Luo Tian, exclaiming, "This one is delectable. The taste is wonderful. Eat more. You need to nourish your body." After all, the two had engaged in quite a bit of physical activity together recently, and ample nutrition was paramount. An entire table brimming with dishes was soon devoured by the two with astonishing speed. I must say, I feel a warmth spreading through my body after eating. Luo Tian reclined comfortably in his chair. Perhaps the restaurant had a unique secret recipe. Rumors suggested they used aged ginseng as an ingredient, which was known for its remarkable benefits to health. Before the apocalypse, these renowned dishes had been exceedingly popular in the restaurant scene. As for washing the dishes and tidying up, that task was naturally assigned to Li Ro. This was one of the advantages of having a woman around. He could simply enjoy his meal without worrying about household chores. The tidying up merely involved transporting the dishes to the kitchen, where an advanced sterilizing dishwasher worth hundreds of thousands, which Luo Tian had extracted from his space, awaited to liberate their hands. The water supply was also sourced from the tens of thousands of tons stored in his space. It's time to exercise. Maintaining one's physique is equally important, Luo Tian mused, touching his abdomen, noting it lacked the firmness it once had. The comforts of life since the apocalypse had led him to indulge too much. Daily feasts of abalone, lobster, and steak, rich in protein and calories, had not been counterbalanced with adequate exercise, making it all too easy for fat to accumulate. Luo Tian was determined not to let his physique deteriorate. Although he currently wanted for neither food nor drink, sustaining a healthy and robust body remained critical. However, a leisurely walk wouldn't hurt, Luo Tian remarked, retrieving 2 high-end treadmills, each priced in the tens of thousands, from his space and placing them on the balcony of the living room. A post-meal stroll is said to be beneficial for longevity. Hey, Luo Tian, are we going to run? Li Ro inquired curiously as she emerged from the kitchen to find him setting up the treadmills. Indeed. If you don't exercise, you'll turn into a little pig, Luo Tian quipped, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized her curvaceous figure. Fat? Surely not. I have been eating quite a bit lately. Could it be that I have gained weight? Li Ro felt a pang of anxiety at his words. For women, weight is a matter of significant concern. Over the past few days, dining with Luo Tian had included barbecued meats and seafood, leaving her stomach fully satisfied after each meal. She quickly glanced down at her body, realizing she could no longer see her toes. Stepping onto the electronic scale, her complexion paled as she exclaimed, "Oh no! I've really gained 2 pounds." Without waiting for Luo Tian to urge her, she swiftly changed into a workout shirt and hopped onto the treadmill to begin exercising. Luo Tian chuckled, admiring her voluptuous legs, and remarked, "Why the panic? Your figure is quite splendid, especially those long legs." He imagined that even the muscle-bound men at the gym would feel inadequate in comparison. After all, a little extra softness was far superior to the stick-thin legs of some women. "Please, don't discourage me," Li Ro lamented, on the verge of tears. After half an hour of exercise, both were slightly perspiring, feeling invigorated. "Let us hydrate," Li Ro suggested, retrieving 2 bottles of Beverly Hills mineral water and thoughtfully opening one for Luo Tian. This was another item he had brought forth from his spaced IT, was the world's most expensive mineral water, with a cap adorned with 600 diamonds and 250 black diamonds, priced at approximately 680,000 RMB per bottle. "It's slightly sweeter than Farmer's 3 Punch." Luo Tian gulped down several swigs, licking his lips in appraisal. Li Ro then brought over a towel, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Thanks to the remarkable heating system in their safe house, combined with the warmth from the fireplace, they felt no chill despite their perspiration. Were the other residents to discover that Luo Tian was in such a situation, yet still found time to exercise, they would surely be astounded. Ding! Luo Tian picked up his phone, noticing a new message in the owners group chat. 17th floor 1701, Xiaolon. "I apologize for the interruption, everyone. My food has run out, and it's just me and my child at home. I cannot let my child go without food. If anyone has extra food, I would be willing to purchase it, even at a higher price." Given the uncertainty surrounding the duration of the snow disaster, no one replied to her plea. Seeing that she was being ignored, Xiaolon grew increasingly desperate. "Please, I beg you. I can go without a few meals, but my child cannot be left hungry. We are truly in need of food." Luo Tian recalled this woman. Her husband worked abroad, leaving her to care for their young child alone. She would often greet him with a warm smile whenever they crossed paths. Her figure was decent, though her looks could only be deemed average. "Luo Tian." Li Ro noticed the message in the group chat as well, her expression conflicted as she cautiously regarded him. It seemed she wanted to voice something but hesitated, biting her lip. "Speak your mind," Luo Tian said, taking a sip of water and securing the cap. "It's just that Xiaolon has a tough time raising her child alone. In such harsh conditions, it must be quite difficult for her." Li Ro expressed, a hint of compassion in her tone. Seeing Xiaolon's helplessness in the chat as she pleaded for her child stirred her maternal instincts. Before the apocalypse, Xiaolon was one of the few people with whom she could exchange pleasantries within the community. "Do you wish to assist her?" "Ha, I recall teaching you better," Luo Tian replied coolly, placing the diamond-studded mineral water bottle on the table. He then lifted his hand to grasp Li Ro's delicate chin, his voice cold as he declared, "The saint must perish." Chapter 40. The price of 2,000 times. Luo Tian had personally experienced the dire consequences of extending kindness, leading to a tragic end. How could he possibly repeat such a mistake? "If you offer her food, next time she will come back with a group, ready to chop you up for soup," Luo Tian said coldly. In his previous life, Li Ro had not lived to see that dark moment, having already taken her own life by jumping from a building. Yet, he remembered it vividly. Upon hearing his words, Li Ro's face turned pale with fear as she recognized her own folly. "I'm sorry, Luo Tian, I won't do it again." She understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Earlier, she had overheard a conversation about children and had been unable to resist the urge to help. "You'll go hungry tomorrow. Food is not for you. Learn your lesson, lest all your nourishment be wasted on the same part of your body," Luo Tian stated coldly. If a mistake had been made, a punishment was warranted. "Oh," Li Ro said, feeling ashamed, her head nearly buried in her chest. However, she felt a sense of relief. As long as Luo Tian did not despise her, she would think twice before speaking next time. It was merely a day of hunger. Other residents struggled daily without a warm meal. She was living a life that could be considered heavenly. In the group chat, "I beg you all, I am willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price for your food. If that seems insufficient, then 1,000 times is acceptable." Under the relentless pleas of Xiaolon, a resident finally responded, "Sai, since you are in such a pitiful state, I will assist you. However, I do not have much food. I can only sell you 2 bags of bread for 6,000. A male resident, tempted by the astronomical profit, agreed to sell food. Before the apocalypse, 2 bags of bread would cost merely a few coins. Yet, after a week of relentless snow that had sealed the roads, prices had astonishingly surged by 1,000 times. Although the two were engaging in a voluntary transaction, the outrageous pricing stirred anxiety among the group. Hey, this can't be right. 2 bags of bread are this expensive? That is equivalent to my monthly salary. Damn it, had I known, I would have stocked up on several boxes of bread in advance. I could have made a fortune. Joan, you are taking advantage of the situation, daring to sell bread worth a few coins for 6,000? You are worse than a profiteer. In addition to the shocked residents regarding the exorbitant prices, others, either unable to bear the sight or envious, emerged to criticize Joan for selling bread to Xiaolan. Joan immediately grew displeased and retorted, "How am I a profiteer? I didn't force her to buy. She insisted on paying 1,000 times the price. Yes, it was my own choice. Please do not blame Joan." Xiaolan pleaded humbly. She had called out in the group for quite some time, and only Joan was willing to sell food. Despite the steep cost, Xiaolan was nonetheless satisfied. She hurried to defend him, fearing he might retract his offer. Other residents may still have some supplies left and were managing relatively well, but Xiaolan's home was completely devoid of food. Having experienced hunger, she understood the significance of sustenance. Money can be earned again. The immediate priority was to ensure she and her child had food to fill their bellies. 2 bags of bread could last a week if rationed. Xiaolan, I have a few extra bags of instant noodles at home. I'll sell them to you as well. As for the price, it will be 10,000. What the hell? You have no shame, asking 10,000 for a few packets of instant noodles. Xiaolan, I have half a box of chocolate. I am starving. Why not buy from me for only 30,000? Damn, those two upstairs are too shameless. Xiaolan, don't listen to them. Buy from me instead. I'll give you a 5% discount. Suddenly, a flurry of individuals emerged in the group, all eager to promote their goods, likely believing that the snow disaster would soon pass, and they would have the opportunity to make a fortune, with food being readily available later. It was merely a matter of enduring hunger for a profit without risk. What the hell? Usually everyone is crying about starving, with no food at home. How come now they are selling food one packet after another? Could it be that my family is the only one too poor to have anything but breadcrumbs? I don't even have breadcrumbs. Some residents, lacking food, expressed their shock. They also wished to purchase some provisions, but the prices were simply too steep. Some had bought their homes with their down payments and had little savings. With monthly mortgage payments, such expensive food was beyond their means. Foolish. Luo Tian observed the group. It seemed that only a portion of the residents had been deceived by Aunt Wang, while many others were secretly hoarding food at home. This was to be expected. If a mere community member like Aunt Wang could deceive all the residents of an entire building out of their food, that would be absurd. There would always be selfish and cunning individuals. Wait, don't rush to sell. I will buy all your food, adding 5,000 to your original prices. I will take as much as you have. A wealthy individual named Lu Tung suddenly sent a message in the group. His family was engaged in export business, and it was rumored that his parents' company was about to go public in a foreign country, making them exceedingly wealthy. This declaration sent ripples through the group. Adding 5,000 to the original price meant that a bag of instant noodles, which once cost 2 coins, could now be sold for 7,000. 5 bags would amount to nearly 100,000. That could equal a portion of someone's annual salary. I wondered who was so wealthy. Turns out it's brother Lu. I bet his monthly allowance is in the tens of thousands. Lu Gu, I'll sell to you. Me too. I still have some food at home. Let us package it all up for sale. I'm sorry, Xiaolan. I want to help you, but he is offering too much. An irresistible price. The residents who had initially agreed to sell food to Xiaolan immediately reversed their decisions upon hearing Lu Ting's words, all scrambling to sell their food at a higher price. Xiaolan panicked, feeling utterly desperate. How can this be? You all promised to sell to me, Lu Tung. My family truly has no food left. I beg you, don't compete with me. Lu Tung nonchalantly replied, my family has no food either. Don't blame me. If you want to assign blame, blame your own poverty. And those wishing to sell, hurry up. My offer stands. A mere few 100,000 was nothing in his eyes. It must be said that the wealthy never suffer too greatly, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Xiaolan continued to plead in the group, but at this moment, no one was willing to pay her any heed. There is nothing more despairing than having hope suddenly crushed. It was like a fall from paradise to hell. Ha! This is merely the last flicker of money's usefulness, Luo Tian remarked disdainfully as he observed the messages in the group. If money were truly valuable, then the vast reserves of food he had hoarded would have long been sold. Those selling food would soon come to regret their choices. For food can be a lifesaver, while cash is of no use other than for burning. Chapter 41. Xiaolan's private message. Luo Tian was leisurely seated on the sofa, savoring his hot tea. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification for a friend request. Intrigued by who might be reaching out to him at such an hour, he picked it up and discovered it was Xiaolan, who was in the group chat seeking food for her children. Luo Tian, I'm at my wit's end. Please, I implore you to help me. I know your family has stockpiled quite a bit of food. Would you consider selling me some? The children truly need to eat. Xiaolan could have procured food from others, but she had been thwarted by the unexpected intervention of a wealthy second-generation heir, Luo Tian, who had snatched up her supplies. With no other options, she turned her hopes to Luo Tian, especially since many neighbors had witnessed him hoarding several carts of snacks from the supermarket before the snowstorm. If anyone in the building possessed the most food, it was undoubtedly him. Her tone was exceedingly humble. However, Luo Tian had no intentions of assisting her. Are we that familiar? The children's hunger is none of my concern. I am not their father. I'm sorry, but my food supplies are rather limited, and I have no need for money, Luo Tian decisively declined. Immediately, Xiaolan fell silent, likely realizing that Luo Tian was not genuinely out of food but simply unwilling to sell to her. After all, not everyone is in dire financial straits. Just as Luo Tian thought she had given up, he received another message from her. A series of photos arrived, causing his eyebrows to raise in curiosity. Upon viewing them, he nearly spat out his drink. This was entirely unexpected. He never imagined she would send such pictures. What is the intent behind this? To tempt me? Luo Tian scrutinized the images twice before promptly closing the application. Absurd. Was he that kind of person? Besides, her attractiveness barely warranted a 5 out of 10. She held no allure for him whatsoever. Luo Tian, I know you have a preference for mature women. I can do what Li does. Just give me some food, and I'll come to your home right now. Xiaolan sent another message. The news of Luo Tian taking in Li had been leaked by Su Ling in the owner's group, leading many to believe he had a penchant for married women. Thus, Xiaolan, clinging to a desperate hope, approached him. After all, Luo Tian was young and handsome. She felt she had nothing to lose. Who spread such ridiculous rumors? Luo Tian exclaimed in exasperation. It was utter nonsense. He equally admired both youthful maidens and mature women. Is that not the case? Li, who happened to pass by, caught a glimpse of the chat and couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. Smack! She playfully slapped Luo Tian, feeling a twinge of grievance. If I were to lend her aid, wouldn't I be solidifying my reputation as a rogue? Luo Tian retorted, his lips curling in disdain. No matter how Xiaolan pleaded or portrayed her plight, he coldly refused. Your misery is of no concern to me. Dream on if you think I'll sympathize. This is not a charity. I only care for myself. Desperate, Xiaolan ultimately relinquished her attempt to solicit help from Luo Tian and turned back to the group chat to continue her search for food. Yet, no matter how much she raised her offer, Luo Tian would always outbid her by an additional 10,000 yuan, leaving her unable to procure even a single bag of instant noodles. However, the homeowner's supplies were also dwindling, and after several transactions, only one resident remained willing to sell food. Haha, others have run dry. Xiaolan, I am the sole person who can provide you with food. Just outbid Luo Tian, and these 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits are yours. The homeowner's message appeared to be a friendly reminder, yet it was merely a tactic to inflate his prices. After all, his motive was profit, and he was indifferent to who might starve. I'll offer 100,000. Xiaolan clenched her teeth, announcing a staggering bid. This was her last glimmer of hope. Who would have imagined that in a post-apocalyptic world, a few bags of snacks would fetch a price exceeding that of a car? Quickly, Luo Tian responded, 300,000. The figure left Xiaolan in despair. Her funds barely reached 200,000. While 300,000 wasn't exorbitant, most of her money was with her husband, who was currently abroad, and the near-paralyzed communication made contacting him impossible. Who will save my children? Anyone? Xiaolan stared blankly at her phone, her pupils seemingly devoid of light. If someone could merely spare her a morsel of food, she might even agree to end her own life. ILL bid 1 million. Just as Luo Tian thought he had secured the food, an unfamiliar person suddenly entered the fray. However, anyone residing in this community was not impoverished, so it was not unusual for someone to produce 1 million yuan outright. Wait, that avatar looks somewhat familiar. Where have I seen it before? It's on the tip of my tongue. Luo Tian mused, gazing at the cartoon cat avatar. Master, The individual competing with Luo Tian resides on the 20th floor. Baya. Her true identity is a top-tier celebrity in the country. It seems even this national goddess is not immune to hardship, Luo Tian reflected as he listened to the butler's explanation. As a nationally renowned star, her wealth was immeasurable. She could casually produce billions without a second thought. Recently, Baya had fallen victim to a scam by Aunt Wang, losing a significant amount of food, which likely prompted her to act now. The reality aligned closely with Luo Tian's speculation. Baya indeed found her food supplies lacking and had just seen the message in the group, prompting her decisive response. Luo Tian was taken aback and then disdainfully replied in the group, "You don't know my esteemed name, Luo Tian? Who can rival me in wealth? Nonsense." He had nearly 10 million just in pocket money alone. However, Luo Tian was unaware that his competitor was not an ordinary wealthy individual but rather Baya, a goddess he admired. 5 million, the casual declaration left Luo Tian speechless. Are you serious? Spending 5 million on a few bags of instant noodles and biscuits? Is this person out of their mind? I may be rich, but I'm not foolish. Luo Tian muttered angrily, abandoning his bidding. After all, he had already acquired some food. Since this individual wished to act foolishly, he had no intention of playing along. Chapter 42. A delightful evening with a starlet. Deal. Deal. The food vendor was nearly beside himself with joy. With just a few packs of cookies, he could afford another property. Encountering such fortune felt like a blessing from his ancestors. Meanwhile, those who had prematurely sold their goods were now filled with regret. Had they known, they would have waited a bit longer. Who could have anticipated that the final price would soar to 5 million times its original value? It was a plot twist that even the boldest filmmakers would hesitate to portray. A mere 5 million, hardly substantial, Baya remarked, curling her long, elegant legs and exhaling a sigh of relief. 5 million was a sum she could easily eclipse with a single advertisement. Her little treasure trove, if revealed, would astonish all. After finalizing the transaction and watching the vendor depart, Baya cautiously peeked out, retrieving the food she had placed at the door. Contemplating for a moment, she decided to open the group chat and click on Xiaolan's profile. How foolish, Luo Tian sneered as he observed the surveillance footage. The video displayed the scene at Baya's doorstep. Baya, presumably overwhelmed by compassion, had spent 5 million on 3 bags of instant noodles and 5 packs of compressed biscuits, only to give away half to Xiaolan. Witnessing Xiaolan's exuberance, nearly kneeling in gratitude, Luo Tian could not help but mutter, a recipe for self-inflicted misery. It seemed the lesson learned from her encounter with Aunt Wang had not been sufficient. As a beloved national star, it appeared she had grown accustomed to indulging her fans, a flaw that lingered. However, this was of no concern to Luo Tian. He merely observed the unfolding drama. Just as he was about to close the surveillance feed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. What do you want from us? A terrified Xiaolan found herself cornered in the hallway, clutching the food, surrounded by a gang of thuggish individuals. Well, we were initially here to deal with that scoundrel Luo Tian, but it seems we've stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Hand over the food, and you may leave, the intimidating group, a gang led by the ruthless Deng Tu, demanded. Xiaolan, having fought hard for her hard-earned food, was reluctant to relinquish it, but against the muscular thugs, her resistance was futile. After a desperate bite at one of the gang members, her actions only provoked them further, resulting in her being forcefully dragged into Deng Tu's lair. Here's the situation, Brother Tuesday. Since she enjoys biting so much, why not let her gnaw for the entire night? One of the thugs grinned lasciviously. Due to the snowstorm blocking roads, they had not indulged in their usual escapades for quite some time, and this unexpected opportunity was too tempting to resist. Despite the frigid temperature in the room, their numbers allowed them to huddle together for warmth. Xiaolan, gazing at the menacing figures surrounding her, felt her face drain of color. So many of them posed a real threat to her life. With temperatures plummeting below freezing, and her strength waning from hunger, she could not afford to succumb to these nefarious men. She had a child at home, enduring hunger. She could not die at the hands of these ruffians. Come now, will you undress yourself, or shall we assist you? The thugs grew impatient. No, please. I beg you, spare me. Spare you? It's too late for that. If only you had handed over the food earlier, huh? One of them began to tear at her clothing, in despair. Xiaolan suddenly shouted, "Let me go, and I can reveal a great secret. It concerns the superstar Baya. She resides in this very building." Upon hearing this, Deng Tu, seated on the sofa with his legs bandaged, abruptly turned his gaze towards her. What did you say? Deng Tu's voice was cold. Before the apocalypse, he had received whispers that the celebrity Baya might be living in their neighborhood. Baya, a national goddess with unparalleled beauty and charm, was someone Deng Tu coveted immensely. Even while indulging in his vices at a hotel, he had glimpsed a video of Baya in a short skirt, showcasing her long legs. To have a tryst with her would be the crowning glory of his existence. Seeing his gang members silenced by his presence, a terrified Xiaolon quickly added, "The food I received was from Baya. If you let me go, I will tell you where she lives." In her desperation for survival, Xiaolon did not hesitate to betray her benefactor, as if her earlier promise to Baya, made with tears in her eyes, to never disclose her information, had never existed. Baya had no inkling that her act of kindness towards a desperate mother would inadvertently draw a lethal threat upon herself. The band of desperate individuals had set their sights on her. Who wouldn't he be enamored with the dazzling star? Among Deng Tu's gang, many were fans of Baya, though their intentions were far from pure. The mere thought of engaging with the national goddess sent waves of excitement through them. Baya, the goddess adored by countless hearts. How many influential figures have sought her company, only to be met with rejection? Today, the chance to spend an enchanting evening with her lies before us. If you dare deceive us, I will end you, and your child will not escape either. One thug threatened menacingly. I am not lying. I just want you to spare me. Xiaolon sobbed, shaking her head in despair. After receiving their assurance, she finally gritted her teeth and divulged Baya's address. Baya lives on the 20th floor, room 2001. All right, I've told you what you wanted. Can I leave now? Deng Tu gestured dismissively. Get lost. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at her again. The woman of her appearance was hardly worth his interest, especially when he had more alluring options at the KTV. Thank goodness, I can leave. Xiaolon exclaimed, overjoyed, as she picked up the bread and cookies from the floor, eager to depart. However, to her dismay, several thugs suddenly surrounded her, their tone menacing. You think you can just walk away with our food? You've got some nerve. But this is my food, Xiaolon murmured, lowering her head in submission. Without the food, all her efforts that night would be in vain. Smack! One thug struck her fiercely, sending her crashing to the ground. You filthy whore, you're getting too bold. Why are you breaking your promise? She sobbed as they yanked her hair, mercilessly throwing her out the door, where she lay in the icy hallway, weeping inconsolably. All her hard-won provisions were lost, her betrayal of her benefactor for the sake of her own life yielding no reward. With no food, she and her starving child still faced the grim prospect of death. The biting cold rendered her tears ice in an instant. Watching the gang, armed with hammers and axes, make their way to the 20th floor, Xiaolon felt her heart sink to despair. Chapter 43. Baya's fear within the room adorned in soft pink decor. Baya was tearing open a packet of compressed biscuits, her cherry-like lips taking small bites as she swallowed. She was clad in a thick, fleece-lined sleepwear resembling a cat. Her unadorned yet exquisite face remained striking, even surpassing the beauty of those makeup-clad internet celebrities. With her natural beauty alone, she could easily score above a 9. The dry biscuits were difficult to swallow, lacking the sweetness of gourmet treats and the delectable taste of luxurious cuisine. Suddenly finding herself at a standard lifestyle, Baya struggled to adapt. However, the dire circumstances forced her to accept her reality. The former opulence of the elite circles and the adoration of countless fans were now completely out of her reach. Just as she drifted into her thoughts, a series of knocks echoed against the security door. Who is it? Baya gasped, startled, and cautiously made her way to the living room, peeking through the peephole to observe the corridor. There, a group of ruffians wielding hammers and baseball bats trembled in the cold as they pounded on the door. Do you think the goddess Baya is really in this house? I find it hard to believe that little girl. If she dares to deceive us, she will have a taste of her own medicine. Goddess, please open the door. We are your loyal fans. If you don't let us in soon, we'll have no choice but to break in. The gang laughed boisterously, some even pressing their eyes against the peephole to peer inside. They hammered relentlessly on the security door, which, although fortified, would not withstand the force of a dozen determined individuals for long. Baya, taken aback, quickly lowered her voice. There's no Baya here. You've got the wrong person? Unfortunately, her melodious voice, no matter how she tried to disguise it, was instantly recognized by the thugs. This was Baya herself. The gang erupted in excitement. Did you hear that? It's really the goddess Baya. I love you, goddess. Please open the door. This is incredible. I might get to be with the goddess tonight. Instantly, their fervor escalated, the door reverberating under their assault. How could this happen? Ya's complexion turned pale with fear as she retreated several steps, helplessly wrapping her arms around herself. As a national idol, she was accustomed to the adulation of millions of fans, surrounded by praise wherever she went, mingling with the upper echelons of society. She had never encountered a scene like this before. It was well known that her charm could captivate countless admirers, including the children of influential officials in the capital who vied for her company. At this moment, she understood all too well the intentions of these ruffians. Xiaolon. It was Xiaolon who betrayed me. Why? From their words, Ya quickly pieced together the truth. She couldn't comprehend why, after sincerely helping a desperate mother, the woman could so readily sell her out. Bang! Bang! The hammer struck the security door with brutal force, creating dents upon its surface. As a star, her allure could conquer the hearts of countless fans. Yet in the face of these thugs, she felt utterly powerless. If I had known, I would not have acted so impulsively. Ya, disheartened, leaned against the wall, her delicate form trembling with fear. Exhausted from numerous performances, she had argued with her manager, left her bodyguards behind, and secretly purchased this residence, intending to rest alone for a while. Little did she expect to be met with a ferocious snowstorm. Normally, her bodyguards would have swiftly dealt with such intruders, but now she was alone. Even the emergency call had become a mere formality. In this frigid, snowbound apocalypse, her fate was bound to be tragic. I should just end it. Ya seized a fruit knife from the coffee table, trembling as she pressed it against her fair throat. If she died, she could avoid being sullied. Did I just hear the goddess Ya say she wants to end her life? No, goddess, please let us enjoy you before you go. Exactly. If you don't experience the joys of womanhood, wouldn't that be a waste? Ha ha ha, even in death, she remains a goddess. I wouldn't mind that. The hammering momentarily ceased, only for the thugs to burst into raucous laughter, their words implying that even in death, she could not escape their grasp. How can this be? Someone, help me, boo-hoo. In despair, Ya dropped the fruit knife, covering her face as she wept helplessly. Her frail form trembled, enough to break anyone's heart. The aura of a superstar offered her no solace in this dire situation. It became a chasm that threatened to consume her. Meanwhile, the thugs' arrogant shouts and the sound of their battering were heard by other residents in the building, who were astounded to discover that the illustrious goddess Ya resided there, and that she had already been discovered by the notorious group led by Deng Tu. Damn it! How can my goddess fall into the hands of such scum? Brothers, we must devise a plan to rescue Ya. Support. As loyal fans, we cannot allow our goddess to cry helplessly. Messages in the group. Luo Tian glanced at the group name. Ya's Night Brigade. The residents, wishing to keep Deng Tu and his gang from noticing, had formed a new group chat, pulling everyone in. Many engaged fervently in discussions about how to save Ya from Deng Tu and his crew. Even if Deng Tu's gang is numerous, are we not greater in number? We have nearly 100 people, 10 times their number. Indeed, if we unite and charge together, they will surely flee. The rhetoric sounded grand. Some even excitedly envisioned a scenario whereby Ya would gratefully clasp their hands. However, it soon became apparent that a crucial question loomed. Who would lead the charge? Since you're so determined, resident 1502 of the 15th floor, then it's settled. You'll lead the charge, and we'll follow behind. Yes, yes, you shout the signal, and we'll all join in. Why should I lead? I am weak and can't bear the responsibility. Let group owner do it. He established the chat and should bear the responsibility. Group owner. I've already taken on the responsibility of initiating action. It's imperative that I coordinate the overall strategy. The task of leading the charge should fall to you all. You go, you go. No, you go. If not, he should go. The residents began to push the response. This reluctance was entirely understandable. The danger they faced was real, confronting a gang armed with knives and hammers. Individuals who had likely taken lives before. The one at the forefront would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Perhaps they would even meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the enraged thugs. While the goddess was beautiful, the preservation of their own lives took precedence. How absurd. Luo Tian chuckled at the messages in the group chat. He had expected these individuals to be brave, only to find they were merely shouting slogans. The moment action was required, their courage evaporated. Chapter 44. The Grievance of Leroy. Wait a moment, have you all forgotten? There is a formidable individual in our building who has previously made Deng suffer a loss. He nearly crippled him. Indeed. I would have completely overlooked that if you hadn't mentioned it. Luo Tian, the salvation of the goddess Ya rests in your hands. Yes, brother Luo. Lead us to victory against Deng. Luo Tian. Luo Tian, Luo Tian. The tone of the chat group shifted abruptly. A throng of residents fervently tagged their sole beacon of hope, Luo Tian. Luo Tian, who had been observing the commotion, was taken aback by the sudden barrage of mentions and couldn't help but respond. Do you think we're playing a game of heroes rescuing princesses? Why should I lead you to defeat Deng? It's laughable. You all are her fans, not me. Why involve me? These folks were just cursing you in the group last time. Now, in front of a celebrity, Davy started to grovel, Luo remarked with a dramatic eye roll, clearly still harboring resentment towards the residents. Luo Tian snorted disdainfully and said, You think you can use me as a pawn? That's quite the fantasy. Under Luo's resentful gaze, his hand reached towards her Balenciaga jacket. I'm not interested. If you wish to save her, come up with a plan yourselves. Luo Tian replied nonchalantly in the group chat. Instantly, this provoked a wave of indignation among the residents, with comments like, Why not step up when you have the ability? And, I'm not afraid. I'm just giving you the opportunity. The goddess is waiting for us. Filling the chat, creating an atmosphere of frivolity in Luo Tian's home. Without Luo Tian to lead, the residents dared not take any real action and continued their verbal sparring in the chat. Bang! The security door was smashed open by a hammer. Cold wind swept into the living room, allowing them to glimpse the golden-haired beauty hiding within. Dressed in a cat-themed outfit, she emanated a charming vitality. The younger members in the corridor, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but feel even more excited, lamenting how wonderful it would be if Luo Tian's door were as fragile. Luo Tian. Yes, I can seek help from Luo Tian. A spark of hope ignited in by Yu's vacant eyes. Though she had seldom spoken in the group chats before, she had been quietly observing and was quite aware of the recent happenings. Luo Tian was the man who had made Deng and his gang suffer a significant defeat. If anyone could lend a hand to her in this dire situation, it would be him. With this thought, Baya tremblingly unlocked her phone, opened the chat interface, and sent a friend request to Luo Tian. Please, accept it quickly. Luo Tian. Just as Luo Tian was about, can't the housekeeper intercept it for me? Frustrated, he opened his phone to discover it was a friend request from the renowned celebrity Baya. Baya? She's practically being used as a punching bag by Deng. I didn't expect her to have time to message me. Luo Tian raised an eyebrow and clicked to accept. He was somewhat astonished. She was a nationally celebrated goddess with countless fans. Among all the residents in the building, why had she chosen to reach out to him? Luo Tian, this is Baya, the star you know. Deng and his underlings are currently smashing down my door. I likely won't last much longer. I hope you can help me. I live in 2001. It seemed the urgency in her message was palpable, as she almost instantaneously sent it. To assure him, she attached a selfie. Her stunning face and graceful figure undeniably marked her as an extraordinary beauty. Luo Tian replied, Why should I help you? He had no intention of engaging in a matter that offered him no benefit. But I'm a celebrity. If you save me, I will be immensely grateful. That I could also offer you a substantial reward. Baya seemed taken aback by his cold demeanor, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. In her experience, no matter how exceptional a man might be, he would usually exhibit surprise and enthusiasm upon encountering her. After all, who wouldn't he want to bask in her charm? However, this time she might be disappointed. Luo Tian was unlike others. If he didn't wish to act, not even the mightiest of kings could sway him. Bang! Another piece of the security door was shattered. Cold air rushed in, sharply lowering the temperature inside the room. Goddess, stop resisting. Just open the door yourself. The situation was dire. The door could only hold for another 5 minutes at most. You're a celebrity. What does that have to do with me? Luo Tian glanced at the chat messages, disdainfully replying, Your gratitude is worthless to me. As for money? In this situation, it's merely scrap paper. With that, he tossed his phone aside, no longer interested. At that moment, Luo softly said, Luo Tian, Baya is a national treasure. Can you really bear to let her be defiled by that scum Deng? In her view, it would be a terrible shame for Luo Tian to miss out on such beauty. Of course not, Luo Tian replied with a knowing smile. From the very beginning, he had intended to bring the captivating superstar Baya into his home. In a world so devoid of entertainment, having her play the piano or perform a dance would be a delightful indulgence. Even in an apocalyptic era, one's spiritual needs must not be neglected. As a star, she must possess a mastery of various artistic skills, right? Coincidentally, Luo Tian himself was adept at singing, dancing, and rapping, allowing for potential enriching exchanges between them. Moreover, His space housed a top-of-the-line Steinway piano worth over $1 million. Rather than letting it sit idle, it would be splendid to have her play for him daily. It could serve as a delightful means of cultivating an appreciation for the arts. Stars of her caliber typically possess a high sense of self-esteem and pride in their talents, Luo Tian remarked casually. If I readily agree to help her, she likely won't feel genuine gratitude. She may even take it for granted. It would be most effective for me to intervene when she is utterly desperate, at the brink of hopelessness. After all, such is human nature. Chapter 45. Mistaken Identity. I am not Luo Tian. You mustn't come in. Baya exclaimed in terror, brandishing a fruit knife at the group of thugs. The blade trembled slightly in her grip. The security door had been breached, leaving a gaping hole through which the cold wind howled, mirroring Baya's desolate heart. I can save you, but there is a condition. You must obey my commands from now on. A message arrived. It was from Luo Tian. Instantly, Baya, whose face had drained of color, felt as though she were a drowning person clutching at a last straw, and she agreed without hesitation. Even so, she resigned herself to her fate. After all, it was certainly better than falling into the hands of that group of ruffians. With her unparalleled beauty, relying solely on her own strength to dictate her destiny was simply unfeasible. I agree. As long as you can save me. Gazing at the reply, Luo Tian's lips curled into a smirk. You may proceed. Li Ro, somewhat puzzled, remarked, but there are so many of them. Charging in seems unlikely to succeed. How do you plan to rescue her? As she spoke, she pressed a delicate hand against his mischievous intentions. There are many ways. Luo Tian did not elaborate, merely teasingly hinting at his strategy. In truth, a direct approach was not out of the question. After all, he still possessed 3 Glock handguns acquired from bank robbers, with over 400 rounds of ammunition. Even with his eyes closed, he could turn Deng Tu and his gang into a pincushion. However, that would be a waste of bullets, especially for someone like him who had never undergone formal firearms training. It was not the optimal solution. Believe it or not, I can rescue Baya without shedding a drop of blood and leave Deng Tu's gang utterly bewildered. Luo Tian toyed with a strand of Li Ro's hair, revealing a playful smile. I believe you. You're the best, Li Ro sweetly declared, wrapping her arms around one of his. Her trust was unwavering. But, how will you do it? She inquired curiously. Luo Tian? Deng Tu, seated in a wheelchair pilfered from a nearby residence, felt his expression shift dramatically upon hearing Baya's words. The group of thugs, who had been smashing the door, suddenly froze in place. Deng Tu sensed a sharp pain in his injured leg, and the thugs seemed to recall the unforgettable icy bath they had endured last time. Luo Tian. Where is Luo Tian? Damn, he actually came in person? Stop him. Be careful, he has a crossbow. Stay hidden. Panic spread through the group as the thugs shouted and scrambled for cover, fearing an ambush from Luo Tian armed with a crossbow and high-pressure water gun. This chaos left Lu Yuanyue, the socially awkward hero arriving to save the goddess, utterly stunned. Holy crap! Am I really that formidable? They all scatter like frightened rabbits at the sight of me. Donning a stainless steel bowl as a helmet and wielding a rolling pin as a weapon, he looked at the panicking thugs with incredulity. Could it be that I am the protagonist of this calamity, taking flight from saving the goddess and embarking on a scandalous life together? Lu Yuanyue stood there, grinning foolishly. Bang! Just as he was lost in his fantasies, a fist struck his cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. What the hell is this idiot Luo Tian? One of the thugs spat disdainfully. He's so weak, I knocked him down with a single punch. At this, the thugs crouching in the corners, clutching their heads, suddenly perked up, swaggering over with newfound bravado. Damn it, Luo Tian. I told you, if you dared to show your face, I'd kill you. Oh really? You're so cocky. Let us see you be brave again. Well done. One punch and Luo Tian is down. Your skills have improved. Ha ha ha. I never expected Luo Tian to be this weak. The thugs surrounded Lu Yuanyue, raining down blows without mercy, turning him into a bruised mess as he lay on the cold ground. His mind went blank. Luo Tian? Wait, why do you want to beat up Luo Tian? What does that have to do with me, Lu Yuanyue? Wrong person, wrong person. Lu Yuanyue wailed in desperation. I am not Luo Tian. UVE got the wrong guy. Not Luo Tian? The thugs paused, pulling out their phones to compare photos of the homeowner they had obtained from others. Holy cow! It really wasn't him. Luo Tian was far more handsome than this guy. Damn it, you're not Luo Tian, so why are you yelling? Tired of living? Deng Tu, furious, delivered another heavy punch, causing blood to stream from Luo Tian's nostrils. Damn it! A fat nerd thinks he can play the hero, as if we're just sitting around doing nothing. I won't do it again. Please, spare me. Luo Tian pleaded, his face a swollen mess, blood pouring from his nose, nearly unable to open his eyes. In his fervor to save his goddess, he had grossly overestimated his combat prowess and rushed out in a fit of passion. Only when surrounded by a group of armed, desperate men, seeing their malicious and intent-filled gazes, did he truly grasp the terror of death. Being a hero is not something just anyone can do. Boss, what should we do with this kid? One thug weighed a hammer in his hands, gazing at Luo Tian as if he were examining a corpse. Open the window and toss him out. Deng Tu replied nonchalantly, as if he were discussing something trivial. Toss him out. This was the 20th floor, more than 50 meters above the ground. Please, brother Tu, spare me. We're neighbors, for heaven's sake. Luo Tian cried, terrified. Had he known he would lose his life, he wouldn't have dared to rush out. The goddess? Was that stunning beauty someone a loser like him could ever hope to covet? All right then, boss. One thug grinned wickedly, yanking him by the hair and dragging him toward the corridor window, entirely disregarding his pleas for mercy. Ding! At that moment, every phone in the vicinity chimed simultaneously. Curiously, they opened their screens to discover a message from Luo Tian in the group chat, accompanied by a selfie. Deng Tu, I'm on the 2nd floor and can hear you barking like a dog on the 20th. Do you know you're disturbing the peace? If you don't shut up, I'll break your other leg. Photo. JPG, 2nd floor corridor, selfie, universally recognized gesture, chapter 46. If you wish to enter, heed my words, Luo Tian, you son of Abtch. Deng Tu roared with the ferocity of a wild beast, shattering his phone in a fit of rage as he bellowed at his underlings. I told you to keep a vigilant eye, yet all of you are slacking off. That fool Luo Tian has gone downstairs. Seated in his wheelchair, he furiously pounded the armrests. What are you standing there for? Go down and capture that dog Luo Tian. I will rip his tongue out. His subordinates, they had confirmed the photographs. They were indeed genuine. The footprints in the snow outside the window were still fresh, left behind from their earlier excursion to collect melted snow, indicating that Luo Tian must be downstairs. Baya was like a caged bird, with no escape in sight. In their fury, the group failed to contemplate the situation deeply, driven only by the desire to rush down and seize Luo Tian before he could flee, to exact vengeance for themselves and their leader. Did they really leave? Baya stared at the messages from Luo Tian in the group chat, then glanced at the empty corridor, her eyes widening in disbelief. However, would Luo Tian, risking his own life to divert so many away from her, truly be in mortal danger? Before she could dwell on her concerns, her phone buzzed with a video call from Luo Tian. What are you still doing there? Get up here. Baya looked at Luo Tian, who was seated on the sofa, and exclaimed in astonishment, Luo Tian, should you not be downstairs? How are you at home? Enough with the nonsense. If you don't move quickly, they'll catch on, Luo Tian replied coolly. The images circulating in the group chat were indeed synthesized by him, crafted using footage from the surveillance cameras installed in the corridor, capturing real-time photos with intricate details that were undeniably authentic. By inciting them with mere words, he could easily provoke them into losing their composure. Yet, considering the frigid temperatures, even if they were momentarily inflamed with rage, a swift descent down 2 flights of stairs would expose them to the biting cold, likely bringing them back to their senses. A brief reflection would reveal the inconsistencies. After all, in 2055, AI technology had advanced at a breakneck pace, and synthesizing an image was child's play, as expected. The moment they reached the 18th floor, Deng Tu, struck by the howling cold wind in the corridor, immediately regained his composure. Something was amiss. That cunning little brat Luo Tian wouldn't risk his own life so brazenly to save Baya, nor would he be so blatant about it, as if he were daring them to follow. It was as if he was deliberately provoking them. Now that AI synthesis software was so prevalent, what if he had coerced a resident on the lower floors into taking a photo, then manipulated it to deceive me? Luo Tian was indeed devious enough to pull such a stunt. Oh no. I've fallen into his trap. Deng Tu, a seasoned player in both the underworld and the legitimate world, felt an increasing unease. The more he thought about it, the more he sensed something was off. He swung a hefty fist at the back of a subordinate's head and roared, Luo Tian is still at home. The photos are fabricated. We must return immediately and ensure Baya does not escape. His subordinates were taken aback. They halted in their tracks, and a chorus of angry shouts erupted as they turned back. A prize that was nearly theirs could not be allowed to slip away. Luo Tian, you are truly despicable. Seeing Baiya attempt to fetch her clothing, Luo Tian could not help but chastise her. Have you lost your mind? Those thugs could return at any moment. You need to get out of here now. But it's so cold outside, Baiya replied, her voice tinged with distress. However, she complied with his words, for her life was at stake. She hastily grabbed a coat draped over the sofa, slipping it on over her thick, fleece-lined cat-themed pajamas, and hurried towards the 23rd floor where Luo Tian was. As she emerged, she could hear the furious shouts and pounding. The sounds were alarmingly close. The relentless thugs were on the 19th floor, just one level below her. If she merely raised her head, she could see her silhouette. Deng Ji's instincts are spot on. Baiya truly intends to flee. Damn it, hurry. If she manages to hide in Luo Tian's apartment, we are finished. The underlings, fueled by urgency, quickened their pace up the stairs. The goddess was meant to be theirs. That son of Abtch Luo Tian wants to play the hero, does he? I will never allow him to succeed. Deng Tu clutched the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, his voice booming with rage. The wheelchair was being pushed by two subordinates, and his furious roars echoed through the stairwell, reverberating throughout the building. Instantly, the residents hiding in their homes were left stunned. What? Did Luo Tian not claim to have no interest in this matter? Why was he now secretly attempting to save someone? He wished to monopolize everything. Did he? The residents were incensed, thumping their chests in frustration. Yet, hearing the chaos in the corridor and the menacing shouts of the thugs, they dared not open their doors, at the same time. They couldn't help but admire Luo Tian's audacity. I can't go on. Baiya, having barely eaten, was weak from exertion and now being pursued by a pack of desperate criminals. Especially in the frigid -70-degree temperature, her strength waned rapidly. At that moment, she had just ascended 2 flights of stairs, reaching the 22nd floor, while Deng Tu and his crew were already hot on her heels, nearly at the 22nd floor as well. They could see her. Baiya, goddess, don't run. I am almost upon you. He. Soon I shall have my wicked way with you. The foremost thugs, their eyes ablaze with fury, bellowed like demons emerging from the depths of hell. Looking up, Baiya, clad in her cat pajamas, was within arm's reach. Woo. What should I do, Luo Tian? I can't run anymore. Baiya sobbed into her phone. In terms of stamina, she certainly could not compete with the frantic fiends behind her. At this rate, before she could reach the 23rd floor, she would surely be dragged back by the thugs. Remove the coat and throw it down, Luo Tian commanded coldly. In her panic, Baiya, almost instinctively, ran and ripped off the coat she had draped over her shoulders, throwing it behind her. The heavy coat, like a cloak, enveloped the first 2 assailants, blinding them momentarily and causing them to trip on the stairs. Like a row of dominoes, the thugs following closely behind tumbled down in a heap, crashing onto their fallen comrades. Baiya dared not look back. Seizing the opportunity while the thugs were still scrambling to regain their footing, she summoned her last vestiges of strength and finally reached the 23rd floor. Stumbling, she collapsed in front of Luo Tian's door. Just as others had said, the security of Luo Tian's residence was exceptionally robust. Even from the outside, it exuded a comforting sense of safety. Baiya couldn't help but be overwhelmed with joy. Before she could knock, a cold electronic bracelet fell at her feet. Put it on, and I will let you in. Chapter 47. The frantic brothers a bracelet. Baiya was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the peculiar demand. Why must one wear this item to gain entry? Leave if you won't wear it, Luo Tian's indifferent voice echoed through the heavy security door, striking her proud self-esteem like a hammer, shattering it into countless pieces. Baiya had initially believed that her status as a celebrity would afford her some modicum of respect, at the very least from Luo Tian. Yet, to her dismay, she found herself utterly worthless in his eyes, perhaps even less valuable than a mere loaf of bread. At that moment, Deng Tu and his band of ruffians had already ascended to the 23rd floor. Seeing Baiya collapsed before Luo Tian's door, they rushed towards her, their eyes ablaze with fury. Should she fall into the hands of those scoundrels, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. In the past, Baiya had naively thought herself different from those actresses who climbed the social ladder through their looks. She believed that even as a perpetual background player, subjected to the disdain of directors and industry elites, she would never bow to anyone or be subservient to their whims. To preserve her purity, she would even consider sacrificing her life. However, the stark reality was now dawning upon her. She had been gravely mistaken, utterly misguided. As she witnessed the gang of enraged thugs charging towards her, instinct took over. She seized the bracelet before her and, without hesitation, donned it upon her wrist. Her life was paramount. Everything else was but a fleeting illusion. Come in, bang. The security doors slammed shut behind her. The thugs, now trapped outside, were left wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to fathom how the coveted white swan had slipped through their fingers. That was the illustrious Baya, a goddess they would never have the chance to encounter in their lifetimes. Luo Tian, you bastard. Open the door this instant. I'll count to 3 if you don't let me in. I'll smash this damn door to pieces. Don't think your little tricks will work on us. Listening to the thugs' furious shouts from outside, Luo Tian merely remarked, fools. Enduring sub-zero temperatures while being blasted by high-pressure water left many of them bedridden with fever, and they had nearly lost 2 of their comrades. Flee. The group scattered in a panic, not daring to utter another threat. Faced with an impregnable door, they had no recourse but to endure the consequences. Delaying further would only invite arrows and icy showers. In their frenzied escape, several members tumbled down the staircase. Saved, Baya murmured, her heart still racing. Exhausted, she could only prop herself up, sitting awkwardly as she gazed around the living room. How warm it was! Her beautiful face, flushed from the cold, bore an incredulous expression. The living room was bright and inviting, with a meticulously crafted fireplace ablaze, casting a warm and radiant glow. On the dining table, steaming roasted duck and golden brown chicken legs slathered in sweet sauce emitted an intoxicating aroma. A whole case of the exquisite 1982 Lafite awaited. Luo Tian's home resembled a paradise. Not only did it boast a warm fireplace, but it was also abundantly stocked with delectable food. Here she was, a renowned star reduced to nibbling on dry crackers, while others scarcely had a loaf of bread to eat, and yet the banquet before her overflowed with warmth and abundance. In comparison to Luo Tian, the lives of others appeared pitiful and devoid of dignity. Baya, is it? Luo Tian leaned against the wall, surveying her with the same possessive gaze one might reserve for one's possessions. Baya maintained her awkward position, looking up at the stern-faced Luo Tian, and felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure. Li Ro, clad in an elegant office attire, stood beside him with her head respectfully bowed, resembling a devoted secretary. Baya had heard much about Li Ro, the wife, but now standing in her presence, she realized that while Li Ro's beauty might not eclipse her own, it certainly held its own against other first-tier actresses. Most notably, her figure was unmatched in the entire entertainment industry. I am Baya. You. Baya began, but her words were swiftly cut off by Luo Tian's frigid interruption. You smell. Go wash up in the bathroom first. Luo Tian wrinkled his nose in disdain and waved her off before reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs and ignoring her entirely. Smell. Baya was momentarily stunned, as if she had misheard. She was a national sensation, a goddess of purity, and her grooming expenses were astronomical. Although she hadn't had a proper hot shower since the snowstorm, Luo Tian's dismissive gaze and indifferent demeanor pierced through her pride, leaving her deeply wounded. Could he not be a little gentler? Quickly, don't anger him, I'll leave a change of clothes outside for you, Li Ro said with a gentle smile. Compared to Luo Tian's coldness, Li Ro's warmth and thoughtfulness undeniably endeared her to Baya. Okay. Baya nodded, making her way to the bathroom. This was not only due to Luo Tian's words but also because she felt increasingly uncomfortable after days without a proper wash. As she passed the kitchen, the sight of those exquisite, rare ingredients on the countertop left her utterly astonished. Lobsters, king crabs, Russian hams, truffles, tuna sushi, barbecued meats. The kitchen was nearly overflowing with delicacies from dozens of countries. Heavens! This modest kitchen housed a treasure trove of gourmet cuisine. The quality of life here could not be overstated. It surpassed anything Baya had enjoyed even before the snowstorm. Luo Tian, why on earth do you have so much food at home? Baya gasped, her cherry lips forming a perfect O, her eyes widening in disbelief. It was as if he had anticipated the oncoming cataclysmic snowstorm and prepared this feast in advance. Moreover, he had constructed a splendid, warm fireplace in the living room to combat the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. While others trembled in the cold, desperately scavenging for food, Luo Tian luxuriated in his warm abode, relishing countless delicacies, living with such ease and grace. Additionally, Baya had noticed earlier that Luo Tian's security door was custom-made by a specialized security firm. Not only was the door itself remarkably sturdy, but it also required 3 levels of locks to open. What did that signify? The safety standards of Baya's own lavish villa were already impressively high, costing her millions, yet in comparison to Luo Tian's residence, it seemed utterly laughable. The more she contemplated, the more she felt an unsettling chill. Tio claimed this was mere coincidence would be utterly implausible. In an instant, Luo Tian's image loomed large in her mind, becoming both formidable and unfathomable. However, the stronger he is, the greater my protection will be. Chapter 48. Boss, this coat is for you, Luo Tian. Luo Tian. Damn it, Luo Tian. Deng Tu seethed in fury, striking the armrests of his wheelchair with unrestrained rage. His roar echoed throughout the building, while the goddess had taken flight, her wings carrying her away. Due to Deng Tu's thunderous outburst, the residents hiding in their homes were the first to learn of the outcome. Luo Tian had audaciously rescued the goddess Baya from the clutches of Deng Tu and his band of ruffians. It was akin to a valiant knight triumphantly saving a princess. Once again, he had emerged victorious over his adversaries. Good heavens! Were they witnessing a film unfold before their eyes? Luo Tian, a solitary figure, consistently managed to triumph against overwhelming odds. It was nothing short of enchanting. Boss, at least we Haven Tea returned empty-handed, one lackey eagerly proclaimed, presenting the coat that Baya had discarded. This is the coat worn by Baya, imbued with her fragrance. It's a gift for you, boss. Upon hearing this, Deng Tu's ire intensified. He swiftly slapped the lackey on the head, exclaiming, "Fool! Can't you strive for something greater? While Luo Tian is at home, wielding real weapons, you're here fantasizing over a piece of clothing." Stung by the slap, the lackey felt a wave of indignation wash over him. With a pained expression, he lamented, "You're right, boss, I've been utterly pathetic. I'll discard the coat immediately." From now on, don't dare claim to be associated with me. What a disgrace. A bunch of fools who can't even keep an eye on a mere woman. Deng Tu struck the lackey again. The lackey clutched his head, feeling utterly wronged. Despite the presence of so many, he was the only one to suffer. Luo Tian, don't you dare revel in your triumph. I will smash down your door and come for you. Deng Tu thought, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the bathroom, what does it matter how beautiful it is? Sighed the golden-haired maiden as she gazed into the mirror. Shaking her head gently, she reached to turn on the shower. Suddenly, Baya's eyes widened in astonishment, her cherry lips agape. There was hot water. She had assumed that she would have to endure a cold shower, given the complete power and water outage in the entire neighborhood. The prospect of enjoying a warm bath seemed like a distant dream. After all, relying on the meager electricity supplied twice daily, the residents could only venture outside to gather snow and heat a kettle. The voltage simply wouldn't support high-energy appliances. Yet, Luo Tian's home had hot water. Could this imply that there was electricity in the room? With a soft click, the bright light, the once dim bathroom transformed into a bright and inviting haven. Is this really happening? Baya exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Luo Tian had a generator at home? His preparations were astonishingly thorough. At that moment, Baya felt tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes. How long had it been since she had last enjoyed a warm shower? Such a mundane luxury had become a precious rarity in the wake of the relentless snow disaster. If I could have hot water to bathe even once a day, no, once a week, I would be utterly content. A smile graced her lips. What she remained unaware of was that Luo Tian's space contained vast reserves of water, making a warm bath as commonplace as daily meals. Liro bathed at least once a day. However, to the other residents outside, hot water was a precious commodity, scarcely enough even for drinking. A bath they could manage with just a towel. In the living room. Today, do we not require company? Liro inquired gently, her smile warm. Jealousy? Not at all. Well, perhaps just a touch. Yet, she was acutely aware that in this chaotic and frigid apocalypse, a powerful figure like Luo Tian, with his boundless space and abundant supplies, would certainly not be limited to her alone. She was not foolish enough to act out of line. Unbeknownst to Baya, the happenings in the living room were entirely beyond her comprehension. Although she longed to continue bathing, even for 2 hours, the brutal cold and snowstorm rendered every drop of hot water exceedingly precious. She dared not waste it. What is this? As Baya reached for a towel, she noticed an unfamiliar box perched on the adjacent shelf. Curiosity piqued, she picked it up for closer inspection. This seemed to be... Startled, Baya dropped it back, her lovely face flushed with embarrassment, her beautiful eyes wide with panic. After a moment of mental fortitude, She cautiously opened the frosted glass door just a crack, swiftly retrieving a neatly folded piece of clothing from the floor before hastily closing the door again. What kind of attire is this? I don't recall ever wearing it. Baya slowly unfolded the black and white garment, her gaze widening in astonishment at the lace and ribbon adorning it. Chapter 49. The chore of housekeeping. Pushing open the frosted glass door, Baya entered the living room. Her long legs were encased in delicate white stockings, accentuating the alluring curves of her flawless limbs. You're done with the laundry, Luo said gently, smiling at her. Baya responded softly, her gaze drifting towards Luo Tian. What is this? As she turned her head, she was startled to find Luo Tian seated on the sofa, his eyes fixated on the enormous LCD screen in the living room. The screen displayed nearly 100 neatly arranged windows. Upon closer inspection, she realized that these windows were surveillance feeds, encompassing every corner from the 1st to the 23rd floor. The footage even captured residents shoveling snow downstairs. Luo Tian was, astonishingly, monitoring the entire building. A chill ran down Baya's spine. You can't do this. Before she could utter the word illegal, Baya suddenly remembered their current predicament. A catastrophic snow disaster had swept across the globe, dismantling the social order. It was not only permissible to invade others' privacy, but even murder would go unchecked by the authorities. Stop babbling, Luo Tian shot her a sideways glance, his tone icy. I don't keep idle people. A maid must possess the awareness of her role. At his words, Baya lowered her head in dismay. There is no such thing as a free lunch, a truth she understood well. Luo Tian had rescued her from the clutches of Deng Tu and his entourage, and now he merely requested that she contribute her labor. A perfectly reasonable expectation. Fortunately, the house was immaculate, practically spotless. If this scene were shared in the homeowners group, it would surely incite envy among the others. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. It was time for dinner. What shall we have today? Luo Tian pondered, slightly troubled. Just the day before, they had enjoyed grilled meat salad, the day prior to that, seafood lobster, and the day before that, a lavish banquet. No more overthinking. Let's continue with meat. I recall there are plenty of tomahawk lamb chops in the pantry that I've been eager to try. Luo Tian immersed himself in the pantry, retrieving several tomahawk lamb chops along with. As the head of the household, Luo Tian certainly would not be cooking himself. The culinary duties were best entrusted to a woman, and besides, Luo's cooking skills were commendable. He had always praised her dishes. These ingredients look very fresh. As for the toast, how about we have roasted tomahawk lamb chops and lamb palma for dinner? Luo suggested, delicately tapping her cherry lips with a slender finger. Once Luo Tian nodded in agreement, she promptly took the ingredients to the kitchen, donned an apron, and began chopping the toast, onions, and other necessary ingredients. Still reeling from shock, Baya finally regained her composure. What had she just witnessed? Luo Tian had seemingly conjured two enormous tomahawk lamb legs out of thin air. Was this a scene from a science fiction film? Or was she imagining things? A wave of disbelief washed over her as she incredulously asked, Luo Tian, what was that just now? How did you do that? Surely, all those ingredients in the kitchen hadn't been conjured by him in such a manner. It was utterly preposterous. Wanna know? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Seeing her eager nod, he beckoned her closer. Baya tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, leaning in expectantly. I'm listening? To her surprise, Luo Tian grasped her chin and, in the midst of her astonished gaze, pressed his lips forcefully against hers. Baya's eyes widened. It was her first kiss. Chapter 50. The White Goddess Night Order. I will go help in the kitchen. Baya shyly rose to her feet, tossing her cascade of silky golden locks, and made her hasty retreat to the kitchen. In the dim light, one could faintly discern the flush of crimson at her ears. In the kitchen, Luo had already placed the colossal lamb chop into the smokeless oven, where it was sizzling away. She leaned slightly, deftly wielding a chef's knife to chop onions and peppers, the spices of her craft, while slicing the toast into neat little cubes. Once the lamb soup simmered in the clay pot reached perfection, it would be drizzled over, creating a delectable lamb palma. The sight of her diligent efforts left Baya momentarily awestruck. Luo's culinary skills are remarkable. Baya mused to herself, contemplating how chaotic it would be if she were to cook. Would you? After a flurry of activity, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted lamb chop and the rich, hearty lamb palma graced the dining table. Luo and Baya stood. The mouth-watering fragrance enveloped Baya, causing her mouth to water profusely, her stomach grumbling audibly. She clutched her belly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Let us eat together, Luo Tian suggested with a grin. After all, since her arrival in this household, she had become one of them. When it came to food, Luo Tian would never shortchange them. Thank you, Baiya exclaimed, astonished by the unexpected generosity. She had never imagined she would be treated to such sumptuous feasts. Initially, she had thought Luo Tian would only serve her dry, hard bread or instant noodles. Though he had been rather indifferent towards her in the past, his sudden kindness elevated her fondness for him in her heart. So fragrant. Baiya took a small bite of the roasted lamb chop, surprised to find no trace of gamey flavor, only the rich essence of grilled meat filling her senses. For Baiya, who had endured more than a week of snacking and hunger, this was undoubtedly the most exquisite delicacy in the world. At that moment, she felt that perhaps staying here wasn't so bad after all. Ding, a message suddenly pinged in the group chat. Just as Luo Tian was finishing his meal, he noticed his phone light up and promptly unlocked it to enter the chat. I wonder what new amusement awaits, he mused, a smirk playing at his lips. As for the other tenants from his previous life who had caused him harm, Luo Tian had no intention of blocking or silencing them, as that would diminish his enjoyment. He preferred to watch them spiral into despair, perishing in regret, for only then would he find solace in their misery. After all, he was not a magnanimous person. Given their unforgivable transgressions against him in the past, he was determined to exact a thorough revenge this time around. White Goddess Night Order, 902 resident on the 9th floor. Luo Tian, I heard you rescued the White Goddess. Is she at your home now? How is she faring? 601 resident on the 6th floor. Exactly. Is the goddess all right? You haven't bullied her, have you? 2101 Lu Yuanyue. Luo Tian, treat the goddess well. Let her eat first if there are delicacies. Her health is delicate, by the way. I remember her preferences very well. Let me share them with you. Simpering admin. Luo Tian, I warn you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards our goddess. The homeowners transformed into sycophants, incessantly tagging Luo Tian in the chat, perhaps believing that Baiya could see their messages, hence each one was more obsequious than the last, hoping to win her favor. After all, she was the enchanting white goddess, a beauty that had captivated the Blue Star. It was their first time encountering such a stunning figure up close. It seems there are quite a few who are indignant on your behalf, Luo Tian remarked to Baiya, who was delightfully engrossed in her meal. Casting a glance at the group chat, Baiya lost interest and pouted, saying, fan behavior is personal. Please do not conflate it with the idol herself. How ridiculous. That gaggle of fans, who could only chatter, were utterly useless. If they truly cared about her, where were they when she was trapped in her room by Deng Tu and his band of outlaws, banging on the door? To think they could win her favor with mere words was laughable. Baiya might be somewhat naive, but she was far from foolish. Although Luo Tian would tease her, he always ensured she had an abundance of delicious food. In the harsh environment of the severe snow disaster, such treatment was a luxury beyond compare. A wicked thought crossed Luo Tian's mind, and he replied in the group, your white goddess is doing splendidly. She just finished her bath and is currently indulging. Indeed, enjoying fine food was also a form of enjoyment. However, the homeowners paid no heed to such nuances and began to wildly speculate. Imagining their pure and virtuous goddess being successfully courted by Luo Tian, the homeowners felt their hearts twist with anguish. Jealousy, envy, and rage. The homeowners were driven to madness by the provocation. Luo Tian. Just before the cacophony of messages erupted in the chat, he had already exited the group. Ha ha ha. I envy you. You bunch of pathetic sycophants. Luo Tian chuckled heartily. After toying with the homeowners, he felt an immense sense of joy. Indeed, the thrill of being envied by a throng was truly delightful. What Luo Tian did not anticipate was that several agitated homeowners, driven to frenzy, ran to the larger group to post messages. 901 resident on the 9th floor. Luo Tian, do not let the goddess suffer any longer. Her delicate palate cannot withstand your snacks. There's no choice. Luo Tian has stockpiled plenty of food, but it's all junk food, nothing else appetizing. My heart aches for the goddess for a moment. Why not let the goddess come to my house? I still have plenty. Photo. JPG, come to my place. I have. Do not underestimate the persistence of sycophants. The agony of wanting to adore someone but being unable to is unbearable. The sycophants in the group were frantically messaging, with some even revealing their food supplies. This left those who had never participated in the night order chat quite bewildered, unsure of the sudden madness. The onlooker, Lu Tong, was fuming with rage. Damn it, I just spent hundreds of thousands chatting with you fools to procure food, and not a single one of you acknowledged me. Now what is this nonsense? Do you love a beautiful woman more than wealth? Fools. Luo Tian couldn't help but sneer at the sight. This was a large group, and the band of ruthless Ding. In a moment of heated passion, they had inadvertently revealed their resources. Trouble was surely brewing. For those with ample supplies at home, it was best they remained silent. Once they spoke, everyone would be aware. It was crucial to remember that Ding 2's crew consisted of over a dozen members, and it would take a considerable amount of food to fill their bellies. If they decided to forcibly break into a tenant's home, that tenant would have no capacity to resist. Such incidents had occurred frequently in his previous life. However, since they had all extended their hands, waiting to be struck, he could not remain unmoved. Snap, Luo Tian captured a photo of the golden roasted lamb chop, the exquisite lamb palma, and the accompanying fine Lafite red wine, sending it to the group. Everyone, tonight we shall savor the colossal lamb chop paired with 1982 Lafite. Those interested, please show your interest. Chapter 51. A culinary broadcast for the neighbors upon the release of this message, accompanied by a tantalizing image of a butter-basted, golden-hued tomahawk lamb leg. An immediate hush fell over the group. One by one, the homeowners clicked on the picture shared by Luo Tian, their eyes widening at the sight of the sumptuous roast and the exquisite red wine, inciting a frenzy of envy. Oh my heavens! What am I witnessing? A tomahawk lamb leg worth several tens of thousands. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Good grief, my pantry is nearly bare. I have to tighten my belt to survive each day, and yet Luo Tian's household has roast meat to indulge in? What kind of celestial existence is this? I'm even worse off. I crushed a packet of instant noodles and have been subsisting on it for 3 whole days. I've lost over 10 pounds from hunger. I cannot fathom that Luo Tian's home still has meat. Is he living in paradise? The homeowners chattered incessantly, their excitement palpable, as messages flooded in, clearly agitated by the stark contrast to their own dire circumstances. They had been managing on a single meal a day, on the brink of starvation, while Luo Tian reveled in a feast of delectable meats, provoking their jealousy to a boiling point. Moreover, have you noticed? Luo Tian has electricity. All his appliances are on. Good grief. Could he possibly have a generator? Indeed, it seems Luo Tian's home is remarkably warm. The steaming roast lamb leg is devoid of any visible steam. The temperature must be above 20 degrees. Ah, just how affluent is Luo Tian's household? The more they analyzed, the more frantic the residents became. While they endured the bitter cold of -70 degrees, clinging to the remnants of their meager supplies, Luo Tian's abode appeared as a veritable haven of comfort. This stark contrast ignited their envy to such a degree that their eyes turned red with resentment. One after another, they frantically tagged Luo Tian in the group chat, beseeching him to allow them to warm themselves inside for a moment and perhaps sample the exquisite tomahawk roast lamb. Alas, Luo Tian chose to ignore them entirely. Regardless of how the homeowners pleaded, insulted, or attempted to morally manipulate him, he refrained from responding to any of their messages. Want to come in? Are you dreaming? Luo Tian scoffed disdainfully. These individuals had stormed into his home in a previous life, ruthlessly taking his life. Now, they sought to gain entry through pity. It was nothing short of a daydream. How infuriating. Luo Tian has openly revealed the treasures of his household. Now, everyone must be aware that he has stockpiled an abundance of delicacies and roasts. Upon seeing the messages in the group, Su Ling felt an overwhelming urge to throw her phone. She had saved the steak photos that Luo Tian had sent her before, initially intending to use this information to conspire with others to lure Luo Tian out and then eliminate him to seize his residence. Yet, she never anticipated that her plan would be thwarted so swiftly, with his resources laid bare. Did he not fear being targeted? In truth, Luo Tian was unfazed by this revelation. After all, he had garnered the attention of many when he brought in several truckloads of supplies before the apocalypse. In this frigid world where food was becoming increasingly scarce, those malicious neighbors would inevitably set their sights on him. Thus, exposing his resources was inconsequential. If any of them harbored ill intentions and dared to approach his doorstep, he would have the perfect opportunity to deal with them. Luo Tian, I implore you to share some roasted meat with me. I have only half a bag of bread left and nothing else to eat. How can you bear to enjoy roast meat while watching us starve at home? Luo Tian? We are all neighbors. You have so much food. Please share. Luo Tian, you are truly despicable. How can you stand by as your neighbors suffer? You have no conscience. Regardless of whether the homeowners attempted to ingratiate themselves with him, feigned sympathy, or employed moral coercion, Luo Tian ignored them all. He would not be swayed by any appeal to compassion, unless the sun, which had nearly extinguished, reignited in full splendor. With this thought, Luo Tian turned to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling windows. The inky, grayish night sky was devoid of stars. This was not due to smog, but rather because the sun had lost its light and warmth, barely sustaining its internal operations. Hence, no stars could be seen in the sky. I wonder, what caused the sun to extinguish? Even after living nearly a year in my past life, I never gleaned any information regarding it, Luo Tian sighed inwardly. However, at present, he found himself in the midst of an ice age, secure in his sturdy, warm shelter, with an abundance of food stored within. There was truly nothing to worry about. Why overthink? Luo Tian shook his head, realizing he was indeed overanalyzing. Opening his phone, he observed the ongoing flurry of messages in the group, and his mood lifted once more. Before the utterly enticing tomahawk roast lamb, no one could withstand its allure. Many residents, unable to restrain themselves, began to privately message him, with a significant number being women. Among them were mothers like Xiaolan, who had children to care for, wives messaging him behind their husbands' backs, and even college students, all fervently imploring him to share his food. Some even sent personal photos, attempting to entice him with their bodies. Luo Tian swiftly blocked the messages from other men, while he meticulously perused the messages from the women who sent him suggestive content, although he ultimately chose not to engage further. What a joke! His own home was not lacking. Did he truly need these women, none of whom were pleasing to the eye or figure? So delicious. Baya elegantly wielded her knife and fork, slicing off a succulent, oily piece of lamb, relishing it in her mouth. Even on the brink of starvation, her refined demeanor ensured her eating habits remained graceful. Observing Li Ro, who sat quietly beside her, having not taken a single bite of the roast, Baya curiously inquired, "Sister Li Ro, won't you have a taste?" In response to Baya's concern, Li Ro gently shook her head. "I'm fine, you enjoy?" Seeing the confusion on Li Ro's face, Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, stating, "Li Ro made a minor mistake, so I've punished her by forbidding her from eating today." This also served as a message to Baya. From now on, she should mind her own behavior, particularly avoiding any petty tantrums. She was to follow his commands without question. If Li Ro faced punishment for her errors, then certainly Baya would fare no better. Oh! Baya grasped the underlying meaning of Luo Tian's words, immediately lowering her gaze and responding meekly. She felt a profound shock at this revelation. Li Ro's relationship with Luo Tian clearly surpassed her own, and if such a minor infraction warranted a day of fasting, she would need to be far more cautious in the future. Baya found herself increasingly submissive to Luo Tian, which astonished her greatly. After all, prior to the apocalypse, she had been a national goddess, adored by countless fans. She had always looked down upon others. Yet now, for the first time, she found herself obedient to another's commands. What is happening to me? Baya felt a blush creeping to her cheeks as she lowered her head even further. Chapter 52. Contemplating in hell at the same moment, on the 18th floor, Deng Tu and his gang of followers gazed enviously at the delectable food posted by Luo Tian in the group chat. Barbecue! Good heavens! It was a succulent, golden brown leg of lamb, sizzling with juice. It must taste heavenly when savored. Oh, how they longed for a bite. The little brothers were transfixed by the image of the tomahawk roasted lamb leg, their mouths watering profusely. For days, they had subsisted only on bread and instant noodles. Meanwhile, that wretched Luo Tian was enjoying such exquisite roasted lamb at home. Damn it, Luo Tian really knows how to indulge himself. He must have a stash of goodies at home. I can't even get a taste of barbecue. Deng Tu fumed as he sat on the sofa, his fist crashing down in frustration. As the elder brother, his idea of a lavish meal was a modest serving of instant noodles accompanied by a marinated egg and chicken leg. He was convinced that what he consumed was undoubtedly superior to what the entire building had to offer. However, his supply of instant noodles and marinated eggs had dwindled to a pitiful 2 days' worth. And now, Luo Tian's images were a slap in the face. Consumed by jealousy, Deng Tu seethed. He had fallen to the point of relying on fast food snacks to survive, while Luo Tian not only incapacitated him but had also nearly gotten his 2 little brothers killed. Before the snow disaster, such absurdities were unimaginable. Yet, here was Luo Tian, living a life of luxury at home, while they were utterly powerless against him. The images shared in the group seemed to taunt them silently at every turn. How could they endure this? "Boss, that Luo Tian's door is as tough as a turtle shell," We can't do anything about him. If only the other areas were weaker, we could smash them to bits and storm in to eliminate him and seize all that barbecue. One of the little brothers exclaimed, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with a fierce look. To his surprise, Deng Tu's eyes lit up at those words. What did you say? Repeat that. Deng Tu exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh as he shouted at the little brother. Ah? Boss, I didn't say anything. The little brother frantically waved his hands, fearing he had angered Deng Tuesday. Wait, you mentioned other areas being weaker. Of course, how did I not think of that? Deng Tu's face was alight with enthusiasm as he pounded his fist on the sofa. That dog, Luo Tian, indeed has a sturdy front door. It is probably impervious to grenades, but what about the walls of his house? Are they as resilient as the door? Upon hearing this, the little brother's eyes widened in unison, revealing their excitement. Indeed, how had they not thought of this before? Luo Tian might have replaced his front door with steel alloy, but the walls, such as those surrounding his home, were likely quite vulnerable. Couldn't he possibly have reinforced the walls with steel plates? Boss, so you mean, if we abandon the front door and focus on the surrounding walls, we can use a sledgehammer to break through and then storm into However, he then pondered further, frowning. But Luo Tian possesses a crossbow. If we break through the wall, we might get hit by a bolt. At this, the little brothers shivered in unison. Everyone knew the power of a crossbow bolt. A shot to the leg could easily shatter bone, and a shot to the head would likely be fatal. Although they weren't planning to enter through the front door, they still needed to prepare for a potential ambush from Luo Tian the moment they broke through the wall. This was hard-earned wisdom from having suffered losses previously. Deng Tu pointed at one of the little brothers and commanded, "You go ask in the group who has steel plates or something similar. Just say we're planning to break into Luo Tian's house, and we'll need it shortly. Remember to spin a tale about how we'll share some food with them once we break through. Those fools in the group have been riled up by Luo Tian, and they probably want to take him down even more than we do," the little brother remarked, momentarily taken aback, then gave a thumbs up. As expected of the boss, playing them like a fiddle. Following Deng Tu's instructions, he posted in the group about their plan to pry open Luo Tian's door, claiming they needed a steel plate to use as a shield to avoid ambushes during the operation. In truth, this was merely a ruse to lull Luo Tian into a false sense of security. Their ultimate target was the walls. Really? That's splendid. I support Brother 2's noble endeavor. It's high time we broke down that heartless Luo Tian's door and seized his food. Let him bask in his food without sharing it. I don't have steel plates, but I have wooden boards. Who among you has what Brother 2 needs? Step up. I have steel plates in the basement. I also have a hefty sledgehammer we can use to break down the door. Just give me a bit of food when you've broken into Luo Tian's place. Support Brother 2 in eliminating Luo Tian and rescuing the goddess Baya. Seeing that Deng Tu was once again rallying his little brothers to forcefully pry open Luo Tian's door, the group of homeowners erupted in excitement, cheering him on. More absurdly, the homeowners channeled their jealousy and resentment towards Luo Tian into Deng Tu, hoping he could seize all the food from Luo Tian's home. They were certain that Luo Tian would not fare well in the hands of that band of desperate. It was hard to imagine the stark contrast in the homeowners' attitudes towards Deng Tu before and after the apocalypse. The darkness of human nature was laid bare in that moment. On the 18th floor corridor, one little brother exclaimed, "Boss, this sledgehammer is fantastic. It's even heavier than ours. With it, we can easily smash through the walls and take down that dog Luo Tian." Two others carried a steel plate they had retrieved from the basement, providing them with cover against any potential crossbow attacks as they broke through the wall. They were also clad in raincoats and boots gifted by the homeowners, a precaution against high-pressure water guns. "Charge, brothers. The barbecue beckons us," Deng Tu declared coldly. "Tonight, we'll smash through Luo Tian's wall, and everyone will feast on barbecue to their heart's content." The little brothers were invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, brandishing their sledgehammers and rushing up the stairs. What they remained oblivious to was that their plan to break through the wall had been entirely captured on Luo Tian's surveillance cameras. Not only was his security door impenetrable, but all the walls were fortified with 300mm thick, military-grade alloy plates capable of withstanding artillery fire. At a temperature of -70 degrees, they could hammer away for a lifetime and still never break through. It's time to eliminate Deng Tu and his rabble, Luo Tian sneered as he observed the surveillance. Since they were so eager to come in, then they could take their time contemplating in hell. Chapter 53. The collapse of the minions from the surveillance footage, it was evident that Ding Tu and his group of underlings, wielding oversized iron hammers, were hoisting a steel plate taller than a man, their expressions a blend of ferocity and exhilaration as they ascended to the 23rd floor. In their minds, this operation was undoubtedly foolproof. The frail walls stood no chance against the astonishing destructive power of their hammers. Once they shattered the walls, all the resources within the room, along with the women, would be theirs for the taking. Greed was unmistakably etched on every face. In the living room, Baya exclaimed, Luo Tian, what should we do? They're coming to break the walls. The walls are nowhere near as sturdy as the door. Her voice was tinged with panic. Through the corridor's surveillance and the embedded miniature microphones, she had clearly overheard Ding Tu and his accomplices discussing their intent to come up and demolish the walls. To Baya's dismay, the concrete walls were certainly not as resilient as the alloy security door. With more than 10 men taking turns to strike with the heavy hammers, it was only a matter of time before they would create a gaping hole. At that point, the 3 individuals inside would surely meet their demise. Why fret? For them to think they could force their way in is nothing short of a fantasy. Upon hearing this, Baya was left utterly astonished. What? Not only had he replaced the security door with one akin to that of a bank vault, but he had also fortified the walls with alloy steel plates. Such meticulous preparation was almost unbelievable. What ordinary person would renovate their home to resemble a fortress of steel? Did he perhaps provoke a band of foreign terrorists, fearing they might storm his home with missiles? Nevertheless, Luo Tian's words did indeed ease Baya's anxiety. A profound sense of security enveloped her. Luo Tian is so enigmatic. She couldn't help but admire, casting a glance at his profile filled with reverence. It became clear to her why Li Ro was so obedient to Luo Tian's commands. He had constructed such an impregnable sanctuary even before the snowstorm struck. As long as they stayed put and refrained from recklessness, surely no one could intrude. If she were to discover that Luo Tian possessed an infinite space brimming with resources, her jaw would likely drop in astonishment. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds reverberated faintly through the walls. Due to the excellent soundproofing, one could hardly discern them without paying close attention. Luo Tian observed the footage of the zealous underlings brandishing their hammers, all the while remaining unfazed as he lounged on the sofa, sipping the hot tea Li Ro had just brewed. Truly, it was a premium Da Hong Pao worth thousands per ounce sweet, with an enduring aftertaste. The commotion outside persisted. Bored, Luo Tian even placed one leg upon Li Ro's silky black cloud. Baya, dressed in a maid outfit, stood obediently behind Luo Tian, gently pressing his shoulders. Luo Tian squinted in bliss. What a heavenly existence! He couldn't help but marvel at the AI capabilities of the Shield Security Company. It was profoundly satisfying. It allowed him to enjoy the service without trepidation of betrayal. Were it not for the extreme cold of the apocalypse rendering most online platforms inoperative, he might have even considered leaving a 5-star review on their official website. Currently, he had utilized 2 wristbands, one for Li Ro and one for Baya. This meant there was still ample space remaining. I wonder if accommodating 8 more ladies in the house would feel. His residence comprised 5 rooms and a hall, spanning 300 square meters. It should be more than sufficient. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. After all, the criteria for other women wishing to enter were exceedingly stringent. They must meet standards of both appearance and physique. Any shortcoming would be unacceptable. Women of Li Ro and Baya's caliber were far from easy to encounter. According to information from my previous life, she should have been helping a relative with childcare. Luo Tian suddenly recalled the fierce female officer who had nearly injured him, distinguished by her stunning legs. Humph, I hope I don't have to see you again. Meanwhile, outside, Deng Tu's minions had finally managed to breach the surface of the wall. Ha ha ha, we've broken through. Luo Tian, why aren't you? One of the underlings cackled. However, before he could finish, he discovered had they lost their minds? Nearly everyone stood in disbelief at the extraordinary sight. Who would embed alloy plates within their walls? It must be that the builders skimped on materials, using inferior. I'll smash it with one blow. One underling declared defiantly, gritting his teeth as he raised the hammer and struck the wall with all his might. Thud. His hands went numb from the impact, and the hammer nearly slipped from his grasp. Damn it, this is truly an alloy steel plate. Son of a... The underling shouted in a trembling voice, his composure unraveling. I refuse to believe that he could have installed steel plates in every wall. Spread out, strike elsewhere. Deng Tu bellowed from his wheelchair in a fit of rage. As long as there was a single spot unprotected by alloy plates, they could seize the opportunity to smash their way in. You take care of this section, and I'll handle the adjacent one. Let us strike hard together. The underlings, fueled by determination, dispersed, each lifting a heavy iron hammer as they began to pound away mercilessly. They were resolved not to relent until they had obliterated the wall. Thud, thud. Alas, reality is often cruel. After the dozen or so underlings had wreaked havoc across various parts of the wall, they were left in shock. This damned wall was it simply could not be destroyed. Wherever they struck, whether left, right, above, or below, the accursed alloy material was seamlessly integrated. Damn you, Luo Tian! Are you out of your mind? The underlings cried in despair. Witnessing the scene, Deng Tu was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. Who would embed thick alloy plates within their home S-walls? This was a high-end residential building, not a luxurious apocalyptic refuge. Surely, he must be out of his mind. The underlings cast aside their hammers, standing in the corridor, shouting in anger. Like a pack of frenzied beasts, they howled, pounding their fists, ramming their shoulders, and even attempting to bite the alloy wall with their teeth. Their determination to breach the wall had evaporated, leaving them all engulfed in despair. Damn you, Luo Tian! In the footage, the minions displayed their comical despair. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of fools. Luo Tian could not help but laugh out loud. Their current antics resembled that of a family member having just passed away. It was simply laughable. Baya, who was giving Luo Tian a shoulder massage, also couldn't contain her laughter, her charmingly youthful visage radiating an innocent allure. Though sadly, no one was there to appreciate it. Oh, they haven't given up yet? Li Ro remarked with curiosity eyeing the footage. After venting their frustrations like madmen, Deng Tu and the remaining underlings fell into silence. After a moment, about 6 or 7 of them exchanged glances and began to descend the stairs, while Deng Tu and the rest lingered in the corridor. Oh, let us see what tricks they have left, Luo Tian said, taking a sip of his hot tea, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 54, Barbecue. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. Luo Tian observed through the surveillance cameras that 7 of his subordinates had descended into the basement warehouse, laboriously hauling a substantial steel column as they ascended the stairs. The cylindrical steel rod, whose purpose remained a mystery, was exceedingly heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds. It took the 7 men nearly 2 hours to transport this burdensome steel pillar to the 23rd floor. Luo Tian, why are they undertaking such a futile endeavor? Baya furrowed her brows. In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, carrying a steel column weighing several hundred pounds up a staircase for over an hour seemed utterly insane. In ancient times, such an apparatus was typically referred to as a battering ram. Although this is not quite the same, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the owners possessed an array of talents. Keeping such a robust steel column in the underground warehouse, were they intending to preserve it for future resale? Are you suggesting they plan to use this to break down the door? Baya suddenly grasped the situation. Having failed to breach the wall, the small group sought to utilize the steel column as a makeshift battering ram to force the door open. The impact of several hundred pounds could not be underestimated. A standard security door would likely yield a significant dent with just one strike. Just as I was contemplating how to eliminate them, they have delivered themselves right to my doorstep, Luo Tian remarked with a smirk, crossing his legs as his gaze fixed upon the large screen in the living room. You blocked the door with steel plates to prevent Luo Tian from launching a surprise attack with his crossbow. You, and you. The ones who didn't go down, lift this steel column and smash the door with all your might, commanded Deng Tu, gnashing his teeth from his wheelchair. Before this grand entrance, this notorious band of outlaws had become mere jesters, repeatedly outwitted by Luo Tian. Should this grudge remain unavenged, they would have no face to show in the future. Understood, boss. Rest assured, no matter how sturdy this door may be, its frame cannot withstand the impact. The subordinates who had remained behind took the place of their exhausted comrades, collectively hoisting the heavy steel column and charging it towards the security door. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted in their ears. The steel column, which they had pinned their hopes upon, slammed forcefully against the door. Unfortunately, the security door remained utterly unmoved, suffering only a minor loss of paint. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Let us try again, one of the subordinates shouted, eyes ablaze with fury. The other 5, equally frenzied, adjusted their stance, resolved to exert every ounce of strength they had to breach the door. This was vengeance. Unbeknownst to them, the next collision would be their final farewell to this world, liberating them from the harshness of the apocalypse. Steward, activate the power and crank the voltage to maximum. Luo Tian commanded coldly. If they thought his trump card was merely the crossbow, they were gravely mistaken. During the renovation of the house, Luo Tian had instructed the Shield Security Company to implement special modifications within the security door. The moment the switch was flipped, the entire door would instantly be charged with over 1,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. Not even an elephant could withstand such a shock, let alone a human. At that moment, the 7 subordinates, their arms wrapped around the steel column, charged it towards the security door. Steel, being an excellent conductor of electricity, would serve as the perfect conduit. As the two made contact, it was as if thunder had erupted. Boom! A violent electric spark surged, penetrating the bodies of 7 individuals within a mere 0.001 seconds. The destructive energy it carried inflicted irreversible damage upon their internal organs instantaneously. Crackling sounds echoed as the hapless subordinates, clinging to the metal columns, felt an overwhelming stickiness emanating from the steel bars. Their bodies became uncontrollable, rendering them utterly incapable of even twitching a finger. They trembled violently, their hair standing on end, and foam spewed from their mouths. Amidst the astonished gazes of Deng Tu and his companions, a charred aroma of roasted flesh permeated the corridor. Witnessing this horrific scene, the few surviving individuals could hardly comprehend the situation. Luo Tian had, after all, electrified the surface of the door with high voltage. Such a tremendous "You bastard! Stop it at once!" Deng Tu bellowed, his eyes red with fury. He toppled from his wheelchair, struggling to crawl forward. These men were his loyal brothers, comrades he had nurtured over the years, having invested considerable wealth in their training. How could they perish so easily? Yet, Luo Tian had no intention of granting him that wish. He even instructed the butler to adjust the current to a moderate level, forcing Deng Tu to helplessly witness his subordinates being continuously electrocuted. This was also a precaution to prevent the excessive current from turning them into charred corpses, which would sully the entrance and complicate cleanup. Half a minute later, under the fearful gazes of the remaining individuals, the high voltage was finally shut off. Thud! The heavy steel column fell to the ground with a muffled thud, and the 7 subordinates, having endured the electric shock, toppled to the side like lifeless wooden figures. The residual electricity within them caused their bodies to convulse uncontrollably. One trembling subordinate approached, quaking as he placed his hand before their noses, terrified as he stammered, "Brother Tuesday. They are dead, all dead." Just a moment ago, Deng Tu lay on the ground, his gaze vacant and hollow. The subordinates behind him leaned against the wall, their bodies weakly sliding down to the floor. Luo Tian. They can't possibly all be dead, can they? Baya and Li Ro gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. "What do you think?" Luo Tian scoffed. She nearly retched the roast from her belly. "Remove the bodies of your subordinates. Do not stain my doorstep." Luo Tian sneered through the security door. It was indeed somewhat regrettable that he had not managed to electrocute the entire group, but eliminating half of Deng Tu's men in one fell swoop was still a commendable outcome. With this lesson learned, it was unlikely that they would dare to provoke trouble again. Faced with Luo Tian's scornful command, Deng Tu remained silent for a moment before tremblingly raising his finger, ordering, "Take their bodies away. We are leaving." Behind him, the terrified subordinates, upon hearing their leader's words, shuddered as they took stiff steps forward, quaking as they lifted the charred remains of their fallen companions. Overwhelming fear caused their teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Had they not descended to retrieve the bodies, the task of breaking down the door would have fallen upon them. In such a case, it would not be their fallen comrades who lay dead on the ground, but they themselves. The subordinates, carrying their compatriots' lifeless forms, widened their eyes in terror, the blood-red scara veined with crimson. They appeared somewhat deranged, as if their minds had been pushed to the brink. Observing the soulless figures as they mindlessly transported the bodies, Luo Tian let out a derisive laugh. "If I don't show you a bit of color, do you truly believe I am made of clay?" Upon returning to the 18th floor, the atmosphere was stifling, oppressive to the point of suffocation. One subordinate, abandoning the corpse of his comrade, stood frozen, clutching his head, suddenly erupting into a frenzied scream. His bloodshot eyes glared wildly as he exploded at Deng Tu's back. "Deng Tu, this is all your fault. It is you who repeatedly sent us to smash doors, to seek trouble, and it is you who has brought death upon us all. Huajiang, Lao Bao, Rongzi, Tai Tu, all dead. All dead. They are all damn dead. His mouth foamed as he raved, flailing his arms. You promised us roasted meat, but where is the goddess? Where is the roast? Where the hell is the roast? There is nothing but a pile of corpses. In the oppressive atmosphere of the frozen apocalypse, everyone's mental state was incredibly fragile. Bang! Deng Tu, dragging a wounded leg, delivered a fierce punch to the other. Gazing at the fallen subordinate, his eyes bloodshot, he panted, "You want roasted meat? Huh? Who the hell said there was no roasted meat here?" His eyes reddened, seemingly driven mad. "Isn't this a pile of roasted meat?" The others could not help but freeze, the charred scent wafting into their nostrils, causing their throats to involuntarily swallow. Chapter 55. The piano performance before the floor-to-ceiling window. 3 days have elapsed. It has been half a month since the onset of the frigid apocalypse. Ever since the last encounter where Luo Tian dealt a significant blow to Deng Tu and his men, and sufficiently electrified half of his subordinates, he has not seen their figures on the surveillance monitors again. It remains a mystery how such a multitude can sustain themselves while confined indoors. On the balcony, ding 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 Baya, adorned in a cool, white short dress, with her long, snow-white legs shimmering under the dim gray light from outside, appeared almost cloaked in a layer of gray. She sat before $1 million Steinway piano, lost in a state of exquisite ecstasy, her delicate fingers dancing over the keys like butterflies. The melodious notes flowed. She was performing the canon. In her realm of musical prowess, Baya could unleash her full, captivating charm. The dreary sky, the floor-to-ceiling window, the Steinway piano, and the music, all coalesced to create an extraordinarily beautiful tableau featuring an elegant goddess. As the last notes faded, clap, 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 Luo Tian, dressed in loose sleepwear, leaned against the side, generously applauding. Such grace, truly remarkable. She is indeed the goddess he chose, and her musical talent is beyond reproach. Each morning, upon hearing her play, it felt as though his spirit had been sanctified. In this oppressive world of unrelenting cold, maintaining one's mental and physical well-being is undeniably a matter of utmost importance. You play so beautifully, Baya. Leroux also clapped gently, utterly captivated by her music. No wonder she is a top star in the country. Her artistic achievements are exceptional. With her rendition of the canon, she would undoubtedly clinch the National Piano Competition's championship. Thank you. Baya smiled sweetly, rising to bow to the two. However, she had forgotten that the white short dress was ill-fitting. Suddenly aware, she bashfully tugged at the fabric. What is there to be shy about? Luo Tian smirked, extending a finger to gently lift the goddess's chin. You weren't shy before. 3 days was... Luo Tian smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over her fair skin and shapely legs. Meanwhile, Leroux bit her red lips and turned away, saying, I'll go prepare breakfast. 30 minutes later, having completed her tasks in the kitchen, Leroux emerged, draping her white apron over a chair and softly announcing, breakfast is ready, you can eat now. An English-style meal awaited. Toasted bread accompanied by butter, jam, and honey, fried eggs, slowly cooked bacon, and a cup of Assam tea with a hint of malty aroma. It was a feast that offered a delightful contrast to the dry, unpalatable frozen bread, cold biscuits, and tasteless rationed food that others in the household endured. This meal certainly qualified as a luxurious breakfast. I'm coming. Luo Tian exhaled contentedly. After savoring the food, he could not help but praise, delicious. It rivals the dishes of 5-star hotel chefs. Eat more, there's plenty in the kitchen. Leroux smiled gently. There is nothing more gratifying than receiving affirmation for one's labor. Watching Luo Tian enjoy his meal heartily, Leroux felt a sense of relief, silently reflecting, phew. Observing Baya, who was adept in melodies and skilled in various dances, effortlessly winning Luo Tian's favor, Leroux felt a surge of anxiety. In recent days, she had been in close communication with the housekeeper, significantly enhancing her culinary abilities. While Luo Tian did not mind supporting Baya, Leroux, equally proud, was unwilling to merely exist as a pretty but useless face. She believed that only by demonstrating her own worth could she comfortably enjoy the protection that Luo Tian provided. Baya, you should join us for breakfast, Leroux said, shaking off her distractions and smiling at Baya. Both women were divine, yet Leroux, possessing a broad-minded spirit, had never harbored feelings of jealousy towards Baya. Their relationship had always been amicable. No, thank you, Rogia. Baya dabbed her cherry lips, her cheeks flushed. I'm not hungry. Please enjoy your meal. After breakfast, Leroux took the plates back to the kitchen to clean. Luo Tian rose and moved to the living room, settling onto the sofa to ponder his next course of action. Master, there's a situation on the 18th floor. The housekeeper issued a prompt at that moment. The surveillance footage was brought up. Deng Tu's underlings are scheming again, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. They appear to be in a rather poor state. As the 8K reality-level image zoomed in, Luo Tian squinted. He saw the ruffians who had survived the previous electric shock, their eyes sunken and bloodshot, resembling addicts who had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters and consumed 2 pounds of marijuana. Upon closer inspection, their mouths were stained with blood, teeth still bearing remnants of flesh, akin to beasts that had just feasted. Oh my, could it be? Luo Tian's eyes narrowed, his fingers lightly tapping on the coffee table. A terrifying thought began to blossom in his mind. It seems they have a clear objective this time. Very well, let us see what they intend to do. Luo Tian reclined on the sofa, relaxing his posture. On the 14th floor, before room 1402, a loud bang resounded as one of the thugs raised a hammer and forcefully struck the security door. The ordinary security door, unable to withstand the impact compared to the ones in Luo Tian's residence, caved in significantly. Within a mere 2 minutes, this ridiculous door was utterly demolished. Help! Help! A middle-aged man screamed in terror as the intruding thugs dragged him forcefully into the cold corridor. They had not broken into his home merely to rouse him from slumber. These ruffians were indeed underlings of Deng Tu. Chapter 56, Delicious Ingredients. Your name is Su Cheng, is it not? A henchman leaned on his hammer, glaring with bloodshot eyes, a grin spreading across his face. Brother, I am Su Cheng. I am Su Cheng. Su Cheng stammered in terror. He gazed at the massive hammer in the man's grasp, unable to suppress a gulp, his heart pounding in dread. The very hammers these men wielded were the ones he had lent them just a few days prior from the basement, intending for them to break into the Luo family's residence to seize their supplies and leave him a share. Little did he expect that now, the very door of his own home would be shattered by the tools he had provided. Su Cheng felt a profound regret welling within him. Fear not, we have come to express our gratitude. We mean you no harm, the henchman said in a seemingly amiable tone. Yet, the more he spoke, the more Su Cheng trembled uncontrollably. Who could trust such words? Su Cheng internally screamed, well aware that the homeowners had circulated tales of the disastrous attack led by Deng and his thugs just 3 days prior, resulting in many being carted away, scorched and lifeless. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, those charred souls had perished, but he was acutely aware that these men were likely seeking retribution, given that he had supplied the instruments of their downfall. Although the entire affair was not Su Cheng's fault, one could hardly expect a band of desperate rogues to engage in rational discourse. Come, eat this, commanded another henchman, his tone unyielding. Really, is this for real? Su Cheng appeared incredulous. Could it be that the rumors circulating among the homeowners were false? Perhaps these men, despite their losses, had pilfered a portion of food from the Luo family. Otherwise, why would they request his assistance in procuring a meal? Su Cheng's own household was nearly devoid of sustenance, leaving him with nothing but a few bags of $1 instant noodles, which he dared only to nibble on sparingly. The prolonged lack of nutrition had even caused a significant decline in his weight. The prospect of consuming such rare food was nothing short of exhilarating. Just eat it. Damn it. Stop babbling. The henchman's eyes, bloodshot and wild, revealed a row of stained teeth as he spat out his words. Su Cheng sensed something was amiss. In a world before the apocalypse, he would have demanded tenfold compensation for such a shabby meal in a restaurant. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically, and thus he dismissed his earlier concerns. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, the other henchmen wore peculiar smiles, each revealing a hint of madness. Suddenly, Su Cheng's heart sank into despair. A pallid, waxen face sent chills down his spine. What have you fed me? Su Cheng cried, retreating against the wall in sheer terror. His stomach churned violently, as if it yearned to expel its contents. At this exclamation, the henchmen erupted into fits of maniacal laughter, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with malevolence. Ha ha ha. How does it taste? Good, is it? The scene devolved into chaos. The henchmen, like deranged fiends, shook with laughter. They had been holed up for 3 entire days, and while some initially resisted, eventually, "You've all gone mad!" Su Cheng bellowed in horror. It dawned upon him that this band of desperados had lost their sanity. How could humanity descend into such absurdity? Leaning against the wall, his legs weakened, he yearned to flee. A frantic voice within him urged him to escape, lest he too fall victim to their monstrous whims. Thinking of running, are we? Go ahead, grinned one henchman, wielding a bloodied axe. Count to 10. 1. Run! Without hesitation, Su Cheng pivoted and bolted. Never had he realized that his reflexes could be so swift. Perhaps, in the face of mortal peril, the human body could indeed unleash untapped potential. As the henchman uttered a single number, Su Cheng had already sprinted 5 meters away. It is worth noting that an athlete could typically cover 7 or 8 meters in the first second of a sprint. 10. The henchman, eyes wide with madness, hurled his axe towards Su Cheng's retreating figure. Thud. Just as Su Cheng reached the stairway, his exhilaration froze and the axe had struck the back of his head. As blood gushed forth, the frigid air transformed it into a spray of crimson blossoms. Ha 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 ha. Today we have fresh ingredients once more. Hee hee hee. You can't escape, not a soul in this building will get away. They shall all perish. In the corridor, the henchmen's faces twisted in grotesque glee, their eyes bloodshot, resembling ravenous demons. Chapter 57. Owners whose faces change faster than pages from the surveillance footage. Luo Tian witnessed the entirety of the harrowing events. Goodness. Li Ro's complexion turned pale as she remarked, "Are these people even human?" She could hardly believe it. This group of nefarious individuals was truly prepared to commit murder and cannibalism. It was the year 2055, and in this advanced society marked by civilization and harmony, such a terrifying incident of cannibalism could occur. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. Baya stood beside Li Ro, her expression one of horror, having turned away from the gruesome scene, unable to bear the sight any longer. It's too terrifying. She bit her lip, reflecting on her past experiences in the entertainment industry, where she had considered herself well acquainted with the sordid and dark underbelly of life. However, compared to the current situation, those experiences seemed trivial. Thank goodness Luo Tian is here. I need not worry about my safety, Baya thought with relief. I never expected that Deng Tu and his crew would... He had anticipated that such acts of cannibalism would arise roughly 3 months after the onset of the extreme cold apocalypse, just as they had in his previous life. Yet now, Deng Tu and his group had significantly expedited the timeline of these atrocities. However, this was to be expected. Following the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, with communications nearly severed from the outside world, in 2055, the 8G base stations operated only in small, localized areas. Heavy snow had crushed the main base station in Qingshui City, leaving only the base station in Luo Tian's residential complex functional for limited communication. Everyone felt a profound sense of abandonment by the world. Living in temperatures plummeting to minus 70 degrees, deprived of water and electricity, and stripped of hope for rescue, people's frayed nerves were under immense strain, constantly taut. Even the slightest provocation could snap that tension. Deng Tu and his cohorts likely experienced a sudden, overwhelming psychological shock, witnessing their former comrades perish before their eyes, leading to their complete mental collapse. The murder of Su Cheng was witnessed in its entirety by other residents of the 14th floor, who peered through their peepholes as the henchmen dragged the body down the corridor. They killed someone? The terrified residents exclaimed, forming a new group chat and adding everyone except Deng Tuesday. They've killed someone. I saw it with my own eyes. Su Cheng was murdered by Deng Tu's gang. An axe embedded in the back of his head. They dragged his body away. A neighbor living next to Su Cheng cried out in horror. The chat fell silent for a few moments before the residents erupted in disbelief and questions. What? That can't be true, are you joking? Exactly, I refuse to believe it. How could they dare to murder so brazenly? He's not lying. Those scoundrels dragged Su Cheng's body past my door. I nearly died of fright when I peeked through the peephole. Also, I don't know if I misheard. Now I'm questioning my own. They were talking about chopping up the body and turning Su Cheng's flesh into barbecue. I think I heard that too. The remaining residents on the 14th floor, still trembling in fear, confirmed the horrifying account, their hands shaking as they typed. It was too terrifying. Those villains had indeed committed murder and dragged the body away to be stored as food. This was a scene that could only belong in a horror film. With 3 households from the 14th floor vouching for the truth of this grotesque and absurd cannibalistic event, the other residents finally began to believe it. After all, Deng Tu and his gang already had a reputation for violence. The sheer horror of the situation compelled nearly every resident who encountered the news to join the group chat, gripped by fear. How could anyone not be terrified of a group armed with weapons, capable of. Some residents were so frightened that they barricaded their doors with furniture. Some contemplated calling the police, but the phones would not connect. Not just the police station, but hospitals, fire departments, and the municipal government. Almost all official organizations had become ineffective under the weight of this terrifying snow disaster. No one could come to their rescue. The residents in the chat frantically brainstormed ways to save themselves, yet after a lengthy discussion, they could not devise a. Someone proposed gathering together, but ultimately, due to concerns over food distribution, it was dismissed. The reality was that while some households still had food supplies, others were nearly depleted, and no one wanted to share. Faced with a multitude of ruthless thugs, the strength of ordinary people was utterly insignificant. Powerless, the residents could only rely on a sense of misguided optimism, praying that these demons would not target them. After all, the building housed nearly 100 residents. As long as luck was on their side, they should avoid being singled out. In this desperate environment, it seemed that only Luo Tian could comfortably enjoy the company of beauty and fine food in his secure haven. After all, his home was an impregnable fortress against the apocalypse. Even an armed mercenary squad would find it impossible to breach. No matter how deranged his subordinates became, they would not dare to seek trouble in the short term. Help, help. A voice message suddenly pinged in the group chat, capturing everyone's attention. A male resident named Guo Tian cried out in terror, "Deng Tu and his gang are smashing down my door, saying they want to kill me and steal my supplies." Guo Tian was the same individual who, after Baya moved into Luo Tian's home, had joined others in mocking Luo Tian in the larger chat, boasting about the abundance of supplies in his home and inviting Baya to visit. He never expected that his previous careless boasting would reveal his stockpile of warm clothing and frozen food, ultimately making him a target for those thugs. The henchman, while reviewing the chat history, had quickly zeroed in on Guo Tian. After all, warm blankets and clothing were essential items. Moreover, it was a rare opportunity to exploit such a foolish individual who had inadvertently exposed his resources. Not to rob him would be a disservice. In response to Guo Tian's desperate plea, the chat fell silent, as if the earlier excitement had been a mere fade. No resident dared to reply. Absurd. They were all cowering in their homes, consumed by fear. How could they concern themselves with the fate of others? Thank goodness it's Guo Tian who's in trouble. He had plenty of supplies. After they rob him, they probably won't dare to invade anyone else's home, which means we're safe. Some residents even began to feel relieved. Thank goodness it wasn't me. The death of Guo Tian might ensure the safety of everyone else. After all, he was no relation to them, so why risk their lives to save him? If he died, so be it. When it came to matters of life and death, selfishness and indifference prevailed. In his despair, Guo Tian trembled as he began to plead for Luo Tian's help. "Luo Tian, Brother Luo, Lord Luo, please save me. I admit I was foolish before and crossed you. Please don't hold it against me. You're the only one who can help me now. If you save me, I'll give you all my supplies. I have plenty of warm clothing and blankets." Upon opening the voice message, amid Guo Tian's trembling and terrified voice, one could also hear the muffled yet thunderous sound of banging on the door. He likely wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. "Good riddance," Luo Tian remarked with a disdainful smile upon hearing it. Just the other day, Guo Tian had been mocking him in the chat, inviting Baya to his home, and now he was like a lost dog, begging for his help. "You want me to save you? In your dreams. Just wait to die, you fool." Luo Tian coldly responded. The warm clothing in his own space was of the highest quality, including specialized cold weather gear developed by American research teams for polar expeditions. As for the blankets, he had no need for them. The continuously burning fireplace kept his home warm enough that he felt almost too hot. How could he possibly covet the meager supplies in Guo Tian's home? Ha ha ha. Spare us your pathetic clothing. Don't embarrass yourself by even mentioning it. Save it for later. Exactly, as if Brother Luo would even care. Scram, don't be in our way. This is karma for your previous mockery of Brother Luo. To everyone's astonishment, upon Luo Tian's appearance, the other residents' attitudes shifted dramatically. They began to flatter him profusely, like weather vanes changing direction. They completely forgot that just moments ago, they had been clamoring for Deng Tu to break into Luo Tian's home. It seemed the residents understood that in this dire situation, the only one capable of standing up to Deng Tu was Luo Tian. By cultivating a good relationship with him, perhaps when danger arose, they might be able to request his assistance. Saving face? Ha, that paled in comparison to preserving their lives. Chapter 58. The familiar woman subsequently, Luo Tian never reappeared in the group chat. It was almost unnecessary to think. The homeowners undoubtedly realized that he had. Before long, the deranged villain sent a photograph of a gruesomely mutilated corpse to the group, proclaiming loudly, "Luo Tian, do you see this? Su Cheng's death is all you're doing." Luo Tian let out a cold laugh. These individuals were attempting to tarnish his reputation, but their methods were indeed rather rudimentary. He could hardly be bothered to respond. However, the other residents lacked Luo Tian's confidence. The moment they laid eyes on Su Cheng's lifeless body, the timid female homeowners nearly fainted. An oppressive shadow of death seemed to envelop the entire building. Noticing Luo Tian's indifference to their provocation, the thugs reddened with rage, threatening, "Luo Tian, from now on, you shall not step outside. We will remain stationed below. If you dare venture out to dig snow for water, we will end your life." They did not voice their gruesome intent to butcher him piece by piece for a meal in the group chat. The thugs believed that no matter how well-stocked Luo Tian's supplies were, he would eventually exhaust his fresh water and be compelled to brave the outside world. At that point, it would be the perfect opportunity for revenge. They were determined to outlast him, regardless of the cost. Unbeknownst to the thugs, however, Luo Tian possessed an infinite space teeming with tens of thousands of tons of fresh water, rendering the act of digging snow for boiling water entirely unnecessary. Suddenly, Deng Tu interjected in the group chat, "Everyone, if anyone spots Luo Tian outside, please contact me immediately." Deng Tu promised that he will be under our protection and that we shall not lay a finger on him. Deng Tu's declaration stirred a considerable uproar within the group. Many homeowners began to contemplate the proposition. If they could simply relay Luo Tian's whereabouts to Deng Tu, it would be a trivial task that would ensure they were no longer targeted by this gang of demons, an enticing prospect indeed. Many homeowners secretly resolved that if they chanced upon Luo Tian in the future, they would be the first to inform Deng Tuesday. Luo Tian's fate mattered little. What was paramount was their own safety. Upon seeing Deng Tu's message, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk coldly. This Deng Tu seems to be quite lucid, more so than his lackeys, using this condition to enlist the eyes of the other homeowners to keep tabs on me. In the case of an ordinary person, however, Luo Tian was far from ordinary. He was a man equipped with infinite space. With a mere thought, he could remain in his sanctuary until the sun exploded. Yet, not all homeowners were swayed by Deng Tu's deceitful promises. With Su Cheng's tragic fate as a grim reminder, the more astute residents had already resolved to steer clear of any association with Deng Tu and his band of fiends. Only a fool would heed the words of a group of murderers, for to trust them would surely lead to a dire end. Since Deng Tu has made such a ludicrous promise, I shall respond in kind to make things a tad more entertaining, Luo Tian mused playfully. After a moment's contemplation, he tagged all residents in the group, "Everyone, I am hereby issuing a bounty. From this moment on, whoever manages to kill Deng Tu shall receive a roasted chicken from me, complete with its head." For gasp, upon reading Luo Tian's message, the homeowners were left utterly astounded. What a sizable chicken! Just how much roasted meat did Luo Tian possess? Such a magnificent roast chicken must be incredibly delicious. Merely gazing at it, many homeowners could not help but swallow hard. If they were frugal, it could last them half a month. Moreover, it would provide a significant source of protein, a veritable lifesaver in the harsh environment caused by the snowstorm and road closures. With such a generous reward, brave souls were bound to emerge. Those homeowners who had been left despondent from their dwindling supplies now felt a spark of determination. Since they were doomed regardless, why not take a gamble and transform their bicycles into motorcycles? If they were to perish, they would do so with their bellies full. Damn. Faced with Luo Tian's enticing bounty, Deng Tu's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his fist onto the sofa, resembling a beast ready to devour its prey. He had not anticipated that Luo Tian would employ such a tactic. When it came to food reserves, he was undoubtedly no match for Luo Tian. Damn that Luo Tian. As the group chat settled into an eerie silence, Luo Tian reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, his hands resting on either side, yet his brow furrowed slightly. We must find a way to eliminate Deng Tu and his gang. They had already set a precedent for cannibalism, resembling beasts raised on human flesh. Once they had tasted blood, there would be no turning back. If they were allowed to rampage unchecked within the building, it would not be long before the living population dwindled by half. In his previous life, there had been a similar case in another building where a gang of rogues had lost their humanity. They ceased to struggle and chose to descend into depravity in the frigid apocalypse. They killed indiscriminately, deriving pleasure from torturing the living. It was not long before that building became a ghostly abode, filled with dismembered limbs and shattered flesh, transforming into a hell on earth. This is my domain. I cannot allow them to run amok. I refuse to live in a building filled with entrails and corpses. Thus, Deng Tu and his crew must be dealt with. Luo Tian's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as he resolved to eradicate the threat. However, finding a way to eliminate these deranged individuals poses a rather challenging dilemma. Luo Tian frowned slightly, rising to approach the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the endless snow, lost in thought. The crackling of the fire in the fireplace filled the air. Ideas swirled in Luo Tian's mind. First and foremost, he was certain that he would not venture outside. Even with a handgun and ample ammunition at his disposal, stepping out would inevitably entail risks, something Luo Tian, who aspired to be a survivor, could not accept. After all, despite possessing a firearm, his marksmanship was abysmal due to a lack of opportunities to learn systematically. In the face of an ambush by foes within the confines of a room or narrow space, he would likely be caught off guard. If only I had a reliable enforcer to handle Deng Tu and his gang for me, Luo Tian thought longingly. That would be the most prudent and safest course of action. The issue was that the residents of the building were all ordinary people. Even with the lure of a food bounty, it was unlikely anyone would dare take action. Even if someone were brave enough, a mere ordinary individual stood little chance against a gang of desperate men. At that moment, a striking figure entered Luo Tian's mind. Before the apocalypse, that fiery-tempered policewoman, Yin Shu, who nearly harmed me, would be perfect for my current needs. A national champion in martial arts, she could easily take on 5 adversaries at once. Not only was she adept in close-quarters combat, but her marksmanship was also at a sharpshooter level. Most importantly, she was strikingly beautiful, her figure exquisite. Even though it had been half a month since their last encounter, her image remained vividly etched in his mind. If he could recruit her as his enforcer, the problem with Deng Tu would be easily resolved. Furthermore, he could learn superior combat skills and close-quarters fighting experience from her, even seeking her guidance on shooting techniques. However, I have no idea where she is now, nor do I have a way to contact her. Luo Tian sighed regretfully. This plan would have to be abandoned. At that moment, a casual glance outside left him momentarily stunned at the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the swirling snow, the white blanket of snow had completely covered the floors below the second story. This meant that the snow on the ground was at least 5 meters deep. Yet, amidst these conditions, Luo Tian spotted a woman trudging through the nearly engulfing snow. A large backpack slung across her chest and a young girl on her back, moving slowly yet resolutely. What incredible physical endurance. But why does this woman seem vaguely familiar? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 59. The arrival of Officer Yin Shu Creek. As she stepped into the thick snow, Yin Shu found herself leaning precariously. A moment's inattention could see her entirely engulfed by the heavy white blanket. The biting cold, plunging to a frigid -70 degrees, relentlessly assaulted every inch of her skin, and beneath the stark whiteness, the unknown lurked ominously. For anyone else, merely walking through such extreme cold would be impossible. They would likely succumb to fatigue and become trapped in the snow almost immediately. The world around her was a vast, white expanse, resembling an endless swamp. Yinjia, are you all right? Is Cece too heavy? Cece, her small arms wrapped around Yin Shu's neck, looked up with a hint of concern etched on her delicate face. The two had gone several days without a proper meal, and Yin Shu's dwindling strength was fading rapidly. I'm fine, Cece. There's no need to worry, Yin Shu replied with a rare, gentle smile gracing her usually fierce countenance. Originally, she had been caring for her overseas relative's child, but an unexpected blizzard had trapped her for over half a month in the community. To exacerbate matters, their food supplies were alarmingly low, likely to run out within 2 days. Just as Yin Shu was fretting over their dwindling provisions, the child's aunt reached out to her. Upon learning that both she and Cece were safe at home, the woman expressed her surprise, only to reveal her fear as she disclosed that a murder had occurred in her building, causing a stir among the residents. She hoped Yin Shu and Cece could come over for companionship, as she had some food left to share. Given their proximity and her invitation, Yin Shu promptly gathered their supplies and set off with Cece. The apartment building loomed ahead. However, due to the heavy snowfall, entering through the front door was impossible. Thus, Yin Shu climbed through a window on the second-floor corridor. This was a place where residents would dig through the snow to fetch water, so the window was typically left unlocked. Once inside the corridor, she gently set the child down and took a couple of steps back, leaning against the wall as she released a sigh. Her energy had been severely depleted. The inadequate nutrition during this period had taken a toll on her physical capabilities, reducing her strength to about half of its peak. The temperature in the corridor was scarcely better than outside, causing her skin to ache from the cold. After a brief rest, Yin Shu grasped ECC's small, gloved hand and, with her beautiful eyes alert, glanced cautiously towards the staircase before leading the way forward. Cece's aunt had warned her that there were violent individuals in the building who attacked anyone in sight, turning flesh into stew. With a child in tow, she had to be especially careful to avoid crossing paths with such fiends. Confronting a group of armed lunatics left her with no confidence in her ability to fend them off. In the surveillance footage, the tall, exquisitely featured female officer was recognized by Luo Tian. "Is this real?" Luo Tian exclaimed, astonished. "Could it be that I've awakened the ability to summon people with my words?" Just as I mentioned Yin Shu, she appears before me. What a serendipitous turn of events, he observed Yin Shu, who was vigilantly surveying the corridor while holding the little girl's hand, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Now that she had entered the building, there was only one thing he needed to contemplate: how to entice her to come to him willingly and cooperate by donning a leg bracelet. Yin Shu can come in, but that little girl is another matter, Luo Tian mused, playing with the intelligent leg bracelet he had retrieved from his space. His eyes narrowed with intrigue. She was a perfect golden key player. Not to mention, in terms of appearance, she was on par with Bai Ye and the others. Moreover, as a popular officer at the precinct, her combination of beauty and combat prowess made her a prize he wished to claim. After all, she had nearly inflicted injury upon him before the apocalypse. Luo Tian felt it was only fair to collect some interest from her. Speaking of which, as he glanced at the adorable little girl beside her, a twitch crossed his lips. Could this be her child? Yin Shu appears no older than 23 or 24, yet she is already a wife. Had his reputation as a rogue been solidified? Luo Tian grappled with his thoughts. In truth, ECC was merely a relative's child whom Yin Shu was tasked with watching over. Regardless, that is inconsequential. He shook his head. What truly mattered was her formidable combat skills and expertise with firearms. Everything else was mere fluff. Besides, having a child was not a deal-breaker. After all, during their brief encounters before the world changed, he realized that with Yin Shu's fiery temperament, conventional methods would never suffice to bring her to heel. She was the proud and aloof Officer Yin, not one to easily submit to any man. However, with a child in the equation, everything shifted. No matter her resilience, having to care for a child meant her resource consumption would increase, which would become her greatest vulnerability. Officer Yin, it seems the grievances from our pre-apocalypse encounters are now due for reckoning, Luo Tian smirked. Should he manage to bring this striking officer to bow her proud head and heed his words, it would undoubtedly grant him a sense of overwhelming achievement. He drummed his fingers lightly on the coffee table, pondering, now, how to approach her without it seeming abrupt. On the 17th floor, room 1701, Xiaolan gazed down at the empty street below, murmuring, "Officer Yin. That must have been Officer Yin who just entered the building. Indeed, I cannot be mistaken. A month ago, she helped me find my lost child in the mall. Could it be that rescue efforts had commenced?" A flicker of hope illuminated Xiaolan's weary face. Yet, her exhilaration was swiftly doused by a chilling realization. Wait, if there were a rescue, she wouldn't be the only one here. There are no other officers in sight. Xiaolan lamented, tugging at her hair in despair. The flicker of hope that had ignited within her was extinguished in an instant. Ever since the food brought by Baya was seized by those ruffians, she had gone days without sustenance. Each day, she barely survived by melting snow for water, her strength waning to the point where she could scarcely leave her home. Yet, without food, relying solely on water could only sustain her for a week at most. In her living room, a once flaming hearth lay cold, a pot atop it boiling strips of leather. The leather, rich in collagen, was theoretically nutritious. However, modern industrial goods had rendered it into waste, creating a broth that was not only bitter and unpalatable but also caused stomach cramps when consumed. Recalling the sight of Yin Shu, her backpack bulging with supplies, Xiaolan clenched her clothing tightly. Surely, there must be food within that pack. I must devise a plan. I absolutely need to procure food. Xiaolan resolved, her eyes gleaming with determination. Driven to desperation, she could no longer afford to hesitate. To survive, her sights were set on the beautiful officer who had once come to her aid. Chapter 60. Fleeing in panic, Yin Shu was holding ECC's small hand as they The frigid temperature made her shiver uncontrollably, sapping her strength to continue climbing. With no other option, Yin Shu scooped her up and pressed on toward the higher floors. Ha ha ha, killing is so damn exhilarating. With a single swing of my axe, that Su Cheng fell like a chicken. Exactly. To hell with morals and laws. It's practically the apocalypse out here. The authorities are completely paralyzed. There's definitely no rescue coming. Move quickly. Let us gather more snow. When the power returns tonight, we'll boil water and cook some meat. A cacophony of noise echoed down the corridor, punctuated by the sound of axes clashing against the stairs. This is bad. Yin Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes, swiftly realizing that the murderous thugs were descending from above. She instinctively reached to cover Ec's mouth, but it was too late. Yin's sister, Ec barely managed to utter a few words before her mouth was tightly sealed. She gazed up with wide, watery eyes, puzzled by Yin Shu's sudden action. From the surveillance footage, it was evident that the thugs had hastened their descent, likely alerted by the sound of the child's voice. This is precisely why I'm not particularly fond of children, Luo Tian remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Yin Shu could have concealed herself and Ec in the corridor of the current floor before the thugs noticed them. However, if they were to make any noise, evasion would be impossible. The gang led by Deng Tu was already deranged, having committed murder and cannibalism, forcing the residents of the building to scavenge for snow and firewood as if they were thieves, terrified of encountering the thugs outside. Now, with Yin Shu, the valiant female officer, colliding directly with these villains, there was no doubt that her safety was in jeopardy. I wonder if she can handle this, Luo Tian mused, his brow furrowing. He didn't care for the child's safety, but he could not afford for Yin Shu to be harmed. After all, she was designated as his enforcer, and he certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall her right now. Hey, I hear a child's voice, brothers. Rush. I want to see what this Yin sister looks like through the eyes of the little girl. Can you believe someone dares to be out here? How audacious, ha 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 ha. The thugs laughed maniacally as they rushed downstairs. After descending 2 flights, they cornered Yin Shu, who was shielding the young girl. The thugs, wielding their axes, suddenly froze, their expressions shifting. They recognized the striking woman clad in a fitted white down jacket, her exquisite features and long legs strikingly familiar. Yin Shu? One of the thugs gasped in horror, collapsing onto the steps. The others, upon closer inspection, collectively gasped and instinctively recoiled several steps back. How could she possibly be here? A shared question echoed in their minds. Wasn't she supposed to be at the police station or at home? They had never heard of her residing in this building. In fact, not long before the onset of the apocalypse, they had been apprehended by Yin Shu, who, in plain clothes, had dispatched 8 or 9 of them without revealing her identity. 2 had suffered severe injuries, sustaining multiple compound fractures, and had been whisked away to the ICU by an ambulance. Since that encounter, they had harbored a deep-seated fear of this formidable female officer. At that moment, the thugs were palpably anxious, cold sweat trickling down their backs, feeling as though the already frigid temperature had plummeted even further. What's going on? How did Officer Yin end up here? I said, could it be that the authorities have come to rescue us? Or that this place is surrounded by police? If that is the case, won't we be executed on the spot for murder? The mere suggestion sent the thugs nearly tumbling to the ground. Murder carries a death sentence. If the police truly had come to rescue them and surrounded the area, those guilty of homicide would undoubtedly face capital punishment. However, as the biting cold of 70 degrees below zero washed over them, the thugs quickly regained their composure. Upon reflection, the likelihood of a police rescue seemed implausible. After all, the snow outside had accumulated to depths of 4 to 5 meters. Even police vehicles would struggle to navigate, let alone officers on foot, in such frigid conditions. Anyone exposed for too long risked freezing to death. With the authorities incapacitated, how could rescue be possible? Yin's sister. Ec clutched the hem of Yin Shu's clothing, sensing the danger posed by the menacing figures before them, her fear palpable. It's all right, don't be afraid. I am here, Yin Shu reassured her, one hand protectively shielding the child while her piercing gaze remained fixed on the thugs. Her body slightly crouched, she resembled a poised leopard ready to pounce. The sheer number of adversaries, armed with deadly weapons, certainly posed a significant threat. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for her. Yet, having faced far more perilous situations in her past missions, she remained remarkably composed. Let us go, hurry up, run. Don't let her catch you. Damn it, get away from this violent woman. To Yin Shu's astonishment, the anticipated fierce battle did not materialize. Someone among the thugs shouted, and in an instant, they fled in terror, not daring to linger. Yin Shu squinted in surprise, recalling something from her memory. Aren't they the thugs working for that real estate mogul, Deng Tu? So, the murderers in this building are them, she remarked coldly, her lips parting in a disdainful smirk. Previously, she would have never allowed them to escape. All of them would have been captured, not a single one left behind. However, given the current extraordinary circumstances, with official agencies rendered non-operational, she had no obligation to risk herself to apprehend them. Let us go. We'll head to Auntie's house. After comforting the trembling ECC, Yin Shu took her hand and proceeded to the 12th floor, knocking on the door of room 1204. In the surveillance footage, a charmingly mature woman welcomed them with surprise, casting a wary glance down the corridor before swiftly shutting the security door behind them. This Officer Yin, it appears her capabilities exceed my expectations, Luo Tian mused, stroking his chin. He too had not anticipated that Deng Tu's gang would be so easily intimidated by Yin Shu. This was indeed unexpected. At that moment, Luo Tian approached the floor-to-ceiling window. He often found himself lost in thought while gazing at the vast expanse of white snow outside. Chapter 61. The angry policewoman Yin closes the security door. Upon seeing her rush towards her, Yimengrong's heart filled with joy as she exclaimed, "Auntie, I've missed you so much." Looking at the delighted Cici, Yimengrong immediately broke into a gentle smile and embraced her, saying, "Cici, I've missed you too." The two of them lived in the same community, and Cici often visited Mengrong's home to play. However, since the onset of the severe cold and the heavy snow that blocked the roads, they had not seen each other. Observing the cheerful aunt and niece, Yin Shu, however, was not as optimistic. She placed her backpack on the side of the sofa and, with a hand on her slender waist, remarked, "Sister Rong, let us set aside the reminiscing for now." She parted her cherry lips and continued, "You know the situation is dire. Every morsel of food is incredibly precious. Since we are living together, we must first consolidate our resources and allocate food precisely each day." The smile on Yimengrong's face abruptly stiffened as she held Cici, and she forced a smile, saying, "Xiao Shu, there's no need to rush the food situation. We can discuss it later tonight. I haven't seen Cici in ages, and I miss her terribly. Let us have a good chat, just the two of us." As Mengrong spoke, her gaze flitted away, betraying her unease. For someone as seasoned and experienced as Yin Shu, who had worked in the criminal police team, she could instantly discern that Mengrong was being evasive. "Sister Rong, tell me the truth. How much food is left?" Yin Shu narrowed her eyes, her tone suddenly more severe. Yimengrong appeared startled, her pupils dilating as panic set in, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that Yin Shu would uncover her deception so swiftly in an effort to mislead Yin Shu. After contacting Cici and realizing they both had scant provisions, Mengrong had falsely claimed to have 2 boxes of instant noodles to share freely. In reality, there was only 1 box, which had been entirely consumed the previous day. In other words, Yimengrong's household was devoid of food, and Yin Shu had brought Cici over for nothing. "I'm so sorry. I was just so frightened that I lied to you," Yimengrong confessed, her shame palpable, fully aware of the disgrace of her deceit. However, ever since consuming the last packet of instant noodles yesterday, she found herself on the brink of starvation, while the murderous fiends led by Deng Tu prowled the corridor. Thus, when she learned Yin Shu was at Cici's home, she had resorted to fabricating the story of having 2 boxes of instant noodles to ensure her safety. Sister Rong, that's quite excessive." Yin Shu could not help but take a deep breath, shaking her head in disappointment. Had it not been for her familial ties to Cici and the numerous encounters she had had with Yimengrong, she would have been unable to restrain herself from taking action. With their own food supplies already meager, they had risked so much to come here, exhausting considerable energy. Now, their situation was even more dire. "I currently have 2 packets of instant noodles, half a bag of chips, and 3 candies in my bag," Yin Shu sighed softly. "With such little food for the 3 of us, even if Cici eats sparingly, how long can we last? At most, they could hold out for 3 days. "It's all right, Sister Yin. Cici isn't hungry. I can go without food today." Cici, noticing her aunt being chastised by Yin Shu, spoke up to defend her. In response, Yin Shu chose not to say more, her brows furrowing tightly together. Cici was still young and did not comprehend the gravity of their predicament. This was a matter of life and death for the 3 of them, and they needed to devise a solution. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Yinis Hu. It felt as though she had lost all strength, and she collapsed against the back of the sofa. "Xiao Shu, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Yimengrong exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Cici was on the verge of tears, and the two hurriedly assisted her, allowing Yin Shu to rest against the sofa. "I'm fine, just a bit hypoglycemic," Yin Shu managed, pressing her forehead, her cheeks pale as she waved her hand at the two. After more than half a month without adequate intake of protein and glucose, coupled with carrying Cece through several meters of thick snow for half a day, her body had reached its limit. Thud! Yin Shu retrieved a candy from her backpack and smashed it against an object on the coffee table. Ugh. She carefully tore open the packaging, pinching a small piece of the candy to place in her mouth. Despite its unassuming appearance, the energy provided by a single piece of candy far surpassed that of some snacks. Just one could sustain an adult for several hours of activity. However, the downside was evident. It did not satiate hunger. After consuming a fragment of candy, Yin Shu's complexion improved slightly, and the dizziness from her brain subsided considerably. Alas, every time I come here, nothing good ever happens. Yin Shu leaned back on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixated on the ceiling. A month ago, while investigating witnesses of a bank robbery, she had come to this building with her colleagues. That day, she wore a short uniform skirt, and in her haste, she had thrown on a rather sheer top. Little did she know that someone named Luo Tian would take advantage of her. As she recalled, her teeth clenched in frustration. She was uncertain of how much he had seen, but every time she thought of it, Yin Shu wished she could gouge out Luo Tian's eyes. The second time, which was now, she had been deceived by Yi Mongrong into coming here, facing not only the murderous thugs led by Deng Tu lurking in the building, but also the looming food crisis with barely enough provisions to last 3 days. Ugh. Yin Shu sighed again, her chest rising and falling with exasperation. Though she was a police officer, she was not skilled in resolving such troublesome matters. Xiao Shu, actually, there's a resident in this building who has stockpiled a significant amount of food. Their home is not only warm, but they can even enjoy roasted meat every day. Yi Mongrong hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. He even issued a bounty in the owner's group before you set off, stating that anyone who could take down Deng Tu or his lackeys would be rewarded with a whole roasted chicken. Having said that, Yi Mongrong pulled out her phone, opened the group chat, and displayed the picture posted by Luo Tian for the two of them to see. Upon seeing the golden, crispy roasted chicken, Cece's eyes widened in amazement, and she could not help but drool, exclaiming, "Sister Yin, Cece is hungry. I want to eat the big roasted chicken." A roasted chicken? So large. Yin Shu was equally astonished. She was acutely aware of how dire the situation was. The blizzard outside had obliterated everything, effectively severing the community's ties to the outside world. After half a month, how could this family still enjoy roasted meat every day and offer a nearly 4-pound roasted chicken as a bounty without a hint of remorse? Just how much food must they be hoarding? Chapter 62. The bounty I accepted. Such a large roasted chicken. If we can serve it, the 3 of us could feast for an entire week. Yin Shuliao raised her delicate brows, her mind racing with possibilities. After all, remaining idle at home would only lead to a dead end. It was better to take a gamble, in her eyes. Although Deng Tu and his crew posed a significant threat, she was quite confident in her ability to deal with them. After all, she had personally dispatched even the most desperate drug dealers. Yin Shu shifted her gaze towards the nickname of the person who had messaged her, practicing for 2.5 years, Luo Tian. Xiao Hei. No, Luo Tian? Yin Shu's beautiful eyes widened, her silver teeth clenching in irritation. Noticing her anger, Yi Mongrong asked in surprise, "Xiao Shu, do you know Luo Tian? Are you too close?" Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. With Yin Shu's stunning beauty and countless admirers, if Luo Tian were among them, they would no longer worry about food. Yi Mongrong thought to herself, this could be a fortunate turn of events. Not close. Yin Shu shook her head, indignantly retorting, "He is nothing but a shameless scoundrel." Achoo. Luo Tian, who was learning piano with Bai Ya, suddenly sneezed. How strange. Which fool is cursing me? Luo Tian wrapped his left arm around Bai Ya's waist while his right hand engaged in mischief. Guoxiujin Sama. Bai Ya bit her cherry lips, her fingers dancing over the Steinway piano keys, yet the notes emerged increasingly discordant. Play properly. Repeat the finger positioning rules for me, Luo Tian said with a serious demeanor. The finger positioning I mentioned pertains to playing the piano. Bai Ya protested, biting her lip. What bounty? I could just directly take the roasted chicken from his house, considering it the interest for the last time he took advantage of me. Yin Shu's eyes glinted with cold determination. She had suffered greatly last time. Retrieving some food now felt like an act of mercy. Upon hearing this, Imengrong immediately panicked. Hey, Xiaoshu, you mustn't act impulsively. Imengrong quickly grasped her shoulders, anxiously explaining, Did I not tell you? Luo Tian has placed a bounty on Deng Tu and his men, however. He has already repelled Deng Tu several times before that. Yanshu raised her brows skeptically. Rongjie, do not deceive me. I have investigated. Luo Tian is no martial arts expert, just an ordinary person. If he hasn't been beaten to death by them, how could he possibly drive so many away? Even she. So if we want to procure food, we must obediently follow Luo Tian's words. After all, the gang that Luo Tian had placed a bounty on were the sort of criminals who could be executed for their crimes. Exchanging their heads for food weighed lightly on her conscience. However, given their numbers, she needed to be cautious and eliminate them one by one. But it still feels so unsatisfactory. Yanshu huffed in frustration. Having her dignity stripped bare, she now found herself compelled to eliminate her adversaries on behalf of another. How utterly humiliating. She had never imagined she would one day yield to the allure of food. What a disgrace. Xiaoshu, you know the situation is dire. I can only apologize for this. Imengrong, relieved at her compromise, felt a sense of ease. Yanshu did not reside there and was unaware of Luo Tian's strength. Yet Imengrong knew very well that if Yanshu were to confront him head-on, her fate would likely mirror that of Deng Tu's lackeys. Yanshu was quite capable. If she ambushed a few of the henchmen in the stairwell, dispatching them while they were occupied would pose no significant problem. If they could secure a few large chicken legs, the three of them wouldn't need to worry about food for a while. After all, in this current society where order had collapsed, the concept of law had become laughable. Although their methods were somewhat unscrupulous, as long as they could survive, that was all that mattered. Moreover, the large roasted chicken and chicken legs offered by Luo Tian were substantial. Unlike some unscrupulous merchants who shortchanged their customers, a hefty chicken leg could last several days if rationed properly. Very well then. Yanshu narrowed her beautiful eyes, crossing her arms. Rongjie, could you kindly add him as a Besides, with Luo Tian hoarding so much barbecue, there's no way he would go back on his word over a few chicken legs. However, it seems you'll need to add him as a friend yourself. Imengrong's expression turned troubled. I do not wish to speak with him, Rongjie. You should handle it. Yanshu replied disgruntledly. Well, you see, my credibility has been blocked by him, so I can't add him as a friend. The last time I tried to borrow some food, Luo Tian refused and deleted me as a friend. Imengrong confessed, somewhat awkwardly in truth. When Luo Tian had posted pictures of roasted lamb legs in the group chat, she had been exceedingly envious, just like the other residents. Imengrong not only sent a friend request to Luo Tian but also shamelessly shared her own photo, hoping to barter for some roasted meat. After all, Luo Tian had taken Imengrong's husband had long since passed, and she could also be considered a married woman. Perhaps Luo Tian might fancy her. Little did she know, Luo Tian had merely complimented her on her good upkeep before promptly blocking and deleting her. However, this incident was too embarrassing to disclose. Revealing it would completely tarnish her reputation as an elder to Yanshu. Thus, she could only evade the truth and tell a small lie. Humph, as I expected, Luo Tian is not only lecherous but also selfish. Yanshu scoffed. Yet she was unaware of how Luo Tian had been collectively killed by the neighbors in his past life. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Ding Yanshu retrieved her phone and sent a friend request to him. Then, she propped her long, straight legs up on the sofa, waiting for a response. TSK, this is the first time I've actively added a male friend. Chapter 63. The jealousy of Li Ro. Outside the window, snowflakes danced in a flurry. Inside, the fireplace crackled with a fierce blaze. Master, you have a new friend request, the butler announced at that moment. Typically, Luo Tian did not pay particular attention to his phone, so whenever there was new information, the butler would promptly inform him. A new friend? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow, curious about who might be idle enough to send him a request. Baya, ever perceptive, rose to fetch the phone, tapping the screen to reveal the friend request interface and presenting it before him. Who is it? I don't recognize her, Luo Tian remarked, glancing at the anime avatar of a girl who had sent the request, wrinkling his nose in disdain. Without a second thought, he promptly declined. Hee, I've lost count of how many friend requests I've received. Baya giggled, covering her mouth. Boring, Luo Tian yawned. Ever since the revelation of his resources in the group chat, the number of friend requests had skyrocketed. Not only for married women and unmarried girls, but even men posing as women seeking sustenance. Hence, he had opted for a cold shoulder approach towards these friend requests. However, Luo Tian mused, this friend request has sparked an idea. He pondered, If only I knew Yin Shu's WeChat details. A simple understanding of her situation would enable me to tailor a plan and lure her in more effectively. In this harsh, frigid apocalypse, he was confident that no one could resist the nearly infinite resources within his space. As long as there was a need, escape would be impossible. Unbeknownst to Luo Tian, the anime avatar he had just rejected belonged to none other than the esteemed officer Yin herself. When Yin Shu sent the friend request, she had not given it much thought, not even adding a note. She was entirely unaware that Luo Tian's WeChat was inundated with friend requests, so she typically would not accept requests from unfamiliar sources. What delectable feast do you all wish for today? Li Ro asked gently, tying an apron around her slender waist. As noon approached, she, as the exclusive chef of Luo Tian's household, was preparing to diligently commence lunch for the three of them. Well, I've learned a couple of new dishes from the butler. How about trying one for lunch? Li Ro suggested, her delicate fingers tapping her cherry lips as she smiled. How about chicken with asparagus sauce or red wine braised beef? Which one would you prefer? Thanks to the abundance of resources in Luo Tian's space, she could confidently learn new recipes without the worry of lacking ingredients. It wasn't that she disliked beef, but having consumed it so often lately, she craved a change to chicken. If her thoughts were to be known by the other residents, she would surely be met with envy. After all, they were on the verge of starvation. For nearly a month, they had survived on nutritionally deficient snacks, and here she was, complaining about having delicious beef while others would gladly eat it without hesitation. I choose the braised beef, Luo Tian declared, the corners of his mouth lifting, thwarting Baya's wishes. How could you do this? Baya pouted, her delicate face adopting a pitiful expression. Seeing Luo Tian remain unmoved, she gazed at him with her large, watery eyes. After a moment, Luo Tian smiled, then let us have the braised beef. Yay, sisterly Ro, let me help you, Baya declared triumphantly, her small fist raised in victory as she skipped joyfully towards the kitchen to assist with lunch. Her golden locks swirled in the air, embodying the vibrant spirit of a lively young lady. Then please start by washing the vegetables, Li Ro replied with a smile. Opening the refrigerator, a bountiful layer of mouth-watering chicken legs lay waiting, eliciting envy from the other residents. Under Li Ro's skilled hands, it wasn't long before a delectable aroma wafted from the kitchen to the living room. Wow, that smells divine. Just the scent alone heightens my appetite, Luo Tian remarked, inhaling deeply. With Li Ro around, he found little desire to indulge in the banquet meals from the restaurant. Various international cuisines were now at his disposal. Receiving Luo Tian's praise, Li Ro paused momentarily, a sweet smile gracing her lips. During the wait, Luo Tian remained industrious, instructing the butler to pull up the surveillance footage of the entire building to observe the movements of others. On the 12th floor, room 1204, Yin Shu had not emerged since entering. Luo Tian merely glanced before shifting his gaze away, knowing that the butler would alert him when she next appeared. Chapter 64. Yin Shu's friend request. As Luo Tian gazed at the surveillance footage from the 18th floor, he was taken aback to discover that the door of the Deng family was ajar. Deng, too, appearing frantic and exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you all out of your minds? How could so many of you be frightened off by a mere woman? Even if that lady is formidable, she is but one individual. Moreover, she is in poor condition and accompanied by a small child. Are you all spineless cowards?" One of the underlings, lowering his head, spoke timidly, "Boss, I believe it is unnecessary for us to take the risk of eliminating Officer Yin. What if we inadvertently lose more brothers in the process?" Deng Tu retorted angrily, "Fool! Use your pathetic brain and consider the identity of that woman. She is a police officer. Do you comprehend what that entails? Do you think the homeowners would heed our words over hers? If that female officer unites the other residents, we might find ourselves without a foothold here." The underlings suddenly realized, "Boss is brilliant. How did we not think of that? Useless. If you could think, would I still be the one in charge?" Deng Tu chastised furiously. He then shifted his tone, expressing his deeper concern. "What truly worries me is if that female officer associates with that scoundrel Luo Tian, then we would surely be in dire straits. One possesses resources, the other has capability. If they were to collude, their first course of action would likely be to eliminate us." Deng Tu's eyes glinted with malice. It must be noted that despite having lost a leg, Deng Tu's mind was far from dull. He recognized that their sworn enemy, Luo Tian, would leave no stone unturned in his quest to eradicate them. After all, he was consistently devising plans to smash that accursed iron door of Luo Tian's. "We cannot allow Luo Tian to discover the existence of that female officer," Deng Tu declared coldly. Should Luo Tian learn of her, he would undoubtedly take her into his home, just as he had with Bai Ye. After all, the female officer was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also possessed considerable strength. Faced with the ample provisions offered by Luo Tian, she would likely not refuse if she found herself lacking sustenance. If that were to occur, Luo Tian's power would significantly increase, and even if they managed to break through the security door and invade, they could very well be met with a counterattack. This was something Deng Tu could not tolerate. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Tian had already learned of Yin Shu's arrival through the surveillance cameras, and every word he spoke was being meticulously observed. Search for her. Search thoroughly. We must find her even in the most desperate of places and eliminate her while she is vulnerable. The underlings gritted their teeth in response. Yes, boss. We will go find her immediately. Watching his subordinates rush out, Luo Tian couldn't help but smirk. Ah, Deng Tu, your reflexes are quite commendable. At this moment, Yin Shu was in a precarious state. If she were caught off guard by a surprise attack, she could very well sustain serious injuries. I will ensure your demise sooner or later, Luo Tian remarked coldly. Now, it remained to be seen who would act swiftly enough to make contact with Yin Shu first. On the 12th floor, room 1204. Your request has been denied. Staring at the result displayed on the screen, Yin Shu widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, that scoundrel, he actually rejected my friend request? This was her first attempt to add a male friend. To her dismay, it was met with a merciless refusal. Countless second-generation elites had previously vied for her friendship, yet she had never granted them a chance. Ah, this? Imengrong also displayed a hint of concern and then comforted her. Perhaps you were not clear enough, and Luo Tian mistook you for another resident. Why not clarify your intentions and try sending the request again? Having previously added Luo Tian as a friend, Imengrong understood that many, like herself, were eager to obtain food from him, leading to a barrage of friend requests that ultimately annoyed him. The rejection of Yin Shu's friend request was likely due to this reason. All right, I will send the request again. Yin Shu took a deep breath to compose herself and clicked the friend request button once more. Note: I am here to collect chicken legs, concise Luft I in her past conversations on WeChat. Yin Shu had mostly used simple responses like oh, and okay. She rarely sent lengthy messages, so she believed her intention was clear and that Luo Tian would understand. Unfortunately, the previous flood of requests from other residents had rendered her message glitch. I am here to collect steak, just give me food and I will comply. My price is low. A single grilled meat can secure my services. I crave grilled meat, please spare me some. Upon seeing the brief note, Luo Tian sneered, who do you think you are, coming here to claim chicken legs? Previously, everyone was after steak, and now you have the audacity to switch it to chicken legs? Forget it. Without a second thought, Luo Tian promptly blocked her. He had considered that she might be after the bounty. However, since other male residents lacked the courage, how could this woman, with an anime girl avatar, possibly be competent? Your request has been denied. This is unacceptable. I must go and teach that scoundrel a lesson. Yin Shu seethed with indignation. To be rejected once again was utterly unbelievable. This was an egregious affront. Yin Shu began to ponder whether Luo Tian was aware it was her sending the friend request, deliberately making things difficult for her. Calm down. Your note was too hasty. Luo Tian must not have grasped your meaning. Imengrong glanced at her note and hurriedly pushed her back onto the sofa, her cheeks subtly flushing. This note format seemed all too familiar. It was reminiscent of the last time she had sought steak from Luo Tian at home. No wonder she was rejected. Xiao Shu, you must include your name and police identity in the note. Imengrong quickly explained. Okay, I will try once more. Yin Shu forced herself to remain calm, patiently filling in her identity and purpose for the friend request in the note. This time, it should work. With Imengrong watching expectantly, Yin Shu clicked the friend request button again. But to her dismay, a message immediately popped up. You have been blocked. At this point, the hopeful Imengrong was left speechless. Her own account had been blocked by Luo Tian, and now Yin Shu's account had met the same fate. How were they to contact him now? Suddenly, Yin Shu received a message. Suppressing her anger, she opened it to find that the sender was Xiaolan, a mother whom she had assisted a month ago. Officer Yin, I believe I just saw you in our apartment building. May I ask if an official rescue team has arrived? Apologies, but that is not the case, Yin Shu replied. I am here to find an elder who resides here. Eh? Yimengrong's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed they could seek Xiaolan's assistance. Chapter 65. The disappearing Xiaolan. At the prompting of Yimengrong, Yen Shu suddenly realized. Xiaolan, I was actually planning to accept the bounty from Luo Tian, but I've encountered a minor setback. Yen Shu briefly explained the situation to her counterpart. So, could you assist me in contacting Luo Tian? I will certainly reward you accordingly afterward. Xiaolan, the caring mother, responded readily. No problem, Officer Yen. You previously helped me find my child, so I will definitely assist you with this small favor. Who would have thought that Yen Shu would dare to take on Luo Tian's bounty? On the other end of the phone, Xiaolan's expression was one of astonishment. However, she had been troubled about how to make contact, and this provided her with an excellent opportunity to capitalize on. It was clear that Xiaolan would not be able to reach Luo Tian. After all, her credibility had been compromised. Yet, her current objective was the sustenance in Yen Shu's possession, rendering the ability to contact Luo Tian inconsequential. With hunger gnawing at her, she could afford. Do you mean to say you have no food left? Not exactly, Yen Shu replied succinctly. Dealing with the police is such a hassle. Xiaolan clenched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth. Under normal please wait for me a moment. Room 1204. Xiaolan seems a bit off. She appears overly concerned about how much food I possess. Yen Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes, sensing a hint of abnormality. However, a month ago, her interaction with Xiaolan had left a favorable impression, and Yen Shu dismissed her suspicions. Xiaolan has a decent character. You are likely overthinking it. Yimengrong, familiar with Xiaolan, chuckled. From what I know, Baya helped Xiaolan before moving into Luo Tian's apartment. With her as an intermediary, contacting Luo Tian should be assured. After all, having a confidant whispering in one's ear was advantageous. Baya? Yen Shu was taken aback and exclaimed, You mean the famous star Baya? She has moved into Luo Tian's residence? Yimengrong smacked her forehead, laughing. How could I forget you were unaware of this? She then elaborated, I was quite surprised too. The illustrious Baya lives in the same building as us. However, she was nearly captured by Deng Tu's gang before being rescued by Luo Tian. Yen Shu couldn't help but scoff. Rescued? I have my doubts. The ulterior motives were evident to all it goes without saying what treatment a beautiful star like Baya would receive living in a man's home. It seems I was overthinking it. After learning the backstory, Yen Shu set aside her lingering doubts about Xiaolan. Before long, Xiaolan replied, Officer Yen, I contacted Baya, and she said she has already spoken with Luo Tian. To bolster her credibility, Xiaolan cleverly invoked Baya's name, knowing that Deng Tu had not divulged her betrayal. Is that so? Thank you for your help. What was Luo Tian's response? Yen Shu inquired, her brows softening slightly. Well, Luo Tian mentioned that he is most in need of chicken legs. If you accept the job, he can advance you 4 chicken legs. Xiaolan typed expressionlessly in the chat box. This was entirely in line with Luo Tian's character. 4. Upon seeing Xiaolan's response, both Yen Shu and Yimengrong were left in utter astonishment. They had initially thought it would be a significant achievement if Luo Tian were to advance even a single chicken leg, considering she was merely offering an empty promise. Yet, Luo Tian trusted her so much. Could it be that I misjudged him? Yen Shu bit her lip, her gaze filled with complexity. For the first time, she began to doubt her own judgment of character. Xiao Shu, this is fantastic. For chicken legs mean we won't have to worry about starving. You should eat one to regain your strength, and we can ration the rest. Yimengrong exclaimed in delight. Even Isisi, who was nearby, swallowed hard in anticipation. However, Luo Tian requires you to provide some assurance. Xiaolan's message arrived promptly afterward. He wants you to trade for it with 5 packets of instant noodles. 5 packets of instant noodles. Upon reading this message, Yen Shu's brows knitted together in dismay. Xiao Shu, what does Luo Tian mean by this? He clearly doesn't lack instant noodles as snacks. Yimengrong clenched the hem of her clothing, anxiously inquiring. I suspect he is attempting to pressure me into swiftly removing Deng Tuesday. After a moment of contemplation, Yen Shu explained. This arrangement was not disadvantageous for them. However, the issue lay in the fact that they currently possessed only 3 packets of instant noodles, falling short of the required exchange. Xiaolan, I currently have only 3 packets of instant noodles, Yen Shu typed in response. Please reach out to Baya again and see if Luo Tian can lower his demands. This time, Xiaolan exhibited remarkable. The exchange for instant noodles was a ruse. The real intention was to challenge her. Nevertheless, the current situation was still quite favorable for them. At Xiaolan's urging, Yen Shu carefully gathered her remaining 3 packets of instant noodles and made her way to the 17th floor, stopping before room 1701. She placed the items at the door, knocked lightly, and then departed. Xiaolan had informed her that Luo Tian did not trust Yin Shu, hence the need for her to deliver the food. The excuse was quite reasonable, after all. Prior to the apocalypse, Yin Shu had nearly harmed Luo Tian, and Xiaolan had skillfully exploited this point. Once Yin Shu left, Xiaolan swiftly opened the door and eagerly snatched up the 3 packets of instant noodles. Clutching the noodles to her chest, she wept tears of joy. Little Bao. Mama has procured food. Officer Yin, I am so sorry. Xiaolan murmured, I in this world, being a good person was no longer a viable option. After delivering the last of the instant noodles, the 3 of them settled onto the sofa, awaiting news from Xiaolan. Chicken legs. Cici wants to eat big chicken legs. Cici exclaimed, opening a picture from their group chat and salivating. To claim she wasn't hungry would be a lie. I can't shake the feeling that things won't go smoothly, Yin Shu remarked, gazing out at the snowy, white world beyond the window. The snow continued to fall relentlessly, with the large flakes swirling and drifting through the air. This tranquil and beautiful scene failed to bring her any sense of calm. Instead, it instilled a vague sense of unease within her. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Yin Shu shook her head. She did not wish to suspect a single mother who was struggling more than others. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a quiet wait. Time passed. Uncertain of how long had elapsed, Yin Shu suddenly spoke, Sister Rong, how long has it been since I returned from Xiaolan's? About 5 hours, Rong replied, biting her lip. Yin Shu fell silent. A heaviness settled in her heart, plunging it into the depths of despair. Chapter 66. Please go die, Xiao Shu. It's been quite some time without any response from Xiaolan. Do you think she might? Rong hesitated, her voice laced with concern. She believed that Xiaolan was not the type to deceive them for the sake of sustenance. However, too much time had elapsed. Let's not rush, Yin Shu replied, retrieving her phone and opening the chat interface to send an inquiry. Xiaolan, how are things on your end? After sending the message, she crossed her arms and began pacing in the living room, traversing from one end to the other, repeating the motion. Her inner turmoil was palpable. 15 minutes passed, and still, there was no word from Xiaolan. At last, Yin Shu could no longer remain still. Rongjie, you and Cici stay here. I'll check on Xiaolan, she instructed Rong, moving to the coffee table to pick up a fruit knife, typically used for peeling fruit, which she then tucked into her waist. She tore open a candy wrapper and popped the sweet into her mouth, needing to replenish her energy. Xiao Shu, it's too dangerous outside. If you encounter Deng Tu and his band of fiends, especially after starving for days, it could be perilous. Rong expressed her worries. She had been anxious ever since Yin Shu went to deliver food to Xiaolan, fearing that she might be discovered by Deng Tu's group. Don't worry, Rongjie, I can move stealthily on my own. A bunch of street thugs won't even notice me, Yin Shu reassured her, patting her shoulder. In a few hours, it will be dark, and we won't have any food left, so I must uncover what has happened with Xiaolan. Her gaze was steely as she pushed the door open and stepped outside. If she went hungry for another night, she might not even have the strength to leave tomorrow, and that would be a true dead end. Bang! The security door closed gently. Cici, filled with trepidation, whispered, Auntie, do you think Yin Jie will be all right? Don't worry. Your Yin Jie is a police officer. She's quite formidable. Cici, don't be afraid. We'll wait together for her return. Rong comforted her, embracing the girl gently. Meanwhile, Yin Shu pressed herself. 1 floor above was Deng Tu's residence, thus she had to tread carefully, ensuring no noise escaped her. Xiaolan? Yin Shu knocked softly on the door, awaiting a response. However, 5 minutes passed without any sound. Despite her attempts to knock again, the silence from within remained unbroken. Is she not responding, or is she at Luo Tian's place? Yin Shu pondered, her expression grave. It was likely that Luo Tian harbored a grudge against her and had no intention of providing her with food from the very start. Heh, Luo Tian, I knew it, Yin Shu muttered, her hand brushing against the fruit knife at her waist, and without hesitation. This was one of the reasons she had brought a knife along. Inside the room, Xiaolan covered her son's mouth, both of them holding their breaths. It was only when the sounds from outside ceased entirely that Xiaolan finally began to gulp down air. A smile of relief graced her face. Xiaolan understood well that as a police officer, Yin Shu would never resort to breaking down her door. In her eyes, Xiaolan was merely an innocent mother. With the intentional guidance during their previous conversation, it was inevitable that Yin Shu would suspect Luo Tian. Huff. Officer Yin, if you force your way into Luo Tian's home, the only outcome will likely be a dead end. Xiaolan whispered to herself, instinctively placing a hand over her chest. If Yin Shu were to be killed by Luo Tian, then she could enjoy these instant noodles in peace. Xiaolan's fists gradually clenched as she thought, Officer Yin, I implore you, go die. In the living room, Luo Tian stared at the surveillance footage, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Strange, quite strange, he exclaimed, astonished. To his surprise, he noticed that Yin Shu had just exited room 1204. After leaving her own residence, she hadn't ventured elsewhere but had instead returned to the home of the mother, Xiaolan. However, Yin Shu had knocked on the door for quite some time without eliciting any response from within. Through the surveillance, Luo Tian was acutely aware that Xiaolan had been hiding inside all along. Fooled, weren't you? How can there be so many foolish women falling for Xiaolan's tricks? Luo Tian mused, unaware of what had transpired between them. Yet, he could roughly deduce from the footage that the two had likely reached some form of agreement in private. Unfortunately, Xiaolan was nothing more than a deceitful swindler. Upon hearing this, Baya couldn't help but feel embarrassed, burying her delicate chin into her ample chest. She was the first to have fallen for the ruse. At that moment, Yin Shu chose not to retrace her steps but continued ascending. She had now reached the 21st floor. This police flower, could she be coming for me? Luo Tian mused, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the coffee table, a look of astonishment on his face. However, this seemed rather sudden. Why would Yin Shu suddenly come to the 23rd floor to seek him out? Was she harboring a grudge for the incident a month ago when he had glimpsed her undergarments? Or had Mengrong or Xiaolan, who resided in room 1204, said something to her, prompting her to seek him out for food? After all, Luo Tian vaguely recalled that the young woman from room 1204, along with Xiaolan, had previously sent him pictures on WeChat. Yet, after his indulgence, he had provided them with no sustenance. Regardless, since you've come to me, I can't let this opportunity slip away, Luo Tian said, a smirk forming on his lips. Behind an impenetrable alloy steel door, he felt no fear of her causing him harm. Watching Yin Shu's frosty yet exquisite visage through the surveillance, as she walked with a graceful, slender waist, Luo Tian retrieved an electronic wristband from his space. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity, he mused, caressing the cold metallic surface of the wristband, his eyes narrowing. Once it was donned, everything would be secured. No matter how formidable or volatile Yin Shu may be, he had no cause for concern. The wristband's lethal high-voltage current was no jest. After some contemplation, Luo Tian still felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the target for Zhao Zhao's prior experiments had been his personal secretary. Compared to the average individual, Yin Shu was a champion fighter in the police force, honed through rigorous training. As a reincarnated individual who had once perished, Luo Tian had to exercise utmost caution, considering every possible contingency. Baya, Li Ro, Luo Tian's gaze settled on the two women nearby. What is it? Baya tilted her head, puzzled. Li Ro also pressed her lips together, uncertain of his intentions. Soon, I might need to bring in that female tyrant, Yin Shu, Luo Tian smiled. You both remember to stand in front of me? If she makes any sudden moves, such as pulling out a knife from her chest or lower region, be sure to subdue her immediately. Upon hearing this, both women widened their beautiful eyes in disbelief. Baya? Li Ro? Chapter 67. Relatives have arrived. How impulsive. I don't think this is a good idea. Luo Tian, you did mention that the other party was a former police officer. Baya said weakly. She was somewhat comfortable sharing a bed with Li Raonuan, but in other aspects, she truly lacked competence. You know it's not advisable, yet you deliberately stand at the door. Are you perhaps hoping to become the other party's hostage? Luo Tian replied, exasperated. He certainly would not place his hopes on the two of them. If Yin Shu had not donned the wristband, he would never have opened the door to let the other party inside. After all, the wristband was his greatest assurance. Maintain a safe distance. Even if Yin Shu possesses formidable physical capabilities, she is likely only able to last a few seconds longer than an average person, Luo Tian contemplated internally. As long as he avoided being injured by her sudden outburst, no other unforeseen circumstances would arise. Moreover, the security doorframe was embedded with security features. If the other party carried any weapons, they would be detected by the butler the moment they stepped through the door, triggering an alarm. Oh, let's hide to the side, Li Raonuan exclaimed, patting her chest and pulling Baya away from the door. The two women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Luo Tian was just joking. He had startled them. Just moments ago, they were sweetly affectionate, yet now he seemed so heartless. At that moment, after instructing the two women, Yin Shu had arrived in the corridor on the 23rd floor. No wonder that group led by Deng Tu could not breach Luo Tian's home. The walls are reinforced with alloy plates, Yin Shu remarked, her fingers tracing the interior of the damaged wall, her brows slightly furrowing. It appeared that Luo Tian was indeed quite resourceful, having implemented such thorough protective measures in his home. Upon reaching the door, Yin Shu, with her keen eyesight, quickly assessed that the door's sturdiness was likely beyond imagination. She tentatively knocked on it, and the response was a muffled sound, almost imperceptible. The thickness must be at least 200 millimeters. It could rival the security doors of a bank vault. A sudden heaviness filled Yin Shu's heart. This indicated that if she attempted to force her way in, as long as Luo Tian remained inside and refused to open the door, there was no way she could enter. For someone who had executed counter-terrorism missions, she was no stranger to such heavy alloy doors. Some robbers had failed to breach bank vaults even with pre-prepared C4 explosives. "Officer Yin, what are you sneaking around at my doorstep for?" Luo Tian's teasing voice suddenly echoed from behind the door. "Huh? I merely touched the door. How did the other party notice? Are there cameras?" Yin Shu quickly realized, frowning as she scanned the area, but saw no sign of any surveillance cameras. Could it be a pinhole camera? Huh? Yin Shu scoffed. Who in their right mind would install such devices in their home, especially with a door and wall fortified as such? It seemed that there might be something unsavory within Luo Tian's abode. Her determination to investigate deepened. Perhaps Xia Lan had indeed been placed under house arrest by Luo Tian. "Luo Tian, I suspect you are unlawfully detaining someone against their will. Please open the door immediately." "Ha ha ha, Officer Yin. Do you really think you can trespass into a private residence based solely on your suspicion?" Luo Tian mocked with disdain. "It's been at least a month since we last met, and you come here throwing such serious accusations at me. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Luo Tian clicked his tongue. "Could it be that your investigation is just a pretense, and your true intention is to see me? Did our last encounter leave such an impression on you that you can't forget me?" Caught off guard by his teasing, a flush of embarrassment and anger spread across Yin Shu's delicate features, and she pounded her fist against the security door. "Luo Tian, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." It was the first time someone had the audacity to brazenly tease her in such a manner. "Oh dear, I'm quite timid." "Officer Yin, please don't frighten me," Luo Tian retorted playfully. "You seem rather irate. Are you here to visit relatives? Conveniently, I have plenty of 8-degree space and can offer you 2 bags. You are finished." She clenched her fists and pounded several times on the security door, creating a noise akin to that of Deng Tu and his crew smashing with hammers. Damn. Truly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Luo Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Ha, ha. After venting her frustrations, Yin Shu felt a pang of regret. Her stamina was already limited, and now she had wasted quite a bit. Why had she allowed her emotions to spiral out of control, provoking such an easy reaction from him? It must be because Luo Tian was exceedingly infuriating. He had seen her in a "I suspect Xia Lan is being held captive inside," Yin Shu declared, her fists clenched, her voice icy. "Open the door?" "No problem at all," Luo Tian readily agreed. He then passed a high-tech smart wristband. "Is this sufficient?" she said coldly, her tone devoid of emotion, as if reflecting the frigid temperatures outside, which dipped to 70 degrees below zero. "Of course," Luo Tian replied with a slight smile, unlocking the 3-tiered door lock. Chapter 68. To die, so what? Yin Shu replied coldly, not comprehending the other person's intentions. "It's so warm here." Upon entering, Yin Shu was astounded. The room was exceedingly warm, a stark contrast to the frigid corridor outside. Warning. Target is armed with a weapon. Detected as a common household fruit knife. Threat level, medium. At that moment, the butler suddenly issued a warning. The large screen in the living room displayed a 3-dimensional scanning image with a glaringly highlighted fruit knife at Yin Shu's waist. "This is bad." Yin Shu's countenance changed. She hadn't anticipated that the weapon she carried would be exposed the moment she stepped inside. She had not yet approached Luo Tian, and if he became wary, all her efforts would be in vain. "I cannot afford to be passive." Yin Shu immediately drew the knife from her waist, her mind racing. Target is exhibiting aggressive behavior. Threat level high. Zila. The butler sprang into action. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have already lost consciousness. Die. Yin Shu gritted her teeth. The fruit knife was hurled. "Master, tilt your body 90 to the left." However, Luo Tian disregarded the butler's advice and instead retrieved a large shooting target from thin air, positioning it in front of himself. Thud. Thus, the fruit knife was successfully intercepted. Congratulations, 10 rings. Luo Tian. At that moment, Yin Shu, whether from anger or shock, lost her strength and fainted to the ground. Butler, is she truly unconscious? Luo Tian, remaining cautious, inquired of the butler. Yes, master. The wristband confirms that Yin Shu poses no further threat. Oh, that's good. Luo Tian waved his hand, and the heavy security door automatically shut. He then approached to secure 3 locks and firmly positioned the hefty alloy bolt behind the door. Master, do not let your guard down. Target's physical condition is extraordinary. The butler paused for a moment, presumably calculating. Estimated to awaken in 30 minutes. After hearing the butler's words, Luo Tian nodded in understanding. Gazing at her furrowed brows and the hint of pain etched across her delicate features, he could not help but express his sympathy. Why do you push yourself so hard? After all, the highest power current from the wristband could be tolerable once, but repeated exposure would likely be unbearable for anyone. Clean her up quickly. Aim to finish within 25 minutes, Luo Tian instructed Li Ro and Baya, who were nearby. Every goddess residing here must be immaculate. Given the protracted duration of the apocalypse, he surmised that Yin Shu had not had adequate bathing facilities. Oh, okay. Understood. The 2 women hurriedly jogged over, lifting the unconscious Yin Shu and carrying her directly into the bathroom. Hey, Li Ro, Yin Jing is even bandaged, Baya exclaimed in surprise. Yet even so, she noticed that Yin Shu's proportions were quite similar to her own. Perhaps it's for ease of movement. Don't linger on it, let us quickly untie her, Li Ro replied, equally astonished. However, she could empathize with the reason behind such actions. After all, whether from prolonged work or extended walking, she often felt her shoulders grow weary and sore. In desperation, Li Ro sometimes discreetly rested her chest on the table, allowing it to alleviate some of her burden. Yin Shu must surely share the same troubles. Chapter 69. The improbable guest time seemed to stretch indefinitely. What is this? Yin Shu's eyes widened in astonishment as she grasped her situation. Why is it so warm in Luo Tian's home? There's even a fireplace in the living room. After scanning the room in disbelief, she exclaimed it was worth noting that during her time with Cici at home, they had only 2 thick blankets, forcing them to huddle together for warmth, relying solely on each other's body heat. Even clad in heavy down jackets, they would still suffer from icy fingers and toes. Yet now, in this living room, she felt not a hint of chill. Instead, it enveloped her in an inviting warmth and comfort. Had she been in her own home or in Yi Mengrong's room, she would likely have succumbed to the frigid temperatures long ago. This indicated that outside, the temperature plummeted to a staggering -70 degrees, while the room itself must have been over 20 degrees. Astonishing! Is that a fruit platter? Still reeling from the cozy ambience, Yin Shu's attention was drawn to a large plate of fresh fruits on the coffee table. What did she see? Lychee, dragon fruit, pineapple, red bananas, black-skinned watermelon, ruby grapes. Where on earth did Luo Tian procure these? Yin Shu gasped. Over the past half-month of relentless, bitter cold and blizzards, others had barely managed to find food, teetering on the brink of starvation. Yet Luo Tian not only indulged in lavish feasts of meat, but also relished such fresh fruits, as though they had just been plucked from the tree. Even with preservation techniques, how could such a feat be achieved? Unbeknownst to Yin Shu, Luo Tian possessed a space that defied all conventional laws. Fresh food placed within would emerge unchanged, even after a century. Luo Tian must harbor some secret. Yin Shu's agile mind began to churn. She recalled the events leading up to her fainting in that moment. She had thrown a fruit knife as if it were a projectile. Had Luo Tian been struck, he might not have perished, but he would surely have been incapacitated. Yet bizarrely, he seemed to conjure a large target out of thin air to shield himself completely. To suddenly produce such a large target, it is absolutely impossible that it was a mere trick. He could not have hidden it behind the sofa or any other cover. Yin Shu furrowed her brow in contemplation. During her time in the Criminal Investigation Unit, she had participated in unraveling many perplexing mysteries, leading her to firmly believe in a principle. Eliminate every impossible scenario, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Luo Tian likely possesses some extraordinary ability, akin to what one might see in a film. Perhaps these foods are the result of some inexplicable, scientific phenomenon he has harnessed, she pondered, her mind reeling at the implications. Suddenly, everything made sense. After all, outside, a catastrophic blizzard had unleashed a global freeze, transforming the world into an icy apocalypse. In the face of such a species-threatening calamity, what else could be deemed impossible? It must be said that while Yin Shu cast aside her innate sense of justice and responsibility, choosing not to unconsciously side with the vulnerable, such as the mother, Xiaolan, thus relinquishing her rational thought, her intellect remained remarkably sharp. Though she had not fully unraveled the mystery, she had come alarmingly close to the truth of Luo Tian's boundless space. "Oh, Officer Yin, you're awake?" Luo Tian emerged from the bedroom, clad in a silk robe, a smile gracing his face. Due to her exhaustion, Yin Shu could only manage to sit awkwardly on the floor. The exclusive pose of a neon anime girl, when adopted by the strikingly cold officer, took on an unexpectedly. Observing this, Yin Shu coolly remarked, "Now, can you release Xiaolan?" Her gaze shifted towards the bedroom. "Huh? Xiaolan?" Luo Tian scoffed. "What would I want with her? What value does she hold that merits her capture?" Chapter 70. You have no right to set conditions. Stop quibbling. Xiaolan is definitely in your room. Yin Shulu furrowed her brows, but before she could finish her sentence, the bedroom door swung open once more. To her astonishment, out stepped Li Ro and Bai Ye. Upon noticing Yin Shuliu's wide-eyed gaze fixed upon them, the two women couldn't help but smile slightly. "Bai Ye?" Yin Shulu exclaimed in disbelief. Although she had heard about her from Yi Mengrong, witnessing her in the flesh was an entirely different shock. "Officer Yin, I believe I just heard you mention that fraudster Xiaolan's name," Bai Ye remarked with curiosity. "Fraudster?" Yin Shuliu's eyes widened as she grasped the critical information embedded in Bai Ye's words. "Indeed, I suspect you two have fallen victim to her deception." Bai Ye had seen through the surveillance footage Yin Shulu bringing food to Xiaolan. Having endured a similar ordeal, she recounted her own experience of trying to help Xiaolan, only to be betrayed and nearly captured by Deng Tuesday. "What is this?" Yin Shulu gasped in shock, her mouth agape. This was information she had not heard from Yi Mengrong. If that were the case, then Xiaolan's claims about contacting Bai Ye and obtaining Luo Tian's permission to advance food supplies were nothing but fabrications. "Contact me?" Bai Ye, noticing Yin Shuliu's intense stare, shook her head and pulled out her phone. "Officer Yin, take a look for yourself. My chat history with Xiaolan ceased long ago, and I have since been blocked on WeChat." Yin Shulu glanced at Bai Ye's chat records and was struck by the truth of her words. She had been deceived by Xiaolan, the earlier confrontation with Luo Tian. Was it all a misjudgment that fell entirely upon her shoulders? Shame washed over her as she reflected on her long-held belief in protecting innocent civilians and delivering severe repercussions to evildoers. Yet now, Luo Tian had done nothing wrong, and she had recklessly sought him out, nearly costing him his life. "Officer Yin, I can't believe you emerged from the criminal investigation team without a shred of common sense, completely ensnared by Xiaolan, a mere housewife," Luo Tian scoffed. "Could it be that all your nourishment has concentrated in one area?" At his words, Yin Shulu bit her lip and lowered her head, surprisingly refraining from retorting. Instead, she trembled slightly, her tone softening. Luo Tian, I admit I was in the wrong. I apologize and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." In response to Yin Shuliu's apology, Luo Tian merely scoffed disdainfully. "Officer Yin, do listen to your own words. Do they even make sense? If it weren't for my superior skills, what would have happened to me in this frigid and resource-scarce environment?" He locked eyes with Yin Shulu, his voice growing colder. "Now you merely offer an apology, hoping to brush this aside. Dream on." Yin Shulu gritted her teeth. "Then, I can help you deal with Deng too." At her declaration, Luo Tian burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Officer Yin, it appears you still do not comprehend." In the face of her astonishment, he sneered, "Deng Tu and his gang won't last long. Moreover, you won't escape my grasp." Yin Shuliu's pupils constricted. She had never anticipated that he harbored such intentions. "Luo Tian, do you even realize what you're saying? Once this snow disaster passes, you will find yourself in court." Yin Shulu retorted fiercely. "I'm afraid you may not live to see that day." Luo Tian crossed his arms and snorted. "Officer Yin, let me be frank. I possess insider information regarding this snow disaster. It is precisely because I was forewarned that I could prepare meticulously, even enlisting a specialized security company to construct this steel fortress for me." A smirk played on his lips as he extended. After pouring himself a glass, he casually waved his hand, causing the bottle to vanish before Yin Shuliu's eyes. "You?" Yin Shuliu's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had suspected Luo Tian possessed extraordinary abilities, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. The mere act of conjuring wine and making it disappear was beyond the realm of scientific explanation. "Would you like to know how long this calamity will endure?" Luo Tian took a delicate sip, speaking with elegance. Yin Shulu bit her lip, remaining silent, yet her gaze remained locked on Luo Tian's face. Having witnessed such a display, she was nearly convinced. Forever, he stated flatly. The weight of those two words sent a jolt through Yin Shuliu's entire being. Forever. Her heart raced with trepidation. Are you implying that this extreme snow disaster will persist indefinitely? Yin Shulu was rendered speechless. The snow disaster had only struck half a month prior, with temperatures plunging to a terrifying -70 degrees. Countless lives had already been lost to freezing and starvation, and official institutions were in disarray. If the snow continued unabated, would humanity not perish in this unprecedented cold snap? As Yin Shulu fell into a daze, Deng Tu's gang had already scoured every corridor in search of her. Boss, we have not spotted any trace of that woman, Yin Shulu. Neither have we. Listening to his subordinates' reports, Deng Tu erupted in fury. Useless fools, an absolute bunch of imbeciles. If Yin Shulu were to ally with Luo Tian, he would be the first to face retribution. Deng Tu was acutely aware of his subordinates' combat capabilities. They were already outmatched by Officer Yin. Should she gain access to Luo Tian's weaponry, coupled with her exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, she could easily eliminate them from the shadows. This cannot stand. I must find and eliminate her, Deng Tu declared fiercely. With an adversary as formidable as Luo Tian already in play, he could not afford to contend with Yin Shulu, whose prowess was already formidable. Currently, outside, the temperature plummeted to -70 degrees with snowdrifts reaching 5 meters in depth. Apart from seizing this building and scavenging sufficient resources, they had no other options left. Luo Tian and Yin Shulu represented the greatest threat to them. Boss. At that moment, one of the lackeys came running up the stairs, brimming with excitement. I just caught someone who claimed that while digging through the snow, he saw a remarkably beautiful woman heading upstairs. Chapter 71. The delivered cannon fodder. Where is he? Bring him to me now. Deng Tu exclaimed with elation, forcefully slapping the armrest of his wheelchair. Lu Daming, is it? Come here. The boss is calling for you. Confess everything honestly. A subordinate seized a tightly wrapped middle-aged resident and dragged him before Deng Tu, cursing under his breath. Heh, Dengu, you called for me? Lu Daming, yanked over rudely, dared not show anger but instead bowed his head and spoke obsequiously. There was no alternative. The 7 or 8 lackeys wielding cleavers and hammers loomed nearby, their fierce glares intimidating anyone from daring to breathe heavily. You saw that female police officer, didn't you? When did you see her? Deng Tu fixed a cold stare upon him. The predatory gaze sent shivers down Lu Daming's spine, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Dengu, I did see her. It was about half an hour ago. Or maybe an hour. I sneaked out. Oh no, I was just shoveling snow when I spotted a strikingly attractive woman heading upstairs. Lu Daming maintained a deeply submissive demeanor, chuckling nervously. He had lingered at the corridor staircase for at least 20 minutes, too frightened to encounter Deng Tu's group, before finally mustering the courage to descend. Though his fortune, he had inadvertently spotted Yin Shu ascending the stairs. Very well. Which floor did she go to? Deng Tu nodded and continued his inquiry. It seems she headed to the top floor. Lu Daming furrowed his brow, contemplating before. Given Yin Shu's exceptional beauty, he had been unable to resist stealing several glances at her retreating figure while standing at the staircase. Damn it! That female officer has gone to that scoundrel Luo Tian's home. Deng Tu slammed the armrest in fury, startling everyone into silence. As he had feared the most, the worst-case scenario had come to pass in this building. While not everyone was acquainted, one could easily ascertain who had the most provisions. Without hesitation, they would inform you that it was Luo Tian's residence on the 23rd floor. Supplies, damn it, supplies. Deng Tu clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His longing for resources had deepened profoundly in this frigid, snow-laden environment. Food was as precious as munitions during wartime. A true currency of survival. An ancient proverb comes to mind. Build high walls, stockpile grain, and delay becoming king. If it weren't for the previously roasted corpses that had a— Can I leave now? Lu Daming inquired cautiously. Leave, of course, Deng Tu grinned widely, but first, assist me with another task, and then I'll let you go. In the face of Lu Daming's terrified and bewildered expression, he was forcibly escorted by the lackeys towards the top floor, the 23rd. Luo Tian, can you hear me? This is Lu Daming from the 15th floor. We've crossed paths several times in the elevator. Lu Daming quaked as he shouted from the doorway. He glanced back in fear. The lackeys loomed at the corner, menacingly raising their hammers, urging him to continue his cries. The female officer has barged into your home. She has provoked Deng Tu's men, I hope you can release her quickly. Do not let the well-being of this building be compromised for the sake of others. At that moment, Luo Tian suddenly heard muffled shouts from outside. Lu Daming, who the hell are you? Luo Tian stared incredulously at the trembling figure on the surveillance screen. Through several other cameras, he could also see the lackeys lurking around the corridor's corner. Master, this is the surveillance footage from 5 minutes ago of Deng Tu and his crew. At that moment, the butler promptly replayed the footage. The convenience of having an intelligent butler was undeniable. Oh, Officer Yin, it appears your charm is quite potent, Luo Tian remarked with a smile. Glancing at Yin's Huit, seemed she had barely arrived today before attracting the attention of a group. Humph. Yin Shu remained silent, turning her head away with a disdainful snort. She couldn't fathom why Deng Tu and his band of ruffians had fixated on her. Was it a vendetta from a month prior? Having shouted for some time without receiving any response from Luo Tian, Lu Daming grew increasingly anxious. Behind him, the glares from the lackeys grew increasingly hostile. If he failed to draw the officer out today, his life would be forfeit. Luo Tian, can you come out and talk to me? I'm all alone. I can't harm you. Officer, please, I implore you to save me. It is your actions that have incited their wrath. You cannot let me bear the consequences. As a police officer, how can you stand by and allow an innocent civilian to be harmed because of you? I beg you to help me. Lu Daming cried, tears streaming down his face. The 7 or 8 lackeys stood nearby, weapons in hand, lying in wait. The moment the door opened, Lu Daming would instantly become their shield and hostage. This was Deng Tu's plan, to use the lives of other residents to lure the justice-driven Yin Shu out. After all, a month ago, after his subordinates had been brutally beaten by Yin Shu, he had conducted a thorough investigation into her. She not only had a formidable background but was also deeply driven by a sense of justice. Watching an innocent person face life-threatening danger, especially due to her own actions, would be unbearable for Yin Shu. Ideally, they could take advantage of her moment of weakness and eliminate her. However, while Deng Tu's scheme was well calculated, he had overlooked one critical detail. At that moment, Yin Shu had become Luo Tian's captive. Moreover, Luo Tian had not only restrained her, but had also imparted the grim news that this frigid apocalypse would endure indefinitely. What say you, Officer Yin? Luo Tian chuckled, casting her an amused glance. Do you feel an inner sense of responsibility compelling you to rush out and offer your head on a platter? Upon hearing this, Yin Shu turned her head away in silence. Had it been before, she would have charged out, fueled by righteous fervor to rescue him without hesitation. However, the events surrounding Xiaolan had imparted a significant lesson, in this collapsing societal order, where law and morality had disintegrated. Acting solely on a fervent sense of justice without considering the consequences would undoubtedly lead to a tragic end. After all, this was the era of a relentless winter apocalypse. The blizzards would persist indefinitely. Human hearts would grow increasingly treacherous. Outside, Lu Daming continued his tearful wails. His cries echoed a determination to shout all day until he either exhausted himself or drove them to madness. After all, he believed Luo Tian would not dare to confront him. He would merely remain hidden at home. As Lu Daming shouted, he mused in his heart that offending Luo Tian was far better than incurring Deng Tu's wrath. After all, crossing Deng Tu could indeed be fatal. Regrettably, he still underestimated Luo Tian. How tiresome, Luo Tian mused, finding Lu Daming's incessant noise akin to that of a bothersome fly. He could activate the noise cancellation feature to block out all external sounds, but he chose not to. Irritated, Luo Tian approached the door and opened the shooting aperture, releasing a single arrow. With a soft thud, Lu Daming's forehead was pierced, and he fell to the ground, incredulous. What just happened? Until his last breath, he could not comprehend how he had met his demise. Meanwhile, the lackeys hiding around the corner stood frozen in shock. What the hell? It turned out Luo Tian was not only ruthless towards them but even more so towards his own neighbors. How had they never heard of such a fierce individual residing in the building? Chapter 72. The plundering of Aunt Wang's home. Boss, it's bad. Lu Daming has been shot dead by Luo Tian with an arrow. The underlings gasped as they reported to Deng Tuesday. They even risked their lives to bring Lu Daming's corpse with them. After all, it was over 100 pounds of flesh. It couldn't go to waste. Dead? Deng Tu exclaimed, staring in shock at the bloodied hole in Lu Daming's forehead. He had never expected Luo Tian to act so decisively. A kill was a kill. With this, his plan to garner sympathy from the female police officer by leveraging others had met its demise. Damn. It's fortunate that when I first approached Luo Tian, had he been the target of that arrow aimed at his head, he would now be 6 feet under. What do we do now, boss? They're holed up in that turtle shell-like house. If we charge in, we'll only be met with arrows from above. We can't do anything about them. The underlings were expressions of dismay. After witnessing so many of their comrades fall to Luo Tian, they were now hesitant to provoke trouble, fearing they might end up as I want to see how long they can stay cooped up. Deng Tu replied coldly. Since Yin Shu had already entered Luo Tian's abode, they had no choice but to wait for the other party to emerge. However, Deng Tu felt they had a more pressing matter at hand. While keeping an eye out for the police officer Yin Shu, they needed to gather sufficient supplies quickly, so they would have more leverage when the time came to confront the unexpected. Deng Tu was acutely aware that when Yin Shu next emerged, it would be the moment for both sides to fight to the death. In this building, only one of them would survive. Discard this fellow's corpse, and let us go gather some supplies. Eating meat 3 meals a day has made me nauseous. Deng Tu spat. Upon hearing this, the underlings rejoiced. Boss, you're brilliant. Compared to pork, chicken, and beef, the taste of human flesh was indeed unbearable. Not only did it carry a sour flavor, but the texture was incomparable to other meats, especially when it was the flesh of their own brothers. The more they consumed, the more they wanted to vomit. If there were better options, they would certainly avoid this. Instant noodles, ham, bread, canned goods. How long had it been since they tasted those? Just thinking about it made their mouths water. The underlings were filled with eager anticipation. Where would these delectable items come from? Obviously, they would have to plunder from other households. In their eyes, those weak and defenseless residents were nothing short of bountiful granaries. Boss, which house should we rob? Just say the word, and we'll clear it out in no time. One underling pounded his chest. Which house to rob? Deng Tu sneered. We'll plunder whoever has the most supplies. Luo Tian's home had the most provisions. However, they could not break in nor dare to attempt it again. As for others, it seemed Aunt Wang's house was a promising target. Deng Tu smacked his wheelchair, a glint of greed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, how could I forget that old hag, Aunt Wang? She has tricked so many people out of their food. A week prior, Aunt Wang had impersonated an official to gather food from numerous households, claiming it would be distributed fairly. However, it didn't take long for everyone to realize that Aunt Wang had deceived them. Yet, it must be said that Aunt Wang was incredibly fortunate. When she had drawn the ire of the masses, the national superstar Bias suddenly appeared, diverting everyone's attention. This inadvertently provided Aunt Wang a chance to survive quietly. But now, her luck was about to run out. Bang! Bang! Ah! What are you doing? Breaking into private property? Is there no law anymore? Aunt Wang shrieked in terror as she beheld the thugs barging in, brandishing machetes and hammers. At that moment, she was clutching a large bag of chocolates. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang's son, Wang Fu, was indulging in a steaming bowl of instant noodles, his mouth smeared with grease. Damn it, this old hag's meals are really something, better than what I eat. One underling sneered. Instant noodles in this day and age were a luxury. They could only partake in a sip of hot soup after Deng Tu had his fill, but Aunt Wang's household could enjoy such delicacies freely. How could that not provoke their envy? Damn, this old crone has tricked so many. The room is piled high with food. There are 3 huge boxes of instant noodles, and there are even several bags of ham sausage. What the hell? And there are Wangzai sour Q candies. What is this? Your house is a supermarket. Several underlings who stormed into the bedroom were momentarily dumbfounded by the heaps of food scattered across the floor. Such an abundance of supplies could sustain a person comfortably for several months. What did this suggest? Aunt Wang, that old hag, likely had tricked countless residents out of their life-saving provisions. Take everything, not even a single sour Q candy shall be left for her. One underling, infuriated, brought his hammer down onto the coffee table, sending instant noodles. Yet, he dared not utter a word, trembling in fear as he sat on the sofa. He was merely a small-time thug, hardly comparable to Deng Tu's seasoned underlings, who had committed real crimes. He simply did not measure up. Moreover, he was not even man enough at that moment. Stop! Everyone stop! Aunt Wang watched in agony as the provisions she had painstakingly gathered from door to door were being spirited away by the exuberant underlings. Her heart bled. I have the official backing. How dare you? She screamed, rushing forward in a futile attempt to reclaim her belongings. Get lost, you old hag! An underling cursed. raising his baseball bat and striking her on the head. Thud. Aunt Wong's eyes rolled back as she collapsed, unconscious. Damn, if it weren't for this old crone meat being too tough and stinking, I'd drag her back to freeze. The underling with the bat disdainfully spat on the ground. Seeing Wong Fu, who sat on the sofa, terror-stricken, he raised his bat, sneering, "What are you looking at? You want to make a move? And no, it's all her fault. She dared to offend you. You rewrite to beat her." Wong Fu, in the face of life and death, shamelessly flattered his aggressor, completely indifferent to the fate of his mother, lying on the cold floor, presumably lifeless. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What a bore. Is this guy? I could knock him out with one swing, and he wouldn't dare utter a sound." The underlings laughed heartily at his weakness, but since there was still plenty of food left, they paid Wong Fu no mind, instead heading into the bedroom to clear out all of the supplies Aunt Wong had tricked from others, along with every wooden piece of furniture in the living room. Nothing was left behind. This was excellent firewood. After the underlings left, laughing, a pale-faced Yunana trembled as she emerged from the restroom, gazing at the broken door and the fallen Aunt Wong, her face filled with terror. After hearing the commotion, she had hidden in the restroom, not daring to emerge. "You wretched woman, only know how to hide. Food has been stolen, and now you come out." Wong Fu seethed upon seeing her, unleashing his fury upon her. Yunana gritted her teeth and retorted, "What does it have to do with me? Your mother was beaten, and you were just applauding. How can you blame me? Food being stolen is fine. After all, it's you who eats instant noodles every day while I can only gnaw on cold biscuits. Damn it, you wretched woman, you're asking for it. Ah, Wong Fu, you bastard." In that moment, Aunt Wong lay cold on the floor, while her beloved son clashed with his wife. The commotion from the thugs smashing the door quickly spread through the group chat, and news of Aunt Wong's house being plundered circulated rapidly. "Ha ha ha, splendid work, letting Aunt Wong, under the guise of an official, trick us out of our food. What a relief. I can hardly find enough to eat, and she was hoarding the food, hiding in her home every day. Let us see what Aunt Wong can eat now. May she drink the northwest wind." The homeowners erupted in jubilation. Although Deng Tu's underlings would not share the stolen food with them, the knowledge that the deceitful Aunt Wong had met her comeuppance brought them a sense of satisfaction. They lived in misery, but it delighted them to see someone else faring even worse. Chapter 73. A kiss for a meal. Listening to the howling wind of the snowy night, Yen Shu gradually awoke, her delicate eyelashes fluttering gently amidst the warmth of the crackling fireplace. "Is it already 8 o'clock in the morning?" she mused, attempting to lift her hand to rub her eyes. "I slept in the living room all night and felt not a hint of cold." She glanced at the woolen blanket beneath her, astonished. This indicated that the temperature in the room had been maintained at a cozy 20 degrees or more throughout the night. It seemed that Luo Tian had yet to awaken. The heavy curtains of the large floor-to-ceiling windows were drawn tight, casting a dim and hazy light in the living room, with only the glowing numbers on the large screen on the wall illuminating the space. "Good morning, Officer Yin Shu." The screen displayed a greeting. Yin Shu couldn't help but be taken aback. Has this butler been operating all along? If that were the case, her plans for mischief when no one was around would be futile. An alarm would surely be triggered. Yawn. Li Rose stifled a yawn as she emerged from the bedroom clad in a camisole. "Good morning, Mrs. Li Ro." The butler greeted her. Simultaneously, the blackout curtains slowly opened, flooding the living room with light. Outside, the world remained shrouded in a curtain of falling snow. "Good morning, Officer Yin," Li Ro greeted with a smile. "How did you sleep last night?" Upon hearing this, Yin Shu, it was not only warm and cozy, but she could also enjoy the snowfall from her seat by the window. A fleeting thought crossed her mind that perhaps staying here wouldn't be so bad after all. However, it was somewhat noisy. Yin Shu recalled the events of the previous night and clenched her teeth in frustration. Last night, exhausted as she was, she had finally drifted off to sleep. Yet, she was abruptly awakened by Bai Ya. Damn it, Luo Tian is such a jerk. She thought bitterly that in ancient times, he would undoubtedly be labeled a tyrant. "That's good," Li Rose said with a gentle smile before heading into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, tantalizing to Yin Shu, who had been hungry for a day and a night and hadn't had a hot meal in half a month. The temptation was utterly overwhelming. "It smells so good." Yin Shu felt her throat tighten. Reluctantly, she had to admit that she was indeed very hungry. So hungry that she could devour every delectable morsel from the kitchen. With her line of sight unobstructed, Yin Shu could easily observe the dining area even while seated on the balcony. Li Ro began to serve the dishes. Braised base, seafood soup, honey-glazed pork ribs. Each dish was so enticing that others would fight tooth and nail for it. There was even a dessert, molten lava cake. Goodness! Yin Shu was left in awe. Could such gourmet delights truly be savored amidst this frigid apocalypse? It was outrageously lavish. Thank you for your hard work, Li Ro, Luo Tian praised with a smile as he emerged from the bedroom clad in silk pajamas. Behind him, Baya rubbed her sleepy eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry and eat while it's hot, Li Ro replied with a warm smile, satisfaction radiating from her cute face. What irked Yin Shu immensely was that from the moment Luo Tian entered until he reached the dining table. Meanwhile, Li Ro hardly touched her own food, continuously serving Luo Tian the fish. The alluring aroma and Baya's contented compliments made Yin. Why was her stomach betraying her like this? If only there were a crack in the floor, she would have dived into it without hesitation. SK, Officer Yin, you seem rather tempted, Luo Tian said with a smirk, holding a small plate of tender base before her. He crouched down and placed the fish in front of her. I'll give you another chance, he teased. If you kiss me, this plate of fish will be yours. What do you think? Quite a bargain, I assent it. Faced with the tantalizing dish, Yin Shu struggled to suppress her appetite, defiantly retorting, Humph, you think I'll kiss you? Dream on. As a proud and aloof police flower, she would never stoop so low as to beg for a morsel of food. Ha, suit yourself, Luo Tian shrugged, casually rising to toss both the plate and the fish into the nearby trash bin. He then dusted off his hands and returned to the dining table to continue enjoying his meal. What a jerk, wasting food like that. Yin Shu gritted her teeth, stunned by his extravagant behavior. Wouldn't he share it with her? She had never imagined that merely saying she wouldn't he eat would lead Luo Tian to discard the precious, delicious fish as if it were mere rubbish. As if he despised that plate of fish. One must understand that offering that plate of fish to the other residents might even earn her a chance to exchange it for their wives. Chapter 74. Opportunity knocks but once. Master. The group chat was in an uproar last night, all discussing how Aunt Wang's house was robbed. Baya suddenly recalled something, laughing as she spoke. While the homeowners in the group celebrated and reveled in schadenfreude, she had already prepared to retire early, thus paying little attention to the commotion. This morning, however, she was taken aback to find the flustered Aunt Wang lamenting in the group, demanding that Deng Tu and his cohorts return the supplies, or she would resort to contacting the authorities to apprehend them. Naturally, everyone was aware that she was in a frenzy and mercilessly mocked her. What a farce! If you truly possess such power, why did you not summon the officials to deliver supplies before? Who would believe you now? Aunt Wang's tenacity rivals that of a cockroach. She hardly suffered any serious injury from a blow, Luo Tian remarked, amused. Afterwards, he visited the steward to review the footage of his underlings relocating the food in the corridor. He also overheard them boasting about how they had felled Aunt Wang with a single strike. Who would have thought that Aunt Wang would be struck down? Leaving Wang Fu too frightened to move, Li Ro murmured. Indeed, there exists a substantial gap between the local ruffians and genuine gangsters. A meal concluded in merriment. Master, Deng Tu and his crew have commenced their operations once more, the steward promptly informed Luo Tian as he lounged on the sofa. Deng Tu seems significantly provoked. They are recklessly smashing doors and seizing supplies, he observed, watching the surveillance footage where Dong Yin was crying out as she was shoved aside by an underling, while boxes of snacks were being carted away. Dong Yin's household had stockpiled a considerable amount of snacks, given that her family operated a supermarket, a fact that had been previously discussed among the homeowners in the group. Thus, it was only natural that Deng Tu and his gang had set their sights on her, eyeing the frigid temperature of -70 degrees. Wielding a hammer to break through a security door would undoubtedly expend a great deal of energy. Hence, Deng Tu's group needed to specifically target the plump prey. Otherwise, if they were to laboriously break down a door only to find a few packets of instant noodles inside, it would be a tremendous loss. Through their thievery, Deng Tu and his entourage amassed a wealth of supplies, with the most significant contributions coming from Aunt Wang and Dong Yin. One had deceived countless residents into relinquishing their food reserves, while the other had hoarded numerous snacks from her supermarket, much to the delight of the underlings. However, lacking the strength to defend their bounty, they could only helplessly become granaries, unwittingly benefiting Deng Tu's crew. In the homeowners group, the news spread rapidly, and others huddled in their homes, trembling in fear, praying that they would not fall prey to this band of rogues. Faced with such vicious thugs, they could not muster a shred of resistance. After plundering Dong Yan's home, the underlings settled down, returning to the 18th floor, presumably to enjoy the spoils of their robbery. Luo Tian, of course, paid them no further mind, continuing with his own affairs, indulging in Li Ro's exquisite cuisine and Bai Ye's 5-star maid service, leaving only Yin Shu on the balcony. Time passed swiftly. Today marked the 3rd day since Yin Shu's arrival. Although she had encountered countless tantalizing dishes over the past 2 days, she had not tasted a single bite, relying solely on the glucose from Luo Tian's space to sustain herself. In the kitchen, Li Ro began to bring out plates brimming with delectable and aromatic dishes. "Master, it is time to dine." Bai Ye approached with a smile, standing by his side. "Yes, I am aware," Luo Tian replied, taking his seat at the dining table. Today's meal was as delightful as ever. It was undeniable. He was fortunate to have such a skilled chef at his service. Chapter 75. The provocation technique. As the 4th day arrived, "Officer Yin, how about we strike a deal?" Luo Tian softly proposed, reclining on the sofa. In response, Yin Shu let out a cold huff, retorting, "A deal? I believe there is nothing of value to negotiate between us." Over the past few days, her dissatisfaction with Luo Tian had escalated, leading her to promptly dismiss his suggestion. "Don't be so hasty in your judgment." "Allow me to explain," Luo Tian replied with a slight smile. He then proceeded to outline his plan to her. "Is what you say truly the case?" Yin Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes. While she was indifferent to many matters, the prospect of sufficient food for herself and CC piqued her interest. Nevertheless, it came with the expectation of some minor sacrifices on her part. In recent days, Deng Tu had plundered several households, each time sharing the grim aftermath in the owners' group chat. He arrogantly proclaimed, "This is all Luo Tian's fault. As long as he remains hidden, I shall continue to break into one household after." The fickle residents began to curse Luo Tian in the group, incessantly tagging him, demanding he emerge to account for his misdeeds and not drag them down with him. "Luo Tian, you cowardly turtle. If you don't show yourself soon, we will raid all your neighbors' homes. Without food, they will surely starve, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, come out. Luo Tian, come out. Luo Tian, come out." Deng Tu mocked in the group, while a chorus of residents followed suit, tagging him without relent. Despite their numbers, they lacked the courage to unite against the encroaching threat of Deng Tu and his cohorts, instead shifting the blame onto Luo Tian, foolishly believing that his appearance would spare them from further harm. Little did they realize that in his absence, their fates would be far worse, reducing them to mere lambs for the slaughter at Deng Tu's hands. "Humph, let them revel for a while," Luo Tian mused as he observed the flurry of messages in the chat, his expression betraying no hint of emotional disturbance. This provocation tactic was rather transparent. He would not fall for their scheme. The more frenzied Deng Tu became, the more it revealed his underlying panic. At that moment, Luo Tian and Yin Shu were situated in the living room. For now, this ensemble, crafted by the latest advancements from the beautiful nation, was not only form-fitting and easy to maneuver but also capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -70 degrees, boasting excellent protective qualities. It was indeed a fitting choice for Yin Shu, a formidable operative needing to venture outside. Additionally, he laid out an array of weapons he had salvaged from the shipping containers: daggers, machetes, batons, tactical knives, and entrenching tools, among others. "Choose any weapon with which you feel proficient," Luo Tian encouraged with a smile. "I have transformed the adjacent room into a gym. You may utilize the equipment therein at your convenience. Should you have specific dietary requests, feel free to discuss them privately with Li Ro. However, I have but one stipulation," Luo Tian stated calmly. "Restore yourself to peak condition in the assault on the Deng family after 2 days of recovery training and a substantial intake of protein." Yin Shu was now capable of effortlessly lifting over 100 pounds of barbell. After all, during the past half-month, although her diet had been lacking in nutrition, she had not completely starved herself, thus facilitating a swift recovery. "If you are ready, I shall open the door," Luo Tian remarked, clad in sleepwear, arms crossed. Behind him, Li Ro and Bai Ye stood obediently at his side, while Yin Shu, dressed in extreme cold-resistant attire, was engaging in physical movements to check her gear. To ensure ease of movement, she had also pre-wrapped her bandages to avoid hindering her subsequent actions. Yes, I am prepared, Yin Shu responded, securing her dagger into the weapon belt at her waist, nodding affirmatively. Now was the moment for her to demonstrate her worth. With a resounding click, the heavy security door slowly creaked open after 3 layers of password and fingerprint locks. A chilling gust of wind rushed in, causing Baya and Liu, dressed in light clothing, to step back hurriedly. Having spent so long in the safe house, they had nearly forgotten just how frigid the outside temperature could be. Good luck, Officer Yin. Go for it. The 2 women raised their fists in encouragement. Particularly Baya, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, felt that Yin Shu exuded an aura reminiscent of the windswept and icy waters of the Yi River, simply captivating. Indeed, I will, Yin Shu replied with a smile. Over the course of their 2 days together, she had developed a very favorable impression of the 2 innocent girls. As soon as Yin Shu stepped outside, the security door slammed shut behind her. If he lingered any longer, he would surely catch a cold. Luo Tian, do you not have anything to say to me? Yin Shu stood outside, letting out a quiet sigh. Aside from the final step, she felt as though Luo Tian had taken most of the initiative, which led her to harbor the notion of being his woman. After all, her brief stay in the safe house had left an indelible mark on her memory. With hot showers, a room with a fireplace, unlimited electricity for appliances, and meals abundant with meat and vegetables, not to mention the limitless supply of various fruits. This lavish lifestyle in the midst of an apocalyptic winter felt nothing short of paradise. Who, besides the Luo family, could possibly live so extravagantly? Transitioning from simplicity to luxury is easy, but from luxury to simplicity is a challenge. Yin Shu was acutely aware of this truth now. She had initially believed that upon regaining her freedom, she would feel exhilarated, perhaps never wanting to return, yet she was gravely mistaken. The mere thought of the comfortable life in the safe house made her stand in the icy corridor, filled with an urge to swiftly deal with Deng Tu and his cohorts so that she could return immediately. She even feared that Luo Tian might refuse to open the door for her. The idea that she could enjoy such a heavenly existence merely by offering her body would surely attract countless women vying for his attention. In this frigid apocalypse, it seems that only by aligning with a man like Luo Tian, who possesses a wealth of resources, can one live comfortably. Yin Shu's gaze hardened as she touched the blade at her waist and made her way toward the staircase. Meanwhile, watching the surveillance footage, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile. Let me see if your abilities truly warrant the considerable effort I have expended to train you. Due to his lack of complete trust in Yin Shu, Luo Tian had refrained from entrusting her with the handgun from his space. After all, during her weakened state, she had been capable of enduring the electric shocks from the leg restraints and forcefully throwing knives. Now that she had regained her peak condition, should she obtain a handgun, he feared she might harbor rebellious thoughts and that he would have to face dire consequences. Steward, connect to Yin Shu's Bluetooth, he instructed casually. Understood, Master. The steward replied promptly, and a live high-definition image materialized on the large screen. Yin Shu wore a Bluetooth earpiece, a device designed to accompany her extreme cold-resistant outfit, featuring a panoramic camera function and enabling long-distance communication. With a palm-sized power bank attached, it provided extended battery life, truly a cutting-edge technological product. In the footage, Yin Shu moved swiftly, soon arriving at the doorstep of the Deng family on the 18th floor. Merely standing at the entrance, she could hear the thundering beats of a DJ and the raucous sounds of shouting and drinking emanating from within. In recent days, Deng Tu had led his subordinates in looting numerous homes, amassing heaps of food and a considerable stock of beer and spirits. After all, amidst the oppressive pressures of this apocalyptic winter, any opportunity for merriment was a welcome reprieve. Amidst the pulsating DJ beats that drowned out the noise, Yin Shu, armed with a master key and a modicum of lock-picking skills, effortlessly unlocked the Deng family's security door. What a strong smell of alcohol! Yin Shu furrowed her brows, yet her focus sharpened. Despite her confidence, she was acutely aware that underestimating the enemy was a grave mistake in any mission. Shit, why is a woman here? One of the henchmen in the living room suddenly spotted the unexpected guest. The others, seated around the coffee table savoring liquor, turned their heads in astonishment. Shit, it's that policewoman Yin Shu. The 4 henchmen were instantly taken aback. They had never. Moreover, how had she managed to open the door so quietly? From behind, the booming DJ music filtered through the cracks of the master bedroom door, indicating that Deng Tu and a few of his subordinates were still oblivious to the situation in the living room. Damn, she's alone. Let us take her out together. Fueled by liquid courage, one henchman felt emboldened and brandished an empty bottle, charging at Yin Shu without a second thought. seemingly having forgotten the lessons learned before the apocalypse. For this henchman, who was brimming with vulnerabilities, Yin Shu remained unfazed. She sidestepped his attack with ease, delivering a precise front kick to his chest. The henchman gasped in pain as he felt Chapter 77. The Bloodstained Room. How are you holding up? Are you all right? Several of the younger associates hurriedly dragged their fallen comrade away from the coffee table, only to discover blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breaths shallow and labored. Damn it! Grab your weapons! She is unarmed. Let us together take her down with our knives. One of the associates shouted in a fit of anger, fueled by alcohol, as he seized a cleaver leaning against the wall and charged forward. Another associate followed suit, brandishing his own cleaver, yelling wildly as he rushed in. Humph! Mere parlor tricks. Yin Shu scoffed coldly, showing no concern as the cleaver came crashing down towards her. She deftly drew a dagger from her waist and parried the attack with precision. Clang! Sparks flew through the air. In a swift motion, Yin Shu unsheathed another dagger with her free left hand, raising it to reveal a glimmering blade. Thud! The unfortunate associate clutched his neck, blood spurting forth, as he knelt in terror. Ah! The associates behind him, witnessing the horrific scene, screamed. However, one of them met a similar fate as the dagger effortlessly sliced through his throat. Scalding blood erupted like a fountain, staining half the ceiling crimson. Monster! Demon! The remaining associate stood frozen in place, trembling with fear, his legs shaking so violently that he wet himself. He turned to flee. Ha! Yin Shu lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Boom! The associate flew away like a cannonball, crashing through the bedroom door. Surrounding him were 3 loyal subordinates, along with Deng Tu, who sat in a wheelchair. Their expressions of delight froze in disbelief, utterly perplexed by the unexpected intrusion of Yin Shu into their quarters. You little punk, can't take a hit, resorting to a sneak attack. One associate, the blade, mere inches long, pierced through his eye socket, obliterating his brain matter. Charge! Let us take this woman down together. Deng Tu, seething with rage in his wheelchair, pounded the armrests and roared at the 2 remaining associates who stood frozen. If they didn't act now, they would all perish once she stormed in. Let us go. We'll fight her to the end. The 2 associates revealed fierce determination, gritting their teeth as they charged forward. One of them, noticing Yin Shu was currently unarmed, drew a sharp blade from his waist and lunged at her with ferocity. Crack! To his astonishment, Yin Shu seized his arm, twisting it violently to the side, and instantly breaking his wrist. With a gut-wrenching scream, his exposed bones were laid bare in the air. Without hesitation, Yin Shu snatched the sharp knife from his hand and swiftly slashed across his carotid artery, sending him straight to the depths of hell. Die! In the blink of an eye, the last associate charged forward. However, his target was Yin Shu's chest, as he extended his claw-like hands towards her. Seeking death! Yin Shu exclaimed in fury. She quickly retreated to evade his grasp, planting her long, powerful leg firmly on the ground, then spun around to deliver a spinning kick to the associate. Thud! The associate was sent flying, crashing against the wall, unconscious. At that moment, only Deng Tu remained in the room, his face a mask of terror as he sat in his wheelchair. Damn it! This woman is too formidable, an absolute harbinger of death. He swallowed hard, feeling as though he were immersed in an ice. The scythe-wielding specter seemed to smile menacingly at him. Initiate a video call? A calm voice resonated through his earpiece. Yin Shu paused her actions, retrieved her phone, and opened the video chat, positioning the device before her. Ah, Mr. Deng, what a pleasure to finally meet you, came the voice of Luo Tian, reclining comfortably with a smile. Before his adversary faced his end, he had no qualms about delivering another blow to his spirit. Luo Tian. Deng Tu seethed, his gaze fixated on the handsome face on the screen, gritting his teeth in hatred. It was this man who had reduced him from a prosperous real estate magnate to this pitiful state. His clenched fists dug into his flesh. Before you meet your demise, do you have any requests? Though, I assure you, I shan't fulfill them. Luo Tian laughed heartily. It was no wonder that villains often spouted a plethora of words before slaying their foes. He now understood that toying with a dying opponent was an exquisite delight. Heh, I never imagined Deng Tu, would fall to such a young upstart. Ha ha ha. I accept my fate. Deng Tu appeared to age significantly in that moment, his vitality dissipating now. His band of subordinates lay in ruins. Even the least injured among them was writhing on the ground, bloodied and broken, unable to last much longer. He had no more cards to play. I truly underestimated you. To have secured the renowned officer Yin Shu to your side, Deng Tu remarked with a bitter smile. The opponent's actions were flawless. They had taken him by surprise while he reveled at home, annihilating his associates before he could even react. Truly, an impressive tactic. Secured? Luo Tian scoffed, uninterested in explaining further. At this moment, he conceded that Luo Tian was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Your laughter is truly unbearable. Kill him. Luo Tian replied dispassionately, seemingly having lost interest in mocking his adversary. Thud. A flash of cold light pierced the air. Deng Tu sat there, dazed, as a dagger plunged deep into his eye socket, slowly toppling from his wheelchair. Thus, Deng Tu and his band of nefarious miscreants met their end. Playing at that moment, Yin Shu narrowed her beautiful eyes and swiftly rushed over, discovering a man clad in a blood-stained white coat and glasses, staring back at her in terror. Spare me. The bespectacled, if you spare me, I can provide you with all the medical services you require. The doctor bowed fervently, fully aware that his life depended on the value he could offer. Oh, is that so? Luo Tian feigned interest, raising an eyebrow. Yes. The doctor, seeing that he had not been ordered to be killed, beamed with hope. Mr. Luo, you are aware of the dire circumstances we find ourselves in. You lack for nothing in food and drink, but what you truly need is a skilled physician. With me around, should you fall ill in the future, I could restore you to health. However, Luo Tian's brow furrowed. Are you cursing me? Kill him. No, Thud. The bespectacled doctor collapsed, clutching his bleeding neck as he slowly fell to the ground. Gazing into Yin Shu's cold, narrowed eyes, his mind went blank. He could not comprehend why she had rejected him. Surely, in this situation, the importance of a doctor could rival that of food. If I were to seek one, I would prefer a pleasingly attractive female doctor. Luo Tian disdainfully ended the video call. He looked at the surveillance footage of the fallen doctor, sneering, Who would choose you, a greasy man, as a personal physician? What if you secretly drugged me? Chapter 78 Reunion after a long time. The scent of blood is quite intense, Yin Shu remarked as she caught a whiff of a rich, metallic aroma, laced with an almost imperceptible stench. Following the odor, she furrowed her brows and made her way to the kitchen. What on earth? Upon entering, Yin Shu was taken aback. On the chopping board lay a leg bone, meticulously stripped of its flesh, while beside it, a cast-iron pot simmered with chunks of vibrant red meat, frozen solid in the frigid air. Scattered across the counter were severed hands and feet, with a disconcerting pile of fingers littering the floor. Opening the refrigerator revealed not only frozen remnants but also 8 or 9 severed heads. Their eyes rolled back in an eerie stillness. This must be the work of that doctor, Yin Shu grimaced, covering her nose with her hand. Setting aside her disbelief, it was evident that the flesh had been excised with an uncanny precision, something only someone well-versed in human anatomy could achieve. It was clear that the bespectacled man had seamlessly transitioned from doctor to butcher. Previously, she had harbored doubts about the claims made by Yi Mengrong regarding Deng Tu and his cohorts consuming human flesh, but witnessing this hellish kitchen left her with no choice but to accept the grim truth. The scene in the kitchen could easily be mistaken for a horror film. It was a testament to the lengths one might go to when faced with dire scarcity. However, I must admit, Yin Shu's combat prowess has exceeded my expectations, Luo Tian noted with a slight smile. Faced with Deng Tu and his band of cutthroats, she had dispatched them with remarkable efficiency, leaving no room for hesitation. Henceforth, should any need for external excursions arise, he could confidently entrust the task to Yin Shu. Moreover, her formidable fighting skills could be imparted to him through one-on-one training, enabling him to grow stronger as well. What's wrong, master? Let Baya have a look too. Baya exclaimed, her eyes covered playfully. What's there to see in a pile of heads? After you look, you'll need a change of undergarments. Luo Tian retorted sharply. Human heads? Baya froze momentarily, her voice trembling. Then, perhaps I'll pass. Just the thought conjured vivid images in her mind, and she feared that a single glance would haunt her for an eternity. Detective Yin, you have 1 hour of free time, Luo Tian said gently, cradling Baya's soft form. Return promptly after an hour. He understood that, although she had not voiced it, her heart was undoubtedly heavy with concern for Isisi and the others. Understood. Thank you. Yin Shu nodded, her eyes lighting up with gratitude. She had been contemplating how to broach the subject with Luo Tian, but he had anticipated her wish. With his permission granted, she wasted no time and strode purposefully out of Deng Tu's residence, heading towards the 12th floor. 6 days have passed since I last left, she thought anxiously. A person could only survive on water for so long, and she was acutely aware that there was not a morsel of food, nor a drop of water, in Imengrong's household before her departure. Would they have perished from hunger? As she stepped into the corridor of the 12th floor, standing before room 1204, her hand hesitated mid-air. Cece, they must be all right. Yin Shu found herself reluctant to knock, fearing the dreadful news she might receive. Rest assured, they are unharmed, Luo Tian said, observing her indecision through the surveillance cameras. A couple of days ago, I saw your relative carrying a quilt, trading for some food and water with the neighbors. Though it may not have been much, it should sustain them for several days. At his words, Yin Shu felt a surge of relief. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Cece, Sister Rong, it's me. In a moment, the door swung open to reveal the haggard yet joyful faces of each had feared the worst for the others, yet they were all alive and well. For Yin Shu, this was the most gratifying outcome. How touching! Baiyu exclaimed, wiping her eyes as she watched the heartwarming scene unfold on the screen. In truth, she and Li Ro were already aware that Yin Shu's family was safe, but Luo Tian had instructed them to keep it a secret from her. Humph, Luo Tian scoffed lightly. Watching the reunited trio, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. He indeed harbored vengeful thoughts towards those neighbors who had wronged him in his past life. However, Imengrong and Cece were not among them. Had they not bartered for supplies, he might have devised a way to ensure they were fed and remained unharmed. Once he fully grasped Yin Shu's allegiance, Imengrong and Cece would no longer hold any value in his plans. Well, it's a relief that everyone is safe. Yin Shu tenderly, yet, she had matters to attend to die in an hour. She needed to return to Luo Tian's safe house. Before that, she must find a way to procure ample food for Imengrong and Cece. Conveniently, she had just seen boxes of food pilfered from Aunt Wang and Dong Yan's homes at Deng Tu's residence. Luo Tian, about the food from Deng Tu's house. Yin Shu hesitated, her lips pursed. She sought his approval to share a portion of the bounty with Imengrong and the others. It wouldn't need to be much, merely enough to sustain them for a while. Let them have it all, Luo Tian replied nonchalantly. Most of that food had been seized from Aunt Wang's home, and he had no inclination to keep it. Who knew how it had been treated? He found the thought repulsive. Besides, he had ample supplies of instant noodles and snacks stowed away in his space, enough to stack to the height of this very building. Why covet Deng Tu's meager boxes? Thank you. Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback, then profoundly touched. She hadn't expected Luo Tian to be so generous, relinquishing such a bounty without hesitation. The 3 boxes of instant noodles alone would likely keep Imengrong. However, Imengrong stood by, her thoughts evidently conflicted. Xiao Shu mentioned several boxes of food. How could Luo Tian simply give them away? Imengrong pondered, her gaze drifting towards Yin Shu, who was joyfully embracing Cece. The beauty of her delicate features, coupled with her slender waist and long legs clad in polar gear, struck her with a sudden realization. Yet, beauty comes with its own burdens, Imengrong mused silently. Chapter 79. The uprising of the adjacent building. After approximately half an hour, Yin Shu and Imengrong successfully transported the entire stockpile of food from the Deng family to room 1204. During this endeavor, the sight of the numerous corpses strewn across the ground left Imengrong utterly astonished. She had never imagined that Yin Shu, relying solely on her own strength, could annihilate all the scoundrels from the Deng clan. This realization filled Imengrong with immense relief. She was grateful that her quick thinking had led her to summon this capable female officer. Otherwise, she would not have been able to procure such a bounty of food. Gazing at the corner piled high with instant noodles and snacks, both Imengrong and Cece were overcome with excitement. This meant they would not have to endure hunger for quite some time. Thank you, Sister Yin, Cece joyfully exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yin Shu's long legs. You're most welcome, Cece, Yin Shu replied with a smile, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she affectionately ruffled Cece's hair. Although the food supply was ample, it predominantly consisted of instant noodles and bread, lacking the nutritional value provided by fruits and vegetables. Over time, such a diet could lead to illness. She wished to request something from Luo Tian, yet he had already generously provided her with such a substantial amount of food. "Allow me to assist you further, if you wish," Luo Tian said, seated on the sofa, observing the mountains of snacks and noodles. He understood her unspoken plea. However, nothing comes free in this world. "Upon your return, ensure you clean yourself thoroughly," he stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Yen Shu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, fully grasping his implication. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate long before agreeing. Observing this, Luo Tian extended his right hand, and a bottle of 100 vitamin C tablets materialized in his palm. During their scavenging of Walmart and the procurement of medicines from the deputy director, he had stockpiled these vitamin tablets in his storage space. Before the apocalypse, a bottle would cost merely 2 yuan, but in the harsh reality of a resource-scarce world, they had become invaluable, providing essential trace elements with just a small tablet. "Go open." Yen Shu, taken aback, was unsure of his intentions but complied obediently as she opened the window. A frigid gust of wind rushed in, tousling her long hair and obscuring her exquisite oval face and enchanting peach blossom eyes. Soon, a small vial was tossed down from the 23rd floor. Thud. Yen Shu deftly caught it in her hands. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the neighboring building number 10. The violent blast shattered the glass on several floors of the corridor, sending billowing clouds of smoke through the broken windows. "What is happening?" Luo Tian stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, squinting at the rising black smoke. In such a dire environment, this was not a good omen. "Master, what's going on? Why is there an explosion in the adjacent building?" Baiyu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Given the angle, they could not see precisely what was unfolding. Simultaneously, messages in the homeowners group began flooding the screen, as bewildered residents engaged in fervent discussions about the incident in the neighboring building. Building number 10. "I recall that in my previous life, a riot occurred there, but it was quelled by Officer Yen Shu," Luo Tian mused, stroking his chin. However, now that Yen Shu had taken refuge in the safe house, no one was left to suppress the turmoil in building number 10. Nevertheless, there was little cause for concern, as it would not affect him. Should anyone foolishly attempt to invade this territory, he would simply eliminate those who posed a threat. "Rongjie, after I leave, I entrust Cici to your care," Yen Shu said gently, her focus on Cici, ignoring the sounds of the explosion. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Cici," Mengrong replied, nodding. Watching Yen Shu, whose complexion was rosy and whose spirit had significantly improved, Mengrong couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. "How I long to enter Luo Tian's abode," she thought wistfully. If she were granted entry, she would willingly endure whatever treatment Luo Tian chose to bestow upon her, even if it meant being alongside Yen Shu. Unfortunately, in comparison to the strikingly cold and elegant Yen Shu, after spending a little more time together at home, Yen Shu rose to leave. After all, she had only 1 hour of freedom. Yet, before returning to the safe house, she had one more matter to attend to. Xiaolan. Her expression turned cold as she closed the door to Mengrong's home and swiftly made her way to the 17th floor. Yen Shu was eager to confront Xiaolan, who had deceived her out of her remaining food and cornered her and Cici into desperation. She believed in the principle of retribution. With the universal key provided by Luo Tian, the security door to Xiaolan's residence was effortlessly opened. Yen Shu? Xiaolan emerged from her bedroom, her eyes wide with terror. You weren't killed by Luo Tian?" She stumbled back in fear, perplexed as to why Yen Shu was still alive after confronting Luo Tian. He, do you wish for my demise so fervently?" Yen Shu coldly laughed as she approached Xiaolan. The latter had not only deceived Baiyu but had also tricked her. Yen Shu had no qualms about teaching this vile person a lesson. "Please, don't harm me. I have a child to care for," Xiaolan pleaded, dropping to her knees in desperation, hoping her maternal status would elicit mercy. A child? Although her disdain for Xiaolan was profound, she recognized the innocence of children. Xiaolan's desperate measures were aimed at ensuring her child's sustenance. Sigh. Yen Shu let out a breath, her demeanor softening slightly. "Do not fear. I will not harm you," she reassured, noticing a small child quietly seated on the living room sofa, head bowed and silent. Don't approach." Xiaolan suddenly cried out in panic. "What are you afraid of?" "I would never harm your child," Yen Shu retorted with a cold laugh, her steps toward the sofa unyielding. However, as she drew nearer, confusion washed over her. The child's complexion appeared dreadfully pale, devoid of any color. Was the child suffering from the cold? Standing before the child, Yin Shu reached out to gently pat him. You? Thud. The child's head rolled off, akin to a deflated ball, coming to a stop beside Xiaolan. Xiaolan's eyes widened in horror, her mental state spiraling into chaos as she clutched her hair, screaming, Xiao Bao! What has happened to you, Xiao Bao? It's not your fault, Mommy. It's not your fault. Yin Shu's pupils dilated, her expression one of disbelief as she murmured, Empty? You did this? She gritted her teeth. In a moment of despair, she hurled herself against the floor-to-ceiling window, shattering it and plummeting to the snowy depths below from the 17th floor, amidst a shower of broken glass. Chapter 80. A refreshing bath emerging from Summerland's abode. Yin Shu felt a tumult of emotions as she ascended towards the 23rd floor. Of course, she was not perturbed by Summerland's leap. The fate of the other held no significance for her. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with the words that Luo Tian had uttered earlier. What else could one do after a bath? She bit her cherry lips, recalling the anguished cries of Baiya and Li Ro from days gone by. They sounded so painfully vivid. As Yin Shu indulged in her errant thoughts, she suddenly spotted a man ahead, laboriously climbing. Upon noticing Yin Shu, he froze in place, adopting a rather foolish expression. Humph! Yin Shu's countenance hardened, and with a disdainful huff, she hastened her pace upwards. She had little regard for men who sought to exploit her beauty, save for Luo Tian, who was an exception. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian chuckled, reclining on the sofa as he observed the surveillance footage. That man, clutching his behind, was none other than Yulin. What is Yulin doing on the 14th floor? Baiya, dressed in a maid's outfit, stood behind Luo Tian, massaging his shoulders. She seemed to have caught sight of him multiple times on the monitor, each instance showing him descending from the 23rd floor to the 14th, only to emerge looking utterly distressed. Have you forgotten? That fellow named Jianda resides on the 14th floor, Luo Tian smirked. It was clear what he was doing, given his frequent visits to the home of a known homosexual. Baiya suddenly comprehended the situation and burst into laughter. She never imagined Yulin would stoop to such lengths for food, and it appeared he had endured quite. How tragic! What are you laughing about? Luo Tian teased. Just wait. Perhaps we could try it too. This. Baiya's face paled in fright. In a way, Luo Tian-sama, it would be excruciating. Don't worry. You'll get used to it. Please, no. I want to have it. Baiya continued to pout playfully. Observing the playful banter between the two, Li Ro, having tied her apron, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She glanced at the monitor, noting Yulin struggling against the wall, juxtaposed with the spirited Luo Tian, who was teasing Baiya on the sofa, and mused, how can they be so different, both being men? One is in the heavens, while the other is in the depths. Meanwhile, Yin Shu had reached the entrance. Click! Luo Tian unlocked the triple password fingerprint lock and allowed her entry, promptly securing the door behind her. Wow, Sister Yin, you're back, Baiya exclaimed with exuberance, as if she bore no worries and radiated vitality at every moment. Welcome back. Li Ro greeted warmly before turning to head into the kitchen, for mealtime could not be delayed. I am home, Yin Shu nodded, her gaze drifting to Luo Tian, only to shyly lower her head. Go wash up first, Luo Tian instructed with a wave of his hand. Yin Shu's outing had undoubtedly left her tainted with the blood of others. She needed to cleanse herself before anything else, Mem, Yin Shu responded softly. At the same time, Zheng Wan, residing on the 18th floor, cautiously opened his front door. He lived on the same floor as the ruthless Deng Tu, but his apartment was situated deep within the corridor, prompting him to be exceedingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently crossing paths with that gang of thugs. Due to his vigilance, despite their proximity, he had never encountered them outside. What is going on? Zheng Wan tiptoed like a thief, carefully adhering to the wall as he ventured outside. However, as he passed by Deng Tu's door, he was taken aback. The slightly ajar door slowly swung open, revealing a macabre scene within. Bodies sprawled haphazardly across the floor. The once vibrant blood had congealed, splattering the room in a gruesome display. Deng Tu and his gang have all been killed? Zheng Wan's eyes widened in terror, causing him to collapse onto the ground in fright. Help! Someone, come quickly! He scrambled to the other residents, knocking on doors to relate the grim news, but none believed his frantic claims. Deng Tu murdered? Absurd. With so many fierce subordinates wielding knives and hammers, who could possibly have the audacity to eliminate them in silence? Ultimately, it was Zhang who had to descend and take photographs before the stunned residents could be convinced of the truth. Wonderful! I may not know who killed Ding Tu and his gang, but I am grateful to them. While Ding Tu was around, I was always on edge when going out to shovel snow, terrified of encountering them. Exactly. Now I can finally shovel snow without fear. A throng of jubilant residents congregated in the corridor, animatedly discussing the situation, effectively blocking the entrance to Ding Tu's apartment. Although not every resident was present, at least 20 were gathered there. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man posed a question. Who do you think killed Ding Tu? Could it have been Luo Tian? At this remark, the crowd paused for a moment before a middle-aged man shook his head resolutely. It couldn't possibly be him. You all know Luo Tian never steps beyond his front door. There's no way it was him. Others chimed in agreement. Since the heavy snowfall began, I haven't seen him outside. It must have been someone else. I reckon it was the folks from the adjacent building number 10. An elderly gentleman piped up, trembling slightly. I have a nephew residing there, and he mentioned that chaos has erupted within the building, with many teaming up to engage in rampant looting and pillaging. They even accessed other units through the underground parking lot. That explosion we heard today was undoubtedly their doing. Upon hearing the old man's account, the onlookers began to believe it. After all, they had witnessed the loud bang and the billowing black smoke just moments prior. How terrifying! Has the world truly descended into such chaos? Are you foolish? Ding Tu and his gang had a hand in many deaths. The law is nothing but a mere scrap of paper now. The residents, who had previously thought themselves safe and secure, now found themselves gripped by anxiety. After all, building number 10 was not far from their own. They resolved to reinforce their doors upon returning home, ensuring that all furniture capable of barricading their entrances would be moved behind them. What a shame that all the food in Ding Tu's home was looted by those from the neighboring building. The kitchen was filled with heads. Ugh. Otherwise, those several boxes of food would have been ours. Ugh. I've seen it. They truly feasted on human flesh. A few brave souls ventured to explore the apartment, only to be horrified by the sight of a human organ in the kitchen, causing them to flee in terror, some even collapsing against walls to vomit. I think I saw a woman carrying 2 large boxes of food down from the 18th floor. One resident suddenly recalled, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 81. With the knife in hand, follow me. Under the persistent inquiries of the other residents, the man revealed everything he knew in great detail, including a rough description of Yen Shu's appearance. I know that beauty too. Back when Su Cheng was still around, he mentioned seeing her enter Luo Tian's home. At this moment, another resident spoke up. Yen Shu was strikingly beautiful and possessed an enviable figure. These lecherous souls would never forget her at a mere glance. Goodness, Luo Tian is quite the lucky man. That scoundrel, does he think having an abundance of food makes him special? Truly remarkable. How outrageous. With all that food at his disposal, he doesn't even share a morsel with the neighbors. What a despicable person. The residents, filled with righteous indignation, began to curse vehemently. Hatred for Luo Tian swelled within them as they endured hunger and cold, while he reveled in a life of luxury. How could they not feel envy and resentment? After all, their own lives were a relentless struggle. Moreover, with the demise of Ding Tu and his band of rogues, they no longer needed to flatter anyone. Wait, you mentioned that Beauty entered Luo Tian's home, but what happened to all the food she carried when she emerged from the 18th floor? A resident exclaimed sharply. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their verbal onslaught, momentarily stunned. Indeed, where could that food have gone? Could it be that it all ended up in Luo Tian's home? I figured it out. The deaths of Ding Tu and his gang might have been an act of vengeance. There had long been rumors of Ding Tu's enmity with a certain boss in the community. The resident who claimed to have seen Yen Shu said excitedly, as if he had unraveled the truth. The people from Building 10 had no idea that Ding Tu and his gang had robbed food from Wang Dama and Dong Yan's homes, so after killing them, they left in haste without a thorough search. But that Beauty discovered Ding Tu and his gang had been killed before us, found the food from their home, and then transferred it all to Luo Tian's residence. The resident spoke passionately, feeling like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. He recalled seeing Yen Shu carrying a pile of food from the 18th floor, mistakenly believing she was acting on Ding Tu's orders, which had frightened him into fleeing without a second glance. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had missed a golden opportunity for wealth. By the heavens, your reasoning is impeccable. Sound logic, truly convincing. Then does that mean all our food has been given to Luo Tian? In this situation, most residents lacked independent thought. Swayed by the analysis, they blindly accepted the conclusions drawn. Perhaps it was their underlying envy and animosity toward Luo Tian that led them to believe it. After all, they were all in dire need of resources. That scoundrel Luo Tian, he already has plenty of food at home, and if he won't share, he must provide us with an explanation today. Zhang Wen stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he shouted. His insidious words ignited the flames of jealousy in the hearts of the other residents. Indeed, he must answer for this. Luo Tian is nothing but a shameless villain. Let us confront him and demand he return all the food. Hand it over. The residents shouted through clenched teeth, the corridor descending into chaos, filled with their denunciations of Luo Tian. Previously, when faced with Deng Tu and his gang, who had broken into neighbors' homes, committing murder and theft, these residents had cowered in their homes like ostriches, too afraid to step outside. But now, without any credible evidence to substantiate their claims, they were ready to storm Luo Tian's home, demanding an explanation based solely on speculation. They believed that since Luo Tian had been hiding at home, even if they sought trouble, he would be powerless against them. After all, he was not as ruthless as Deng Tu. It was a stark reminder of the treachery of human nature. I think confronting Luo Tian might carry some risks, a young man said, his voice tinged with concern. Though they were numerous, over 20 in total, Luo Tian had single-handedly repelled Deng Tu's attacks multiple times. No one would believe he was without skill. Seeing hesitation among many, Zhang Wen again took the floor, declaring, "What is there to fear? No matter how formidable he is, can he truly take on all 20 of us alone? Even if Deng Tu were alive, upon seeing our numbers, he would slink away in defeat." Upon hearing this, a surge of bravado welled up within the residents, each one invigorated. Yes, there were so many of them, while Luo Tian stood alone. What could he possibly do to oppose them? Did he truly believe himself to be a superhero? Let us not forget, Luo Tian's home is stocked with plenty of food. I suspect he must have an enormous freezer. Otherwise, how could he enjoy barbecues every day? Seeing his words take effect, Zhang Wen decided to stoke the flames further. Moreover, not only does Luo Tian have barbecues, but he also has a bevy of beautiful goddesses. Just consider Baiya, the superstar. How many of you will ever have the chance to interact with her in your lifetime? Delicious barbecues. The goddesses of their dreams. If they could just break in, they could enjoy it all. Was this not akin to a heavenly existence? Let us break in. Let us break in. Kill that scoundrel Luo Tian. I want barbecues. I want to revel with the goddesses. Today, he must pay the price. It was unclear whether it was lust or greed that had overtaken them, but the residents had become utterly consumed by jealousy. It was as if a vision of a splendid life beckoned them. Luo Tian, I wonder how long you can remain arrogant. Zhang Wen couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. He had long harbored jealousy for Luo Tian, who had lived a charmed life since the arrival of the frigid storm. The sight of Baiya, the idol revered by many, entering Luo Tian's home had only deepened his agony. Now that such an excellent opportunity presented itself, how could he let it slip away? Luo Tian, everything you possess shall belong to me, Zhang Wen. At that moment, several residents emerged from their homes, brandishing a dozen bloodied knives, baseball bats, and hammers. They distributed these weapons to the others. With knives in hand, "Follow me." Zhang Wen raised a knife and shouted at them. The other residents, their eyes ablaze with greed, echoed, "Kill Luo Tian, seize the goddesses, feast on barbecues, enjoy fine wine." Chapter 82. The homeowners assault the Luo family. A throng of over 20 homeowners surged forward, clamoring loudly. Their shouts echoed, drawing the attention of many who were hiding at home, yet they remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos and dared not venture out. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen and his companions tacitly chose not to inform others, not for any particular reason, but simply because they believed that with each additional person, their share of the roasted meat would diminish. Finally arrived. Climbing 23 flights without an elevator is absolutely exasperating. The group, quite unrefined, collapsed onto the ground, either leaning against the walls or propping their knees, gasping. "Are those marks on the wall made by Deng Tu and his crew?" A young man exclaimed in shock, pointing at the pockmarked wall. At that moment, the crowd was astonished to discover that the exterior of the Luo residence was riddled with marks from a hammer, revealing a layer of dark, sturdy alloy beneath every crack. What in the world? The residents were taken aback. No wonder Deng Tu and his band of ruthless thugs had failed to breach the Luo family's defenses on multiple occasions. It seemed the homeowner had transformed his abode into an impenetrable fortress. This wall is entirely made of alloy. It's at least several centimeters thick. It barely makes a sound when struck. This is absurd. Such a solid wall. I doubt even a cutting machine could penetrate it. Has Luo Tian lost his mind? Who would renovate their home in such a manner? The homeowners exchanged incredulous glances as they pounded on the formidable alloy interior walls. Even with their current number, and even if 200 more joined, they would be utterly powerless against this ironclad barrier. A month ago, I saw the construction crew at Luo Tian's place. I thought it was just a standard renovation, but I never imagined it would be this outrageous. A middle-aged man gritted his teeth, exasperated. What now? With walls this sturdy, the doors must have been replaced as well. Are we to leave empty-handed? Someone asked despondently. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere plummeted. However, the thought of abandoning the goddess within reach and the tantalizing roasted meat was not something anyone was willing to entertain. Even if we can't enter, we can certainly make our voices heard. Zhang Wen's eyes flickered with a nefarious idea. He turned to the crowd and declared, with so many of us, let's gather at the entrance and vociferously denounce Luo Tian. If he doesn't come out, we'll unleash a barrage of insults directed at his family. Shout loudly. 10 people take turns, cursing while hammering on the door. I refuse to believe we can't annoy him to death. At the very least, we can make the other goddesses see Luo Tian's cowardly true colors. Zhang Wen's suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope among the homeowners. Indeed, they could raise their voices in a fervent greeting to his family, perhaps even forcing Luo Tian to open the door and confront them. The alloy walls may have barred their entry, but they could not silence the clamor they would create. What the homeowners were unaware of was that within the living room, Luo Tian had already observed their scheming through the surveillance cameras, fully grasping their intentions. I thought only women were adept at playing the victim, Luo Tian chuckled, lifting a cup of hot tea, shaking his head in amusement. Little did he expect them to be even more adept at it. Just days prior, they had been fawning over him, and now they were hastily charging forth, intent on taking his life. Master, these scoundrels are utterly detestable. Just after Deng Tu's demise, they are already eyeing the supplies in the safe house. Baya, gripping his shoulders, glared at the monitor in indignation. Previously, she had felt sympathy for the homeowners when Deng Tu had broken into several of their doors. Now, it seemed Deng Tu had indeed done well. Perhaps Officer Yin should delay action for a few more days to allow for even more of these wretches to be dispatched. Ha, a bunch of trash, Luo Tian remarked disdainfully, taking a sip of his tea. Since they had harbored murderous intent and had come to his doorstep seeking trouble, they ought not to return empty-handed. They would join Deng Tu in the afterlife. Luo Tian, return our food to us. We know you stole the supplies from Deng Tu's house. You lack the courage to retrieve the supplies yourself, instead sending a woman to do it. You are no man. Those supplies belong to all the homeowners. You must return them and compensate us with half of the roasted meat, or this matter will not conclude. The homeowners outside had begun to bellow their demands, their voices rising over the safety door. Those wielding hammers could hardly contain their impatience, swinging their tools against the heavy security door, hoping to provoke him into a reaction. Damn it, this door is incredibly tough. My hands are starting to hurt from all the banging. Luo Tian, you have a box of instant noodles that belongs to me in those supplies. I command you to return it immediately. And me. My 2 boxes of bread and biscuits were taken by Aunt Wang. Now they've been stolen by you. Hurry up and give them back. The homeowners shouted greedily. At this point, whether they had genuinely lost supplies to Aunt Wang or had been robbed by Deng Tu was of no consequence. Regardless, they were all trying to take advantage of the situation. Despite the homeowners' fervent outrage and their relentless banging and cursing, those inside remained completely unaffected, not even registering the sounds from the corridor. Ha ha ha! What a bunch of foolish dogs! Luo Tian laughed heartily at the sight of the homeowners laboring so energetically on the monitor. These greedy individuals were completely unaware that he had anticipated every possible scenario when he remodeled the safe house. Therefore, the safe house boasted an additional feature: deep noise reduction. Level 10 noise reduction activated. At that moment, they could not hear even the barking of the homeowners outside, let alone the sound of hammers striking the door. The room was enveloped in an almost eerie silence. Luo Tian could even hear Baya's breathing as she massaged his shoulders. The howling wind and snow outside had vanished without a trace. This high-tech smart safe house is truly remarkable. Luo Tian set down his cup of tea, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The safe house he had crafted was a fusion of cutting-edge technology and numerous military-grade functionalities. All their attempts were but a fleeting illusion. This was far more than just an iron box. However, Luo Tian had no intention of remaining passive within the confines of his room. There's an old saying, when friends come, offer good wine. When wolves come, offer shotguns. Steward, tell me how to make Molotov cocktails. Luo Tian stood up, speaking nonchalantly. Want to feast on roasted meat? Very well, I shall indulge your desires. Chapter 83. So you wish to take advantage of me? The steward quickly provided a solution. Good, my master. The primary components of a Molotov cocktail consist of a fragile container, gasoline, and a cloth wick. First, a glass bottle is required, into which gasoline should be poured. Be careful not to overfill it to prevent spillage upon throwing. Finally, insert the cloth wick into the bottle's neck. Note, both ends of the wick must be thoroughly soaked in gasoline. Excellent, Luo Tian nodded, expressing his satisfaction. The materials were remarkably common, and he had an abundance of them in his space, making the task exceedingly convenient. They would be perfectly suited for dealing with the greedy residents loitering in the corridor. Outside the door, the residents were frantically pounding on it, cursing vehemently and foolishly hoping to force him out. In the living room, however, Luo Tian appeared utterly relaxed. Let us use a wine bottle as the container. It is fragile. He retrieved several empty wine bottles and filled them with approximately 85 gasoline. Then cut a few strips of cloth to stuff into the bottle openings. Yet, while the Molotov cocktails were prepared, Luo Tian desired to amplify their potency. Adding a bit of motor oil will enhance the flame's adhesion. A devilish smile curved on his lips as he commenced his work. After incorporating the motor oil, he did not halt but proceeded to add a touch of oxidizer. This would ensure that the flames would not be easily extinguished. Finally, he affixed a small packet of aluminum powder to the body of the Molotov cocktail. The aluminum powder would significantly augment the cocktail's destructive capability, elevating its lethality to an astonishing level. Ha! Let us see if you all can survive this, Luo Tian proclaimed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. With so many enhancements, the devastation wrought by a single cocktail tossed into the crowd would be unimaginable. He had no intention of showing mercy to his enemies. To be merciful to them was to be cruel to himself. Baya, Li Ro, come here. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the two women to his side. After all, the residents in the corridor were not clustered together, and a single Molotov cocktail might not suffice. Thus, Luo Tian boldly prepared three. Baya, with her eyes shut, felt her hand tremble slightly around the Molotov cocktail. This was entirely understandable. Once a beloved national star, she was now indirectly involved in killing, which undoubtedly weighed heavily on her conscience. Yet, she did not refuse Luo Tian's command. Noticing her anxious demeanor, he leisurely pressed down on the lighter and gently remarked, "Human desire is akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. Kill them. There is no need for any psychological burden." With that, he ignited the wick. Luo Tian opened the slightly larger window atop the safety door. "Luo Tian, come out quickly. Stop hiding in there like a rat. If you don't emerge, we will continue pounding on the door. Let us see how long you can endure." "Exactly, you'll never get to step outside again." Half of the residents continued to batter the door, while At that moment, the top of the safety door swung open. Before anyone could realize something was amiss, a lit Molotov cocktail was hurled down from above. Boom, boom, boom. Moreover, it was three of them. After the cocktails were thrown, the window atop the safety door instantly closed. The moment the cocktails hit the ground, they erupted into an intensely fierce blaze, engulfing half the corridor in flames. In an instant, the corridor transformed into a sea of fire. Ah, fire, it's fire. It's burning, it's burning. Help! It hurts so much. I'm going to be burned. The residents instantly wailed in despair. Almost everyone became a fireball, ignited by the ferocious flames. Clad in cotton clothing and down jackets, their garments only intensified the flames upon contact. The ferocious blaze raged on even in the frigid cold of -30 degrees, devouring all in its path like a fierce beast. "Ah!" the crowd screamed, feeling a heart-wrenching searing pain engulfing their bodies. Some tore at their clothes, attempting to rid themselves of the burning fabric, while others rolled frantically on the ground, only fueling the flames further with the gasoline-soaked floor. Some residents even transformed into living torches, rolling down the staircase. It was only in the moments before death that they comprehended the sheer folly of their assault on Luo Tian's abode. Alas, it was far too late. Luo Tian, you want tea of peace and death? Zhengwen lay in agony on the ground. His skin burned beyond recognition, his hair and eyebrows reduced to ashes. In his final moments, he despaired, shouting, "Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off." At this moment, the corridor resembled a hellish inferno. Before long, however, due to the safety house's excellent ceiling and advanced air filtration system, the scent did not permeate inside. Devil, Luo Tian is a devil. Yulin, hiding behind the door, peered through the peephole at the corridor's devastation, trembling as he spoke. "Help me!" Suddenly, a grotesque face slammed against the peephole, screaming in terror. "Ah!" Yulin was so frightened that he fell to the ground. His pants soaked. Among the 20 or so residents, only one fortunate soul tumbled down the staircase. His cries for help reached the ears of others, who hurriedly used a fire extinguisher from the corridor to douse the flames. Yet, due to extensive burns and the absence of advanced medical facilities, he ultimately perished in excruciating agony. Residents who opened their doors in response to the screams were met with expressions of sheer terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. How could someone be burned to death in this frigid temperature of -70 degrees? Could it be that a fire erupted on the top floor? It seemed that many had been screaming up there moments ago. At that time, several residents began to tremble uncontrollably. They had previously been at the doorstep of the Deng family but had not followed the others upstairs. Now it became apparent that they had narrowly escaped death. In the living room, Luo Tian leisurely reclined on the sofa, having turned off the noise-canceling and corridor surveillance cameras. The scenes were too horrific. He feared that Bai Ye and Li Rou would not be able to bear it that moment. Yin Shu emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, having just finished her shower. "Did something happen just now?" she inquired with curiosity. The bathroom had good sound insulation, and amidst the sound of the shower, she had only caught fragments of conversation. "Wu, Officer Yin." Bai Ye, in a moment of confusion, threw herself into Yin Shu's embrace, burying her head in her bosom. Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, so you wish to take advantage of me, do you?" Chapter 84. The homeowners fighting for instant noodles. Upon hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Yin Shu grasped the situation. Luo Tian actually dealt with him using a Molotov cocktail. She had initially assumed that Luo Tian had taken her in solely to handle such troublesome matters, without intending to take action himself. To her surprise, when he did intervene, he annihilated the more than 20 people who had come to confront him. If that's the case, it seems that even without my help, Luo Tian could have single-handedly taken down Deng Tu and his crew. Yin Shu mused inwardly. Nevertheless, she understood that Luo Tian was determined to remain in the safe house and would not recklessly expose himself to danger. "Have you finished your shower?" Luo Tian glanced at Yin Shu, his gaze sweeping over her. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. She found herself awkwardly twisting her delicate body, tugging at her exceedingly short bathrobe. "Luo Tian, could you lend me a piece of clothing?" Yin Shu implored, her cheeks aglow. A bathrobe could hardly suffice as proper attire. "Isn't this quite nice?" "A bathrobe is a form of clothing," Luo Tian replied with a smirk. He found himself utterly unable to resist Yin Shu's coy demeanor. "No way," Yin Shu retorted, mortified. The once cold and glamorous police officer now appeared charmingly bashful before him, and merely gazing at Luo Tian made him want to take immediate action. He swiftly pulled her closer, removing her bathrobe. After some time had passed, the other homeowners finally comprehended the events that had transpired. It seemed that Deng Tu had been slain by the residents of Building 10. Furthermore, Luo Tian had not only stolen the food from Deng Tu's household, but had also killed the more than 20 individuals who had approached him to demand provisions. This revelation left them utterly astounded. However, the families of the deceased were now in utter despair. They never anticipated that their husbands would step out only to be abruptly murdered, leaving them forever bereft. "Luo Tian, you are too cruel, resorting to such brutality against a neighbor. Wah, you took my husband from me, you killed him. Luo Tian, do you realize how many lives your actions have destroyed? You must take responsibility for this." Soon, the distraught homeowners began frantically tagging Luo Tian in the chat. A group of bereaved residents, alongside numerous newly widowed women, lamented incessantly in the group. Luo Tian glanced at the messages, withdrew his hand from Yin Shu's chest, and humorously responded, Responsible? IOUM's responsibility. They brought this upon themselves. They have no. Numerous homeowners accused the residents of building Tin of killing Deng Tu and then stealing the abundant food from their home, despite having no need for it. Other individuals who had sought to reclaim their supplies had also been ruthlessly dispatched by him. Why, as neighbors, did they not leave any avenue for survival? Are you all fools? Luo Tian scoffed at the homeowner's foolish remarks. He took a sip of his hot tea and continued, "Everyone, when you claim that food belongs to you, why did you all remain silent when Deng Tu was robbing you? I didn't see a single person daring to confront him." Upon reading this message, the group fell silent. Approach Deng Tu for a demand? Who would dare? He was known to kill, and to go demanding was tantamount to digging one's own grave. However, they never anticipated that Luo Tian would be even more ruthless than Deng Tu. Although the homeowners were irate in the chat, they only dared to express their indignation through words. If tasked with confronting Luo Tian for vengeance, not even tenfold courage would suffice for anyone to take that step. However, the reminders from others prompted Luo Tian to recall another matter. The more than 20 charred corpses in the corridor still awaited disposal. Though the sub-zero temperatures would prevent decomposition, they could not remain there indefinitely. Now that Yinshu had cleaned herself, Luo Tian wished to spare her from the task of handling the bodies. After all, she was his woman. With this thought, Luo Tian ignored the grieving homeowners and posted another message. "Everyone, I currently have 2 tasks that require your assistance." The homeowners were furious upon seeing this. After killing so many, he had the audacity to ask them for help. Was he out of his mind? Before they could respond in anger, Luo Tian's next statement forced them to swallow their outrage. "You can toss them out the window if you like. The reward is 10 bags of instant noodles, and those who help can divide them as they see fit. First come, first served." As soon as these words were uttered, the homeowners who had just been cursing Luo Tian fell into stunned silence. 10 bags of instant noodles. The mere act of moving corpses for such a reward seemed exceedingly effortless. Many were already running low on food supplies at home, and the temptation of Luo Tian's offer was simply irresistible. I'm strong enough to help you move them. Everyone, leave the dirty work of corpse disposal to me. You can all take a break. Dream on. The noodles are mine. No one can snatch them from me." Just moments before united in their disdain for Luo Tian, the homeowners now found themselves embroiled in conflict over the mere promise of 10 bags of noodles. Even those who had lost loved ones were now recklessly joining in the fray. As the chaos ensued, numerous clever individuals dashed out the door, racing toward the 23rd floor to be the first to relocate the bodies on the ground. "Get away from me. Don't you know the rules of first come, first served? Hurry up and scram. I saw them first. You should be the one to leave. Step aside. Do you know whose body this is? It's my husband's." By heavens, 6. Observing the crowd in the surveillance footage, who were frantically looting the corpses, Luo Tian couldn't help but remark with a hint of amusement, "What a bunch of clowns." For the sake of a few packets of instant noodles, this group revealed their utter disgrace, managing to set aside their deep-seated animosities to serve their own interests. Nonetheless, this also indirectly illustrates just how exceedingly scarce resources have become in these times. Chapter 85. Whispers of Dissent? A group of homeowners toiled tirelessly to transport the lifeless bodies. Beneath the biting cold of the relentless snowfall, these corpses were deprived of a dignified burial or the services of a crematorium. The residents flung the bodies from the 23rd floor through the corridor windows. During this tumultuous scene, Luo Tian, monitoring the surveillance footage, even observed several famished residents, their throats involuntarily convulsing as they gazed at the charred remains over the fire. Perhaps due to the presence of so many people, they dared not make any other movements. "Hey, Luo, we've cleared the bodies for you." Yeah, can we have our food now? I'm absolutely starving, relying on instant noodles to survive." A cluster of hungry homeowners stood cautiously outside the safe house. Their demeanor, a mere 10 packs of instant noodles were hardly worth his reconsideration. Besides, he might yet find use for this group in the future, so he readily tossed the noodles out through the window. "They're mine. This pack of noodles belongs to me. Get your hands off, you scoundrel. Scram. I move the most bodies, so I should get the most noodles." The residents nearly tore each other apart in their frenzied scramble for the tossed noodles. Some even resorted to physical altercations over the uneven distribution. TSK. This scene resembles a zoo, where animals fight over morsels thrown by the keeper, Luo Tian remarked, sipping his hot tea leisurely. Before the apocalypse, he had hoarded snacks worth 10,000 in the supermarket, now watching as the residents battled for them. This is merely half a month into the harsh blizzard, and food is already this scarce. How will they endure in the future? Yin Shu mused, shaking her head slightly that moment. She felt a profound sense of relief for having entrusted her future to Luo Tian. As long as he was around, both food and living supplies would be easily accessible to them. Unlike others, who were forced to fight tooth and nail for mere scraps, they could even live more comfortably than before the apocalypse. What's this, my dear Officer Yin? Has your professional instinct resurfaced? Luo Tian teased, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Humph. Yin Shu huffed softly, her tone laced with melancholy. I shall not extend my sympathy to them a second time. The incident with Xiaolan had taught her a sufficient lesson. However, reflecting on this, she couldn't help but shake her head. Luo Tian, can human hearts truly be so dark? What I witnessed at Xiaolan's house. Hearing this, Luo Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. The human heart has always been thus. He shifted the topic, explaining, however, the matter with Xiaolan's family may not be as straightforward as it appears. Why is that? Yin Shu inquired, her delicate face expressing confusion. That day, she had witnessed with her own eyes that Xiaolan's child had, in fact, a few days before you arrived, Deng Tu and his group had already visited Xiaolan's home, emerging only after quite some time, Luo Tian recounted, as if lost in thought. If his conjectures were correct, Xiaolan was also a victim of circumstance. Ah! Yin Shu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that there was more to the story. Thus, while nevertheless, none of this concerned him. He had little regard for the fate of a struggling mother. Outside the corridor, the 10 bags of instant noodles had been completely claimed, and several residents bore the marks of their scuffle. One resident even became a national treasure. Even though the bodies have been removed, the remnants of the fire are still quite unsightly, Luo Tian mused, stroking his chin. He then retrieved a collection of cleaning supplies from his inventory and tossed them out. Clean the corridor thoroughly, and each person will receive an additional pack of noodles. More noodles? Wonderful. Not a problem, Luo Gu. We'll ensure it's spotless. Luo Gu is so generous. 1 pack of noodles each, ha ha ha. The residents erupted in joyous exclamations as they eagerly picked up the cleaning tools and set to work scrubbing the stains from the floor. 1 pack of noodles could sustain them for another day. It was a guaranteed profit. At that moment, anyone who dared to speak ill of Luo Tian would be met with vehement opposition from the homeowners. Who claimed Luo Tian was selfish? Wasn't he this exceedingly generous? After all, to them, whoever provided food was akin to a benevolent father. Well done, Luo Tian chuckled as he observed the residents diligently cleaning the corridor through the surveillance footage. A few packs of instant noodles were all it took to command their efforts, and they did so without a hint of complaint. Such arrangements brought him immense satisfaction. Before long, the corridor was immaculate, and after receiving upon returning home, they couldn't resist pulling out their phones to boast in the group chat to those who had missed out on the opportunity. I can't believe it. I'm so envious. I got 2 packs of noodles in such a short time. Ah, why didn't I think to rush to the 23rd floor earlier? You guys are so lucky. I'm so hungry. Can anyone spare me a piece of noodle cake? The other residents lamented envy. Just moments prior, some had expressed jealousy in the chat, claiming Luo Tian would surely renege on his promise to feed them, but now they were left with egg on their faces. However, the opportunity had only come once. Those who failed to seize it would find no more chances, as Luo Tian would not extend his hand again. Luo Tian, you're utterly despicable, using food stolen from Deng Tu's home as payment and treating us like mere dogs. A resident finally spoke up, expressing their vehement disdain for Luo Tian's callous disregard for their humanity. After all, that food had originally been taken from their own hands. Are you truly this foolish? Luo Tian retorted dismissively in the group chat. He had not taken anything from Deng Tu's home. All the provisions were currently in Yi Mengrong's residence. I'm tired of grilled meat. I was planning to switch to seafood in the next few days. Who would bother stealing a few packs of stale snacks? Did they not hear? Whispers of dissent abound. Chapter 86. A seafood feast, seafood? Who would believe that? Perhaps you've already devoured all the barbecue. Once he sent that message, silence fell over the group. It seemed others shared his doubt. After feasting on barbecue for several days, it was likely that there was nothing left. How could there possibly be seafood? One must remember that seafood has a rather short shelf life. He must be boasting. Seeing the lack of responses, the resident grew more self-satisfied. perhaps venting his frustration over not securing a spot for transporting goods. Luo Tian, stop trying to fool us. You have no seafood to eat. The food from the Deng family is what you stole. In response, Luo Tian merely offered a disdainful smile. Just then, Li Ro finished her preparations. Dishes of fragrant seafood began to grace the table. Shrimp corn porridge, salmon sushi, steamed hairy crabs, grilled octopus, Boston lobster. It's time to eat, Li Ro gently announced as she untied her apron. Wow! It smells amazing. Today is a seafood feast, and I can hardly contain my excitement, Baya exclaimed, her long golden hair cascading as she bounced to the table. Saliva poured. The crabs, resplendent in color and delicate in texture, left the residents utterly astonished upon seeing the image. No way! Luo Tian's household truly has seafood. This is beyond extravagant. Gazing at the incredibly enticing hairy crabs, the residents swallowed hard, realizing their instant noodles paled in comparison. Can you believe there are hairy crabs? I want to eat them so bad. I suspect he goes out daily to procure supplies. Don't be foolish, it's snowing heavily outside. No one can venture out. Luo Tian must have stockpiled a wealth of frozen goods in his freezer. I am utterly envious. The residents clamored in the group, their envy palpable. For the past 2 weeks, they had subsisted on utterly unnutritious snacks, their lips chapped and cracked. Now, confronted with such mouth-watering seafood, they couldn't help but fantasize about sitting at the table, indulging in those alluring hairy crabs. Do you wish to partake? Luo Tian tagged the obstinate resident. Luoga, may I eat? The once defiant resident now adopted a humble demeanor. Call me father, and I shall grant you some. Luo Tian leisurely typed from his chair. Father? The resident responded with eager anticipation. Eat your heart out. Luo Tian retorted mercilessly. What a joke. Did he truly believe I would recognize him as a son? To think he could simply call me father and be handed seafood, what a pipe dream. You. The resident was utterly... During this exchange, other residents fervently implored in the group, Father, may I call you father? Let me have a taste. I'm starving. Luoga, Luoya. Just a single crab leg would satisfy me. I would serve you like a mule. Luo Tian, even though you killed my husband, if you give me a hairy crab to eat, I shall forgive you immediately. Though Luo Tian had previously flaunted his barbecue delights, once someone initiated the plea for food, a cascade of similar requests inevitably followed. They couldn't help but ponder. What if? What if Luo Tian was in a generous mood and might actually bestow some seafood upon them? After all, he had provided instant noodles to those who helped carry bodies early. That is laughable, Luo Tian. If you provide me with seafood, I would bring my daughter to serve you. At that moment, another female resident chimed in. Perhaps sensing that her allure was insufficient, she added, You've never experienced a mother-daughter duo together, have you? I can fulfill that desire for you, just for a seafood feast. If you wish, I could even invite my mother along. In response, Luo Tian inhaled sharply. Oh dear, I'm a bit tempted. What to do? Just a few hairy crabs. It was practically a gift. After all, he had thousands piled up in his space. At this moment, Yin Shu and her companions displayed expressions of discontent. What did this mean? Were they no longer alluring? Forget it. Luo Tian shook his head, tossing his phone aside, no longer engaging with the group messages. Had this female resident and her family possessed looks and figures comparable to Yin Shu and her friends, perhaps he would have entertained the thought. Unfortunately, he recalled her appearance as rather unimpressive, and her daughter was scrawny, offering no temptation whatsoever. The group began to indulge in the seafood feast. The taste is exquisite. So delicious. After a satisfying meal, in order to maintain their figures, the 3 women gathered in the room converted into a gym after a few hours. Ever since Yin Shu arrived, Li Ro and Baya had felt an intensified sense of urgency. Just look at Officer Yin's perfect hourglass figure and her defined abs. Not to mention, Yin Shu dedicated herself to daily workouts, spending at least 4 to 5 hours each day in the gym. We cannot fall behind. Li Ro and Baya exchanged determined glances, resolute in their thoughts. What woman wouldn't care about her figure? Everyone else working so hard? Upon entering, Luo Tian was met with the sight of the 3 women diligently exercising, sweat pouring down. For the past fortnight, He had consistently adhered to his fitness regimen, gradually increasing the intensity of his workouts from dozens of push-ups and dumbbell presses each day. Even the contours of his abdominal muscles and the definition of his physique had become increasingly apparent. Luo Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Logically, for a normal person to develop abs, it usually takes about a month. Chapter 87. Can Baiya be helped? After scrutinizing his own physique, Luo Tian's gaze inevitably shifted towards the three women within the GYM. At that moment, he was struck by the realization that their figures were impeccably maintained. Yin Shu, the police flower, was currently performing a bench press with a barbell weighing 100 kilograms, an amount that would be unmanageable for an average individual, yet she exhibited no signs of exertion. In terms of physique, she undoubtedly stood out as the most impressive and attractive among them. Meanwhile, Baiya, the national goddess and vibrant young lady, was engaging in her routine exercise, yoga. Her flexibility was unparalleled. The splits posed no challenge for her, as she effortlessly executed various advanced poses. Adjacent to Baiya was Luo, pedaling on a stationary bike. Slightly dissatisfied with her voluptuous form, she had resolved to commence her fitness journey by targeting her thighs. Among the trio, Luo possessed the most noteworthy curves. One could only exclaim, "A little plumpness is truly admirable." Observing the scene before him, one could ponder, who could remain calm and focused on their workout? Luo Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "I would rather not share the same fate as Vice and Vice." Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his inner thoughts. With Yin Shu present, I can inquire whether my training results are satisfactory, he mused. As a seasoned fitness enthusiast well-versed in combat techniques, she surely possessed a deeper understanding of such matters than he did. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yin Shu set the barbell back on its rack and exhaled a breath of relief, stating, "Generally, as long as your nutrition is adequate, combined with some intensive abdominal workouts, achieving defined abs within half a month is feasible." Stealing a glance at Luo Tian's taut abs, her cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. "Therefore, I believe you need not worry excessively." After all, the trio dined on top-tier cuisine daily, ensuring their nutritional needs were met. "Is that so?" Luo Tian pondered, stroking his chin. "Yet, I feel that the changes in my body are not so straightforward." He sensed that even Luo, the enchanting temptress, had been thoroughly subdued by his recent teachings. Baiya appeared entirely unfazed. "Never mind. As long as there are no adverse effects," Luo Tian concluded, feeling no inclination to dwell on it. Worrying unnecessarily was not his style. With that thought, a sliver of pressure dissipated, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. With his mind and body at ease, Yin Shu tailored a specific workout regimen for Luo Tian. This program, utilizing various fitness equipment, targeted his arms, chest, thighs, and even his entire physique. Its effectiveness surpassed his previous training by more than double. Furthermore, Luo Tian couldn't help but marvel at how well suited Yin Shu was as a personal trainer. She far surpassed any paid instructors in the gym. If he continued training at this pace, it wouldn't be long before his combat abilities would soar. "Your technique is commendable, but maintain your focus." Yin Shu corrected a mistake of his. It must be said that Luo Tian's aptitude in this area astonished her. Compared to the average person, he was exceptionally gifted. Chapter 88. "You actually have a gun?" Several hours later, Luo Tian indulged in a refreshing hot bath. In this biting cold temperature of -70 degrees, it seemed that only he could relish such a luxurious existence. Clad in his sleepwear, he comfortably settled onto the sofa. "At that moment, Master," Baiya said with a beaming smile, being the first to finish her bath as she emerged from the bathroom. Through their time spent together, Baiya had grown increasingly attached to him. Luo and Yin Shu also emerged from the bathroom after drying their hair. Yin Shu gently combed her silky black hair, her long, fair legs peeking out from beneath her shorts. Upon seeing each other, Luo Tian suddenly recalled that he had 3 handguns stored in his space. "Officer Yin, come here. Let me show you something interesting," Luo Tian beckoned, patting the sofa beside him. Upon hearing this, a hint of curiosity flickered across Yin Shu's rosy face as she gracefully took a seat next to Luo Tian, wondering what he was about to reveal. "Look, do you know what model this gun is?" Luo Tian produced a sleek black Glock pistol from his space and placed it before her. This was one of the firearms he had scavenged from the hideout of several robbers during a bank heist before the apocalypse. He had a total of 3 in his possession, but had temporarily forgotten about these formidable weapons due to his limited knowledge of firearms and the availability of crossbows as a substitute. Now, with the professional officer Yin Shu by his side, they finally found their purpose and would no longer gather dust in his space. "A gun?" The moment they laid eyes on the handgun, the three women were taken aback, their beautiful eyes widening in shock. Baya, leaning against Luo Tian, instinctively tightened her grip on his arm in fear. They knew that Luo Tian possessed an infinite space filled with countless supplies, but the fact that it housed firearms had never crossed their minds. After all, such items are considered contraband in the country. Most people had never even encountered one, let alone obtained one. Baya, as a prominent star, had never seen such a deadly weapon, let alone the married Luo, whose face turned pale with fright. "This is the Glock 19, Yin Shu exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. Yet, with her extensive knowledge of firearms, she recognized the model at a glance just from its exterior. As a police officer, she had her own service weapon, so she was not as anxious as Baya and Luo. This was not something to be taken lightly. A simple squeeze of the trigger could effortlessly extinguish a life, and she did not wish to give Luo Tian the wrong impression. "Don't worry. The magazine is unloaded," Luo Tian reassured her with a smiled eye. In fact, he had specifically chosen the unloaded Glock from his collection. Hearing this, Yin Shu felt at ease and picked up the handgun from the table. The Glock 19 is a modified version of the Glock 17. Its dimensions and weight are more compact, making it easier to conceal and carry. The standard magazine capacity is 15 rounds. Yin Shu explained while examining the firearm, her voice steadied. As a woman who had chosen a career in law enforcement, she naturally held a fondness for firearms and had even won numerous shooting competitions during her tenure. "Luo Tian, where did you acquire this gun?" It couldn't possibly be. Yin Shu's eyes widened in sudden realization. If her memory served her right, the robbers involved in a bank heist she had been assigned to before the Apocalypse wielded Glock handguns. Moreover, after their capture, the three firearms from their hideout had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a box of untouched cash. "Indeed, I took them from those robbers," Luo Tian confirmed with a smirk. "I have 2 more of these guns, along with over 400 rounds of ammunition." Upon hearing this, Luo and Baya gasped in shock, covering their mouth. Over 400 rounds of ammunition. If each shot could claim a life, that meant he could effortlessly eliminate more than 400 people. Residing in a fortified safe house with handguns and hundreds of bullets at his disposal, they could hardly fathom what kind of... At the same time, a profound sense of security washed over them. The stronger Luo Tian was, the safer they felt. "Then why didn't you bring them out earlier?" Yin Shu asked, bewildered. If Luo Tian had been holding a gun during her first entry, he could have easily shot her the moment she revealed her fruit knife. At the very least, she wouldn't have acted so recklessly. "I forgot," Luo Tian shrugged. "After all, I'm not very familiar with this sort of thing." Yin Shu's brows relaxed as she spoke softly. "I can teach you. Within 3 days, you could master the basics of shooting." "That quickly? I thought it would take at least 2 months," Luo Tian replied, surprised. With Yin Shu, a police officer, by his side, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. "It's not as difficult as you think. First, you'll learn the theory of shooting, and once you grasp the key techniques, the rest is mostly live practice," Yin Shu explained with a smile. "Of course, this was merely the initial stage of mastering firearm usage." The difference between spraying bullets and precision shooting was immense. Meanwhile, on the 15th floor, in room 1503, a group of residents bearing expressions of hatred had... "Can we tolerate this?" A young man, his face twisted in rage, spoke through clenched teeth to the others. His brother had been set ablaze by a Molotov cocktail while they attempted to assault Luo Tian's home, ultimately rolling down the stairs and dying before his very eyes. This had ignited an unquenchable hatred within him for Luo Tian. Among the other residents, some had lost husbands, while others mourned sons, all sharing a deep-seated animosity towards Luo Tian. They had gathered to devise a plan to eliminate him. "What can we do?" someone asked bitterly. "Luo Tian's door is so fortified that no one can threaten him." Despite their fervent desire to kill him, his home resembled a fortress, and they could not breach that iron door. If they recklessly charged in, they would meet the same grim fate as those who had perished. "I have a suggestion." Suddenly, Wang Hongming, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Chapter 89. Should we call for external assistance? The speaker was Wang Hongming. Moments ago, lured by the temptation of food, he had foolishly called out to Luo Tian, addressing him as father, only to be met with a severe humiliation from the latter. Not only did he fail to procure any food, but he also lost face in front of his neighbors, becoming the subject of their ridicule. "Wang Hongming, do you have any good suggestions?" "Speak up." "Yes, do share." The other residents could not restrain their curiosity. Wang Hongming replied bitterly, Luo Tian's strength is overwhelming. We are utterly powerless against him with just our small group. Are you suggesting seeking external help? One resident seemed to grasp his implication, exclaiming in astonishment. Precisely. We must enlist external support. Wang Hongming clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. Let us not forget who eliminated Deng Tu and his ilk. It was those from Building 10. Although Luo Tian has yet to deal with Deng Tu, those from Building 10 swiftly eradicated them all. This underscores the disparity in strength. Upon hearing this, several residents widened their eyes, their faces brightening with excitement. Indeed, Deng Tu and his companions were formidable adversaries whom even Luo Tian could not defeat. Yet they had been vanquished by those from Building 10. What did this imply? The individuals from Building 10 were even more ruthless. Since Luo Tian dared only to cower in his home, if they were to bring an entire building's worth of people to confront him, surely he would be left with no means of escape. Wang Hongming, your mind works swiftly, one resident praised, having not considered seeking aid from those in Building 10. However, why would we do not even know them? Moreover, I have heard they are incredibly brutal, rivaling even Deng Tu and his gang, a female resident expressed, somewhat apprehensively. What if her comments garnered agreement from others? You have all heard, they are constantly pillaging and burning. All for what? For food and women. Wang Hongming spoke coldly. The rumors about Building 10 had spread throughout the residence group. Reports indicated that an individual named Zhuo Wintao had taken control of half the building. He and his gang amassed a stockpile of resources through incessant robbery and murder, even kidnapping numerous women, indulging in a lavish lifestyle daily. Some residents, desperate for survival, had even offered their wives to him, becoming part of his gang in the process. Zhuo Wintao has a penchant for women and food, and those two items are abundant in Luo Tian's household. Wang Hongming stood up, surveying the crowd. If we relay this information to them, it is almost guaranteed they will lead a contingent to attack Luo Tian's home. Upon hearing this, the other residents could not help but brighten with interest. The young resident who had lost his brother exclaimed excitedly, indeed. After all, what does Luo Tian typically consume? Barbecue and seafood. And who is the woman in his life? The renowned goddess Bai Ya. Such immense temptation was surely irresistible. They would undoubtedly devise a way to eliminate Luo Tian, while all they needed to do was watch from the sidelines as both sides engaged in a deadly struggle. But who will notify those in Building 10? At that moment, a female resident gulped nervously. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened. The gruesome reputation of those from Building 10 had already permeated the residents' minds through rumors and images shared in their group. If they ventured into their territory uninvited, what if the latter? After all, they had committed numerous murders recently. Let it be known, we women shall not go. The group is already buzzing with tales of Zhuo Wintao's fondness for beautiful women. Our presence would be akin to such matters ought to be handled by men. The male residents present exchanged glances, their foreheads beating with sweat at the implication. Goodness, with their appearances, marked by uneven features and figures akin to water barrels, did they truly believe those from Building 10 would take an interest in them? Their safety in such a scenario would likely be far greater than ours. Nevertheless, under the vehement protests of the female residents, the responsibility ultimately fell upon a few of the men. However, the men began to defer to one another, engaging in a cycle of courteous refusals, as if the civility of the pre-apocalyptic world had suddenly returned. In the end, the task landed on Wang Hongming and the young resident. Damn, a bunch of cowards. Wang Hongming grumbled as he clambered out of the window, only to find his foot sinking deep into the snow. He struggled to free his leg, cursing under his breath. Clearly, the families of the other residents had all been brutally slain by Luo Tian, and logically, their hatred should surpass his own. Yet, at this crucial moment, they all acted like turtles retreating into their shells. Crack snap, snap crack, the two men began to dig fervently with the shovels they had brought. The underground parking lot was buried deep beneath the snow, a vast expanse of white. This was to be expected, given the heavy snowfall. Any path they cleared would likely be covered again in less than a day. After a strenuous effort, they finally exposed the entrance to the underground parking lot. Let us go. The two exchanged glances, discarding their shovels without hesitation as they crawled inside. Soon, with the aid of the wall markings and their somewhat dim flashlights, Wang Hongming finally reached the exit near Building 10. Unlike the snow-covered appearance of their own Building 9, the exit here, though snow-laden, was much easier. It was evident that this location had been cleared multiple times. Let us go. We've arrived at Building 10. Wang Hongming turned to speak, only to be taken aback to find himself utterly alone behind him. Where the hell did they go? Had they fled? Chapter 90. Come with me to meet Brother Zhua. Damn it. Wang Hongming couldn't help but utter a curse. He truly did not expect that, having arrived at the foot of building number 10, the young man following him would suddenly flee. At that moment, he found himself utterly alone. Should I just go back? Wang Hongming glanced toward the entrance leading to the ground floor, a hint of retreat beginning to stir within him. After all, the individuals in building number 10 were far more ruthless than Deng Tu and his crew. What am I afraid of? With Luo Tian diverting their attention, I will surely be fine, especially since I have come this far. The thought of Luo Tian sneering at him in their group chat ignited a surge of anger within Wang Hongming. He immediately dashed out from the underground parking lot. Due to the heavy snowfall, he had no choice but to ascend to the third floor and then clamber through the corridor's window. What are you doing? Shit, we have an intruder. Capture him. Wang Hongming was taken aback. As soon as he tumbled through the window into the corridor, several men confronting him noticed his presence. These men wielded baseball bats and buckets, seemingly intent on shoveling snow. Ah! Please don't hit me. I'm not an intruder. Wang Hongming was met with a few blows, collapsing onto the ground while cradling his head in despair. I'm here to find your boss. I have crucial information to share with him. Upon hearing his pleas for mercy, the fierce-looking men finally lowered their raised bats. Who do you think you are, trying to find our boss? Do you think you're worthy? Zhou Yunkuan disdainfully pointed his bat at Wang Hongming's head. This fellow was too suspicious, sneaking in quietly from the third floor, making it difficult for them to trust his true intentions. After all, they had been robbing numerous residents from other buildings these past few days. Brothers, listen to me. There's a guy named Luo Tian in our building, and he has hoarded a tremendous amount of food. You would definitely be interested, Wang Hongming said with flattery. After receiving a couple of blows to the head, stars danced before his eyes, and the pain only intensified his underlying fear. At that moment, looking at the fierce expressions of the men beside him, his mind, filled with hatred, began to clear. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of regret. Who the hell is Luo Tian? Just because he has food at home, what does it have to do with us? Zhou Yunkuan weighed the bat thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at him. Recently, under Zhou Wintao's leadership, they had amassed a fortune in supplies. They didn't even regard the stockpiles of ordinary residents. Hey, big brother, just look at these few pictures, and you'll understand. Wang Hongming hastily fished out his phone from his pocket, frantically scrolling through the images Luo Tian had shared in the group chat, and presented them before the others. Zhou Yunkuan initially wore a face of disdain. However, upon casting a casual glance, he was utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? So many hairy crabs. And lobsters. Roast chicken? This was beyond comprehension. It was currently a frigid, snow-laden -70 degrees, and yet this bastard had access to such mouth-watering delicacies. Where on earth did he procure them? Zhou Yunkuan had previously thought that the instant noodles, jerky, and even the delectable canned luncheon meat they had seized were the pinnacle of gourmet offerings within the community. No other residents could possibly be as extravagant as their brother Zhua. But this Luo Tian, flaunting his wealth in the owner's group, had completely blinded him. I've grown tired of barbecued meat. I'm ready to switch to seafood. Who cares for trashy instant noodles? Damn it. Zhou Yunkuan slammed his bat against the wall, startling Wang Hongming into a shiver. Brothers Zhua treated us to a few bags of instant noodles, and we'd be willing to stab someone in the back for him, pledging our loyalty. Who does this arrogant Luo Tian think he is? Speaking as if his words incited the surrounding men to join in with their own exclamations of anger. Damn it, is that Luo Tian really this arrogant? Just hearing you talk makes me want to smash his head open. I want to see what kind of delicacies he is indulging. Upon seeing the images, they too were left speechless. Slurp, someone couldn't help but swallow hard. The glistening hairy crabs, the roast chicken perfectly golden. Just the sight of it made their mouths water uncontrollably. Was this really not a stock photo? Outside, the snow was falling heavily, and this guy had such exquisite food to enjoy? How indulgent could he be? Damn it, I can't stand this. This guy is eating 10 times better than our brother Zhua. No, 100 times better. Zhou Yunkuan ground his teeth in frustration. That moment, He resolved to report this matter to Zhuo Wintao and rally the troops to storm building number 9, seizing every morsel of food from that household. Furthermore, they would teach that Luo Tian a lesson, making him realize that there are some airs one simply cannot afford to put on. As for whether the other party would resist, he hadn't even considered that possibility. Ridiculous. They had over 40 men at their disposal. It was a laughable notion that one person, or even an entire building, could stand against them. Yesterday, when we raided those 2 old geezers' place and got 2 packs of beef jerky, I thought that was the most precious food ever. Now, my perspective has completely changed. This is living like an emperor, feasting on lavish meals daily, better than I did a month ago. I can't endure this, it's simply intolerable. We must seize those provisions. The men spoke with expressions of unbridled greed. Even their breathing grew heavy, as if they longed to charge forth immediately with weapons in hand. Hey, brothers, not only does Luo Tian have food, but he also hoards a considerable number of beautiful women. Wang Hongming, seeing the avarice in their eyes, felt a wave of relief wash over him and eagerly continued explaining. Oh, beautiful women? Zhou Yunkuan's face lit up with a sneer. I'm not exaggerating. The beauties from Brothers Zhuo's place would make your eyes pop out. He spoke as if they had never seen the likes before. That model from the exhibition, 2 of them have become Brothers Zhuo's women. Their looks and figures are beyond your wildest imagination. In response, Wang Hongming wore a mysterious expression as he said, well, do you know the national goddess Baya? Zhou Yunkuan and the others momentarily held their breath. Shit, you can't be implying that It was evident he struggled to control his overwhelming emotions. The national goddess was someone who dominated the trending searches daily, captivating all ages with her charm. Exactly, the goddess Baya is currently at Luo Tian's residence. Wang Hongming nodded emphatically. This news is known by all the residents of building number 9. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunkuan seized him by the collar, speaking fiercely, let us go. We must see the boss immediately. Chapter 91. The beautiful doctor in Yuyin, 10th floor, room 1001. The living room. A large fire pit crackled as it consumed the disassembled legs of wooden tables and chairs, sending forth a symphony of crisp sounds. Five or six men reclined on the sofas nearby, basking in the warmth emanating from the fire, while 1 or 2 women accompanied them, each seemingly at ease. A collection of snacks, canned meats, and even 2 rather wilted and slightly rotten apples lay scattered upon the coffee table. Zhuogu, you are so wicked, exclaimed a heavily made-up model, nestled against Zhuo Wintao in the center of the sofa, her voice a sultry whisper. Ha ha ha, wicked. I can be even worse. Do you wish to witness it? Zhuo Wintao replied, loosening his collar as laughter erupted from him. Though he appeared quite refined, the gazes of the men surrounding him bore a hint of reverence. It was under Zhuo Wintao's leadership that they had managed to seize nearly half a building, amassing a trove of women and supplies, thus averting starvation for the group. Naturally, the resident, brother, I have significant news to report. Just as a model was leaning in, her intentions clear, Zhou Yunkuan burst into the room with several companions in tow, exuding urgency. Yunkuan, can you not be so reckless? Some matters can wait. Zhuo Wintao's tone was tinged with irritation at the interruption. Zhou Yunkuan was one of his most capable underlings, yet his impulsive nature often led him astray. Apologies, boss. Zhou Yunkuan replied sheepishly. With a burst of excitement, he dragged the nervous Wang Hongming forward, declaring, Boss, this fellow just came from building 9. At this revelation, Zhuo Wintao remained unperturbed, even pinching himself to emphasize his point. Have we not already captured enough bountiful prey these past few days? Why this excitement over such trivial news? We seized over 20 boxes of instant noodles and 3 or 4 boxes of canned goods, not to mention a plethora of other items, Zhuo Wintao scoffed. And no matter how plump that fellow may be, can he possibly compare to my own bounty? Seeing his brother's skepticism, Zhou Yunkuan remained undeterred, grinning as he said, Brother, I too was dismissive at first. Just take a look at this. He promptly opened a group chat on his phone and presented it to Zhuo Wintao. Wow, a seafood feast? Grilled meat? Zhuo Wintao's eyes widened in astonishment, his actions halting altogether. Even the 2 models beside him stared at the screen in awe, their mouths watering involuntarily. Hee hee, what do you think, boss? Surprised? Are we? Zhou Yunkuan chuckled. I am indeed astonished. With the bitter cold and blizzard obstructing the roads, how on earth did this chap named Luo Tian procure such delicacies? Moreover, that superstar Baya is residing in his abode. Hard to believe, isn't it? The other loyal subordinates were instantly captivated by their conversation. After viewing the photos, their faces reflected unrestrained greed. Damn it, Zhuogu, this Luo Tian is truly a magnificent catch. Are you certain this information is accurate? Baya, the national superstar, resides in Building 9? Damn it, she is my goddess. How could such a prize fall into the hands of a pig? The men were ablaze with excitement, eager to set forth immediately as if everything were firmly within their grasp. The news is absolutely reliable. It's all the talk of Building 9, Zhou Yunkuan assured, thumping his chest. Damn it, this guy can show off even better than I can. Zhuo Wintao sneered as he scrolled through the chat records. It seemed the original plan needed some adjustment. Such a plump sheep must be swiftly dispatched. Otherwise, those culinary delights would surely be squandered. And that national-level goddess Baya deserved to be claimed by someone of his stature. When he seized her, he would indulge himself fully. Yunkuan, inform the others to abandon the group upstairs. Zhuo Wintao commanded. Lured by the prospect of gourmet food and a celebrity, he could afford to set aside the occupants of the upper floors for the time being. After all, he had his men keeping watch. Those desperate souls would find it impossible to escape. Understood, boss, Zhou Yunkuan replied, his face alight with eagerness. Each time Zhuo Wintao led their charge, rewards were shared among all, instant noodles and bread were plentiful, and even the two models had contributed to a night of revelry. Thus, the loyalty of his 40-plus subordinates was unwavering, each action fueled by enthusiasm. Zhuogu, are we certain about abandoning those upstairs? This morning's assault left many of them wounded. If we do, one of his loyal subordinates voiced his reluctance. He had long coveted the doctor, with her delicate features and long, graceful legs. If he could conquer the upper floors, he could savor the fruits of his labor. The mere thought of such a scenario left him electrified. What is the rush? Zhuo Wintao replied dismissively. Even with that woman and Yuyan present, we need not be hasty. After all, their medical supplies are limited. Recognizing his leader's resolve, the subordinate reluctantly retreated, disappointment etched on his face. Prepare yourselves, everyone, gather your weapons. Tonight we shall host a wild party and revel in the performance of the national goddess. Zhuo Wintao declared, slapping the coffee table with fervor. Upon hearing this, every subordinate in the room erupted in enthusiastic cheers. How could they not be thrilled at the prospect of encountering such a stunning goddess? Boss, I think we should carefully consider our approach to the assault. Zhou Yunkuan quickly cautioned, anxious that a moment of recklessness might lead to their demise at the hands of a few incendiary devices. His explanation left the others somewhat taken aback. The door is exceptionally sturdy, and the walls are reinforced with alloy. Even several iron hammers could not breach them. What if we toss incendiary devices? Zhuo Wintao exclaimed, astonished. This fellow named Luo Tian had seemingly transformed his home into a fortress. Surely, he must be deranged. In light of this, a direct assault was no longer viable. Should they charge in, his men would surely become charred remains. Chapter 92, Night Raid. Hee, esteemed leaders, I have conveyed all the news to you. Wang Hongming said with a sycophantic smile, feeling a growing sense of retreat as the situation seemed to settle. The longer he lingered here, the greater the peril. Enough, just get lost. Seeing that the other party had outlived their usefulness, Zhou Yunkuan waved his hand dismissively, his patience worn thin. All right then, brothers, I shall take my leave at once. As he walked away, he secretly rejoiced, astonished at how effortlessly he was able to depart, as the others paid him no mind. Their focus entirely on Luo Tian. At that moment, Wang Hongming even looked down on that cowardly group, resolving that the first thing he would do upon returning was to ridicule them fiercely. Bang! A heavy blow struck the back of his head, and Wang Hongming's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Watching him crumple to the ground, Zhuo Wintao wiped the blood from his baseball bat, sneering as he remarked, "Thought you could escape? What do you think this is, a place you can come and go as you please?" Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yunkuan felt somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Boss, this kid poses no threat to us. Why did we take him out?" This fellow is undoubtedly harboring animosity towards that Luo Tian and intends to use us as his pawns. Zhuo Wentao handed the baseball bat to his subordinate and settled back onto the sofa. He could see through Wang Hongming's petty schemes with a mere glance. Furthermore, what if this is a scheme from Building 9? We have already made numerous enemies. Eliminating him would also prevent any information from leaking back. Zhuo Wentao stated coolly. This was his true intention. As a cautious and suspicious individual, he believed that any potential source of adverse consequences must be eradicated beforehand. Truly worthy of being the boss. Your considerations are so thorough. Zhou Yunkuan and several trusted confidants expressed their admiration. This was precisely why he could only remain a mere enforcer. Old Yu, this operation hinges on you. Zhuo Wentao addressed an older man nearby, who was busy indulging in a woman. Yu Zhengqi was an experienced locksmith. Whether it be the security doors of a residential complex or the sophisticated electronic locks of a villa, he could effortlessly unlock them. With him around, the residence security doors were essentially rendered. Given his reliable skills, Zhuo Wentao and his crew were not overly concerned when they heard that Luo Tian's security door was exceptionally sturdy, and no matter how solid it was, what good would it do against a Molotov cocktail? Block the throwing aperture, and with a few individuals bracing against it, what could they possibly do to them? Once the door was breached, that Luo Tian would be a lamb to the slaughter. This was the consensus among nearly all of them. The operation begins at 3 o'clock tonight. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Wentao announced 3 o'clock in the morning. It was the perfect time when people were deep in slumber, allowing them to stealthily ascend to the 23rd floor, where Old Yu would quietly unlock the door, enabling them to strike down their target in his sleep. They wouldn't even have a chance to utilize a Molotov cocktail. Truly worthy of being the boss. What an excellent plan. Hee. I'm coming for a seafood feast. When the time comes, I want to... Imagining the terrified expressions of their target and the goddess Baya filled their hearts with a perverse thrill. The ability to wield power over another's life and extinguish it was simply intoxicating. As it was still early, they were not in a hurry. Instead, they continued to indulge with the women in their arms while their thoughts drifted towards Building 9. The national-level goddess, once a being I could only look up to. Let Brother Zhuo go first. You only deserve to be on the sidelines, licking the goddess's toes. As they spoke, a chorus of laughter erupted. The individual being mocked took it in stride, grinning. That works too. The goddess's toes must be delightful. I'll just treat it like ice cream. Fine. You take the left foot. I'll take the right. I'll use my right hand. If you all get to play, what will I do? How about? I use my hair. At 2:30 in the morning, Zhou Yunkuan and his group stealthily left under the cover of night. They navigated through the underground parking lot, reaching the vicinity of Building 9 without obstruction. Indeed, having the underground passage made their task significantly easier, sparing them the effort of trudging through the thick snow. This passage had been uncovered by Wang Hongming earlier in the afternoon. Now, it was once again blanketed by a thick layer of snow, but with the cooperation of the group, a path was soon excavated. Let us go. The 6 men exchanged glances, silently climbing one after another. These individuals were all skilled hands chosen by Zhuo Wentao. Given that this operation was a night raid, bringing too many people along would be counterproductive and could easily alert the target. As long as they could quietly unlock the door, everything would fall into place. Zhou Yunkuan led the way, and the 6 men ascended to the 23rd floor in an orderly manner, intentionally controlling their footsteps to ensure that even in the stillness of night, they made as little noise as possible. Before long, they arrived at Luo Tian's door. Old Yu, it's your turn. Zhou Yunkuan signaled with his eyes. The elderly man known as Old Yu returned a reassuring glance, squatting down before the security door with his toolkit in hand. He also turned on the overhead light. As a seasoned locksmith with half a lifetime of experience, Yu Zhengqi believed there was no door lock he could not open. If there was one, it would certainly be the vault of a bank. 5 minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on Old Yu's back. Damn it. What kind of broken door lock is this? The keyhole is so intricate, it doesn't match any lock on the market, he cursed inwardly. Moreover, the structure of this door was exceedingly complex, as if there was another layer of locking mechanism inside. Even if he managed to unlock the first layer, the second would still bar his entry. What's more, he had no clue how to even open the first layer of the lock. 10 minutes passed. Old Yu, squatting in front of the door, felt on the verge of a breakdown. In his frustration, he contemplated standing up and shouting, "What kind of broken lock is this? Can it be opened with a key?" Just then, a muffled click sounded, and the security door slowly creaked open. Seeing this, Zhou Yunkuan and the others waiting nearby could not help but express their excitement. No wonder you're Old Yu. Unlocking a door is like child's play for you. Once we break in, but I didn't open this door. The lock structure is too complicated. I don't even understand it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunkuan and the others were instantly taken aback. You didn't open the lock? If that was the case, who did? Chapter 93. Gunshots in the dead of night. The security door opens. A pitch-black handgun, illuminated by the bright light within the room, was aimed at the crouching old man Yu. Luo Tian, clad in sleepwear, wore an amused smile on his face. Standing beside him in extreme cold weather gear was Yin Shu, equally poised for action. Guns? Upon realizing the situation, old Yu was instantly petrified with fear. What was happening? Why did the other party possess a firearm? That young man hadn't mentioned anything about it this afternoon. The few men standing behind Zhou Yunkuan were similarly dumbfounded. Although they outnumbered the two adversaries 6-2, the presence of a gun altered the dynamics entirely. Should the other party pull the trigger, they could easily be dispatched. Moreover, they were within a mere 7 steps of Luo Tian. Don't be afraid. That gun in his hand must be a fake, merely intended to intimidate us. Zhou Yunkuan scoffed. How could an ordinary person possess a firearm? If it were real, they would have fired it by now. His words calmed the others somewhat. Indeed, an ordinary person could not possibly wield a real gun. If it were genuine, they would have shot by now. Just as they were contemplating this, bang! A gunshot rang out. Old Yu collapsed, instantly silenced. Ah, damn, he has got a real gun. What do we do, Kuin-gu? Hey, Kuin-gu, you. The remaining 4 men cried out in terror, intending to turn and ask Zhou Yunkuan what to do, only to discover he had already sprinted several meters away, abandoning them. Apologies, brothers. You'll have to serve as my scapegoats, Zhou Yunkuan thought bitterly, his sprint growing even faster. In the dead of night, old Yu couldn't unlock the door, yet the adversary had opened it willingly. It was inconceivable that the gun could be fake. Unless, of course, Luo Tian had lost his senses. Thus, when Zhou Yunkuan uttered those 2 sentences, he had already resigned himself to sacrificing the others to save his own skin. Bang! 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 Luo Tian turned the gun towards the remaining men and pulled the trigger. The high-speed bullets erupted from the chamber, instantly obliterating 3 heads. Not bad. Using a handgun is far more exhilarating than a crossbow, Luo Tian remarked, blowing non-existent smoke from the muzzle with a grin. Faced with living targets within 5 meters, he could nearly hit his mark with his eyes closed, not needing to worry about accuracy. That moment, only 1 man remained outside the door. Terror-stricken, he stood at the threshold, trembling so violently he seemed near death. In mere moments, half of his companions had perished. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunkuan had used them as human shields and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a warm stream burst forth from beneath him, freezing instantly upon contact with the frigid air at -70 degrees. Please, don't kill me, the man pleaded desperately, hoping Luo Tian might spare him. Tell me where you came from and who sent you, Luo Tian demanded, the cold muzzle of his gun aimed at the man's head. His voice as frigid. The man, eyes wide with shock, collapsed lifelessly. Ha, you have no right to negotiate with me, Luo Tian scoffed. Regardless of whether they spoke, he could uncover the truth himself. Since the other party was so intransigent, it would be better for them to meet their maker. Let them convey their thoughts there. One has escaped, but it's not a major issue. Go finish off the remaining one, Luo Tian instructed Yin Shu. Given a minute's time, the adversary wouldn't have gotten far. In such darkness, they likely hadn't descended many floors. Understood. Yin Shu nodded and proceeded down the corridor. She had refrained from acting earlier to ensure Luo Tian's safety. After all, it didn't matter if the adversary... It must be said, these intruders arrived at the perfect time. Luo Tian had just completed his theoretical training on firearms with Yin Shu when they unwittingly provided a vivid, practical lesson in live fire shoot. This experience significantly deepened Luo Tian's grasp of firearms. After all, firing a gun and merely handling one were entirely different experiences. At that moment, the corridor was shrouded in darkness, especially at this late hour, with uncertainty about how many foes remained or if there lay an ambush ahead. It would be unwise to pursue recklessly, however, since Luo Tian had spoken, Yin Shu would execute the command. Click, she activated the shoulder-mounted flashlight, instantly illuminating the path ahead. The emergency lights in the corridor had long since failed. Without a personal light source, it would indeed be impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Thud, thud, given the challenges of normal pursuit. Yen Shu opted to leap down the staircases, descending rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, she had descended 2 floors. "Steward, pull up all surveillance footage," Luo Tian calmly instructed. Although he had sent Yen Shu into the darkness to pursue, he needed to confirm the corridor's situation to prevent an ambush. If there were any lurking threats, Luo Tian would instruct Yen Shu to return. After all, losing a minor henchman was trivial compared to Yen Shu's safety. At 3 in the morning, Luo Tian had long since fallen asleep. The steward had detected the intrusion when Zhou Yunkuan and his men entered the building through the surveillance, but without confirming their intentions, he did not wake Luo Tian immediately. It was only when the intruders reached the 21st floor that he roused Luo Tian. "Understood, master. All surveillance has been retrieved. It has been confirmed that there are no other individuals in the corridor." Though it was night, the corridor was utterly dark. However, the pinhole cameras installed along the corridor were equipped with infrared capabilities, providing clear visuals. It was evident that the panicked Zhou Yunkuan had only just reached the 15th floor. There was no choice. The corridor was simply too dark, and his flashlight was inadequate in a state of panic. No one could escape the building in less than a minute. At that moment, Zhou Yunkuan, fleeing for his life, lamented his earlier decisions. Had he known, he would never have rushed to participate in this ambush. It was an endeavor fraught with peril. Luo Tian's strength had surpassed everyone's expectations. Not only did he wield a lethal weapon, but he also had an agile female bodyguard by his side. This intelligence was completely unknown to Zhuo Wentao and his associates. He even questioned whether Wang Hongmin, who had visited that afternoon, was truly a spy sent from Building 9. Unfortunately, he would have no opportunity to relay this information back to Building 10. Chapter 94. The Large Cushion. Stop right there. Yen Shu leaped from the 16th floor, landing directly on the stairs of the 15th. Her sudden exclamation startled Zhou Yunkuan, who was already on edge. He lost his footing and tumbled headfirst downwards. Thud! The dull sound echoed as Zhou Yunkuan's head struck the corner of the wall, rendering him motionless. The blood that spilled forth was immediately frozen by the biting cold. Is he dead? Yen Shu approached him, using her foot to nudge his body, forcibly turning him over. To her dismay, she discovered he had already succumbed to silence. Zhou Yunkuan had, astonishingly, met his demise from a mere slip and fall. I had intended to extract some information from him. This complicates matters, Yen Shu lamented, shaking her head in resignation. She had not anticipated that her single shout would so easily send him to his end. Meanwhile, on the surveillance footage, Luo Tian witnessed the entire scene unfold. "What a fool, meeting his end by head-first impact," he remarked, speechless. The lead had now gone cold. Had he known earlier, he would not have taken such pleasure in executing each shot. Dispose of the body in return, Luo Tian instructed through his Bluetooth earpiece. If he was dead, then he was dead. The individuals behind him, noticing their subordinates' prolonged absence, would undoubtedly send others in search. After discarding Zhou Yunkuan's body from the window of the 14th floor corridor, Yen Shu returned to the warmth of the safe house. At that moment, Bai Ye and Li Rou stood in the living room, their faces etched with concern. "What happened?" "We just heard gunshots," Li Rou asked, her lips pursed. She had been in a deep slumber when the gunfire jolted her awake, and upon emerging, she found Bai Ye equally bewildered. "There was an intruder, but it has been dealt with," Yen Shu explained to the two women. "An intruder? But Deng Tu and his men are dead. Who could possibly attack us now?" Bai Ye, clad in her cat-themed pajamas, wore a look of confusion. After all, the remaining residents had witnessed the demise of over 20 individuals. It was hard to believe anyone would dare launch another assault. "Perhaps it is the people from Building 10, Luo Tian speculated, narrowing his eyes. The discussions regarding Building 10 in the owners' group had been quite numerous lately, and he had certainly taken note. Moreover, Building 10 was in close proximity to their own. If anyone were to be suspected, it would undoubtedly be them. Building 10? Yen Shu was taken aback by his conjecture, recalling that she had just brought Cece over from there. "Steward, have there been any unusual activities from the other residents today?" Luo Tian inquired, as if a thought had struck him. "Some of the owners." The steward swiftly reviewed the surveillance footage and provided a response, pulling up the recordings from that day. The footage revealed Wang Hongming and his group gathered in the third-floor corridor, bidding farewell as Wang Hongming and a young man equipped with a shovel made their way out. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tian confirmed his suspicions. "Indeed, it is that group of owners who have lost their families," he scoffed. This group had united out of hatred, plotting to contact the individuals from Building 10 to create trouble for him. The bait was likely the delectable treats shared in their group chat. Should we eliminate them? Yin Shu's gaze turned icy wide-eye. In the past, she had been an officer dedicated to safeguarding the public, always considering their perspective. However, times had changed. Anyone who threatened Luo Tian's safety would face her relentless wrath. No need, they will inevitably pay the price, Luo Tian replied with a cold smirk. Sooner or later, once he had confirmed and dealt with the threat from Building 10, they would meet their end. At that moment, the owners group began buzzing with messages. What is happening? I think I heard someone screaming in agony, and there were gunshots. Could it be the police have come to rescue us? Dream on. I heard someone screaming while fleeing down the stairs. The likelihood of armed thugs breaking in is quite high. The owners exchanged messages, each comment deepening their collective anxiety. Could it be that so soon after the demise of Deng Tu and his gang, a new threat had emerged? Meanwhile, the owners who had ventured to confront Building 10 were huddled in their homes, trembling with fear. Others may have been oblivious to the situation, but they were painfully aware. It was undoubtedly the people from Building 10 who had attempted a nighttime ambush on Luo Tian's residence, only to be met with gunfire in retaliation. Luo Tian had a gun. Their hearts raced with terror, and they resolved to keep the events of the day to themselves, vowing never to speak of it again. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Luo Tian had already observed their every move through the surveillance cameras. From this moment on, their lives were on borrowed time. Everyone, go get some rest. It should be quiet tonight. Luo Tian glanced at the clock, which read 3:30 in the morning. Baya was already beginning to nod off. Oh. Upon hearing his words, Baya sleepily followed Li Ro as they made their way to their shared room. Currently, she and Li Ro occupied one room, while Yin Shu had a room to herself. At this moment, Yin Shu had removed her extreme cold weather gear, draping her attire over a nearby hanger. Beneath her slender waist lay a pair of long, straight legs. Officer Yin, I seem to have forgotten something. Luo Tian approached her, wrapping his arm around her waist and leaning down to whisper in her ear. What did you forget? Yin Shu's cheeks flushed. After spending these past few days teaching Luo Tian about firearms, she realized she had yet to contribute her first kill. At that moment, Luo Tian felt a surge of interest. However, since they had just repelled the lackeys from Building 10, and their leader had yet to reveal himself, it was likely that Yin Shu would need to step out to confront them again. Thus, he decided to let her be for now. Come to my room, Luo Tian said with a smirk. Oh, Yin Shu replied, her cheeks blooming with color as she obediently followed him into his room. At that moment, Luo Tian resolved to hold off on further endeavors, wishing only to embrace a large cushion as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 95. Are you afraid? The sun hung high in the sky, but alas, its warmth had waned significantly, leaving only a faint glimmer of light. The atmosphere outside remained shrouded in a perpetual grayness, with snowflakes cascading endlessly from the heavens. In Building 10, Room 1001, Zhuo Wentao sat brooding on the sofa, his expression dark and foreboding. The two car models, once the objects of his affection, now languished neglected at the side. 8 hours. Since Zhou Yunkuan and his group ventured to Building 9 last night, a full 8 hours had elapsed without a word from them. According to the plan, they were supposed to have returned to Building 10 before 5 o'clock that morning. Meanwhile, the other loyal confidants seated on the side sofa wore equally grim expressions. The prolonged silence from Zhou Yunkuan suggested that the situation was dire. Optimistically, one might speculate that they had been captured. Pessimistically, one might fear that all 6 had met their end. Boss, about Yunkuan and the others. Like Zhou Yunkuan, he was also one of Zhuo Wentao's trusted aides. He had intended to lead the charge himself yesterday, but Zhou Yunkuan had beaten him to it. In hindsight, it appeared that Zhou Yunkuan had selflessly shielded him from disaster. There's no need to ponder. They are undoubtedly lost, Zhuo Wentao replied coldly, articulating the grim conclusion that everyone else was too afraid to voice. Upon hearing this, a somber silence enveloped the room. They had never in the dead of night, one would expect the adversaries to be fast asleep. Zhou Yunkuan's team had even enlisted Lao Yu to handle the locks, and their numbers were 6 times greater than the opponents. Even if they were discovered, surely it wouldn't lead to total annihilation. It was one thing to be outmatched, but was it truly possible for not a single soul to escape? As these thoughts surfaced, a shadow of dread loomed over them. Their understanding of the adversary was alarmingly scant. They knew only that the door and walls were exceptionally sturdy and that the enemy possessed homemade Molotov cocktails. Beyond that, they were in the dark. Some felt elation, while others were mired in despair. The two women assigned to Lao Yu by Zhuo Wintao exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with a hint of delight. Good riddance. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses and Zhuo Wintao himself, they might have burst into cheers. Among the multitude present, they were tasked with attending to a decrepit old man, a daily torment. Despite feeling nothing, they were compelled to feign satisfaction. Thank goodness, they were finally liberated. You two, go inquire about last night's happenings in Building 9, and report back to me. The model's expression contorted in discomfort. Yes, boss. Yu Feiyang responded, hastily exiting the room. With so many residents in Building 10, it was inevitable that a few would be acquainted with those in Building 9. Thus, Yu Feiyang managed to gather information about the previous night's events with relative ease. He burst through the door, breathless. Boss, something terrible has happened. Yu Feiyang panted as he entered the living room. In response to the bewildered stares of his companions, he continued, his voice trembling with fear. According to what I just found out, the residents of Building 9 reported hearing gunshots in the dead of night. And there were screams and sounds of people fleeing. One resident, particularly sharp of hearing, claimed that the shots were undoubtedly fired from a handgun. Gunshots? At this revelation, Zhuo Wintao and his confidants were struck with astonishment. Zhou Yunkuan would never have possessed a firearm. Then, who had discharged the weapon? Luo Tian. Zhuo Wintao ground his teeth. Despite all his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that the enemy would be armed. It was entirely plausible that Zhou Yunkuan and his team had fallen into the hands of an adversary equipped with fire. Had he led the charge last night, he might well have met a similar fate. Zhuo Wintao's grip tightened, causing the car model to wince in pain, though she stifled her cries. Should she dare to utter a sound at that moment, dozens of individuals would undoubtedly pay her room a visit that night. Yu Feiyang, are you certain of the authenticity of this information? Surely the residents of Building 9 aren't fabricating tales. How could someone as formidable as Shuagu not have secured a firearm, while Luo Tian, an ordinary person, somehow managed to acquire one? I refuse to believe it. This must be a conspiracy by Building 9. The other aides seated on the sofa expressed their skepticism. The news was far too dubious. They suspected that Luo Tian had colluded with the residents of Building 9 to deliver false information. Why would I deceive you? It's not just one or two people from Building 9 who heard it. Nearly the entire building has been buzzing with the news. If you don't believe me, I have screenshots of the group messages. Yu Feiyang, now agitated, insisted. This information had come directly from his inquiries. If it proved false, it would reflect poorly on his competence. Once the veracity of the information was established, an oppressive silence fell over the room. Not only did Luo Tian reside within a fortress-like abode, but he also possessed Molotov cocktails and a handgun. Could he still be considered a mere lamb for slaughter? Clearly not. The adversary's status had transformed from that of a vulnerable target to that of a ravenous beast. Confronted with firearms, the majority of individuals felt a chill of trepidation. They would have no qualms about robbing an unarmed resident, relishing the thrill of it. However, should the enemy wield deadly weapons? Zhuagu, perhaps we should let this Luo Tian be? One aide gulped nervously, speaking with caution. His suggestion resonated with the sentiments of the majority. They had already amassed sufficient resources from previous heists to sustain them for some time. Now, to risk their lives for peanuts by venturing into Building 9 seemed exceedingly unwise. With their current lives replete with resources and women, they were content. In stark contrast, Zhuo Wintao's countenance darkened ominously. Are you all afraid? He surveyed the room with a cold gaze, and each person instinctively lowered their head. You played a significant role in the plundering of those residents. Zhuo Wintao's voice dripped with frost. Now that you are enjoying the fruits of your labor, have you all turned cowardly? We number over 40. How can we be intimidated by a mere individual like Luo Tian? He shook his head in disappointment. If word of this gets out, where would that leave my reputation as the leader? How can we command respect in the future? Upon hearing this, the aides felt a wave of shame wash over them. Their heads bowed. Indeed, they had over 40 people at their disposal and had laid siege to countless residences. Yet now, they were utterly demoralized by a single individual, Luo Tian. It was utterly humiliating. After all, they hadn't even laid eyes on Luo Tian himself. Zhuagu, what should we do? At your command, we shall charge forward. Yu Feiyang gritted his teeth in shame. Had Zhou Yunkuan been present, he would have undoubtedly boasted about leading the charge. He couldn't allow himself to fall behind. The other aides, too, felt their spirits rekindled, their eyes glinting with determination as they gazed at their leader. If necessary, they would employ a strategy of sheer numbers. They would overwhelm their opponent. Do not fret. Luo Tian likely has a limited supply of ammunition. He may have already exhausted it, Shuo Wentao sneered. An ordinary person could not possibly hoard firearms at home. This was not America. That handgun was likely a serendipitous find from the frozen corpse of a police officer in the snow. In any case, he could only have a single magazine's worth of bullets. Shuo Wentao surmised that Lao Yu had pried open the door last night, catching the adversary off guard, leading to the immediate demise of Zhou Yunkuan and his team. Luo Tian would be able to fire only a few more shots before that gun became nothing more than scrap metal. After all, gun control laws in the country were extraordinarily stringent. Upon hearing Zhuo Wentao's analysis, the other aide's expressions brightened once more. Zhuogu, your words have restored my confidence. At worst, we can sacrifice a few men to deplete his ammunition. Exactly. Once he runs out of bullets, we can settle the score. I refuse to believe that his shabby abode is devoid of weaknesses, the group declared vehemently. The enemy had taken the lives of their 6 brothers. They were determined to ensure that Luo Tian paid a heavy price in return. Furthermore, they intended to storm his residence and seize all his resources and treasures. Chapter 96. The duties of a maid. At this moment, the crowd was brimming with confidence. The assembled subordinates were all invigorated, resolutely determined to breach Luo Tian's residence today and avenge their 6 fallen comrades. Having guns is impressive. With so many of us, how many shots can you fire? What they were unaware of was that within Luo Tian's domain lay over 400 bullets, enough to ensure that each of them would meet their demise 10 times over. Let us set forth, for the grand seafood feast and to play with the goddess, Zhuo Wentao declared, raising his hand in rallying spirit. The room and corridor were filled with his underlings, wielding machetes and baseball bats, their faces alight with excitement as they echoed, for the feast, for the goddess. I shall lead the charge. Onward, brothers. With that, Zhuo Wentao took the lead, accompanied by over 40 fervent followers, their mission clear. A forceful assault. In the master bedroom, Luo Tian awoke, gradually rousing from the embrace of sleep upon his 3-meter-wide bed. He had enjoyed a night of sweet slumber, perhaps due to the comforting presence of his large pillows. Master, Baya has come to us. This duty was indeed part of a maid's responsibilities, though it occasionally required a bit more time than anticipated. Boss, I suspect there might be a trap at Building 9. We must exercise caution. One of his trusted men, brandishing a machete, cautioned. Beside him stood Zhuo Wentao, gripping a baseball bat, while the throng of subordinates, as soldiers, surged ahead. The quicker ones had already darted out of the underground parking lot and emerged onto the street. Rest assured, I have thoroughly investigated. Building 9 is but a scattered assembly, Yu Feiyang assured, thumping his chest. Under the dual allure of food and intimidation, the residents of Building 9, whom he had contacted today, had divulged everything truthfully. Unlike their own Building 10, where Zhuo Wentao led a tightly knit group, the occupants of Building 9 were disorganized and lacked the strength to resist against a well-coordinated force of over 40 armed individuals. Thus, they could confidently deal with Luo Tian. Very well, Zhuo Wentao sneered. They decided to ascend to the 23rd floor to survey Luo Tian's residence. With so many of them present, he was determined to exploit any weakness. Oh, who are you? 2 homeowners, carrying buckets and descending to clear the snow, were taken aback. The corridor was suddenly congested with a horde of fearsome individuals, blocking their passage. They exchanged terrified. With a swift crack, they struck the duo, leaving them dazed. Had they not been preoccupied with more pressing matters, these 2 would surely have been thrown from the heights of the building. Soon, Zhuo Wentao, flanked by his followers, reached the 23rd floor. Aware of Luo Tian's formidable prowess, they dared not approach too closely, mindful of the potential for ranged attacks. What are those walls? Zhuo Wentao squinted, directing his gaze toward the battered surfaces. His loyal men followed suit, observing the dark, sturdy alloy plates revealed beneath the crumbling walls, faintly glimmering with an eerie light. The surface bore numerous marks from tools and hammers, indicating that many had attempted to break through, yet had only managed to chip away at the fragile exterior without affecting the robust internal structure. Boss, it seems the intel was accurate. The walls and doors of Luo Tian's residence are likely exceedingly solid. Yu Feiyang swallowed hard. From the extensive marks left behind, he could unequivocally deduce that even with over 40 men attempting to breach the iron walls and doors, their efforts would ultimately be in vain. They might even find themselves decimated by Luo Tian's incendiary devices. What shall we do, boss? Are we truly at an impasse? The other loyalists, witnessing this formidable steel barrier, felt a wave of despair wash over them. Each person was gripped by a sense of helplessness. Since his outer walls and doors are so impenetrable, let us shift our point of attack, Zhuo Wintao proclaimed coldly. He refused to believe that the floor directly beneath them was fortified with the same alloy plates as the front walls. If they could create a gaping hole in the floor, wouldn't that leave their adversary to await his doom within? The previous attackers had to have been fools to overlook such a critical vulnerability. They then proceeded directly beneath Luo Tian's residence, arriving at the door of room 2201 on the 22nd floor. With utmost politeness, they used a hammer to knock the door open, only to discover an empty room, furnished yet cloaked in a layer of dust, indicating the owner had not returned in quite some time. Perfect. Zhuo Wintao scoffed, commanding, "Get to work," and demolished the floor of his residence. A group of henchmen, armed with hammers, began to strike at the ceiling with malicious intent. Clang, however, their expressions quickly morphed into despair, for beneath the thin ceiling lay yet another layer of impenetrable black alloy. Chapter 97. Particularly those who had been hammering at the ceiling, their expressions were now utterly ghastly, as if they had swallowed something foul. What the hell? Is this for real? This house is not only embedded with alloy steel plates on all sides, but even what sane person would modify their home like this? The henchmen were on the verge of collapse. They had initially believed this was a brilliant tactic, one that would allow them to break through the floor and successfully invade the enemy's home, seizing all resources and brutally toying with Baya, the nationwide sensation. However, Luo Tian had anticipated this, leaving them no loopholes to exploit. After toiling for hours, they were left as nothing more than a band of clowns. Damn it! No wonder Luo Tian has the audacity to flaunt his culinary delights in the owner-s group. His home is practically a fortress. Exactly, there's no way to break through with just a hammer. We would need an electric drill or a cutting machine. I've observed it closely. This is not ordinary steel. Even an electric drill would be astounded. The henchmen couldn't help but grit their teeth in frustration. They abandoned their hammers and began to vent their anger by smashing the furniture within the house. Some even began to harbor resentment towards Wang Hongming, who had been eliminated by their boss yet had divulged information to them. Wang Hongming was truly cursed. Although Luo Tian's residence boasted a sumptuous seafood feast and a star that they could only dream of, this solid wall felt like an insurmountable chasm, barring their entry. What do we do now, Brother Zhuo? Yu Feiyong asked anxiously. He and several trusted subordinates had deliberated for quite some time, yet had conjured no feasible plan. It was impossible for them to retreat now. After all, they had already lost. They had deployed nearly all their combat strength today. If they were to flee in disgrace, their authority as the upper management would plummet in the eyes of the others. This was something they could not tolerate. Luo Tian, however, he soon smirked coldly. Do you really think that by transforming your home into an iron box, I would be powerless against you? I, Zhuo Wintao, am not like those brainless residents. Amidst the puzzled expressions of his subordinates, Zhuo Wintao beckoned them closer and said, "How could such a sturdy alloy steel plate have any weaknesses?" Upon hearing their leader's words, Yu Feiyong and the others were left utterly baffled. They exchanged glances, forcing a bitter smile. "Boss, just come out and say it. Our brains aren't sharp enough to decipher your thoughts." In response, Zhuo Wintao chuckled coldly. Its vulnerability lies in its excellent thermal conductivity. As long as we start a sufficiently large fire below, Luo Tian's home will become a sealed oven. If the flames are fierce enough, we can roast them alive. Upon hearing this explanation, Yu Feiyong and the other trusted subordinates were swept up in a wave of ecstasy. Damn, as expected of the boss. While the alloy plates were indeed tough, brute force alone would not suffice to break them. However, if they shifted their strategy and employed arson, they could easily breach this seemingly impregnable fortress. Perhaps in the end, Luo Tian would even be compelled to open the door himself, unable to bear the searing heat. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the boss, you are simply brilliant. Brother Zhuo, my admiration for you is boundless, like an unending river. At last, Luo Tian's good days are numbered. The other henchmen stationed in the corridor erupted into laughter upon hearing this brilliant scheme. In their minds, victory was assured. Whether the opponent emerged or not was of little consequence. If they did, they would lie in wait to eliminate them, and if they didn't, they would turn them into roasted meat. Luo Tian, let us see how you respond now. Thus emboldened, the henchmen flocked around Zhuo Wintao as they ascended to the 23rd floor. They not only aimed to kill, but also to strike terror into his heart. They would first divulge their method of execution and then relish watching him die amidst endless agony and fear. This was their favorite pastime. Luo Tian, surely you are aware that we hail from building number 10, the reapers of your life. Yu Feiyang shouted from a distance in the corridor. Behind him stood the composed Zhuo Wintao and his excited henchmen. They could hardly contain their imaginations of Luo Tian begging for mercy. At that moment, Luo Tian was seated on the sofa in the living room, wearing a playful expression as he observed the surveillance footage. Bai Ye and Li Rou sat beside him, while Yin Shu, clad in polar anti-cold gear, silently stood behind him. As soon as this group entered the building, the butler had issued a warning, so Luo Tian was immediately aware of their arrival. Undeniably, there were a considerable number of people from building number 10. Even when combined with the previous residents and the minions of Deng Tu, they still outnumbered them. However, he even had the leisure to tease Bai Ye, gently twirling a strand of her golden hair. "Oh, the reapers of my life?" Luo Tian said casually through a small Bluetooth speaker placed outside the door. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly deduced that the other party must be using some sort of speaker. "Why do I feel like you all resemble a bunch of corpses?" he suddenly chuckled. He had never encountered someone so brazen as to maintain such defiance at death's door. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Zhuo Wintao behind him intervened, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Luo Tian, is it? I am their leader, Zhuo Wintao." Zhuo Wintao appeared remarkably composed, as if everything was within his grasp, which elicited admiration from the henchmen present. "Look at that. Such poise, such dominance. I now present you with two choices." Without concern for whether Luo Tian could see, subsequently, Zhuo Wintao's expression darkened, turning ominously grim. Chapter 98. Are you capable? He had not anticipated such audacity from his adversary. In front of over 40 subordinates, he was subjected to a scathing tirade, which utterly humiliated him. "Damn it, you're as good as dead." Zhuo Wintao spat venomously. He turned to his underlings and commanded, "Go search. Smash open those residence doors and bring me everything that can ignite." Thus, a formidable force of more than 40 men split into 4 teams, wielding hammers to break down the residence security doors, storming in and indiscriminately pillaging resources. The unfortunate inhabitants who had sought refuge in their homes were now at the mercy of this sudden onslaught of ruthless marauders, leaving them bewildered as to why such ferocious brigands had invaded their sanctuary. "Please, take whatever you want, just don't hurt us," a young man pleaded desperately. Faced with a dozen armed assailants barging into his home, he found no courage to resist. Provoking them would mean the end for him. His wife and child huddled together, trembling in fear, watching helplessly as their wooden furniture. At this moment, law and order had utterly collapsed. With the absence of their leader, this henchman could no longer restrain himself. "Ah, no." The woman was pinned down, her terrified screams piercing the air. "We have more pressing concerns." Yu Feiyang interjected, alarmed by the unfolding scene. Delaying would surely invoke the wrath of old Master Zhua. What matters could possibly be more urgent? Just give me a minute. The man named Mazi waved dismissively, then began to indulge himself right before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the woman's husband lay on the floor, his face ashen. Watching the 2.1 minute later, Mazi departed with a look of satisfaction. Upon witnessing this, the other, "I want in too. Damn, I want to go next. Let me have a turn. You continue moving, and once I'm finished, it'll be your turn." "All right, but hurry up. What? You're done already?" Inside the room, the atmosphere became indescribably tense. Ultimately, the woman's eyes lost their luster. At this moment, it was not only Yu Feiyang's group that was enacting this tragedy. And the other 3 teams. The thugs invading the residents' homes were similarly ravaging everything in sight. The chaos that had unfolded in other apartment buildings days prior was now being replicated within Building 9. Ordinary residents had no capacity for resistance against these marauders, and could only silently resign themselves to their grim fate. Before long, a vast quantity of wooden furniture was transported to room 2201, and one of the henchmen even managed to procure a large bottle of gasoline. Each room became cluttered with wooden furniture, and with the igniting of gasoline, it would soon transform into a raging inferno. The intense heat generated could even reach up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you're finished. Prepare to be roasted alive." What a pity for the goddess. The underlings retreated to the corridor, laughing maniacally. Some had already procured incendiary materials, ready to set the flames ablaze. I, in the living room, Luo Tian, observing the entire scenario through surveillance, remained as composed as ever. Master, are we truly going to do nothing? Baya asked, her voice tinged with concern. She had witnessed the assailants breaking into other residents' homes, carting away numerous wooden items and stacking them all in the room on the 22nd floor. Without a doubt, she understood their intentions. Fire. At this moment, not only Baya and Li Ro, but also Yin Shu, who stood behind them, could no longer remain still. How about giving me a gun? I'll go take them out, Yin Shu said coldly. She had complete confidence in the alloy material of the safe house. However, if it were subjected to intense flames, its excellent thermal conductivity could prove to be quite fatal. Unless they opened the floor-to-ceiling windows to allow the frigid air from outside, a chilling 70 degrees below zero, to rush in. But wouldn't that create a perilous dichotomy of ice and fire within the safe house? Seeing their anxiety, Luo Tian chuckled and reassured them, fear not. They won't stir up much trouble. The alloy used in the safe house is not your average steel plate. It's a new type of military-grade alloy. This material is utilized in aircraft carriers and aerospace applications, capable of withstanding the extreme temperatures encountered during atmospheric reentry. A mere flicker of flame poses no threat at all. Such a potentially lethal weakness had been accounted for long. Not only would fire attacks be futile, but even attempts to douse it with water would be thwarted by the impeccable sealing of the safe house, ensuring not a single droplet would seep through. Upon hearing this, the women finally exhaled in relief, simultaneously admiring Luo Tian's foresight. In the corridor downstairs, ignite it, Zhuo Wintao commanded, and the incendiary material was hurled into the room. The flames erupted into a ferocious blaze. Before long, room 2201 had transformed into a raging inferno. The intense heat even surged through the doorway into the corridor. How cozy! The group exclaimed, marveling at the warmth. Simultaneously, they felt a pang of regret. All that could have provided warmth for a long time if taken home. Nevertheless, in their quest to eliminate Luo Tian, every sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. Soon enough, he'll be roasted alive. Let us wait at the door on the 23rd floor. He'll definitely come out. The henchmen laughed maniacally. Amidst such a violent conflagration, they were convinced that Luo Tian would surely meet his fiery end. However, as they gathered at the 23rd floor, waiting for at least 20 minutes, the safe house remained utterly silent. What is going on? Could it be that he's already done for? Yu Feiyang remarked, puzzled. Just then, Luo Tian's languid voice emanated from the Bluetooth speaker. How capable are you all? I don't feel a thing. Shall I add a bit more firewood? Chapter 99. A bounty. How could it be possible that after being subjected to flames exceeding 100 degrees Celsius for at least 20 minutes, he appeared completely unscathed? This was absurd. Was he some sort of monkey sprung forth from the crevices of stone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Feiyang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and shouted, this must be Luo Tian's scheme. They must have opened the windows by now. Perhaps he's even fled to the balcony. Trust me, they cannot hold out much longer. Upon hearing this, the other loyalists felt a wave of reassurance. Indeed, how could anyone withstand such extreme heat and emerge unscathed? They must be enduring tremendous pain, possibly suffering from severe burns. Even if they had opened the windows, it couldn't possibly last long. In stark contrast, Luo Tian laughed heartily, declaring, in my eyes, you are nothing but a pack of corpses. Thus, I fear no revelation. With a smirk, he conveyed his words clearly through the Bluetooth speaker, reaching every ear in the corridor. Witnessing his unwavering confidence, his subordinates were momentarily stunned. Could it be that the inferno below had truly left Luo Tian entirely unaffected? This layer of, I trust one need not elaborate further? Luo Tian sneered. His words rendered the 40-plus individuals in the corridor pale as ghosts. They could scarcely fathom that the alloy panel of Luo Tian's residence possessed such formidable origins, even being utilized in the outer layers of modern satellites. A titanium alloy capable of withstanding temperatures in the thousands of degrees would find the flames in a room, no more than a few hundred degrees due to extreme cold, utterly trivial. It was akin to attempting to ignite a steel ball with a mere match. Ridiculous. Let alone fire, even a torrent of molten lava would likely leave the safe house unscathed. Damn it, Luo Tian, do not push your luck. Yu Feiyang, seething with rage, cursed. Grabbing a baseball bat, he intended to smash down Luo Tian's door. However, halfway through, he halted, deterred by the fear that Luo Tian might greet him with a bullet. None mocked Yu Feiyang's retreat. Every individual present had nearly lost all will to fight. They stood dejectedly, filled with rage but utterly powerless. Luo Tian had not only slain 6 of their brothers, but had also humiliated them all. At this moment, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped them. This layer of alloy was simply too resilient. It was fireproof, waterproof, and impervious to the cold. Only a superhuman could hope to breach such a terrifying defense. Baya, nestled against Luo Tian's arm, gazed at the surveillance of Yu Feiyang and his cohorts, their faces resembling that of liver, and couldn't help but beam with delight. She had not anticipated that Luo Tian had foreseen every eventuality. The safe house, costing over 300 million, was likely the most secure refuge in the world. They may very well give up, Yanshu observed the surveillance footage and unlike the exuberant Baya, Yanshu considered many more factors in her mind. They will not escape. Luo Tian picked up the phone on the coffee table and opened the group chat. At that moment, the discussion revolved around Zhuo Wintao and his team attempting to seize the 22nd floor. What's the current situation? Have the people from Building 10 attacked Luo Tian's home? The fire has been raging for nearly half an hour. Honestly, I want to go up and kill them. They made a gaping hole in my door and stole all my food. Those brutes not only took my food, but also violated my wife. A dozen of them took turns. My situation is no different. Not only my wife, but even my mother fell victim. All my food has been robbed, and the firewood for burning is gone. They truly wish for our demise, damn it. I'm going up to fight them. The homeowners cursed the occupants of Building 10 in fury. The higher the floor, the greater the persecution endured. Some not only had their wives violated, but also suffered the destruction of their security doors, with frigid winds pouring in. Their pantries were utterly bare. They had been driven to the brink of despair. At this rate, they could only await their demise. Why not utilize these scoundrels, turning them into cannon fodder to help me deal with the people from Building 10? Luo Tian reclined, resting his chin on his hand. In his previous life, these neighbors had committed unspeakable acts against him. Moreover, should Yanshu venture out to deal with them, it would likely deplete a significant amount of ammunition, at least 50 rounds. Coupled with previous losses, their stockpile would plummet below 400. Such a waste. After some contemplation, Luo Tian directly messaged the group, "Everyone, would you like to eliminate the scoundrels of Building 10? Upon hearing this, the homeowner's spirit surged. Luo Tian? You unharmed? Absolutely. I can hardly wait to flay them alive, making them suffer excruciatingly before they perish. My wife and mother have been desecrated. They no longer wish to live, and neither do I. Damn it. Since we're all starving anyway, who is coming with me to confront them? Let us take a couple of them down with us." The robbed homeowners voiced their vehement anger. They yearned to eliminate the occupants of Building 10, with some even rallying others in the chat. Meanwhile, those residing on the lower floors, witnessing the pillaging of the upper levels, began to worry for their own safety. Excellent. Luo Tian was thoroughly pleased with the neighbors' reactions. This would indeed facilitate his plans. For every one of them killed, I shall reward a box of instant noodles. Should you succeed in slaying Zhuo Wintao, an additional reward of 10 cans of meat will be granted. There is no limit to the quantity. Upon hearing this, the chat suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on their phone screens. A box of instant noodles for killing one person, an extra 10 cans of meat for slaying their leader. This bounty was exceedingly enticing. At that moment, several floors of residents, having had their food entirely looted by the occupants of Building 10, could find not a single crumb in their homes. Devoid of sustenance, they could not survive for long. They had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. If they could kill just one person and claim a box of noodles, at least they could extend their lives for another 2 weeks. After all, that was an entire box of instant noodles. Moreover, many of their wives and family members had been violated, fueling their hearts with profound hatred towards the occupants of Building 10. Chapter 100. The Clash? Excellent. Luo Tian, I trust you will keep your word. I accept this bounty. The speaker was Chiu Jun Kai from apartment 2103 on the 21st floor. His wife had been violated by the gang led by Ma Zi, and it had occurred before their son's eyes. The trauma had shattered his spirit. Qiu Junkai did not expect to survive. He only hoped to take down as many of them as possible, enabling his family to sustain themselves with the resources he could procure with his life. With one person stepping forward, others quickly found their courage. I, too, will join. Count me in as well. That wretched crew has plundered all our food. Staying home is merely waiting for death. We lower floors cannot cower like turtles. After they finish with the upper floors, they will certainly descend to raid us next. Well said. I shall join them in the fray. The residents voiced their outrage collectively. Under Qiu Junkai's leadership, the inhabitants rallied together for a battle against the invaders. In a world where the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? The beasts of Building 10 must be driven out entirely. Witnessing this, many fearful tenants could no longer contain their fervor and readied themselves to venture out. Even if they merely swam with the tide, seizing the opportunity to eliminate one enemy could secure. Thus, all the residents of the building sprang into action. Those with axes or crowbars gripped them tightly as they ascended towards the upper floors alongside their neighbors. Those lacking weapons dashed into kitchens, grasping sharp knives. Numerous men wielded the cleavers and hammers looted from the homes of the deceased thugs after Deng Tu and his gang had perished. What should we do, Brother Zhua? Shall we continue our assault? Yu Feiyang asked in a hushed tone. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhuo Wintao's expression was grim as he gazed upon the seemingly impenetrable steel barricade before him. After clenching his teeth in frustration for a moment, he reluctantly declared, "We retreat. Continuing would be futile." They might suffer even greater losses. Knowing when to cut their losses was a skill a leader must master. After all, their stronghold was in Building 10, where they had amassed a trove of stolen supplies. Even without the seafood banquet from Luo Tian's home, their situation would merely be less palatable. Planning to leave? At that moment, a mocking voice boomed through the loudspeaker. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The group of over 40, on the verge of retreat, froze momentarily. This sounded eerily familiar. Moreover, what right did he have to stop them from leaving? Where is that beast Ma Zi? Today, I must take his head to avenge my wife. Qiu Junkai shouted, brandishing a kitchen knife at the staircase leading to the 23rd floor. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi, positioned at the forefront of the crowd, could not help but, "Are you seeking death?" Ma Zi taunted. With over 40 of them against a solitary individual wielding a mere kitchen knife, it was clear who would be reduced to mere pulp. Your wife was far too loose. There was no thrill in the encounter. Since you wish for death, allow me to grant your wish. Ma Zi laughed heartily, brandishing his cleaver and striding towards him. One-on-one confrontation, he felt no need for assistance. However, just as he reached the staircase, Ma Zi was taken aback. He saw the residents climbing up from below, all armed with weapons. Some brandished cleavers, others held hammers, their faces etched with deep-seated hatred. A throng of people had filled the stairs, even obstructing the lower floors. Damn! Ma Zi was so frightened that he fell to the ground, scrambling back in a panic. Just as the others were bewildered, the residents of Building 9 also ascended, blocking their escape route. They've gone mad. This bunch has lost their minds. Ma Zi swallowed hard. Among the residents, he recognized several who had previously been victimized during his raids, but he could not fathom why these individuals had found the courage to unite and attack them. At this moment, the number of residents had swelled to approximately 70, surpassing their own numbers by over 20. Faced with a blocked escape route and an overwhelming enemy, the occupants of Building 10 finally panicked. Luo Tian, you orchestrated this, didn't you? Zhuo Wentao tightened his grip on his cleaver, gritting his teeth. Looking at the furious residents before him and recalling Luo Tian's earlier remarks, he understood that if he did not comprehend the situation now, he was unworthy of being a leader. So what if I did? Luo Tian retorted with a sneer. Aren't you also numerous? Why the delay? Attack. In the face of mockery, Zhuo Wentao lost his earlier bravado and solemnly replied, Luo Tian, we concede this time. However, engaging in a mutually destructive battle serves no one's interests. Here's the deal. If you allow us to leave, I will ensure 2/3 of my supplies are turned over to you. Upon hearing this, the corridor fell into a brief silence. Just as Zhuo Wentao began to feel a sense of triumph, believing he had swayed the other party, Luo Tian's derisive voice rang out, Why complicate matters? Once you're all dead, the supplies will naturally belong to me. At this, Zhuo Wentao's expression darkened. Should a brawl erupt, his subordinates would undoubtedly suffer grievous casualties, perhaps even face total annihilation. Yet, while he cared for his men's lives, Luo Tian did not. Even if all the residents of buildings, for every person killed, I shall reward them with a box of instant noodles. Zhuo Wentao will additionally reward them with 10 cans of meat. Luo Tian's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. The occupants of Building 10's faces shifted dramatically. They could hardly fathom that their heads had been put up for bounty, each valued at an entire box of instant noodles. It was worth noting that Building 10's storeroom contained fewer than 30 boxes. I aim to acquire the most food. The residents of Building 9, invigorated, raised their cleavers and hammers, shouting as they surged forward. Damn it, let us fight them. Zhuo Wentao growled fiercely. Upon our return, we shall equally divide. Cleavers, knives, even baseball bats and hammers, all struck fiercely against their adversaries. It was brutal. It was savage. This confrontation did not endure long. Midway through, the morale of Building 10 crumbled. Ultimately, they faced utter defeat. Over 30 of their number perished, 7 surrendered, and 5 leapt to their deaths. Meanwhile, the residents fared little better. From the 70, for him, this battle was a windfall devoid of any detriment. Not only had the neighbors suffered devastating losses, but the supplies he had promised them would ultimately be compensated with the resources from Building 10. It was simply too delightful.